Chapter 1. The Non-Military Security Zone. This is the yellow zone from a rigorous and somewhat scientific perspective. It is also referred to as a lightly polluted area, however. In the minds of most, it is simply the yellow zone in this desolate expanse known as the yellow zone. Every scorching gust of wind sweeps across the cracked earth, swirling up rampant dust motes interspersed with fragments of a once thriving civilization and memories on the brink of oblivion. The structures here, once towering office buildings or cozy residences, now stand as mere dilapidated remnants. Their hollow windows resemble the vacant eyes of those at the end of their tether. Silently gazing upon this post-apocalyptic wasteland, the omnipresence of swirling yellow sand is perhaps the most defining characteristic of this place, rendering the term yellow zone exceedingly apt. The inhabitants of the yellow zone confront not only the oppressive sky and relentless grit, but also the arduous challenges of mere survival in the absence of order. Food and clean water have become resources more precious than gold. A sense of security is a luxury few can afford, and very few can sleep soundly when night falls, as danger might lurk in any shadow. In such an environment, the former social order gradually disintegrates, supplanted by the laws of survival, where the barrel of a gun and cunning strategy become the sole means of combating both the harsh landscape and humanity's insatiable greed. Those clad in tattered military garb, wielding weapons and bearing stern expressions, mercenaries and bounty hunters navigate the desolation like phantoms, perpetually in search of their next target, driven by the dual motives of profit and survival. The designation of yellow zone transcends mere geographical description. It epitomizes a state of existence only the most resilient and adaptable souls can endure in this harsh realm, regardless of the celestial movements or the brilliance of the night sky. An invisible shroud of sorrow and despair perpetually envelopes the yellow zone. This is a land of oblivion, where all beauty and hope appear to be buried beneath the relentless sands, leaving behind only the aridity of survival and the desolation of conflict. The root cause of the yellow zone's degradation, or indeed the deterioration of the entire world, can be traced back to a profoundly philosophical inquiry. When a broadly defined human encounters an extraterrestrial being, how do they confirm to one another that they are both recognized as sentient species? Are their actions perceived as manifestations of wisdom, or merely instinctual responses dictated by complex genetic programming? Of course, such contemplations are far from the mind of a mercenary or bounty hunter currently lying in ambush among the rubble. Fundamentally, there is little distinction between the two. Both are merely engaged in transactions for payment. Buzzing, that is the sound of the winds and sands gradually subsiding, marking an unusual moment of tranquility in the yellow zone. Yet it is laden with desolation and unease. This name may be but a drop in the ocean of the wasteland, much like the land itself, subjected to the ravages of time and the abandonment of the world. As the dust settles, Devink reclines within a crude shelter fashioned from debris. These shattered stones, once sturdy structures that bore witness to the splendor of civilization, now offer only fleeting refuge, shielding him from the biting winds and omnipresent fine sands. His body, having remained in a single position for an extended period, feels numb. He gradually stretches, each joint emitting faint creaks akin to his worn-out gear, which has been battered by the relentless grit. The surrounding ruins become more discernible as the storm abates. Shattered glass, twisted rebar, faded walls, and dirt-strewn remnants of everyday life. This is a voiceless apocalyptic drama, its actors lost to time, leaving only an empty stage. The air is thick with the scent of dust and a faint whiff of decay. This moment of silence is far more unsettling than the previous cacophony. Devink understands that this fleeting calm is merely temporary. The laws of the wilderness remain immutable, and peril may lie just beyond the next dust-laden corner. Don't eat the sour radishes, Devink mutters in perfectly standard English. Though he is, in essence, of German descent, however, America has long been a welcoming haven for immigrants, provided, of course, that one is wealthy. And it is evident that Devink is no affluent individual. Even if he were, he would not choose to venture to America at this juncture. After all, the America of today bears little distinction from hell, being one of the countries with the highest rates of crime and street violence. While one might argue that this statement lacks precision, it must be acknowledged that modern America can scarcely be considered a cohesive nation. Everyone claims that such a country is on the brink of complete disintegration. Yet the total collapse of a grand edifice is never instantaneous. Standing before a crumbling edifice is not a choice one would expect from a rational individual. No one would willingly do so. The wise instinctively choose to steer clear of such areas. Yet madmen abound. After all, a structure's establishment hinges on vast amounts of wealth and resources as its foundation. Even if it is on the verge of collapse, there remains an abundance of wealth within. Thus, contemporary America is also a gathering place for countless lunatics, at least, in Devink's view. Those mercenaries and bounty hunters daring to seek profit within its confines are nothing short of utterly insane. Only a madman would dare to delve into a crumbling edifice to dismantle its foundations, chipping away at the outer concrete to seize the gold hidden within. Only a lunatic would undertake such ventures. At least, Devink has not yet descended into that madness, though he is not far from it. Indeed, the area in which he finds himself is one where no sane individual would tread. In stark contrast to the hellish revelry of contemporary America, these former scorched battlegrounds and the pollution that birthed the yellow zone brim with mystery, tranquility, and an unyielding specter of death. Here, the madness is not as rampant as in present-day America, yet the origins of this desolation stem from the very conflicts that heralded the impending collapse of the grand edifice. It was a battle that shook the earth, though its duration may not rival that of the First, Second, or Third World Wars. It was undoubtedly a conflict that reverberated through the land. Whether it will be labeled as the Fourth World War remains a point of contention among historians, however. Devink remains unconcerned. He is acutely aware that the region he inhabits was forged by the ashes of that last war, and his means of survival stem from the remnants it left behind. And merely these remnants sustain countless mercenaries akin to himself, not to mention numerous bounty hunters. Certainly, the area he frequents does not harbor an abundance of competitors. The reason is not due to a scarcity of leftovers, but rather the proximity to the participants of that war. And while it is often said that there are no true victors in war, one individual has emerged stronger rather than ensnared in the mire of conflict. The territory governed by this victor is an absolute no-go zone for mercenaries none dare to enter. It is also a death trap for all manner of mafia and thieves. Rumor has it that by the time he formally entered the yellow zone, the entirety of Eastern and Southern Europe's mafia and bandits have been eradicated. Naturally, Devink is unaware of the specifics. In fact, during his years in the yellow zone, he has nearly forgotten what normal life outside entails. He only hopes for the day when he might again experience a semblance of normalcy. This is part of his ideal. Finally, it's over. Devink claps the dust from his body, shaking off the remnants of the storm. This cursed weather, he glances at the sun, which is nearing the horizon, feeling the fleeting nature of time. Even though he wields a standard M4A1, equipped with a 370mm barrel and utilizing the standard 855 ammunition, once night descends upon this place, it becomes terrifyingly perilous. Others may not grasp the gravity of the situation, but as a seasoned lone wolf mercenary, Devink is all too aware of the dangers that lurk in the night, if not for his objectives. He generally refrains from undertaking any work during these hours. Tap, tap, tap. He rises, inspects his battered gear, and once satisfied with his preparations, he cautiously steps out from his hiding place, his cold eyes scanning the surroundings for any potential threats or opportunities. In this desolate yellow zone, Devink has long since learned how to discern opportunities for survival amid despair, maintaining calm and resilience beneath the shadow of death. Beep! At that moment, his detector abruptly sounds, a most fortuitous occurrence for Devink. For this means that before the sun sets completely, he will be able to return to the trading post, a haven that boasts ample hot water and a sufficiently warm room. Indeed, the best refuge a mercenary like him can hope to attain. Most importantly, this sound signifies that after today's transaction, he has taken yet another step closer to his goal for that ambition. He has struggled for a prolonged period in this perilous wasteland. Who, if not for that objective, would endure the desolation of a place forgotten by the world, destined to be crushed and devoured by the iron beasts? The legends of the Yellow Zone proclaim that all who venture here are doomed to wither away, their skin peeling off, or to transform into grotesque, twisted abominations. An intangible despair permeates the air, and every survivor engages in a desperate gamble with death itself. The very soil here seems imbued with a malevolent magic, capable of resurrecting the unfortunate who have found their eternal rest in this place. Coffins and graves serve not as symbols of peace, but as continuations of death. Of course, some of these tales are exaggerated, yet Devink is all too familiar with the harsh realities of the Yellow Zone's lore for him. Those stories are not mere fables to frighten children, but indelible marks etched into the fabric of his daily struggle for survival. Driven by his aspirations, he trudges through this ceaselessly dangerous realm, for it is only the promise of a goal that propels him forward. Without it, he would long since have succumbed to the desolation surrounding him. He has witnessed such scenes before, and not just a few. He has confronted the desiccated corpses of those who suffered in life and were stripped of their dignity in death, exposed to the harsh winds and sands. Their skin is mercilessly flayed, creating a series of horrific tableaus that are almost unbearable to behold. The identity of the fiend responsible for this gruesome flaying has become one of the most disturbing enigmas of the Yellow Zone. As for the answer, Devon possesses scant knowledge, yet he harbors no desire to encounter the predator responsible for this morbid artistry. Beep, beep, beep. The signal grows, ever clearer. The sandstorm has dissipated, and the detector's sound slices through the silence of the Yellow Zone with increasing volume and frequency. Each beep resonates like an accelerated heartbeat, confirming to Devon that what he seeks, that crucial objective, lies just ahead. Clad in heavy armor and donning a cumbersome gas mask, Devon can feel a smile forming beneath his mask. This smile conceals the endless hardships and challenges he has faced, a testament to the sweat and toil he has expended upon this merciless wasteland. Here, every small advancement is of immeasurable value. Even the simplest signal from the detector serves as a reason to celebrate. The environment remains eerily silent, with only the bodies and crumbling edifices marking this desolate landscape. Yet within Devon, a vitality akin to the detector's beeps thrives. He remains uncertain whether what he seeks is yet another mirage. But at this moment, he feels more hopeful than ever of grasping the answer. After extreme weather, strong winds can always uncover some treasures amidst the sands. Devon recalls amusing quips he once encountered online in a sense. He muses, this holds some truth after all. The hastened completion of his goal can indeed be attributed to the capricious nature of the weather. Nonetheless, he prefers to avoid such circumstances if possible. He has no desire to confront a tempest that could yield genuine treasures otherwise. Being struck dead by a bolt of lightning might be considered fortunate. The worst fate would be to be torn apart piece by swirling sands and storms. Such a demise would be excessively humiliating if given the choice. Devon would prefer to light a cigarette and savor the smoke deeply, yet for now, remaining alive is the preferable option. Beep, beep, beep. As the detector's alarm grows ever louder, Devon finds he no longer requires its assistance at this distance. He can observe the target with his own eyes. Before him lies a stony stone that seemingly defies the laws of physics. Buzz. Upon glimpsing the stone, Devon perceives the very air around him thickening. Despite the absolute stillness that surrounds him, yet a persistent ringing fills his ears at this moment. He can only feel exhilaration and joy, for such sensations signify he has encountered the right target. The crystal suspended above the ground, interwoven with rock, emanates a mesmerizing dance of red and green light, heralding that he is one step closer to realizing his dream. Be cautious, Devon murmurs as he approaches the stone, the yellow-green luminescence radiating from it like crystalline fissures, flickering rhythmically as if it were a beating heart. It resembles a living entity, and Devon has come to capture this very essence. Be careful, this is not your first encounter with such a phenomenon, is it? He whispers to himself, fully aware that, in theory, his actions should provoke no reaction whatsoever. Yet his movements are akin to those of a pilgrim before a miraculous sight, imbued with reverence, trepidation, and utmost caution as he extends his hand, striving to make the gentlest of touches. Devon cannot fully comprehend why he exercises such caution after all. As a mercenary, he lacks true companions, and there are no mentors or seniors to guide him. These actions are not learned, but rather stem from solitary wolf's instinctive awe and trepidation toward the supernatural phenomena that pervade the Yellow Zone. The more one understands, the more seasoned individuals become, the deeper the instinctual reverence they hold for the various occurrences within the Yellow Zone. In these moments, Devon feels no different from the primitive cave dwellers of millennia past, adorned in the pelts of beasts. Faced with that which surpasses his comprehension, he feels an impulse to kneel in worship, murmuring incomprehensible words of reverence and fear. Is he beseeching divine forgiveness, or is he voicing something else entirely? Devon cannot discern, yet he detests himself in these moments. For in such instances, he feels less than those ancient tribesmen who revered spirits. At least they possessed a deity to whom they could direct their devotion, unashamedly traversing the wilderness clad in the most primitive of furs. And here he stands, wielding a meticulously modified M4, featuring optics, handguards, and a fishbone receiver, with each component carefully selected and assembled by his own hands. It is an undeniable truth that he is most familiar with the appearance of the gun, not to mention the additional gear hanging from his chest and stored within his backpack. Yet, despite this, every time he finds himself needing to spend the night in the desolate wilderness of the Yellow Zone, even clutching the gun tightly in his embrace fails to provide him with a modicum of security. The night in the wilderness is eerily tranquil, devoid of any living creatures. Yet one can instinctively sense an array of phantom sounds lurking in the unseen shadows, as if various entities are gnashing their teeth. Even though he is fully aware that these sounds are mere figments of his imagination, The microphone and devices in his hand confirm the surrounding silence. As lifeless as the grave, yet those sounds claw mercilessly at his eardrums, perpetually echoing in his mind, driving him to the brink of madness. In such moments, it is only natural for anyone in the yellow zone to contemplate a singular thought, to raise their handgun to their temple and pull the trigger. For such an act would erase all worries and render the world blissfully silent. This is a choice only a deranged mind would entertain. Yet here it has become an unsettlingly common option to point the barrel at one's own head and gently squeeze the trigger, for those in this place. It seems the most rational decision. Devink has found himself pondering this more than once, contemplating raising the pistol to his head and simply pressing down without a second thought. Suddenly, in a moment of disorientation, Devink's consciousness returns to his body, and the target, that stone shimmering with red and green light, is firmly gripped in his hand. As he secures it, an increased sense of dread envelopes him. For he is acutely aware that such feelings are the byproduct of prolonged exposure to the yellow zone or frequent contact with these stones. His mind and thoughts are becoming disturbingly akin to the very nature of these objects. This is a condition that afflicts everyone who ventures into the yellow zone and interacts with these stones, though whether it can be classified as an illness remains ambiguous, as modern medicine cannot identify it, rendering the term curse more fitting. Yet, Devink chooses not to dwell further on this troubling notion, knowing full well that he must escape before this enigmatic curse brings about his demise. With this thought, he retrieves a small safe from his backpack, designed with specialized compartments, ballistic protection, and lead shielding to mitigate the peculiar radiation emitted by these stones. With a decisive click, he secures the safe, effectively blocking all signals from the stone, ensuring that no one can trace him unless, of course, he had been targeted from the outset. Glancing around instinctively, he finds nothing amiss. The origins and mechanics of these small stones remain a mystery to Devink, but he understands that many outside the yellow zone are keenly interested in them and willing to pay handsomely. What they intend to do with them is of no concern to him. His only priority is to secure his earnings. As the sun sets, Devink's sense of security marginally improves. Tower 4 to 9, Tower 4 to 9, Sniper Position 4 reports a target. Repeat, Sniper Position 4 has identified a target, crackles the radio, detailing standard protocols for counter-surveillance measures. This area is a veritable melting pot of factions, with various powers operating within the yellow zone, while overt conflict is ostensibly forbidden. The essence of the yellow zone remains one of lawlessness. Here, communication relies predominantly on the presence of firearms. Listening to the radio chatter, Devink opts to remain silent. Approaching a phone booth at the perimeter and dialing a number known only to mercenary groups. "Welcome," drones a dispassionate voice over the intercom. Devink, uninterested in conversation, shoulders his luxurious M4 and strides toward the mercenary safe haven. Inside, warmth and hot water await, and with a small expenditure, one could indulge in a drink. However, the primary function of this establishment is the exchange of currency, various transactions. Indeed, this motivation drives Devink's presence here. "Oh, Ryder, you've returned early today," greets a familiar sentinel at the entrance. The name Ryder was chosen as a precautionary alias during his initial arrival, but after prolonged residence in the yellow zone, he realizes it was merely a figment of his own imagination. In this realm, no one cares about your name. What matters is your capabilities and the strength of your alliances. After all, who can predict whether one might become just another forgotten corpse in the yellow zone by tomorrow? Indeed, Devink himself has nearly forgotten his true name. He silently calculates the potential profit from this venture, at least 700,000, though this endeavor promises substantial rewards. Such opportunities are rare. Compared to the usual banditry, this task is relatively straightforward. In terms of safety, it is certainly worthwhile, perhaps buoyed by the precious cargo he carries. Devink moves with greater urgency than before. Gently tapping on the door of a designated rendezvous point, he prepares for the transaction. If it were merely trivial items, negotiation would be straightforward, but given the nature of what he possesses, it is prudent to remain discreet. With a thud, the safe is placed heavily on the table, signaling the commencement of the transaction. Devink refrains from excessive dialogue, understanding that in such exchanges, silence often speaks volumes. As the safe is opened, the red and green glow of the stone illuminates the buyer's face. Through the mask's crevice, two eyes glimmer with greed. Yet it is clear that the buyer is not completely blinded by avarice. Devink subtly positions his hand over the holster on his thigh. While direct betrayal is unlikely in this environment, nothing is absolute in the yellow zone. This gesture serves as a veiled warning not to attempt any treachery, as one must always consider the consequences of their actions. The transaction proceeds, with detectors and scanners examining the contents of the safe. Beep, Beep. The rhythmic blaring of alarms resonated, clearly indicating that this was no mere counterfeit but a genuine article of considerable value and commendable quality. Thus, the principal steps of this transaction had been consummated. The merchant quietly produced the prepared cash, real and unadulterated. After all, these traders and intermediaries intended to continue their business here. Engaging in outright treachery was simply not feasible, though mercenaries often operated independently, rarely possessing a reliable backing. The most populous group in the borderlands of the Yellow Zone consisted of these solitary wolves. Occasionally, a handful might band together to form a small squad. Yet their numbers seldom grew substantially. However, this did not imply that the mercenaries were entirely disorganized. There had been instances where a certain faction inexplicably developed a vendetta against a group of mercenaries. Initially, it seemed a trivial matter, but for reasons unknown. That faction began indiscriminately targeting all mercenaries within the Yellow Zone, even causing disturbances therein. Consequently, that faction managed to offend every mercenary in the area, who, without any prior discussion, united in a collective response against that faction. Therefore, such self-destructive actions ought to be avoided. As a thick stack of bills was pushed before Devank, he finally uttered a word, "Thank you." Clutching the money in his hand, he counted the amount and discreetly withdrew 2 bills, intending to purchase a pack of cigarettes and a morsel of food. Although the taste was dreadful, reminiscent of plastic, those who operated in the Yellow Zone had little choice. As for potable water, Devank silently gazed towards the east, knowing that all inhabitants of this land owed their gratitude to that direction for the scant drinkable water resources. Devank considered himself not devoid of conscience. He was acutely aware that the scarcity of water meant that it was tightly controlled by others. He certainly did not believe that the heads of the major factions in the Yellow Zone, along with those engaged in commerce, possessed the capability to pilfer the precious freshwater resources, let alone to bury pipelines underground. However, this left Devank in a state of perplexity, pondering why the individuals behind the wall of size would resort to such measures. Of course, he could not fathom a reason for their actions. But soon he ceased to dwell on it, finding solace in the contemplations of life as he gazed at the cigarette on the rooftop, where time seemed to stretch infinitely. With this thought, Devank silently ascended to the rooftop, where the biting wind and the stars in the night sky accompanied him. Beyond these celestial companions lay a breathtaking view, one that he alone could truly appreciate. This beauty, in a sense, served as a direct motivation for him to persevere until now. After all, if one were to dangle ideals before oneself continuously, it could lead to a figurative hanging in despair. Yet, if one could experience these ideals, even if merely through observation, it could bring a modicum of comfort. At least, in a certain light, those ideals were indeed becoming increasingly tangible. He was nearing the golden bricks that paved the path to paradise. Tap, tap, puff. In moments like these, Devank felt that his windproof lighter was an exceptional purchase. Such little gadgets reveal their true convenience only in use. He inhaled deeply, allowing the smoke to waft slowly from his nostrils. Undoubtedly, for those who relish smoking, drawing it into the lungs is the most pleasurable method. Although smoking and inhaling deeply significantly impact lung capacity, as the saying goes, why worry about it? He was already in the Yellow Zone. Living as a mercenary, could he truly afford to be concerned? After exhaling, Devank felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him, and he turned his gaze towards the distant horizon. With the aid of binoculars, he could discern faint glimmers at one end of the horizon. In reality, the source was not merely beyond the horizon. The distance was greater than it appeared, but he could see it solely because of the exceptional height of the objects. The towering presence was almost inconceivable, a colossal creation upon the earth. Taking 2 more substantial puffs until the flame dwindled to its last ember, Devank descended the staircase, not forgetting to greet the guard. In a sense, they were old acquaintances, though their familiarity extended only to a mutual acknowledgement. A hot shower, a warm room, and a relatively soft bed were the customary rewards Devank indulged in after earning his pay. However, tonight seemed different. A bald man sporting a neatly trimmed goatee sat quietly in the lobby below. Devank was not particularly fond of this individual, especially when he was on the verge of rest. Yet, he had no choice. In the Yellow Zone, it was best not to offend such businessmen, especially when this bald man was among the most powerful merchants in the area. He has yet to forget the scene from the first time he encountered the bald merchant. Along with the heavily armed soldiers clad in full armor surrounding him, the military coat draped over his shoulders, and the entire stockpile within the bunker. It is no wonder he later ascended to become the most powerful figure in the Yellow Zone. Of course, Devank remains unaware of whether the merchant maintains any connections to the outside world. At this moment, the only clarity he possesses is that he should approach this bald man, pull out a chair, and listen attentively to the commands that are about to be issued. Have you made a substantial profit? Uniquely unlike others. The bald man's voice is not particularly gruff. Rather, it possesses a delicacy one would not expect from a resident of the Yellow Zone. Someone has placed an order for a stone with me, and the price is quite reasonable. I hardly exerted much effort, Devonk replied coolly, feeling no warmth towards the bald man whatsoever. He indeed did some things for the bald man, yet this does not imply that their relationship is particularly amicable. In the Yellow Zone, the mere fact that the other party is not contemplating shooting you in the next moment suggests that your relationship is already quite satisfactory. Given such a backdrop, how can one expect the person before them to be particularly congenial? The bald man stroked his chin, lost in thought. While D-Wink was acutely aware that this individual was harboring a multitude of sinister ideas, his mind swirling with unspoken thoughts. I have a job for you. Are you interested? The bald man cut straight to the chase, providing additional commentary that sounded more like a veiled threat than counsel. The remuneration for this task is substantial, and upon completion, it will sufficiently cover your expenses for a considerable period. What kind of task? D-Wink inquired, aware that remuneration and risk are invariably proportional. However, he considered himself capable, yet was not arrogant enough to believe he could navigate the Yellow Zone without caution. Did he not understand his own limitations? Let us assess the situation first, he thought. There is a shipment on a suburban road that requires your attention. You can either deliver it directly here or contact me separately to arrange a secure location. The bald man stated nonchalantly, but D-Wink was all too familiar with the true nature of this individual. I won't even consider it unless you clarify some details. All right. I need you to intercept a shipment from a convoy in the suburbs. However, you want to confront the convoy directly. According to my intel, another gang has set its sights on the convoy as well, so you can take advantage of the chaos, the bald man explained without any ambiguity. Yet, just as D-Wink was about to leave, he was firmly restrained by the other. I know what you desire. If you follow my lead on this job, I can secure a passport and an identity for you. I can arrange all of this, and the remaining funds will be sufficient for you to live out your days comfortably. The bald man's voice was low, but the terms he presented were impossible for D-Wink to decline. He yearned to escape the Yellow Zone and reach the other side of the horizon with an almost desperate longing. I understand. D-Wink silently lit another cigarette for himself and began to organize his gear. Ha ha ha. I knew you could be relied upon, Ryder. D-Wink did not respond. Instead, he quietly pulled out a crumpled photograph from the lining of his jacket and gazed at it in silence. A shroud of death loomed over him. Decay, distortion, and danger were all visible through his scope. The ELD-infected creature before him was unmistakable. It was the fabled undead rising from the grave within the Yellow Zone. Though severely contaminated by collapsed radiation would transform into such abominations, whether they were once living or dead. Yet, that was not the worst part. The most dangerous remnants were the toxic monstrosities born from the last war, creatures concocted from collapsed radiation and viruses. These beings were not the mindless zombies of the silver screen. They could think and wield weapons, akin to demons wreaking havoc on the earth. Yet, what lay before him now was merely a remnant of that toxicity. Puff, puff, puff. With precise shots, several infected fell before him. These were not the most severely mutated. Their skin lacked the bulletproof silicon layer that could diminish the impact of bullets. Thus, his use of M855 rounds proved quite effective. Thud. As the bodies crashed to the ground, D-Wink immediately approached to scavenge any usable items, bullets, explosives, or even sealed compressed biscuits. This was one of the simplest survival rules of the Yellow Zone. Rat-tat-tat. At that moment, D-Wink suddenly heard gunfire and explosions not far off. What was happening? Instinctively, he crouched down and sought refuge in the ruins of a nearby building, using it as a makeshift cover. Adjusting his scope, he surveyed the combatants. On one side was a horde of infected and severely mutated creatures known as living corpses, while the opposing force should not have ventured deep into the Yellow Zone. That was the Border Patrol, though they were once known by another name, tactical figures. Chapter 2. Blood on the Blade. D-Wink had not anticipated encountering members of the Border Patrol here. They typically did not delve into the Yellow Zone. Through his binoculars, he clearly observed the insignia on their armbands, identifying them. The Border Patrol was tasked with patrolling and securing the area between the Yellow Zone and the Wall of Size. Theoretically, their patrol and inspection range extended even to the traditional borders marked on maps. However, this was evidently impractical and unnecessary, given the presence of the Yellow Zone, Red Zone, and the fabled Black Zone. The traditional notions of borders had become utterly blurred, leaving them responsible only for the Wall of Size. They would occasionally venture into the yellow zone to clear the increasing number of infected and living corpses. The various factions within the yellow zone would avoid them, maintaining an unspoken agreement to steer clear. The reason for this, beyond their official status, lay deeper. Bang, bang, bang. The full power of a 30mm autocannon was unimaginable to an ordinary person. It was evident that even a slight impact on the armor of some main battle tanks could prove fatal. Moreover, the 30mm cannon fired armor-piercing rounds, which were significantly more powerful than conventional rounds of the same caliber. However, the sole drawback of this weapon was the high manufacturing threshold. Its cost did not present a distinct advantage over traditional designs. Thus, it was primarily employed in larger caliber autocannons and similar weapons. Generally, for the gangs within the yellow zone or the mutated creatures left over from the war, there was no need to deploy such heavy artillery, as a coaxial machine gun could typically suffice to neutralize many targets. At present, they were dealing with formidable foes. The very reason why the yellow zone was designated as a death zone, highly unsuitable for human habitation. From a certain perspective, these were remnants of the last war. Yet they bore no relevance to Devank. The firepower was truly ferocious. Devank tightened his face mask, recognizing that such combat was far beyond his involvement. While the Border Patrol was not a military unit, their firepower was evidently beyond what a mere mercenary could contend with. It was best to keep a safe distance. Furthermore, a peculiar rumor had long circulated in the yellow zone. All inhabitants were considered targets by the Border Patrol. Although the origins of the rumor and its deeper implications remained unclear, it was evident that no one wished to be regarded as a target. Let us coexist peacefully. Devank mused as he glanced at the map in his hands before looking up at the distant patrol team. He silently opted for a slightly longer route. A detour was a small price to pay for survival. Boom. Just as Devank recalibrated his route, a rumbling sound echoed overhead. Akin to thunder, but with a distinct difference that resembled explosions. Yet, this subtle variation made Devank's heart race, for this thunder felt as though it erupted directly above him. It was alarmingly close, and given the peculiar phenomena within the yellow zone, he instinctively raised his gaze to the sky. Pitter-patter. As the raindrops fell, the wavering silence shattered, and an unexpected curtain of rain unfurled. In the heart of the yellow zone, rain was a rare occurrence, often signaling change. "It's raining," Devank murmured, calmly assessing the implications of this new situation. Rain was typically a boon for the parched wilderness, however, for a traveler navigating a treacherous terrain. It brought forth myriad inconveniences, rapid temperature drops, muddy and slippery paths, making progress unpredictable. Yet, what alarmed him most was the diminished perception of his surroundings. Every inch of the yellow zone harbored lethal threats. Even in the light, these dangers remained deadly, let alone within the murky veil of rain. The tracks of enemies became elusive, while he felt as though he were a bacterium under a microscope, susceptible to precise targeting and annihilation. Devank sighed softly, the rain soaking his cloak, chilling him to the bone. Though his gear effectively repelled water, the damp cold weighed heavily on his spirits. He gazed upward at the dim sky as the waning light was gradually supplanted by encroaching darkness. The inclement weather hastened the arrival of night. It would require considerable effort now. Devank silently quickened his pace, taking a longer route to avoid the rain, which would drain his energy unnecessarily. Especially since he had meticulously prepared for this undertaking, his backpack laden with supplies essential for the mission. Suddenly, a torrential downpour erupted, cascading mercilessly like a waterfall. The heavy, dark clouds above seemed to release all their moisture in a matter of moments. Devank tightened the zippers and straps of his attire, the waterproof fabric resisting the relentless assault of the rain. Yet, even this could not entirely shield him from the penetrating chill and dampness. Thunder rumbled ominously, the clouds heavy and oppressive above the ink-black sky, devouring the light of the stars and obscuring the moon's silvery glow. On this ink-like earth, vision was shrouded in an impenetrable veil, rendering the eyes of mortals utterly useless. Such weather mirrored the primal state of the yellow zone, yet here, the night was starkly different from the ordinary wilderness. Absent were the vibrant stirrings of life and the vigor of growth. Instead, a chilling calm pervaded, almost lifeless in its tranquility. The air was thick with the scent of dust, devoid of the sanguine chaos of the day, and the breaths of living beings were replaced by the silence of time inexorably marking the yellow zone's intangible visage. Devank, through the lenses of his gas mask, futilely attempted to discern more details, but in such darkness, even the utmost concentration could not clarify his surroundings. As the night deepened, a profound sense of solitude and danger weighed heavily upon him. He was acutely aware that nighttime in the yellow zone was the most perilous period, a time best suited for grotesque creatures and the spectral forms of the deceased to manifest. Here, Night did not herald restful slumber, but rather symbolized the insidious approach of death. With each step, he treaded cautiously, striving to avoid attracting the attention of the slumbering souls, those tormented by the lingering resentment of the yellow zone. Devonk silently equipped the GNVG-18 night vision goggles strapped to his helmet, adjusting the battery and mount. The darkness had fully enveloped the landscape. With a deafening crack, a violent clap of thunder reverberated through the remnants of a city that once basked in glory but now lay in ruins. Lightning cleaved the sky, momentarily casting the towering edifices into stark silhouettes. The structures amidst the debris whispered tales of how the ravages of war had not consumed all. Yet they also recounted the fleeting splendor that had long since faded, leaving behind a place where lament and silence coexisted. Though the buildings still stood, a few appeared to offer refuge from the storm. Those knowledgeable of history understood that this city had not been the main battlefield in the last war, thus preserving its fractured exterior. However, after the smoke cleared, silence reigned. The once vibrant clamor and prosperity had instantaneously transformed into a desolate void. This city now concealed countless perils. Threats emerging not only from the unpredictable creatures lurking in the shadows, but also from human predators and mercenaries hiding behind the cold remnants of walls. They battled amidst the ruins for survival, treasure, or darker motives, their myriad tales unfolding daily in a symphony of life and death. The thunder seemed to carry the weight of the city's grievances and secrets, and for a traveler like Devonk, he had to confront not only the wrath of the heavens and the earth's indifference, but also be wary of enemies that might emerge at any moment. Each step was taken with utmost caution, every moment requiring his nerves to remain taut. Entering the city was akin to stepping into a deadly gamble, reflecting the harsh laws of this world: adapt or be consumed. Devonk understood that compassion was non-existent here. His life was akin to grains of sand slipping through an hourglass, perpetually fleeting. In the yellow zone, life or death hinged solely upon one's skill. Raindrops fell erratically from the crumbling eaves, creating ripples in the puddles below. In this forsaken city, amidst the thunder and torrential rain, the sound of Devonk's labored breathing filled the air. The cacophony of thunder and his breath intertwined, rendering every sound in the desolate city stark and solitary. The relentless downpour blurred his vision, transforming the world into a haze. The muddy ground made each step arduous, the earth clinging to his heels, impeding his movement and draining his strength. He silently gasped for breath, rainwater streaming from his hair down his face. Devonk's muscles ached, each step feeling as though a heavy weight bore down upon him, especially in an environment fraught with unknown dangers that demanded constant vigilance. His decision to take a detour was born of caution, yet it also implied a longer journey and greater energy expenditure. The arrival of the rain, coupled with the sudden drop in temperature, exacerbated the dire situation. Devonk recognized the limitations of his stamina. He needed to find shelter to recuperate. However, in this decaying city, every potential refuge concealed risks yet to be uncovered, whether from the threat of collapse or the lurking predators poised to ambush unsuspecting travelers. He dared not let his guard down. He adjusted the gear on his back, ensuring it provided both protection and ease of access. Devonk meticulously discerned any sounds concealed within the cacophony of thunder and wind, wary of those more perilous than nature itself. As he progressed through the rain-soaked night, each step was taken with utmost caution, as if traversing a treacherous sheet of ice poised to shatter at any moment. His eyes continually scanned the darkness, yearning for a place that might offer at least a moment's respite, or even a flicker of warmth from a fire. Upon reaching his destination, Devonk glanced at the soldier's GS positioning system on his wrist. After all, the yellow zone was far from the civilized cities equipped with real-time bases. This device, resembling a wristwatch, was one of the few gadgets capable of providing precise location assistance in the absence of any signal. It recorded temperature, altitude, and atmospheric pressure while also tracing his movements, displaying the real-time distance to his coordinates. Of course, it lacked the comprehensive navigation features of urban mapping systems. But for someone like Devonk, who possessed specialized skills in solo survival, such functionality was more than adequate. Even this rudimentary device was a rare find within the yellow zone, where survival hinged on the ability to discern direction and maintain awareness of one's position amid the wilderness. If fortune smiled upon him, he might encounter a companion willing to navigate alongside him, provided he could suppress the fear of being betrayed during slumber, his throat cut, and provisions stolen. Such a venture was certainly worth a try. As he stepped into the derelict building, the rhythmic sound of his footsteps echoed within. According to intelligence from a bald-headed merchant, a convoy would pass by the main road in front of the building the following morning, laden with goods. Naturally, rival gangs would also be lying in wait for their chance to strike. To be candid, this undertaking felt absurd. Devonk found it perplexing that he had agreed to such a risky venture when he could have simply endured for another 6 months to amass sufficient funds. What had compelled him to embark on this perilous path? Perhaps it was a sense of physical decline or doubts about his endurance. Or perhaps it was the fear of the rumored curse that claimed no one could escape the Yellow Zone unscathed. His arrival in the Yellow Zone was largely motivated by an inability to survive in the outside world. Unlike those seeking treasure, he had come here out of sheer necessity. This led him to ponder an unconsidered question. If he could indeed leave the Yellow Zone, would he be able to thrive in the world beyond? The cold rain mingled with Devonk's resolute footsteps, reverberating within the abandoned structure. Each careful step was an attempt to find a semblance of safety amidst the rubble and decay. Yet within the Yellow Zone, safety was an extravagant notion, almost fanciful. The building he occupied, once a pristine high-rise, had succumbed to the ravages of time and war. Its exterior marred by cracks and bullet holes, while its interior harbored countless unknown threats. Here, debris could fall at any moment, and unseen enemies might lurk in the shadows. As he pondered, Devonk realized he had ventured deep into the heart of the building. The harsh realities of the Yellow Zone asserted their presence. In this realm, each moment of survival eclipsed future plans, for this dead city was a merciless realist, offering no promises of tomorrow, only the imperative of surviving the present moment. The thunderous roar of lightning jolted Devonk from his reverie, a stark reminder that this was not the time for contemplative musings. The Yellow Zone, in its brutal fashion, admonished all intruders. The only thought worthy of consideration was how to secure the next breath and ensure a step forward before the next bolt of lightning illuminated the night sky. Among the remnants of walls and debris, perhaps lay hidden a trap, or worse, a ruthless bandit or mutated creature, poised to pounce upon the fleeting light, eager for flesh. Here, both creatures and humans had mastered the art of hunting in darkness. Devonk inhaled deeply, casting aside all distractions. He focuses on the immediate struggle for survival. Every sense heightened, capturing the slightest stirrings in his surroundings. He understands that in the Yellow Zone, each fleeting moment demands unwavering vigilance and a fierce grip on the instinct for life, for only then can he hope to take the next step forward. He refuses to become one of those who have relinquished their future. Yet, regrettably, in the unnoticed shadows, pairs of crimson eyes have already fixated on this unwelcome intruder. The environment within the Yellow Zone is unforgiving. Cruelty permeates every inch of the air, and a momentary lapse can unleash the venomous atmosphere, striking like a serpent. How dark it is. Gazing upon the first-floor hall, Devonk silently muses. Night vision devices serve to illuminate the dimmest of environments, but this presupposes the existence of some light. In a realm devoid of illumination, auxiliary or laser lights and or fill lights are indispensable. In the obscurity, Devonk can hear those chilling sounds becoming increasingly distinct. As if something is caressing the parched earth in the darkness, gnawing on remnants of flesh from a previous meal. He was acutely aware that these creatures were renowned for their exceptional hearing and sense of smell. Even the slightest movement could draw their attention towards him. However, at this moment, they appeared oblivious to the intruder's presence. The scavengers. Yet, Devonk remained unperturbed, for all he could hear was the meaningless growling, indicating that he had not been detected and that neither party was aware of the other's existence. The thunder rumbled ominously among the heavy clouds, akin to an enraged giant rolling across the sky. The resounding noise pierced the defenses of the ancient structure, causing the tightly bound stones to tremble as if in fear. In such inclement weather, even taking refuge indoors within sturdy walls, the relentless claps of thunder continued to resonate within Devonk's eardrums, impairing his sensitivity to subtle changes. Rain lashed violently against the windows, accompanied by the occasional gust of wind that seeped through the cracks, as if all elements of nature conspired to disrupt his concentration. Nevertheless, Devonk exhibited no signs of unease or panic. As a seasoned lone wolf mercenary, he had long accustomed himself to executing missions in diverse and challenging environments. And he was psychologically prepared to face this formidable challenge. His personal gear, from shock-absorbing combat boots that muffle sound to a multifunctional wristwatch, precision night vision goggles, and passive noise-canceling headphones, has been meticulously selected. Each item represents the pinnacle of what can be procured within the Yellow Zone, designed to ensure that even in the most adverse conditions, he can maintain the highest standards of combat and survival capability. Regarding the distant, meaningless low growl that seems to emanate from a carrion eater, Devonk's ears are sufficiently attuned to discern the subtle variations in its tone, recognizing it merely as a non-threatening rumble. Years of wilderness survival have bestowed upon him this ability, which has repeatedly allowed him to slip past the clutches of death, rather than becoming a cold relic beneath the swirling sands. "I see you," Devonk murmurs softly to himself, as his equipment casts a narrow yet intense beam of red light in the dim surroundings. With the activation of the laser in conjunction with the auxiliary light, A chilling scene unfolds before his eyes. The carrion eater is bent over, feasting upon a partially decomposed corpse on the ground, evoking a harrowing image reminiscent of hyenas encircling their prey in the wild. These creatures, once human, have now devolved into reckless, voracious monsters of decay. Their postures, though reminiscent of the humanity they once possessed, starkly betrayed their grotesque transformation. Their skin bore a morbid pallor, as if all blood had been drained from their veins. The once robust muscles had withered into taut folds, resembling bark shriveling in harsh weather. Their limbs elongated abnormally, adapting more fittingly to their current existence of crawling upon the ground, scavenging for carrion to sustain their dreadful lives. Yet, the most terrifying aspect was their deep, elongated teeth and claws, features wholly alien to human physiology, sharp enough to rend flesh, perfectly suited for a scavenger's predatory instincts. Before them lay the remnants of the last war's toxic legacy. That catastrophic conflict not only obliterated the physical realm but also insidiously imprinted its toxins upon the biological environment and humanity itself, giving rise to such distorted beings as these scavengers. It is even said that in numerous locales, including cities, many monsters still cloaked in human skin continue to hold their sanguinary revelries within dark, confined edifices. As for the unfortunate corpse being devoured, in this dim and desolate yellow zone, death had long since become the norm. In the rain-drenched alleys, the accumulation of bodies had melded into the fabric of daily life, leaving the populace numb to such sights. The inhabitants of this forsaken land were primarily concerned with whether the materials on the corpses had been thoroughly scavenged. The stories behind these lifeless forms, aside from a few who retained a basic respect for life, were met with indifference by most. Just as the scavenger greedily tore at the flesh of the unfortunate soul, it suddenly froze, the stillness amplifying even the slightest movement within the oppressive silence. The air was thick not only with the stench of blood but also with an ominous foreboding, causing even beings such as it to instinctively feel a tinge of unease. Slowly, it raised its head, its decayed eyes attempting to pierce the murky gloom in the direction of Devink, as if searching through a deluge of information for a faint anomaly. However, facing the seasoned lone wolf mercenary Devink, who may not be the most illustrious or capable within the Yellow Zone, was undoubtedly the most resilient of the mercenaries who had initially entered the Yellow Zone. He remained the sole survivor. Suddenly, the scavenger seemed to sense something. Yet, that fleeting moment of hesitation sealed its fate, as it disowned Devink's form. The weapon in Devink's hand was already primed. A soft pop pierced the enveloping silence, nearly indistinguishable amidst the relentless rain. It was not a series of gunfire but rather the succinct sound of 2 bullets being swiftly discharged. These leaden messengers traversed the torrential downpour and the despairing night of the city, striking the scavenger's head with unerring precision. In an instant, the creature's body stiffened, and the flame of life was extinguished. Devink understood well that even the sharp crack of gunfire was a signal of threat not to be underestimated by the scavengers. His eyes, sharp as a cheetah's in the pitch-black surroundings, swiftly scanned for potential danger. The rules of the Yellow Zone were simple yet brutal: kill or be killed. Having existed in this harsh environment for so long, Devink was acutely aware of the survival instincts required. Scavengers rarely hunted alone, for they were still too weak against the overwhelming forces of nature, perhaps remnants of what once was human. These scavengers preferred collective action, akin to a pack of wolves hunting through ancient forests. Devink, the lone wolf, grasped this truth intimately, having witnessed countless times the fate of isolated scavengers torn asunder by their ravenous brethren. As Devink vigilantly surveyed his surroundings, attempting to retreat before more scavengers appeared, misfortune, as anticipated, descended upon him. The shrill sound of scraping echoed, reminiscent of sharp nails dragging across a darkened blackboard, chilling and piercing, composing a grim symphony upon the rain-soaked concrete. The sound crescendoed, whispering like demons in the shadows, conveying an unspeakable menace. Before Devink could react, the noise from behind revealed the presence of scavengers that leapt towards him with unmatched speed and ferocity. Damn it! It was an absolute taboo to expose one's back to an unseen enemy at any moment, leaving no room for hesitation. Rapid gunfire erupted, brief and urgent, his movements mechanical in their precision. Beneath the pallid and lifeless glow of light, the red dot of his laser settled firmly on the leaping figure of the scavenger, a harbinger of impending doom. In that suspended moment, all that was needed was to squeeze the trigger, resting heavy within his fingertip. The force of his finger pulsed like a beating heart, releasing the symphony of life and death. The deadly rain of lead played its final melody in the confined space, each bullet a requiem against mortality. The bullets whirled through the tempest, spiraling towards their target. The scavenger's maliciously gaping maw and claws transformed midair into a gruesome tableau of flesh and blood. In the instant of the gun's recoil and the flame's eruption, Devink had already scripted the conclusion of this hunt. The scavenger's body crashed to the ground like a marionette with severed strings, creating shallow splashes upon the rain-drenched streets. Though the sound seemed trivial amidst the fury of the storm, it heralded the end of life, a stark reflection of the struggle for survival. Yet, on this merciless terrain of the Yellow Zone, negligence equated to an alliance with death. Even a temporarily still corpse could awaken as the next moment's nightmare. His gaze remained steadfast on the heap of still, blackened flesh, and with a slight tightening of his finger, the gun once more shattered the night-as silence. 2 additional bullets, imbued with Devink's deep-seated vigilance and composure, ruthlessly penetrated the scavenger's skull. This was both a precaution and a response to this cruel world, confirming the scavenger's absolute demise, granting Devink a slight sense of relief. In the Yellow Zone, the boundary between life and death was perilously blurred. Each pull of the trigger aimed to solidify the hope of survival in a realm where human life was the most precious yet simultaneously the least valued. After all, those who truly cherished their lives would not dare to tread upon the soil of the Yellow Zone. Just as Devink reloaded, attempting to steady his breath and quell his rising tension, a roar filled with hunger and rage abruptly sliced through the murky night, shattering the oppressive stillness of the rain-soaked darkness. The voice of a third scavenger undoubtedly heralded a new threat and an impending battle. Shit. Almost instinctively, Devink's body tensed, his muscles reacting with electric urgency, striving to reposition himself against the forthcoming assault. However, swifter than thought, he swiftly twisted his body in an attempt to discern the source of the sound, yet the rusted wail had already proclaimed his hesitation. The scene before him transformed with terrifying rapidity. Just as Devink hoisted his weapon, the silhouette of the third scavenger lunged toward him. It moved faster than he had anticipated. Almost simultaneously with his realization of danger, the figure, reeking of decay and malice, surged towards him with formidable speed. Devink's arm tightened instinctively as he endeavored to raise his M4 to counter the unexpected assault, but it was too late. The scavenger had, in essence, transcended humanity. Its velocity could not be measured by human standards, and the grotesque distortion of its body harbored more than mere repulsive decay. Thud. The death-laden body collided with his still-raising weapon, abruptly halting his motion. By the time Devink regained his composure, he found himself toppled to the ground by the scavenger. Its grotesque gray-white flesh clinging to bone, yet possessing an overwhelming strength when faced with an ordinary person. Damn it. Devink longed to raise his weapon in defiance. But the scavenger's speed and power were insurmountable. Crack. The gun in Devink's grasp was swatted aside, time seeming to freeze at that moment as the scavenger revealed its fanged maw, laced with clotted blood and pus, and its vicious claws. Devink yearned to fight for survival. But at this juncture, it was too late. Thud. Dewink's instinctive reaction was almost instantaneous. He forcefully twisted his body in the opposite direction, striving to evade the lethal strike. Adrenaline surged through his veins, propelling his movements with swiftness and precision. Nevertheless, even with such reflexes, he could not entirely escape. The scavenger's claws grazed Dewink's left arm. Although his protective combat attire boasted remarkable resilience, it appeared feeble under the beast's ferocious onslaught. In an instant, the fabric was torn, and the sharp talon skimmed across Dewink's skin. Fortunately, the angle and force were not perfectly aligned, though the wound was alarming and blood swiftly stained his combat suit. It spared his bones and muscles, preserving the functionality of his arm. Yet, in this moment of pain, Dewink found himself with an opportunity, a chance to retaliate. With a sharp inhale, he remained composed, drawing upon his battle-hardened experience that admonished against hesitation in critical moments and urged him to seize every opportunity for a comeback. Even though his modified M4A1 had been swatted away, his right hand, unnoticed, swiftly reached for the combat dagger suspended at his waist. This small yet lethal weapon had become an extension of his being, his final card in close-quarters combat. In a flash, as the scavenger prepared to strike again, Dewink's combat dagger glinted coldly, plunging mercilessly into the scavenger's filthy abdomen, though this strike did not directly pierce any vital organs. The pain inflicted was sufficient to momentarily stiffen the scavenger's movements, slowing its assault. That brief moment was all Dewink required. Without a hint of hesitation, despite the agony in his left arm, his right hand remained steadfast. He swiftly withdrew the dagger and, fueled by rage and the will to survive, reached for the sidearm holstered at his thigh, a loaded M9 pistol. Bang! The precise bullet erupted from the M9's chamber, shattering the night's silence. It followed an almost fated trajectory, penetrating the scavenger's damp and distorted jaw, ruthlessly ascending into its ghastly head. Even for a creature renowned for its astonishing vitality, such a direct strike proved fatal. The executioner-like bullet churned within its skull, obliterating all vestiges of life and heralding its final demise. Thud. The scavenger's body instinctively sought to continue its brutal assault, yet was rendered powerless. Its heavy form lost control, collapsing like a marionette with severed strings. Under this overwhelming weight, Dewink nimbly sidestepped, allowing the corpulent body to crash past him. In that moment, Dewink's body gradually relaxed, maintaining the posture of combat. Yet his muscles and nerves began to release their tension at an almost imperceptible rate. The muzzle remained directed toward the previous threat, but the fiery intent to kill in his eyes slowly faded, replaced by profound fatigue and a flicker of relief. Having weathered a tempestuous battle, he had ultimately wrested a sliver of life from the jaws of death. Dewink felt acutely the tenuous thread connecting despair to hope. He inhaled deeply, striving to restore his heart rate to a steady rhythm, despite the protesting pain in his left arm that elicited a slight frown. The surrounding silence seemed to whisper that the crisis had temporarily abated, and this tumultuous battle had finally reached its conclusion. The midnight air was devoid of hostile murmurs, and even the torrential rain from the outside world appeared to soften, enveloping him in a moment of tranquility akin to a sensation of weightlessness. Devonk finally permitted himself a moment of vulnerability, reclining upon the solid ground, allowing his heavy eyelids to close like the curtains of night. In this instant, the tumult of his inner thoughts ran far deeper than any articulate expression of anger. The distance between life and death was akin to the M9 he held in his grasp, capable of oscillating between the two in the blink of an eye. This sudden reversal, while signifying triumph for someone like Devonk, who was accustomed to the struggle for survival, also heralded that each step forward in this merciless world would demand even greater caution. For in the Yellow Zone, the unpredictability of discontent had long been the most palpable experience bestowed upon every inhabitant of this land. Devonk muttered a heavy curse, a quintessential Russian expletive, which he had longed to master since arriving here, for it was the very phrase frequently uttered by the marauders and plunderers. Turbo sucka. Yet unbeknownst to Devonk, the gunfire from his M9, particularly the shot that had not been silenced, had attracted the attention of nearby bandits. Their first utterance upon hearing it was, "Turbo sucka." Did you hear that? Let us go. These scavengers, parasitic to the wasteland, added a brazen hue to the unwritten laws that governed their existence. As Devonk had come to understand in the survival dynamics of the Yellow Zone, these individuals had neither eternal enemies nor everlasting friends. Their focus lay solely on the astute calculation of gain. Often masquerading as neutral parties, they roamed the Yellow Sphere, flitting between various factions, appearing as a disordered mass yet possessing their own sense of cohesion. Maintaining an outwardly neutral stance was not born of fairness or camaraderie, but rather a strategic patience. For when the opportunity arose, these thieves would pounce like ravenous hyenas, mercilessly tearing into the weak and the wounded, ripping flesh from their victims with unrelenting ferocity. In the face of the unpredictable nature of these scavengers, even Devonk had to tread carefully, particularly in his current state of injury, with comrades unable to offer assistance. Though typically a lone wolf traversing the wasteland, he understood well that solitary wolves were the most vulnerable targets during a pack's hunt, often preyed upon by those who seemed far less capable than themselves. They do not directly intervene in the struggle for power, yet when the dust of battle settles, and the victors exult in celebration while the vanquished wallow in despair, the thieves and scavengers emerge as patient predators, lurking at the periphery of the battlefield. With their sharp claws and cunning minds, they inflict fatal bites upon those too weak to resist. Devonk, listening intently to the sounds around him, yearned to unleash a torrent of eloquent expressions, but found himself compelled to stifle the profanities bubbling within, opting instead to feign death upon the ground. The reason for his restraint was simple. His left arm bore an injury, and confronting the adversaries directly was evidently unwise. It was more prudent to play dead, hoping for an opportunity. After all, the vigilance of these thieves was rather lacking, devoid of the development that formal military training bestows. Although a mercenary, he had once been part of a regular army and had engaged in conventional warfare. Dealing with a handful of bandits would be exceedingly simple. Over here, fellows. Devonk could now discern the voices of the thieves. Their footsteps were chaotic, lacking the alternating cover and control of sound and light that one would expect from seasoned foes. From these indicators, Devonk understood the caliber of this band of robbers. Clearly, they were subpar. The standard Beretta M9 magazine holds 15 rounds of 9mm ammunition, a fundamental necessity for any armed individual, especially in the wilderness. At this moment, Devonk meticulously counted the fragile thread connecting life and death, the bullets remaining in his firearm. He had expended only one round in the recent struggle, leaving him with 14. Normally, this quantity would suffice for survival, but as he surveyed his surroundings, he recognized that it represented a singular opportunity, a chance to strike with full force. The approaching footsteps evoked an undeniable sense of impending peril. As Devink lay in his ruse, he could distinctly sense the scavengers drawing near, akin to famished wolves seeking their prey. Meanwhile, the wound on his left arm whispered its pain, blood seeping forth, staining the cold wasteland with a touch of warm crimson. Yet, he could afford no missteps. Every bullet must fulfill its intended purpose, and each squeeze of the trigger must be precise and lethal. Devink's heartbeat quickened, growing colder with each advancing footfall. His body tensed, resembling a bow-drawn taut, brimming with transient yet lethal energy. He felt it. The hunter had become the hunted, and the prey was poised to retaliate. This was his final chance, his anticipation, his anguish. And his buildup of energy would culminate in this very moment. Time seemed to pause. Each nerve cell in his body honed in on the impending explosion of action. His prone position aroused no suspicion. The marauders were completely deceived by his feigned death. The beam of the flashlight searched through the ruins, illuminating every corner with clarity, ultimately coming to rest upon the corpse in their sight. They are cunning, ruthless, yet simultaneously greedy and reckless. In the desolate wasteland of the Yellow Zone, such unadulterated avarice often proves to be a fatal flaw. Behold, the marauders exchange dubious glances. The evident chaos of battle allows them to surmise what has transpired. Mercenaries and scavengers fall together in their desperate struggle. In the survival laws of the Yellow Zone, such outcomes are commonplace. It's a brutal dance of predator and prey, where one must perish for the other to thrive. Such occurrences are far from rare, especially for solitary wanderers. For the scavengers, twisted creatures that congregate in the shadows are indeed their arch-nemeses. Little did they anticipate stumbling upon a significant prize. One marauder grinned widely, his eyes gleaming with greed for the supplies and equipment before him. To them, the lifeless mercenary was merely a remnant of a previous conflict, an unexpected boon. Just as one marauder began to speak, the world abruptly froze at the sound of a gunshot. Bang! A bullet pierced the stillness, heralding the Grim Reaper's approach. Devon, who had feigned death moments before, swiftly raised his Beretta M9, aiming at the marauder nearest to him, who was regrettably brandishing a shotgun. At the instant the shot rang out, time seemed to stand still. Devon's movements resembled those honed through countless simulations and rehearsals, the gun's trigger seemingly in sync with his breath and heartbeat. Although the 9mm round lacks the potency of larger calibers, it remains lethally effective in the hands of a skilled marksman. When faced with marauders lacking adequate protective gear, such ammunition becomes quite formidable. Bang! Devon squeezed the trigger once more, and the remaining foes finally snapped out of their stupor, confronting the impending specter of death. Following this, he pulled the trigger a second time, targeting the marauder on his right wielding a submachine gun. To ensure the completion of his task, he hesitated not, firing twice to guarantee his target's demise. The sound of the first shot shattered the night's tranquility, leaving only the bloody conflict and the savage game of survival in its wake. Devon recognized that he had lost the element of surprise, yet he retained his swift and precise reflexes. However, as he prepared to fire a third shot at the final marauder, the adversary had already reacted, instinctively pulling the trigger. Bang! Devon was unable to fire his third shot before the marauder did. Chapter 3. Surviving for the moment. PFF. The echo of the bullet still lingered in the air. Fortunately, it did not find its mark in Devon. The sudden assault plunged the marauders into chaos. Faced with an unknown threat, their instinctive response was panic rather than calm analysis. The bullet mistakenly struck the scavenger's corpse lying atop Devon, adding another wound to its many scars, yet fortuitously shielding him from a fatal blow. Bang! Bang! The two gunshots nearly overlapped. As Devon's prior training and the combat experience amassed during the prolonged skirmish crystallized into a tangible manifestation at that moment, his first shot was devoid of any suspense, striking directly at the heart of his adversary. Thud! As the enemy collapsed to the ground, the second shot swiftly followed, penetrating the face of the marauder. Huffing heavily, Dewink struggled for breath. Although he initially believed in his survival, this did not equate to a tranquil heart. Climbing from the precipice of death to the brink of survival, only Dewink understood the myriad factors that played a role in his continuation. In such moments, he could not help but ponder whether he would be so fortunate again. Would fortune bestow its grace upon him once more? Yet, when the next moment arrived, Dewink found himself contemplating differently. The reason was not overly complex. Reality simply did not permit Dewink the luxury of such reflections. All he could do was fulfill this entrusted task, survive, and prepare for the next assignment. During this period, the most relaxing activity available to him was to stand on the rooftop of the mercenaries' headquarters, silently lighting a cigarette, raising his binoculars, and gazing at the stars on the distant horizon that seemed to draw ever closer. He pondered when the wailing wall might devour such days, consuming the entire yellow zone. He was uncertain if he would live to see that day, however, if given the choice. He would prefer to actively move towards that future rather than languidly awaiting death like most of the numb mercenaries around him. This was the very reason for his choice. Coughing, he inhaled the mingled dust and the scent of blood in the air, but Devink was indifferent to these sensations. He picked up his Beretta M9. Resolved to fire a few more rounds into the lifeless bodies of the thieves to ensure they would never rise again. The sharp crack of gunfire echoed like a proclamation of his survival principles. In this world, he could only trust in the absolute power of bullets, rather than relying solely on visual assessments. Although ammunition was precious, it paled in comparison to the value of his resilient yet fragile life. As he stared into the cold, unfeeling faces of the marauders, an inexplicable question surged within him. How did they manage to survive in such a perilous yellow zone? How cunningly do they lie in wait? Such questions reverberated in his mind, yet he understood that this was not the moment to succumb to uncertainty. He needed to promptly attend to the throbbing pain emanating from his left arm. Efficiency was the key to survival amidst this desolation. He had to find a secluded spot to tend to his injuries. In this merciless battleground, even a minor wound could become a fatal vulnerability. Simple disinfection and bandaging, these were skills that Devink still possessed, and his backpack contained a specialized first aid kit that could provide him with the necessary tools. However, regardless of his expertise, he needed to act swiftly in this zone fraught with endless dangers and uncertainties. Fate, it seemed, always had its whimsical arrangements. At this moment, a nearly inconspicuous door caught Devink's eye. It appeared both abandoned and eerily situated within the lifeless ruins. The ancient bolt on the door only heightened the sense of strangeness surrounding this discovery. This bolted room seemed like a meticulously designed sanctuary for Devink, as if fate had casually cast him an olive branch for survival. Yet, in the yellow zone, where predators lurked, any overly fortuitous event would evoke a sense of ominous foreboding, akin to a sweet trap, luring one and only to ensnare them forever. Does he possess other options? In this unforgiving land, life itself is an unceasing game of choices, yet when these choices are exceedingly limited, individuals often find themselves compelled to lower their defenses, if only for a fleeting moment, to seize those seemingly insignificant opportunities. The harsh environment of the yellow zone offers no luxurious margin for choice. It typically presents only the most primal paths of survival, to fight or to flee. After a moment's hesitation, Devink resolved to rise from the ground, surveying his surroundings to ensure no threats lurked nearby, before silently moving towards the door. He needed to discover a concealed refuge, ensuring his safety throughout this dark and frigid night. Upon reaching the door, gently touching the latch, Devink felt the chill of metal against wood. There had been no choices from the beginning. A single room, illuminated solely by a diminutive lantern, was evidently insufficient for complete brightness. However, for Devink, it sufficed. As long as he could illuminate this small space, that was all that mattered. Devink cautiously maneuvered his body, each slight movement carefully executed to avoid inciting further pain. His gaze, akin to that of a hunter, meticulously scanned the meager chamber, reflecting on its simplicity while simultaneously experiencing an inexplicable sense of tranquility. The faint glow of the lantern barely dispelled the surrounding shadows. In this apocalyptic world, it was akin to a warm glimmer, instilling a modicum of reassurance. "It doesn't hurt," Devink murmured to himself, attempting to convey his fortitude, though the furrowed brow betrayed the discomfort he sought to conceal. The wound on his left arm was not fatal, having not penetrated to the bone. However, it had torn along the skin, leaving a ghastly mark that would evoke sympathy and even pain in anyone who beheld it. In such circumstances, disinfection became the most crucial step. Despite the pain that could nearly induce fainting, Devink gently tilted the bottle of antiseptic, allowing the liquid to flow along the gash, spreading across the wound like icy water. The excruciating agony compelled him to involuntarily gasp. Under the searing touch of the disinfectant, his body trembled slightly, muscles taut, as he fought the urge to clench his teeth. Though the wound could have been easily managed with analgesics and antibiotics, Devink was reluctant to misuse such medications, as the potential side effects and harm they could inflict on his body in the future were far too significant. He was uncertain about how long he would live, yet he hoped he would not meet an inexplicable end due to the side effects of medication. Unlike many others in the yellow zone, he was among the few who firmly believed in his future, even though he understood that this future resembled a candle flickering in a tempest, with no one knowing how much longer it could endure. This endeavor should not have been undertaken. Devink cursed as he wrapped his wounds in gauze. The claws of carrion feeders bore various pathogens, and dying from illness was an unacceptable fate. Click, click, click. Devink pressed bullet after bullet into the magazine, The satisfaction of pulling the trigger was exhilarating, yet the sight of filling the magazine one bullet at a time was truly disheveled. As he felt the warmth gradually returning to his left arm, Devink recognized that fate had bestowed a fleeting favor upon him, but there was no time for reflection. He needed to act swiftly. "I have reached the designated location," he quietly tapped on his device, reporting his situation to the bald merchant, who was responsible for providing intelligence and some equipment, while he was tasked with the work. Once the mission was accomplished, he would receive his due payment. And then they would part ways without causing each other any trouble. The bald merchant replied promptly, stating, "There are 12 hours until the target convoy arrives at the designated location. Their convoy will make a brief stop at the square to conduct transactions, at which point the Variag gang will also appear. Watch for your opportunity." The merchant quickly provided the remaining intelligence. However, rather than being genuine intelligence, it felt more like a last-minute confession. Such occurrences were quite common in the Yellow Zone. Those merchants and mercenaries often refrained from revealing the truth until the last moment, which was precisely why Devink was reluctant to get too close to this bald man. You might lay your heart bare, yet the other party might not take you seriously. One careless word could lead to betrayal, for in the Yellow Zone, human life was the least valuable commodity. 12 hours was ample time for a short rest. Devink had no intention of setting traps. After all, as a lone soldier, his equipment was severely limited. Considering the journey ahead, he had already minimized his load to the utmost. It was simply impossible to carry anything capable of destroying an entire convoy. At this point, he could only rely on the accuracy of the bald merchant's information. He hoped that both sides would suffer mutual destruction, allowing him to reap the benefits, especially since one faction was a band of marauders. Such gangs may lack skills but were notoriously quick to spread news. It was imperative that no survivors were left. Otherwise, he would easily become a target for retaliation, which could lead to troublesome consequences. Although mercenaries were motivated by money, seeking retribution against them was utterly illogical. Yet, in the Yellow Zone, all absurdities could become rational. Moreover, many members of those marauding gangs were madmen, incomprehensible by any sane standard. The rain outside cascaded like a waterfall, icy droplets pounding against the window, creating a cacophony that resembled the wrathful roar of the heavens, eager to cleanse the world's filth. He felt an oddly soothing effect from the sound of the rain. The prolonged journey, constant vigilance, and the toll of treating his wounds had rendered every muscle in his body in silent agony, and each heartbeat echoed his fatigue. In such circumstances, finding a sheltered corner made it nearly impossible to resist the temptation of sleep. Devink felt his head growing heavier, struggling to maintain a semblance of alertness. Yet exhaustion surged like a tide, overwhelming all his defenses. Eventually, his head drooped slowly, surrendering to the depths of sleep, his body instinctively seeking a means of self-preservation and rest. However, even a peaceful slumber in the Yellow Zone was an unrealistic luxury. Look, who would have thought there could be a German here? A German? What brings you to this place to beg? Oh, right. You toothless ones are merely fodder for those who have teeth. Did you cut off your own to feed your masters? You are not welcome here. We may be the dregs of this land, but you are less than that. America has already paid the price for your kind. Why are you still alive? You murderers and executioners? In the midst of dreaming about a multitude of people cursing him and a swarm of carrion feeders tearing him apart, Devink chose to awaken. Damn it, all my sleep is spent in nightmares, he cursed, yet afterward, he felt a profound sense of bewilderment. The Yellow Zone was not a place that cared for its inhabitants. Here, everything depended solely on oneself. The only thing one could do was look after oneself. As for venting frustrations like a madman, if one felt their demise was not swift enough, they could indulge before the end. Lately, he had been plagued by nightmares. Rubbing his swollen head, Devink silently sat up and glanced at the time. Only 6 hours had passed? Devink was taken aback. His time in the realm of dreams was fleeting, yet he had no desire to revisit those memories, as they were reminiscent of his initial experiences upon arriving in the Yellow Zone. A barrage of curses, this was his reality as a German here, attributable to the remnants of the last war. He should have some connection to that war, having participated in a couple of missions. However, during those few missions, he encountered no one. He had virtually no experience of the front lines. In retrospect, his absence from the battlefield was indeed a stroke of incredible luck. After all, had he been present on the battlefield, survival would have been improbable. In the remaining time, Devink chose to inspect his equipment and survey the surrounding terrain, familiarizing himself with the environment. This way, should the mission fail, he would have an escape route. The next 6 hours required a patient wait. However, contrary to what Devink had anticipated, It was not just the transport convoy and gang members mentioned in the intelligence that were approaching. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The remnants of a night of torrential rain lingered on this land, with droplets cascading down the crumbling walls and pooling on the ground. They should be arriving soon. Devink silently adjusted the zoom on his scope to 6 times magnification. Judging by the time, the target should not be long in coming. Bang. As if to validate Devink's thoughts, the sound of a gunshot instantly heightened his tension. They were here? Devink's nerves tightened as he silently observed the direction of the gunfire. There could be no room for complacency. However, what he saw did not align with the intelligence reports. Observing the chaos below, Devink furrowed his brow. Wasn't the Variag gang supposed to be setting up an ambush? Why did it now resemble a roadside robbery? How could I have forgotten that these people lacked competence? Suddenly, Devink realized a crucial truth. The Variag gang, comprised of these marauders clustered together in the yellow zone, was no organized army. Their essence was no different from the bandits he had dispatched the previous night. A group lacking even the most basic military training could hardly understand the concept of an ambush or tactics. Perhaps, in their understanding, merely blocking the road with their vehicles and brandishing guns amounted to a tactical maneuver. Watching the scene unfold below, Devink decided against joining the fray at that moment. Downstairs, a chaotic skirmish was taking place, confirming Devink's suspicions that these marauders were indeed clueless about any form of strategy. Yet, the security personnel tasked with protecting the convoy were hardly superior. Apart from their seemingly better equipment and coordination, they possessed no significant advantages. There was no covering fire, no teamwork, and not even the simplest tactical maneuvers. After all, they were merely overpaid bodyguards. And even firing a few rounds into the air would suffice to justify their salaries. By the way, from Devink's perspective, the most glaring difference between the two sides, aside from equipment and formation, was their respective levels of competence. At least in that regard, the transport team scored full marks. Bang, bang, bang. As the security team began to push forward, seeing that the marauders in the square were nearly subdued, they advanced steadily, seemingly intent on clearing the area of all threats. From a safety standpoint, this made sense, but from a security perspective, it was utterly unreasonable. After all, their responsibility was merely to protect the target. Such a brazen expansion of their perimeter was illogical. Cheeky-breeky. The Marauder gang, however, appeared unwilling to relinquish their prize so easily. Even at this juncture, they showed no signs of retreat and continued to hurl insults, only to be met with a grenade in response. As the Marauder observed the grenade landing at his feet, his first instinct was not to toss it aside or seek cover. Instead, he merely uttered a curse, as if it were his last words. Boom. The shrapnel from the grenade narrowly missed Devink's position. Fuck. Devink cursed under his breath, but at that moment, he dared not make excessive movements, despite his advantageous position. The overwhelming firepower on both sides rendered his standard M4 insufficient for effective suppression. Clear. Advance. Just then, Devink spotted his target, a box that appeared moderately sized and seemingly not overly heavy, as the individuals handling it seemed to manage effortlessly. The contents did not seem particularly weighty. So why the need for its transportation? Devink felt an undeniable curiosity about the situation, but he recognized that the mission took precedence. If he could accomplish this objective, the profits from the transaction would suffice to smooth over his connections. With his mind on the target, Devink instinctively tightened his finger on the trigger, aligning his sights. Bang! A shot rang out, but it was not his. A sniper? No, the sound did not resemble that of a sniper rifle. It was more akin to an AR model designed for precision shooting. Devink listened intently to the sounds outside, confident in his judgment. As the shot echoed, the previously orderly security formation descended into chaos. Although they recognized the presence of a sniper nearby, their response was ineffective. They merely took cover behind what they deemed to be safe barriers and did not engage further. The security personnel's reaction perplexed Devink. In the face of such a threat, they ought to retaliate. However, engaging a target from over 150 meters away, nearly 6 stories high, with M5K and AK-74, these small-caliber rounds lacked the necessary impact, despite their marksmanship. Devink assessed their skills as rather mediocre. In his eyes, their response to the sniper was markedly unprofessional. If they intended to retreat, they should at least deploy a couple of smoke grenades. Conversely, if they aimed to advance, one team should provide suppressive fire while another maneuvered through alleys or buildings. They should not remain foolishly stationary, exchanging fire with a sniper. The latter enjoyed a considerable advantage from windows and concrete walls. Yet, it seemed fate had chosen to toy with them. As the unknown sniper fell silent, not a sound to be heard. Was this person truly so unfortunate? Devink could not help but exclaim, for while submachine guns and assault rifles theoretically possess effective lethal ranges exceeding 300 and 800 meters, such notions merely reside in the realm of theoretical constructs. In reality, at a distance of 800 meters, it is not only the bullets from a submachine gun that become lost, even those fired from an assault rifle seem to wander aimlessly. Precision targeting is a far-fetched aspiration at such distances, compelling Devink to rely on chance, though he remained unconcerned. At this moment, he could clearly see the crate carrying his target alongside a small truck. If he could seize the opportunity, boom, just as Devink was about to pull the trigger. Intending to take advantage of the distraction of those around him, a lightning bolt, as thick as a mighty tree, struck the open square. In an instant, all metal and conductive materials in the vicinity became conduits for the lightning, which spread across the ground like a harbinger of doom. This was merely the beginning. The once overcast sky transformed instantaneously into a vibrant palette, as oppressive gray gave way to violent hues of flame and thunder. It was as if divine wrath unleashed celestial punishment, a phenomenon well understood by those living in the yellow zone. In a sense, for the denizens of the wasteland, this indeed heralded the apocalypse. The weather could turn extreme without warning, unleashing unimaginable devastation. The brilliance emanating from flames igniting the air and the flashes of thunder were, in essence, manifestations of intense energy exchange and release. This release took various forms, the most palpable being the fierce temperature fluctuations brought about by rapidly ascending and descending winds. Alongside the most potent and violent lightning the sky could muster, the destruction wrought by such extreme weather varied by region. In winter, howling winds could carry enormous ice blocks the size of a person. In the desert, the grit whipped up by the storm resembled diamond dust used for polishing, easily grinding down the metallic shells of objects, stripping them bare. Amidst this chaos, lightning would leave behind enormous crimson crystalline pillars on the ground, possessing a hardness capable of effortlessly severing flesh and exhibiting a certain infectious quality towards nearby creatures. Many of the grotesque beings in the yellow zone were inexorably linked to these phenomena. The extent of unpredictability surrounding these occurrences remains unclear, yet Devink was certainly uninterested in witnessing it firsthand. Given the current circumstances, evasion was no longer an option. The only recourse was damn it. Devink cursed, the authenticity of his expletive unmistakable. Remaining crouched by the window was tantamount to courting death. He had no desire to be impaled by a piece of wood or stone hurled by the storm. Boom. The storm clouds roiling in the sky resembled ancient beasts exhaling wrath, bringing not just thunder, but a tempest capable of obliterating all in its path. They twisted and tangled above the desolate city, unleashing electric bursts potent enough to rend the night asunder. The pitch-black clouds loomed like a colossal net, mercilessly gazing down upon the fragile earth, pouring forth their fury without restraint. Such a sight could instill fear even in the bravest of hearts. No one dared to challenge nature's wrath, nor did anyone wish to stand before the lightning that split the heavens. The inhabitants of this dead city, survivors of a cataclysmic world, found themselves cowed by the raging storm, even the most valiant marauders concealing their ferocity. Seeking refuge became the primal instinct of all. Those capable of movement stumbled toward the nearest shelter, oblivious to one another, indifferent to order or rule. Their singular aim was to find a sanctuary from the elements. The cacophony of howls, curses, and the groans of the injured merged and drowned beneath the roar of thunder. Shattered interiors transformed into makeshift sanctuaries, spaces beneath the ruins, shrouded in darkness and dampness, became hiding places for the desperate. Meanwhile, the fortunate, those like Devink, who remained vigilant and observant, hurried into basements, the thick concrete walls offering a precious bastion against the madness of the world outside. Yet amidst the chaos and tumult, a figure moved with unerring purpose along the rain-soaked streets, resolute in their stride, as if harboring a power within that surpassed even the fury of the tempest. His silhouette appeared particularly jarring amidst the tempest, his garments rustling wildly in the fierce winds, yet his gaze remained remarkably composed. The terrifying spectacle of thunder and lightning left no trace of fear upon his countenance. On the contrary, there existed an ineffable tranquility. As if no matter how the world might crumble and overturn, his inner self remained as serene as still water. He slowly traversed the water pool by the wind, as if leisurely strolling upon a grassy meadow. Each rumble of thunder resonated like a symphony of nature in his ears. Perhaps, for him, this tempest was not a calamity, but rather a baptism, a challenge posed by the natural world. At this moment, who was the witness? Devink, evacuating along the staircase, suddenly caught sight of a figure standing at the center of the street, blurred by the raging winds. Am I hallucinating? Devink instinctively wondered if the earlier anti-infection medication had ceased to be effective, leading him to this vision. It felt akin to the absurdity of disregarding divine wrath. treating the apocalypse with indifference. Yet, within that composure lay a sense of transcendence over fate and detachment from life and death. In this chaotic world, he appeared as a distinct landscape, coexisting with the storm yet seemingly aloof to it. No, this is impossible. I must be infected. Devink shook his head in disbelief, reluctant to accept what he beheld. Rather than confronting the inexplicable, human instinct often seeks a rational explanation. After all, the initial symptoms of infection from the remnants of viral warfare could indeed induce hallucinations. By God, I cannot perish here. Cursing under his breath, Devink dismissed the scene before him and hurried toward the safe house he had previously scouted, hastily yanking off his backpack and cramming the anti-infection and emergency medications into his mouth. Boom! With the roar of thunder, silence fell, followed by a cataclysmic upheaval. It was as if a celestial being unleashed its pent-up fury upon the innocent earth. The blinding flashes of light, akin to solar orbs, tore through the clouds, merging darkness and daylight. The air seemed to groan under the weight of these overloaded charges. Each time lightning struck, it brought with it the acrid sin of ozone, a manifestation of nature's wrath. They fell indiscriminately, not only producing a deafening roar but also wielding a destructive force that reduced everything struck to ashes. With every bolt that descended, the ground trembled, leaving behind charred scars, indelible marks of nature's boundless power. They etched deep imprints in the rocks and inscribed the topography of natural forces upon the land. Yet the figure Devink had previously seen remained, standing resolutely amidst the storm. Unlike before, he now paused, lifting his gaze toward the very eye of the tempest. There, indeed, existed a tangible center in the eyes of the zealots. Radiant as the embodiment of divine consciousness on earth, it represented nature, might, and the extraordinary. For its displayed power and form were beyond the comprehension of those inhabiting this desolate land. However, for the one standing in the storm, this so-called emissary was merely that. In contrast to others' fear and reverence for power, his gaze reflected more of a sigh, accompanied by a desire to either repel or capture this entity. To repel signified that the emissary had intruded upon his domain, while the capture implied a wish to harness this being as a tool, a living battery. Such is the utilization of weaponry in warfare. During World War I, the distance between the first bullet and the last bullet of the next conflict became so vast that bullets could transform into flowers within a year, overtaken by the wild growth of untamed grass. By the second year, the craters were filled with moss and stagnant water. By the third year, the former battlefield bloomed with blossoms. The transformation from bullet to bloom required merely 3 years. 60 million soldiers from 33 nations participated in that war. Yet the lingering aftermath led, 2 decades later, to an even greater conflict. The mobilized forces of both sides exceeded 100 million, involving over 60 nations and regions, with 2 billion individuals affected by the repercussions of that war, resulting in a death toll exceeding 70 million, a figure that continues to rise with meticulous statistical analysis to this day. Today, the aftermath of war, the misuse of weather weaponry, and the opening of Pandora's box manifest as the very circumstances before us. As he absorbed the ambience surrounding him, he often felt a unique sensation when confronted with such scenarios over the years. Nevertheless, each time, it fortified his resolve to press on. Launch a Juma 6 cluster-guided bomb for weather control. Sign wall number 1. Acknowledged. Chapter 4. Worthless tap tap tap. In the dimly lit interior, the flickering yellow light barely illuminated a few feet ahead. A group of armed personnel raced desperately within the narrow confines, their figures casting mottled shadows upon the walls, resembling souls driven by fate. Despite the absence of bullets whistling past or the thunder of gunfire behind them, an intangible fear clung closely, causing each heartbeat to resonate like a drum, reverberating within their chests. Their footsteps echoed heavily on the floor, intertwining with the rapidity of their breaths to compose a symphony of death. Sweat trickled down their foreheads, falling onto the cold ground, instantly devoured by the endless darkness. Yet, none dared to slow their pace, for beyond this claustrophobic space lurked a presence more terrifying and powerful than gunfire. The peculiar weather of the yellow zone was a horror beyond description. The sky appeared to be torn asunder, with clouds swirling and lightning crashing, as if divine retribution had descended upon the earth. Under such celestial wrath, all beings could only tremble in acceptance of equal death, with no possibility of resistance. It was a profound sense of helplessness emanating from the depths of their souls, a stark realization of the insignificance and fragility of life. These scoundrels knew all too well that once ensnared by the grim reaper hidden within the clouds, they would face a fate more dreadful than death itself. Thus, they could only dash through the dimly lit interior, striving to escape the intangible fear and shadow of death. Here, a voice from one of the explorers echoed through the empty corridor. tinged with surprise and urgency. He pointed ahead, having been the first to discover a door concealed beneath the dust of time. This door, despite having weathered countless storms and being adorned with patches of rust, bore an indomitable resilience. It was not merely a door, it was a safety door, initially designed to withstand bullets and explosions, intended to provide unyielding protection for what lay behind it. Even as years passed, its core structure remained robust, with intricate mechanical locks and heavy metal plating silently narrating tales of past grandeur and purpose. Between the door's seams, one might still glimpse a sliver of ceiling strip, hinting at its former efficacy in isolating the chaos and danger of the outside world. It was reminiscent of certain devices, whose primary function as a hammer preceded their eventual designation as teleporters. "Sucka, what the hell are you waiting for? Get inside," shouted his teammate Mikhail, urgency lacing his voice. As he spoke, he forcefully shoved Marklo's shoulder, as if this would propel the hesitant Marklo through the open door of the bomb shelter. At such a moment, there was no room for theatrics. The pressing priority was to seek refuge within. Outside, the sky resembled a canvas splattered with dark ink by an enraged artist. Heavy clouds loomed, and thunder rumbled, heralding an unprecedented storm. The wind howled, carrying a bone-chilling cold and an aura of unknown peril, instilling dread. In such weather, any hesitation could mean the difference between life and death. They harbored concerns about whether this completely open bomb shelter would become a haven for the monsters lurking within the yellow zone. After all, those collapsed beings, infected for unknown reasons and roaming the ruins, possessed a bloodthirsty craving for any living creature. Yet, at this moment, such worries were overshadowed by the ravaging tempest outside. They understood that, compared to creatures that could be dealt with by bullets, the treacherous weather was their most formidable foe. Mikhail's eyes sparkled with resolute determination as he pushed Marklo again, almost roaring. "Don't forget, our guns might be effective against those monsters, but against this damned weather, bullets are utterly useless. Get in now." Finally stirred by his teammates' urgency and the dire external conditions, Sucka nodded, gritting his teeth, and boldly stepped into the bomb shelter. Mikhail swiftly followed, their figures vanishing into the dimness of the entrance, leaving behind the raging storm and unknown threats. Creak, creak, creak. The rusted safety door emitted a piercing groan under the ravages of time, as if each attempt to close it was a cruel test of its aging frame. Yet, at this critical juncture of survival, no hardship could extinguish the flame of life within their hearts. Though mercenaries and bounty hunters typically danced on the edge of danger, living as if their lives hung by a thread, they were acutely aware that, in this world, nothing was more precious than their own lives. The Yellow Zone, a forsaken land brimming with peril and opportunity, served as the last refuge for those desperate to survive in a brutal world. Each mercenary stepping onto this terrain harbored an insatiable longing for life. They came not in pursuit of wealth or fame, but merely to draw a few more breaths and extend their existence in this wretched world. Thus, when that rusted safety door became the sole barrier between them and oblivion, every mercenary unhesitatingly stepped forward, exerting every ounce of strength to push it. Their eyes shone with resolve and determination, as if, in that moment, all fear, fatigue, and despair were eclipsed by their yearning for life. They understood that in this desolate zone, only by surviving could one hope to witness the sun of tomorrow. As the heavy iron gate slammed shut, the faint sounds from the outside seemed to be devoured by this cold steel behemoth, leaving only an eerie silence. Sucker, the squad leader, muttered a curse under his breath, casting a complex gaze towards the tightly sealed blast door behind him, then slowly sweeping his eyes towards the unknown darkness that lay deep within the passage. A sense of inexplicable unease surged within him, as if gripped by an unseen force. Structurally, this appeared to be an abandoned air raid shelter, yet the passage of time had imbued the air within the tunnel with a musty odor, as if even time itself were decaying in this place. Wait. The squad leader suddenly furrowed his brow, his keen sense of smell detecting an unusual scent. In addition to the mustiness, the air in the tunnel was tainted with an indescribable stench of rot, mingled with an exceedingly faint yet disconcerting hint of blood. His thoughts swiftly retreated to the moment they first entered the tunnel, where the safety door stood ajar and peculiar scratches marred the ground. An ominous premonition quietly stirred within him. This tunnel had likely long been the domain of another, and they were unequivocal intruders. In any territory, no sovereign welcomes uninvited guests. And once discovered, intruders face but two fates: either they are summarily expelled, or they leave behind their blood as a silent tribute to the rightful lord of the land. A bead of cold sweat trickled from the captain's palm. By all that is sacred, this place has an owner. The mercenary, armed with a submachine gun, muttered an oath. his voice echoing in the damp, shadowy tunnel, laced with barely perceptible tremors. An indescribable chill pervaded the tunnel, as if the very air were laden with invisible pressure. The beam of his flashlight flickered across his anxious visage, illuminating the fine droplets of sweat on his brow and the furrowed lines of worry etched upon his face. He slowly raised the flashlight, its faint glow seemingly his sole reliance in this unknown realm, casting light upon darkness that concealed countless unseen dangers. The suffocating silence of the tunnel was palpable, with only their footsteps resonating heavily in the confined space, each step accompanied by the subtle crunch of gravel beneath their feet. Echoing like whispers of death in their ears, the slightest sound of stones rolling served as a reminder that they were not alone in this forsaken underground world. The unknown terror loomed over each one of them like a shadow. Within their hearts, they quietly prayed, hoping that the nauseating stench of decay surrounding them was merely the result of mold, a remnant left behind by the passage of time in this forsaken place. Yet, reality struck like a cold blade, mercilessly shattering their illusions. Under the beam of the flashlight, a multitude of skeletal remains starkly emerged, some contorted in grotesque shapes, while others had crumbled to the ground, as if a terrible force had violently torn them apart. A fine layer of dust blanketed these bones, suggesting that even time had forsaken them. Nevertheless, they silently narrated the horrors and bloodshed that once transpired here. The mercenaries instinctively held their breath, as an indescribable sense of oppression pervaded the air, making each inhalation feel tentative, as if disturbing some unknown presence in this profound silence. The darkness deep within the tunnel loomed like a vast maw, eagerly awaiting their approach. Each step forward felt like treading on the edge of a razor, with the abyss ready to swallow them whole at any moment. In their eyes, a tapestry of fear and resolve intertwined, despite the unknown dangers that lay ahead. They understood that retreat was not an option. As seasoned mercenaries who had navigated the treacherous Yellow Zone for years, they had long grown accustomed to the delicate dance between life and death. The myriad corpses they encountered were no strangers to them. Yet, the remains scattered here starkly contrasted with what they had previously witnessed. The sheer number of white bones and the horrific extent of their dismemberment hinted at the extreme violence that had transpired in this place. Typically, the corpses in the Yellow Zone do not endure for long, for various creatures and hyenas lurk about, eager to unearth, shred, and devour even those buried deep beneath the earth. However, this locale was strikingly different. The skeletal remains were relatively intact, clearly untouched by these base predators. An exception existed only when formidable predators roamed nearby. Under the dominion of apex predators, no hyena or vulture would dare approach their lair. The mercenaries understood well that the presence capable of leaving such a multitude of bones in this realm of death was far from ordinary. The essence of that predator seemed to linger in the tunnels, like an invisible web ensnaring them tightly. Their heartbeats quickened involuntarily, fingers tightening around their submachine guns. For they understood that they were on the brink of an unprecedented life and death trial. Within this tunnel, where death and darkness intertwined, they could almost hear the rhythm of their own hearts, a stark contrast to the cold, silent environment. This was not their first encounter with peril, yet this time, each of them felt an inescapable dread that had seeped into their very bones. Every step forward was an ultimate test of courage. The tunnel's end remained shrouded in darkness, and what awaited them beyond it was known only to fate. One certainty lingered: this journey was destined to be extraordinary, and their fates would converge here for a final reckoning. The group of succus muttered curses, their voices echoing in the confined space, tinged with an unmistakable blend of rage and helplessness. Greed and calculation flickered in each pair of eyes, as they schemed for a greater share of the lucrative reward that awaited them once this crisis had passed. However, at this moment of uncertainty, such thoughts felt like mere illusory comforts amidst their despair. The primary concern was simply how to survive in this Yellow Zone, cloaked in the shadows of death. The world outside was a tempest of raging storms and capricious weather, each moment a cruel mockery from nature, reminding them of the fragility of life. Yet, even in such dire conditions, the desire to survive remained a verdant oasis in the desert, propelling them onward. As for the cargo locked within the sturdy crate, it had become inconsequential in the minds of the group. It felt like a distant promise, awaiting the moment they could emerge from this land of death to fulfill it. The value of the cargo was overshadowed by their primal instinct for survival, rendering it insignificant. Nonetheless, even in this perilous moment, some could not help but worry about the safety of the box. After all, the extreme weather of the Yellow Zone was notoriously brutal. Storms, sandstorms, and sudden temperature changes could obliterate even the most meticulously packaged goods. Yet, such concerns were swiftly drowned by the more pressing issue of survival, for in the Yellow Zone, all who entered into a transport agreement were bound by an unwritten rule. Any damage caused by the extreme weather was implicitly included in the transportation risks. and no one could escape its consequences. This rule acted as an invisible chain, binding them tightly to this land rife with uncertainty and danger. Here, survival itself was a gamble, and they were but insignificant pawns in this game, struggling to find a glimmer of hope amidst the torrents of fate. The flashlight's dim glow flickered in the narrow, deep passage, echoing the anxious rhythm of their hearts, a steady thrum resonating in every inch of air saturated with fear. The beam danced between light and shadow, as if engaged in a silent duel with the surrounding darkness, yet it could not fully dispel the oppressive gloom. Suddenly, a jarring sound pierced the silence, akin to the activation of some ancient mechanism. It was neither the gentle patter of droplets nor the rumble of walls swaying in a storm, but a deeper, more chilling noise, the grating of sharp claws against the cold ground, a sound that could only be produced by a colossal creature in motion. Every member of the team instinctively tightened their grip on their firearms, as if that was their sole connection to the unknown terror that loomed before them. Their only solace in this realm of death. Yet, despite their fingers clinging tightly to the triggers, attempting to draw courage from the cold metal, the trembling within them was inescapable, like withered leaves buffeted by a frigid wind, helpless and anxious. In this desolate expanse known as the Yellow Zone, even the finest weapons could scarcely provide true sanctuary. The gun was merely a fragile comfort, a faint hope. It could slightly enhance their chances of survival on this ruthless terrain, but it could not guarantee life itself. The sound of claws scraping against the ground was reminiscent of the creaking of Hell's Gate slowly opening, cold and jarring, constricting their hearts as though gripped by an unseen hand. Cold sweat trickled from the edges of their tight masks, gradually seeping down their faces, dripping onto the icy floor with a soft yet distinct sound, starkly contrasting the tense atmosphere surrounding them. They have come to the unsettling realization that they are being targeted by the most formidable predator in this Yellow Zone. An indescribable sense of terror engulfs them, akin to being locked in the gaze of an invisible reaper, with no escape in sight. This predator, in a manner reminiscent of a cat toying with its prey, leisurely prowls around them, seeking the most opportune moment to strike. Fear manifests as an intangible shackle, rendering their bodies rigid with dread. They strive to control their breaths, suppressing any hint of panic, yet their trembling bodies betray them. In the eyes of the predator, such rigidity undoubtedly marks them as prime prey. It seems to sense their inner turmoil of fear and despair, observing their struggles with a mocking demeanor. Notably, this apex predator possesses a grotesque penchant for savoring the blood of its victims. The warm, metallic sweetness of that essence is, for it, an unparalleled delight. This thought ignites a wave of uncontrollable nausea and dread within them, as they comprehend that once this predator launches its assault, any one of them could become its next gruesome feast. In this critical juncture, where life and death hang in the balance, time appears to stretch infinitely, each second laden with indescribable agony. They can only grip their firearms tightly, exerting every ounce of effort to maintain their final vigilance and readiness, hoping to discover a glimmer of hope before the predator delivers its fatal blow. Suddenly, a peculiar sound of heavy, moist breathing fills the air, emanating an oppressive aura, as though a call from the depths of hell. The mercenaries present are all on high alert, their eyes flashing with wariness and fear. This sound is all too familiar to them. It belongs to a legendary creature rumored to inhabit the Yellow Zone, a being that instills dread in all who dare to enter this forbidden realm. Among mercenaries, raiders, and wanderers, this monster has been mythologized, attaining a semi-legendary status within the confines of the Forbidden Zone. Countless individuals have attempted to challenge it, only to be reduced to its prey. The number of mercenaries, raiders, and wanderers who have perished at the hands of this creature is incalculable, their bodies discarded in swamps or underground, becoming part of the monster's territory. Only a fortunate few have managed to survive, bearing scars and haunting memories as they recount the terror of this beast to the world. From the accounts of those survivors, it appears that this creature has a particular affinity for damp habitats such as swamps or subterranean realms. It lurks in these dark, moist locales, biding its time for unsuspecting prey. Its eyes gleam with greed and cruelty, each strike imbued with lethal menace. Presently, the environment they find themselves in perfectly aligns with the creature's preferred habitat, surrounded by dense swamp vegetation, standing on slippery muddy ground, and enveloped in an oppressive, humid atmosphere. They were acutely aware that they had ventured into the domain of a monstrous entity, where every passing moment brimmed with uncertainty and peril. One of the creature's defining characteristics was its fierce ferocity when its lair was invaded, and it typically thrived in packs. Has the weather outside improved at all? The mercenary cursed vehemently, gripping his M5 submachine gun, his voice echoing through the narrow corridor, tinged with unease and agitation. If he had been wielding a formidable fully automatic assault rifle at that moment, perhaps he could have mustered the courage to confront the unknown beings lurking outside. However, The grim reality was that he was armed only with a meager 9mm M5 submachine gun. While this lightweight weapon might demonstrate a commendable suppressive capability against unarmed marauders in close quarters, it felt woefully inadequate in the Yellow Zone, a land ravaged by monstrous horrors, where he faced those thick-skinned, terrifying creatures that roamed in terrifying numbers. He cast a fleeting glance at his comrades nearby. Some wielded AKs while others brandished ARs, their heavy weaponry glinting with a cold sheen in the dim light. Yet within the Yellow Zone, an unyielding tenet was deeply etched into the hearts of all: never entrust your back to another, nor place your safety in the hands of others. For in this realm rife with treachery and demise, when one relies upon another, one often discovers not a steadfast shoulder, but rather the ominous barrel of a gun that could turn upon you at any moment, or a sharp dagger lurking in the shadows. Curse this wretched weather. Can it not just end after a few hours? A teammate's exasperated voice erupted through the comms, imbued with a sense of helplessness and impatience. The extreme weather of the Yellow Zone resembled a capricious tyrant, its duration an ever-uncertain variable. It could unleash its fury for but a few fleeting hours, or linger for days, as if nature itself were enacting a mysterious retribution, mercilessly testing every living soul upon its terrain. This tempestuous weather mirrored the human psyche: joy, anger, sorrow, and elation, all manifesting without warning, devoid of pattern. When it arrives, ferocious winds howl, thunder rumbles, and chaos reigns, rendering even the passage of time meaningless. And when it departs, it does so silently, leaving behind devastation that inspires awe. Yet amidst this unpredictability, there exists an immutable law. Such extreme weather is not a realm where life can tread lightly. It is an absolute domain of death, where any endeavor to seek vitality is akin to dancing with the Grim Reaper. There, every second may herald the end, and each step could plunge one into an abyss from which there is no return. Thus, whenever such weather descends, the Yellow Zone transforms into a forsaken corner, where even the most intrepid adventurers hesitate to tread. Those who must eke out an existence upon this land can only murmur silent prayers, hoping for the cessation of this divine punishment, yearning for sunlight and warmth to once again grace this neglected expanse. Sukka, clutching his M5, raged against the elements, beads of sweat cascading down his furrowed brow, splattering onto the dust-laden ground. His hands trembled slightly around the weapon, his gaze betraying unease and trepidation. He endeavored to recall how to confront the lurking monsters that thrived in the shadows of the Yellow Zone. These creatures possessed a masterful ability to disguise themselves, seamlessly blending into their surroundings as if they were part of the very fabric of the Yellow Zone. To confront one, the most effective approach was to instill fear, compelling it to panic and flee. Only in its state of disarray would its previously concealed form be revealed, thus granting an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Moreover, these monsters harbored a chilling proclivity for approaching their targets from behind. They would stealthily draw near, then strike with icy appendages, swiftly severing your life. Damn be these vile wretches. Should you find yourself unfortunate enough to encounter a horde of such vampires, remain vigilant of your rear, for it may very well be the threshold to your demise. The words of the elder echoed in the mercenary's mind, each phrase a lifeline amidst the chaos. Yet, within the Yellow Zone, few truly heeded such warnings. After all, those who had survived long enough to earn the title of elder were mostly no longer active in the perilous front lines. They either relished their twilight years in secret corners or imparted their wisdom from secure strongholds. For those navigating the Yellow Zone, such admonitions were often dismissed as signs of cowardice and the hubris of unwarranted superiority. They believed that in the Yellow Zone, only the young and vigorous can survive, while the wisdom and lessons of the older generation have become obsolete. Consequently, most individuals scoff at their elders, choosing instead to trust their own instincts and strength. Yet now, the mercenary deeply regrets not having heeded their words. He realizes that although the advice of the older generation may sound somewhat outdated and conservative, it is imbued with invaluable experiences and wisdom gleaned from the brink of life and death. At this moment, he can only rely on his M5 and a modicum of luck to confront the lurking monsters in the shadows of the Yellow Zone. The red-eyed mercenary murmurs softly, his thoughts flickering like stars in the night sky, sometimes bright, sometimes dim. In this instant, he feels as if he has been swept back by the tide of memories to that night filled with tension and uncertainty. In such a profound and dark environment, every detail is magnified, especially those eyes, two burning embers in the night, silently conveying lethal information. Indeed, he remembers vividly that whenever that creature lay in wait, preparing to launch its assault, its pupils would involuntarily dilate, seemingly to capture more light in anticipation of the impending ferocity of action. This physiological reaction, under the unrelenting glare of the spotlight, painted its eyes with a vivid and eerie red, akin to the gaze of a demon peering from the abyss, both mysterious and chilling. However, the cost of this recognition is exorbitantly high, for it signifies not merely a simple visual characteristic but a harbinger of extreme danger, heralding impending doom. Whenever those red eyes shimmer like stars in the profound darkness, it foretells an approaching storm. The adversary is poised like a coiled cheetah, ready to strike with unparalleled swiftness, ruthlessness, and lethality, consuming all life in the endless shadows. In this precarious moment, a flash of crimson eyes, cloaked in shadow, darts past like a specter. Following this, claws scrape against the ground, producing an unsettling sound that resembles the prelude to death, announcing that a feast of blood and carnage is about to commence. As the bloodsucker draws near, its labored breathing becomes increasingly audible, heavy and rapid, reminiscent of death's whisper, instilling a sense of despair. Yet at this distance, the target's reaction time is nearly non-existent, for the speed at which the predator strikes is beyond the reach of ordinary human reflexes, leaving one helplessly watching as they become prey. With a splatter, blood erupts from the body, marking the final flourish of life and the ultimate proclamation of death. In his last moments, the mercenary, armed with the M5, catches a fleeting glimpse of the red eyes in the shadows, those belonging to the bloodsucker, filled with coldness and mercilessness. Aside from those crimson orbs, the creature possesses another astonishing trait: its skin. The bloodsucker instinctively adjusts the color of its exterior based on the light signals received by its retina, granting it an almost magical cloak of invisibility. Thus, in a sense, the bloodsucker transforms its skin into a display screen that perpetually projects its surrounding environment, enabling it to navigate with ease in any setting. This ability to change skin color is akin to that of the octopus and chameleon, relying on the intricate contraction and expansion of pigment cells to create various color combinations. This natural camouflage bestows upon it nearly perfect disguising capabilities. Especially in poorly lit conditions, this disguise becomes nearly flawless, allowing it to blend seamlessly with its surroundings, becoming a true invisible assassin. In such concealment, even the most astute hunters struggle to detect their presence, inevitably becoming the next sacrificial offering. In this life and death moment, the mercenary, clinging to the last vestiges of consciousness before death, exerts every ounce of strength to pull the trigger. His fingers trembled, as if engaged in a silent struggle against an unseen fate, desperately seeking a glimmer of hope for survival amidst the abyss of despair. Yet, these aimless gestures, akin to a blind man's erratic dance, inflicted no substantial harm upon the lurking vampiric creature. Fortunately, the sudden gunfire sliced through the night like a bolt of lightning, rousing the nearby comrades from their stupor. Bang, bang, bang. The cacophony of various firearms roared within the dark, profound tunnel, exploding forth like furious stars, each bullet shimmering with a blinding brilliance, reminiscent of meteors streaking through the eternal night. The deafening echoes reverberated through the narrow, winding metallic corridor, each sound resonating like the hurried footsteps of death, mercilessly trampling every inch of space, instilling boundless fear and despair. Bullets whistled past, carrying the chilling promise of death, grazing the cold walls of the conduit, sparking a shower of flames that mirrored the celestial bodies, yet bore the sin of annihilation, casting shadows of mortality upon every warrior's heart. In this dim environment, every burst of gunfire shone like a beacon of hope within the depths of despair, only to be swiftly engulfed by the encroaching darkness, leaving behind mere phantoms that spoke of the arduous struggle for existence. The silhouettes of the warriors flickered amidst the hail of gunfire, either nimbly evading or resolutely retaliating, their movements swift and decisive, as if dancing with death, each step teetering on the precipice of life and demise. Sweat and blood intermingled, cascading down their cheeks, blurring their vision, yet failing to obscure the unwavering resolve and indomitable light in their eyes. The corridor was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, interwoven with the frigid breath of metal, creating a stifling and tense atmosphere, as if the very air trembled in anticipation of an impending eruption. The gunfire, cries, and clashing of metal entwined into a symphony of death, resonating through the shadowy passage, each note striking deep within the hearts of all present, rendering them unable to escape this horrific melody. Roar. The chilling howl of the vampiric creature suddenly erupted, echoing like a summons from the depths of hell, brimming with insatiable malevolence and greed, reverberating ominously through the narrow corridor, reminiscent of a lament preceding death, sending shivers down spines. That sound was not merely deafening. It also bore an indescribable force that pierced the very core of one's soul. The metallic walls of the corridor quivered under the weight of this terrifying sound, trembling as if foretelling the forthcoming tragedy. The air around grew oppressively heavy, laden with an ominous portent, rendering even the act of breathing laborious. This flesh and blood monstrosity harbored a pathological obsession with the blood of its prey. Its eyes glowed with a disquieting crimson light in the darkness, resembling two orbs aflame with desire and hatred. Those eyes seemed to possess a malevolent power, capable of penetrating the darkness to behold the deepest fears and despairs within its quarry. Every minute quiver, every bead of cold sweat appeared to fall under their watchful gaze. A cruel, bloodthirsty smile played upon its lips as it prepared to revel in the ecstasy and satisfaction derived from this brutal hunt. However, in that suffocating moment, everything abruptly ceased. Bang! A sharp and resolute gunshot detonated in the silent corridor, akin to a sword cleaving through the pervasive darkness and terror. The bullet, imbued with the last vestiges of hope and courage, sliced through the air like a lightning bolt, unerringly striking the vampiric creature between its eyes. The projectile whirled, bearing an unparalleled force of destruction, instantaneously blossoming into a grotesque flower of death within the creature's skull. Flesh and brain matter splattered in all directions, instantly staining the air a vivid crimson. The overwhelming stench swiftly permeated the surroundings, inducing nausea, as if heralding the conclusion of this dance of death. Silence enveloped the corridor, save for the marks left by the bullet upon the wall and the lingering warmth of the fallen creature, silently narrating the events that had just transpired. All returned to tranquility, yet the acrid odor lingered, refusing to dissipate. Suchabri, the mercenary squad leader wielding an M870 shotgun, bore a countenance as steadfast as granite, forcing out a string of pure Russian expletives through gritted teeth, causing the very air to tremble. With the collapse of the vampiric creature, the tension within the group slightly eased, allowing them to draw deep breaths in an attempt to calm their racing hearts. However, the air they inhaled involuntarily expelled, their faces contorting with unmistakable disgust. The reason was simple. The foul odor emanating from the creature's massive form was overwhelmingly repugnant, a stench that transcended decay itself, mingled with an indescribable fishiness, reminiscent of the foul miasma oozing from the abyss. Even the seasoned mercenaries, equipped with advanced masks and breathing filters, could not completely shield themselves from the stench that pierced through all physical barriers, striking at the very essence of their being. Yet, they all understood that these vampiric creatures thrived in packs, their existence akin to shadows in the dark, silent yet omnipresent. This vast lair undoubtedly provided them with an optimal habitat, with every corner potentially concealing the presence of these bloodthirsty beings. Roar! A series of deep, resonant growls echoed from the depths of the corridor, reminiscent of a call from the inferno, sending chills down the spine. The number of those voices was far from singular. At least 5 vampiric creatures lay in wait within the unknown darkness, poised for their next assault. Their battle and death has not yet truly descended. This trial is far from commencing, nor does it show any signs of conclusion. At this moment, death has only just arrived. Should I venture forth to retrieve the goods? Or should I resolve the situation entirely? Devink listened to the sounds emanating from the blast door, glancing at the cargo crates abandoned on the battlefield. As that group disembarked to scour the vicinity, they did not forget to remove the keys from their vehicle. Lacking the ability to steal a car, Devink found himself faced with but 2 choices: to seize the cargo while the mercenaries remain ensnared within the air raid shelter, a course of action that currently poses the least danger. However, the subsequent risks loom considerably higher. Although the sudden normalization of the weather is perplexing, Devink cannot guarantee that it will not abruptly revert to its previous state. Moreover, this group possesses vehicles, should they resolutely initiate a search in the vicinity. He stands a strong chance of being pursued, and having a tail in the yellow zone is a perilous affair. A few vehicles could quickly turn the tide. Just moments ago, as Devink concealed himself in the shadows, he slightly adjusted the zoom knob on his scope, aiming towards the general location of the sniper. He was quite certain that the sniper he had just encountered was undoubtedly a third-party force, distinct from the local bandit gangs and mercenaries. After all, thieves typically do not utilize sniper rifles. Such weapons require meticulous maintenance, and the ammunition is exceedingly costly. No thief would elect to wield a sniper rifle as their primary weapon. Moreover, the art of sniping demands the creation of shooting tables and ballistic calculations, skills that would not be squandered on a life of thievery. However, he was uncertain about the nature of the recent shot, based on the sound. It could have been a semi-automatic or a designated marksman rifle. This particular aspect left Devink in doubt, for he had been away from the battlefield for so long that some of his instincts had begun to atrophy. What weighed more heavily on his mind, however, was the uncertainty surrounding the fate of that sniper. Validating this query was not particularly challenging, yet Devink was resolute in his refusal to risk his own life in the process. In the Yellow Zone, human life was the least valued commodity, especially among the local bandit factions. Their lives hold little value, indeed, none at all. Chapter 5, The Tough Nut. You all go take a look. The leader's voice, deep and commanding, resonated with an eerie clarity in the tranquil night. His gaze, akin to that of a ravenous wolf fixated on its prey, was firmly locked onto the cargo box of the pickup truck. Even a pair of tattered goggles could not conceal the intense greed flickering in his eyes. It was a raw desire for wealth, as if the cargo box contained not mere goods, but a treasure of gold that could grant him riches overnight. Upon hearing his words, his subordinates immediately resembled hounds summoned by a command, eagerly rubbing their hands together as they hurriedly encircled the pickup truck. Their gazes brimmed with avarice and anticipation, as if they could already envision the moment they would unveil the treasure chest, a myriad of jewels glimmering before them. One among them even unconsciously licked his cracked lips, resembling a parched wanderer on the cusp of savoring long-lost nectar, as a cacophony of footsteps and hushed conversations enveloped them. They began to ascend the pickup truck with utmost caution, each movement betraying a blend of anxiety and exhilaration. The robbers' breaths resonated heavily in the stillness, as if the very air was tainted by their greed, laden and oppressive. At last, one succeeded in climbing into the cargo bed, his hands trembling with excitement. Slowly, akin to unveiling a bride's veil, he lifted the lid of the chest. In that instant, every pair of eyes fixated upon it, even their breaths seemed to suspend, awaiting the revelation of unknown riches. Yet, fate appeared to show no favor to this avaricious band. They exerted every ounce of effort, yet still failed to pry open the seemingly ordinary chest. Equipped with a simple combination lock, it should have been an easy task for them to decipher. But the chest's metallic shell was remarkably resilient. Its reinforced design effortlessly repelled small-caliber ammunition, and even attempts with a blowtorch left no trace upon its cold steel surface. This one T-budge, we're in a fix. The bandit leader expressed his dismay with a kick to the chest, disappointment and dissatisfaction etched upon his face. Operating within the yellow zone, they made a living through robbery, yet occasionally undertook jobs for monetary gain. After all, in this world, no one would shun the allure of wealth. However, had they chosen to live honestly, they would not be labeled as robbers. Anything that came into their possession was invariably subjected to a thorough inspection for profit. Should they encounter something of high value, they often opted to simply consume the goods, leaving no trace behind. Yet today, their grand aspirations appeared to be dashed. The chest before them, fortified with intricate security measures, seemed to mock their incompetence. With the meager tools they possessed, attempting to open it was utterly fanciful, let alone uncovering the treasures concealed within. To greedily claim the contents without understanding their worth would be a perilous miscalculation. After all, the value of the items inside remained uncertain. If it were a hot potato, they would be in dire straits. Those involved in transporting goods within the yellow zone are not merely ordinary folk. They are formidable characters, ruthless and cunning. Offending them could lead to dire consequences. Moreover, this business involved intermediaries, whose presence often served as a safeguard for transactions. They ensured that clients' orders were executed smoothly and resolved numerous intricate issues. Of course, they also protected the interests of the mercenaries, acting as a balancing force to prevent any party from engaging in underhanded tactics. However, this gang might find it challenging to navigate the intermediary's domain. If the goods inside held sufficient value, they might take the risk, perhaps hiding in the more perilous corners of the yellow zone for a few days to evade trouble. If all else failed, a few bullets could suffice for the intermediaries. Yet now, the precise value of the contents remained a mystery, and they could not ascertain if they could offload whatever was inside. After all, some hot potatoes are akin to ticking time bombs, capable of shattering them to pieces with a single misstep. What to do? To take or not to take? The inexperienced robber licked his cracked lips, his eyes flickering with greed and unease. As bandits in the yellow zone, they were hardly a group inclined to adhere to rules and order. Any valuable item, be it gold, silver, or rare goods, they owned to claim for themselves at once. The goods before them were equally tempting, as if they could merely reach out and grasp infinite wealth and power. However, the only question they needed to ponder was whether indulging in this treasure would prove disastrous. After all, among this band of robbers, they were relatively astute. In such a treacherous environment as the yellow zone, only the cunning and ruthless could survive and establish a foothold amid the relentless chaos and bloodshed. As for the foolish and dim-witted brigands, such as the mafia, they had mostly been eradicated in Eastern Europe, nearly facing extinction. Those foolish enough to associate with the brigands met a grim fate, leaving none behind. Indeed, had it not been for the thorough purging of the brigand oligarchs and mafia factions, the yellow zone might have witnessed even more individuals and factions vying for territory and resources. Damn it, how am I supposed to know what to do? The clever one muttered in frustration, scratching his head, his fingers rhythmically tapping on his scalp as if seeking inspiration. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his mind, and a thought surged forth. I have a plan, he murmured to himself, a note of self-satisfaction lacing his voice. Within the yellow zone, there was never a shortage of ingenious minds, and he, the brilliant one, was among the elite. Let us hold on to this batch of goods and see how urgently they come to us, he mused, his mind racing with the prospect of their desperation. The brilliant one concocted this scheme, deciding to bide their time for a few days to gauge their reactions. Understood, several of his henchmen responded in unison, swiftly removing the crates from the front of the vehicle and carefully stacking them aside. As for the mercenaries' vehicles, they had no intention of tampering with them, especially since they lacked the keys. They certainly did not possess the skills to operate the vehicles without any means of access. If they did, they wouldn't be languishing in such a place as the yellow zone. Watching his subordinates bustling about, a smug smile crept across the brilliant one's lips. He was aware that his plan would undoubtedly leave those anxious to reclaim their goods in a state of frantic disarray. He relished the sight of others struggling within the trap he had set. This sensation brought him far more exhilaration and satisfaction than securing a lucrative deal. However, at that moment, a sudden gust of cold wind swept through the square, stirring up dry leaves, as if nature itself sensed the impending tragedy. The biting chill sliced through the taut faces, bringing with it an ominous foreboding. The withered leaves tumbled helplessly in the air, silently lamenting, heralding an irreversible fate drawing near. The atmosphere around them seemed to freeze, time appearing to stand still, with even the act of breathing becoming heavy and oppressive. Then, a deafening gunshot shattered the silence, akin to a thunderclap breaking the calm surface of a lake, tearing through the stillness of the night. The sound was sharp and merciless, akin to the announcement of Hell's Gate swinging wide, crashing into the eardrums of all present. A collective shiver coursed through the crowd, as if the sudden noise had jolted them from a dream, obliterating the surrounding quietude. The piercing and unmistakable sound, laden with the sin of impending death, instantaneously disrupted the previously tense and stifling atmosphere. A metallic tang of blood filled the air, as if even the wind had ceased to breathe, leaving only the chilling breath of death to silently permeate the scene. A merciless bullet, like an envoy dispatched by the Grim Reaper, erupted from the gun's mouth with a swiftness that defied perception, tracing a lethal arc as it penetrated the thief's skull. Time seemed to elongate in that moment, as the crimson spray blossomed slowly in the air, resembling a scarlet rose, imbued with a heart-stopping beauty. Blood splattered across the cold, hard cobblestones, reminiscent of a shattered wine glass, casting the vibrant liquid in all directions, staining the very essence of the battlefield. Indeed, Devong's voice emerged softly in the stillness, tinged with self-mockery and a hint of satisfaction. He concealed himself in the shadows of the building, resembling a lurking leopard, his body pressed against the frigid stone wall, as if merging with the darkness. In the obscurity, his eyes were sharp and merciless, radiating the essence of a predator. He firmly grasped a finely crafted telescope, its lens directed towards the battlefield in the square, where every subtle movement fell under his keen observation. The echoes of gunfire still reverberated in the air, while in his line of sight, the heads of the marauders seemed to bloom with grotesque flowers of death, vivid and harrowing. The moment blood gushed forth appeared to freeze time into a tragic tableau, imbued with the stark coldness and brutality of mortality. This scene perfectly validated Devong's recent conjecture. A chilling smile played at the corners of his mouth, as if reveling in his own intellect and acuity. His eyes sparkled with a blend of wisdom and ruthlessness. He had long since discerned the outcome of this conflict, and all of it was merely a component of his meticulously orchestrated scheme. His astuteness and patience once again affirmed his essential existence. Devong knew that his ability to endure alone in the chaotic realm of the Yellow Zone for such an extended period stemmed not merely from superior skill. More significantly, it was his cerebral acuity. Every decision he made and each step he took were the result of meticulous contemplation, devoid of any superfluous actions. It was this calmness and wisdom that endowed him with the strength to survive in this tumultuous land. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire erupted like an enraged beast, ravaging the air, as if unleashing a tempest upon the desolate wilderness, the sound reverberating endlessly, causing one's eardrums to throb painfully. The bandits near the pickup were thrown into disarray amidst this sudden symphony of death. They resembled a flock of startled crows, frantically scattering in all directions, each gaze reflecting a profound sense of fear and panic. Those brigands, who typically exuded an air of ferocity, found their facades shattered in an instant under the merciless whistling of bullets and the chilling threat of death, revealing their innermost, primal terror. These individuals were profoundly afraid of death. Confronted by the overwhelming cacophony of gunfire, their legs seemed to be endowed with extraordinary speed by their fear. Each one raced desperately, their velocity astonishing to behold. Their silhouettes darted swiftly across the wilderness, akin to dust scattered by the wind, dispersing into the night. Yet, This was not their first encounter with such a life-and-death trial. They were no strangers to the ever-present specter of mortality. Although fear tightened their minds, their wealth of experience and the instincts honed in the crucible of life and death allowed them to exhibit an unusual calmness and coordination even as they fled. The brigands quickly and methodically distanced themselves from one another, reminiscent of a troupe of meticulously trained dancers performing a silent yet tense and perilous ballet upon the stage of mortality. Their footsteps were light and hurried, each step appearing remarkably precise, as if they were treading upon an invisible rhythm. The distance they maintained between one another was just right, ensuring that they neither stumbled into each other nor allowed the enemy to easily discern a concentrated target. They are acutely aware that, in such moments, maintaining dispersion equates to preserving the hope of survival. A tightly packed formation merely facilitates the reaping of souls by the scythe of death, a folly only the foolish would commit. Each individual is engaged in a fierce struggle for their own existence, daring not to exhibit even a hint of slackness. Bullets whistle past them, stirring up clouds of dust, and every near miss sends a chill down their spines. Yet, no one halts their advance. In the delicate balance between life and death, they can only gamble on the slightest flicker of fortune. The air is thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, mingling with the biting cold, rendering it almost suffocating. Their breaths are labored and rapid, as if each inhalation ignites a fire within their lungs. However, no one dares to pause, for they understand that to stop is to embrace death. In this desolate expanse, the boundary between life and death has never been so indistinct. In the eyes of every bandit gleams the same fervent light, a yearning for survival, intertwined with a profound fear of demise. Devink's gaze pierced through the swirling smoke, fixing upon the source of the gunfire. As a seasoned veteran, his ears have become precise instruments of measurement on the battlefield, effortlessly capturing any subtle shifts in sound, a skill honed through countless encounters with death. He listens intently, as if conversing with the bullets in the air, deciphering their trajectories and velocities. Approximately 189 meters, he murmurs to himself, gently adjusting the angle of his scope, as if manipulating the very fabric of time. Each minute adjustment is executed with extraordinary caution, for he knows that even the slightest deviation could result in the loss of crucial intelligence. Through the lens, his gaze glides across every corner of the battlefield, his vision resembling that of an invisible eagle, poised to seize upon any anomalies. At last, his focus alights upon an unremarkable corner, where a wisp of smoke rises languidly, like a harbinger of death, signaling the location of the recent lethal strike. A glimmer of admiration flickers in Devink's eyes. This was no ordinary shot, but a remarkable act of marksmanship 200 meters. A precise hit to the adversary's head with a sharpshooter's rifle. Such accuracy demands not only exceptional skill but also a heart as cold as ice. He once again scrutinized the spot where the wisp of smoke ascended, and a surge of complex emotions welled up within him. Such precision and stability were far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary marksman. Behind this mastery lay countless hours of practice and the crucible of real combat, a relentless pursuit of the art of shooting, and experiences earned at the cost of life itself. Even more astonishing was the marksman's apparent ease in engaging moving targets. Each bullet seemed to possess its own sight, penetrating the enemy's vital points with unerring accuracy. Such marksmanship demanded not only innate talent, but also relentless daily training and an unwavering obsession with detail. Devink could not help but marvel internally. This level of skill transcended that of a common soldier, reaching a near-legendary realm. This was not something an average individual could achieve. Devink pondered, his mind conjuring images of elite marksmen from past battlefields, yet he found it challenging to connect those memories with the current display of prowess. This sensation left him somewhat unsettled, yet imbued with a measure of admiration. He understood that on such a battlefield, every minute detail could determine life or death. The enigmatic marksman had evidently mastered these intricacies to an extraordinary degree. Within Devink, admiration surged like a relentless tide, wave upon wave, nearly overwhelming him. His gaze was firmly fixed upon the sharpshooter, each movement and breath of the opponent magnified, indelibly etched upon his retina. This was a recognition of unparalleled skill, a profound homage to the indomitable spirit of his adversary. Yet, amid this reverence, there lingered a faint tinge of regret, akin to the elusive mist of dawn, refusing to dissipate. For, as this heart-stopping conflict approached its denouement, Devink's innermost thoughts had rehearsed the outcome countless times, to utterly and mercilessly erase that extraordinary marksman from the battlefield. This was not merely a matter of survival, but rather a testament to the pride and conviction buried deep within him. In this unforgiving land, only the strong could inscribe history, while the weak would inevitably become forgotten dust. There was no alternative conclusion, Devink repeatedly assured himself. He was acutely aware that in this life-and-death struggle, Any flicker of hesitation or softness could become a blade poised at his throat, ready to sever all his dreams and hopes. He would not permit himself to be a failure, nor would he allow his name to become a subject of ridicule among future generations. He fervently wished to avoid an untimely demise, akin to a flower that withers before it has the chance to bloom, fading away unnoticed in the vast river of history. The challenges he faced were manifold. Devank narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, piercing through the chaotic haze of gunpowder. As he scrutinized the scene beyond the air raid shelter once more, the surrounding turmoil seemed irrelevant to him. He did not rush to engage in this deadly contest. Instead, he quietly adjusted his position, akin to a leopard lurking in the shadows, its taut muscles coiled with latent power, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. The ancient adage of the man is catching the cicada, while the yellow bird lies in wait, resonated particularly well at this juncture. Inside the air raid shelter, the mercenaries were locked in a fierce struggle for survival, their lives hanging by a thread. Should they miraculously endure this chaos? The cargo they possessed would undoubtedly become their lifeline. In the brutal land of the Yellow Zone, survival was the sole law. Any glimmer of hope would be clutched tightly, never to be relinquished easily. In this realm rife with bloodshed and despair, the fates of the mercenaries were inexorably tied to the success or failure of their missions. Whether they could continue to exist upon this sanguine soil, or sustain their livelihoods through forthcoming assignments, hinged entirely upon their success rates. A failure would yield dire consequences, resulting in not only a tarnished reputation for the mercenaries but also jeopardizing their already precarious means of subsistence. More ominously, the shadow of failure would loom over the intermediaries who had vouchsafed for them, ensnaring them in the same perilous fate. In a place like the Yellow Zone, intermediaries, acting as guarantors, bore immense pressure as well. A failure to complete the task would incite the ire of the employers, akin to a sword poised above their heads, ready to descend at any moment. Each of their failures signifies a fracture in the trust bestowed upon them by their employers, heralding a future where the delegation of tasks will become increasingly arduous. In this volatile and perilous world, trust is an exceedingly scarce resource. Once lost, the endeavor to regain it demands a Herculean effort. These intermediaries are astute and meticulous, ensuring they do not suffer losses in such dire circumstances. They will go to great lengths to recoup every penny lost, whether through escalating commissions or imposing more stringent task conditions. Regardless of the means employed, they will not let any opportunity slip through their fingers. After all, in the gray zone, survival is an incessant game of strategy and calculation, where the law of the jungle prevails. Should mercenaries encounter even a handful of intermediaries who still possess a semblance of conscience and morality, their lives might become somewhat easier. Yet, such hopes are nearly fanciful. In the gray zone, each individual is relentlessly striving for their own survival, with little regard for the fates of others. The inhabitants have long been hardened by their environment, their compassion buried deep within. The strong survive, while the weak are discarded. This land adheres to a singular principle: power and ruthlessness. Devank is acutely aware that in this brutal struggle, any sign of weakness will be mercilessly crushed. He observes with a calm demeanor, biding his time, fully prepared for what lies ahead. He is acutely aware that every subsequent step will involve decisions that are critical to life and death, and he is resolute in his determination not to be the one who is eliminated. His gaze remained firmly fixed ahead, pondering how to seize the initiative amidst the chaos, how to traverse this battleground of slaughter in the Yellow Zone, and ultimately, to survive longer. Given the current uncertainties, it was certainly not the opportune moment for him to take the lead. Devank took a cautious step back, adjusting the camouflage attire that enveloped his body, ensuring that his presence on the battlefield was minimized, while simultaneously retreating silently, confirming that there were no sounds around him. In this precarious situation, he murmured to himself that it was not the time to stand out. His eyes darted around, meticulously scanning for any potential threats that could have been overlooked. He then carefully shifted back another 2 steps, gently tugging at the snug fabric of his camouflage suit, ensuring that every inch clung perfectly to his form, thus diminishing his visibility in the tumultuous theater of war. He adjusted his breathing, rendering the air around him seemingly still, not a whisper betraying his location. On this battlefield, apart from himself, mercenaries from the transport team were busily engaged, alongside the bandits lurking in the Yellow Zone, ever poised to strike. Yet, the most alarming presence was that of the unknown sniper, whose identity and number remained a mystery. This sniper loomed like a beast lurking in the shadows, ready to pounce on its prey. Devank distinctly recalled the sniper's extraordinary marksmanship, unmatched by ordinary individuals. Each shot seemed calculated with precision, mastering every aspect, angle, wind speed, and distance with remarkable accuracy. Whether the sniper had accomplices was still uncertain, but one thing was clear: this adversary was not to be underestimated. Devink was acutely aware of his precarious situation. Alone, armed with only a gun, he understood that any minor misstep could exact a heavy toll. Even a mere graze from a bullet could spell disaster for him. The firearm at his disposal might excel in suppressive capability within a range of 30 to 50 meters. But that was only in scenarios involving handguns or when facing foes numerically inferior to him. The current battlefield was rife with uncertainties and dangers. Every corner concealed a potential threat, and every sound could herald his demise. He understood that to act recklessly now would plunge him into even greater peril. He resolved to wait until the situation clarified before engaging in the fray. However, during the time Devink contemplated, several lives in the heart of the battlefield had already been effortlessly claimed. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire reverberated through the narrow alleys of the yellow zone, akin to the hurried footsteps of death, each step echoing the precariousness of survival. Surround him, commanded the leading bandit, a portly figure with an exceptionally cunning gaze. The local bandits operating in this yellow zone were no novices. Having survived in such a chaotic environment, each bore the stains of bloodshed, concealing their ruthless methods. The initial disarray dissipated like morning mist, swiftly replaced by decisive action. They began to methodically organize their available manpower, each movement reflecting a synergy and resolve honed through years of teetering on the brink of life and death. Time became a precious commodity. Every second of delay could spell the difference between life and death. Their numerical superiority became their greatest asset. In the confined space, this advantage was magnified, coiling around their opponent like an invisible serpent, tightening the noose on their survival. In terms of firepower, they were equally formidable. A variety of firearms coalesced in their hands, forming a force not to be trifled with. Even the most rudimentary weapons gleamed with lethal potential in this moment. Though their adversaries were cunning, they appeared inept at concealing their movements. After considerable time, they discerned only one type of gunfire, monotonous and persistent, like the loneliest star in the night sky. Bright yet foretelling a sense of isolation and despair. Despite the bandits' inability to match the precision of professional soldiers in discerning the type of weaponry or the exact position of their foes based solely on gunfire, their years of experience in this unforgiving terrain had ingrained within them the fundamental skills necessary for retaliation, skills that were now second nature. They understood that in this lawless expanse, only through action could one inscribe their own survival rules. A clandestine struggle for existence and demise unfolded in every corner of this yellow zone, each breath laden with tension and uncertainty. While the scales of victory subtly tipped towards those endowed with both numbers and resolve. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire echoed through the desolate structures like the ominous beat of death, each shot reverberating through the air, shaking the hearts of all who heard it. The marksman, concealed in the shadows of the dilapidated buildings, resembled a merciless judge. His shots were not only decisive but possessed an almost artistic rhythm. Each bullet seemed meticulously calculated, striking its target with unwavering accuracy while revealing an ineffable calmness amidst the intervals of fire. The cadence of gunfire mirrored a carefully orchestrated symphony. Each volley contained within 3 rounds, time compressed to a precise 5 seconds, as if time itself lay within his grasp. The sound of the shots resembled that of a finely tuned sniper rifle, yet such mastery of rhythm and precision was a rarity in the entire yellow zone. People often say that great talents reside among the masses, yet even amidst the most renowned warriors, such an expert would be a paragon. However, despite the marksman's exceptional skill, the overwhelming disparity in firepower and numbers loomed large. In the square, the bandits coiled like a ferocious dragon, numerous and formidable, possessing not only a numerical advantage but also complex tactics afforded by their sheer numbers. Tactics, akin to the art of warfare, often require sufficient personnel as a canvas to paint a winning blueprint. At this very moment, the bandits were leveraging their numerical supremacy to execute a meticulously planned siege. They operated with clear roles, some aimed to suppress while others stealthily advanced, seeking to pinpoint the marksman's hiding place. The sound of bullets slicing through the air rang jarringly in this abandoned urban landscape, surrounding them, despite the rampant growth of weeds and the crumbling edifices. This area had undoubtedly become an excellent stage for urban warfare. Underneath the collapsed walls, numerous openings served as natural gifts, providing the marksmen with perfect shooting windows. The intricately woven wall holes became clandestine passages for movement and evasion. Armed with nothing but a sniper rifle, the marksmen had managed to keep the bandits in the square firmly suppressed, forcing them to cower behind cover. Yet, even so, these marauders were not entirely without recourse. They began to attempt rudimentary counterattacks, blindly firing at the general vicinity of the marksmen. However, A more cunning tactic emerged as a small team seized the opportunity. Using the surrounding ruins and walls as cover, swiftly approaching the building where the marksman was concealed, inching closer with each step, at distances exceeding 100 meters. The marksman was akin to an invincible sniper, effortlessly suppressing the bandits with absolute precision. Yet, as the distance diminished to 50, 30, or even 10 meters, the situation transformed dramatically. At this proximity, even a couple of shots from the bandits, though imprecise, could pose a lethal threat to the marksman. Moreover, the bandits possessed a definitive firepower advantage at such close quarters. They could brazenly surround the marksman, launching intense assaults from multiple directions. There was no need for intricate coordination. Simultaneous attacks would suffice to overwhelm the marksman, plunging him into dire straits. The marksman, hidden within the shadows of the building, sensed the subtle movements and unusual behaviors of the enemy through his acute intuition and years of battlefield experience. His heart raced involuntarily, resonating with the stillness of the air. The rhythmic echoes of gunfire, once akin to drumbeats across the vast square, abruptly ceased without warning. This sudden tranquility washed over the square like an invisible wave. Those bandits, once firmly suppressed behind various covers, felt an inexplicable surge of elation. The prolonged tension had stretched their nerves to the breaking point, rendering the passage of time in their perception blurred and indistinct. The abrupt cessation of gunfire shone like a beacon of hope, leading them to mistakenly believe that the marksman, who had posed an endless threat from within the building, had perhaps been silently neutralized by his comrades. However, fate seemed unwilling to spare them easily. In this era of paramount information, they sorrowfully discovered that none among them possessed a professional radio communication device. Even the most basic civilian walkie-talkies were scarce. Only a few top leaders among them could barely operate one. For the rest, their means of communication were rudimentary at best, relying solely on loud shouts to relay information. A primitive method that appeared both unreliable and inefficient in such a high-stakes situation. Just as these bandits began to feel a sense of false security in the temporary calm, they remained oblivious to the brewing storm, silently gathering strength in the shadows, poised to engulf them entirely. Meanwhile, the marksman's silence was merely a prelude to a forthcoming, more precise and lethal strike. This money, he thought, was truly arduous to earn. The slightest movements of the enemy were to the marksman as a candle flickering in the dark, impossible to conceal. The moment they entered the building, the marksman had already mapped out their positions in his mind, a near-instinctual sharpness forged through countless dances with death. A loud, resonant crash shattered the silence within the building, akin to the breath of a colossal beast echoing through every inch of space. It was a seemingly simple yet cleverly devised trap woven from ordinary fishing line, one end securely fastened to a heavy paint bucket. Fishing line, though unremarkable and easily acquired in this yellow zone, bore an unexpected gift at its other end. Why choose a paint bucket over a grenade or other more destructive explosives? The answer is both simple and disheartening. In the yellow zone, grenades are a scarce resource, the final trump card for survival, as precious as an oasis in the desert. To use one for a trap that might only sap the enemy's strength is an extreme extravagance, a disregard for the survival laws of this ruthless land. Moreover, this marksman, also a shrewd mercenary, understood the importance of every resource. In the yellow zone, the value of any material is infinitely magnified. Recycling and even transforming waste into treasure are essential skills for every survivor. Thus, employing grenades as traps, in her view, was akin to squandering gold as if it were mere dirt, an utterly incomprehensible waste. She hoped that today's mission would suffice. Werner cast a glance at the adversaries occupying the square. These ruffians were unlikely to depart anytime soon. It was evident that they possessed no adequate means of communication. Not even the portable radios typically used at construction sites were at their disposal. The primitive methods of information exchange employed by the enemy presented her with a rare opportunity. She could exploit the disparities in communication in time to systematically dismantle these foes, one by one. In the midst of this fleeting respite, the intruders surged into the floor where Werner was situated. According to their initial plan, they merely needed to penetrate her floor, then gradually tighten their encirclement, confining her within a room before unleashing their firepower to obliterate her. It was a straightforward tactic, devoid of any technical sophistication, yet underpinned by their numbers and firepower. It proved to be the most effective strategy against a singular target. However, this approach hinged on the premise that their adversary was significantly outmatched in terms of firepower. Chapter 6. Bombardment. A flurry of hurried footsteps echoed through the silent corridor, reminiscent of death's drumbeat, heralding the impending storm. The brigands, akin to a pack of ravenous wolves, collectively surged into the narrow, dimly lit hallway. Due to the extreme lack of illumination, they hastily activated their flashlights. the blinding beams carving sharp trajectories through the abyss of darkness, utterly oblivious to the notion of controlling their light, as if proclaiming their arrival to the world. Indeed, they were not formidable opponents. Werner silently mused, and within mere strides, she, like a seasoned hunter, swiftly discerned the true nature of these invaders. They formed a dense line, occupying the entire corridor, the proximity of their bodies so close that one could almost hear each other's breathing. This utterly tactless arrangement resembled nothing more than a rabble. What amused Werner even more was their apparent inability to control the lights. In a singular direction, it was evident that maintaining just one light would suffice for illumination. Yet they flailed about in the darkness like ignorant children, recklessly wielding their sources of light. Such illumination served only to reveal their positions and dazzle their comrades' eyes, rendering it practically useless. From these observations alone, Werner discerned the caliber of the adversaries he was about to confront, a group of absolute novices, lacking even the most fundamental knowledge of indoor combat tactics. However, despite the contempt swelling within him for the enemy, Werner would not allow himself to grow complacent. After all, in terms of numbers, the opposition held a distinct advantage, capable of covering a far greater area than he could. This was a battle where no mistakes could be afforded. Every detail could determine life or death. Thus, taking a deep breath, a resolute glimmer shone in his eyes. He understood that no matter how feeble the enemy appeared, he could not relax even in the slightest. For in this contest of shadows, only the most cautious of hunters could emerge victorious. The intelligence report had indeed mentioned the Black Fox. Werner fixated on the information displayed on the terminal, his brow furrowed, a sense of foreboding swelling within him. He swiftly scanned every word on the screen, endeavoring to uncover any overlooked details, yet the present situation starkly contradicted the intelligence received, leaving him quite perplexed. Nevertheless, at this juncture, Werner had no time to delve deeply into contemplation. The sound of the enemy's footsteps grew ever nearer. They would grant him no respite. The air in the corridor felt as if it had solidified, thick with tension and suffocating anxiety. Werner knew that he must make swift decisions, otherwise the consequences would be dire. He inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. Although discrepancies existed between the intelligence and the actual circumstances, years of combat experience informed him that this did not signify total chaos. On the contrary, it was more likely a trap, a deliberate ruse set by the enemy to lure them in. With this thought, a flicker of determination ignited in Werner's eyes. The echo of the enemy's footsteps reverberated through the cavernous building, a spectral melody heralding the onset of a search operation. They began to scour the rooms within the edifice one by one. However, this method of searching failed to fully exploit their advantages. They failed to leverage their numerical advantage to swiftly search every room on the ground floor, instead dispersing like headless flies upon entering the building. This method of searching, while potentially the quickest way to investigate the unknown within the edifice, inadvertently diluted their numerical superiority. Each adversary acted independently, lacking communication and support, rendering their efforts sluggish and ineffective. This played directly into Neville's hands. Concealed in the shadows, she observed the enemy's movements with a cold, triumphant glee. Their scattered search strategy afforded her the opportunity to eliminate them one by one. With her agility and cunning, she could confront each foe individually and defeat them in turn. A smirk curled at the corners of Neville's lips, her eyes glinting with a sly light. The intruders stormed through the building like a frenzied tempest, kicking open door after door with brutish force, as if intent on trampling the world beneath their feet. The beams of their flashlights sliced through the darkness, briefly illuminating the rooms to ascertain that no threats lurked within. Yet, despite their overwhelming presence, their technique was anything but professional. Many corners went unchecked, overlooked as blind spots by their negligence. In these shadows, Werner lay hidden, akin to a cunning fox. Pressed against the wall, she breathed lightly and evenly, blending seamlessly into the surrounding darkness. She understood that such concealment is often futile, for the enemy would inevitably discover her. However, Werner possessed profound insight into these foes, knowledge of their habits, thought processes, and even their vulnerabilities. Thus, she refrained from expending excessive time or energy in search of a more concealed refuge. She believed that as long as she remained calm and vigilant, she could navigate the enemy unscathed. Nestled in the deep shadows, Werner resembled a specter in the night, silently observing. An enemy, moving with a steady yet undeniable threat, passed slowly before her. His stance was formidable, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that his back was fully exposed to Werner's keen gaze. At that moment, she could alter the outcome of this silent standoff with a mere flick of her finger, but she chose not to act hastily, maintaining a near-perfect stillness. Much like a cheetah poised before the hunt, it was not out of fear, but rather because she had gleaned more information, A faint glimmer of light inadvertently spilled from behind the enemy, a signal from another lurking presence. Such a classic tactic. In Werner's eyes, was merely a child's play. She quickly calculated that the isolated figure at the back posed no challenge, a problem easily resolved in an instant. As for the enemy ahead, regardless of his reaction speed, the time it took for him to register the noise and turn to assess the situation was a precious commodity. And this time was more than sufficient for Werner. In a decisive moment, Werner's eyes gleamed with resolve as she silently drew forth the well-worn dagger from her thigh. Though she meticulously maintained its sharpness and luster, the subtle wear and the marks of time bespoke its history as her loyal companion through countless life-and-death encounters. At that moment, the dagger seemed to sense the impending battle, emanating a bloodthirsty excitement. Gripping the blade tightly, she understood that it would once again quench its thirst with the blood of her enemies, fulfilling its destiny as a warrior's weapon. With a soft yet powerful sound, the dagger struck like a viper, effortlessly piercing the enemy's cervical spine. Werner's strength was vividly displayed as the blade penetrated the neural pathways without obstruction, precise and lethal. The struck foe could not even muster the most basic tremor, the fire of life extinguished in an instant. The enemy's firearm clattered to the floor, echoing a sound that, though not loud, was remarkably clear. In the tense silence of the corridor, that sound was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples through the stillness. The enemy ahead may not yet have realized what had transpired, but their alertness was quietly awakened. What awaited them was Werner's ever-present Beretta M9. She opted against affixing a silencer, believing it would only invite unnecessary complications. While a silencer could diminish noise, it would also lengthen the firearm, complicating the draw and aim in close combat. Moreover, maintaining a silencer is a tedious and time-consuming task, unless undertaking a long-range assassination. Werner preferred to keep her pistol in its original form, ready for any potential skirmish. Bang! The gunfire erupted in the corridor like thunder splitting the sky. Though the pistol's power was modest compared to heavier weaponry, the reverberation and vibration in the confined space were profoundly intense. The sound was akin to firecrackers exploding in everyone's ears, deafening and impossible to ignore. Werner knew that this shot not only declared her presence but shattered the tranquility of the space, propelling everything into an unknown abyss. The enemies, startled by the sudden gunfire, sprang into action like a disturbed hive of bees, buzzing around in search of the intruder. Werner stood quietly beside the two fallen robbers, her gaze sharp and composed, akin to an experienced hunter surveying her prey. A swift glance at the corpses allowed her to contemplate what spoil she might salvage. Regrettably, their equipment was rather rudimentary. One wielded a common shotgun from the yellow zone, while the other brandished an AK, its battered surface indicating neglect. Werner shook her head. Such firearms were unlikely to prove reliable in a fierce battle, likely to jam after just a couple of magazines or, worse, burst. She knelt to rummage through the pockets of the robbers, hoping to unearth some treasures of war, explosives, or extra ammunition. Alas, their pockets were woefully empty, containing only crumpled bills and worthless trinkets. How utterly destitute! Werner cursed inwardly, yet she did not relinquish hope. She understood that sometimes true treasures are concealed within the depths of a backpack. Although Werner had not discovered the most useful explosives during the skirmish, at least these miscreants had not stashed them in their pockets. As for whether the adversary's backpack held other valuable items, Werner lacked the time to continue her exploration and would have to wait until the battle concluded to resume her search. Once the conflict had subsided, the most beneficial items for Werner would be the food and potable water found in the opponent's backpack, precious commodities in the yellow zone. Water and sustenance are more valuable here than bullets or firearms. Even though Werner's reliance on these two essentials was somewhat diminished, it did not imply her ignorance of how to leverage such items for monetary gain. That scoundrel Garrison better prepare ample funds, or else she would surely knock out a few of his front teeth upon her return. Listening to the commotion below, Werner drew her knife and casually wiped it clean before slipping into the shadows along her predetermined path. Prior to seizing the building, she had meticulously familiarized herself with its layout, understanding the various exits and routes. She was also aware of how the enemy would approach her position, and naturally, there were delightful surprises prepared along those essential paths. Though her arsenal was limited, it did not preclude her from appropriating weaponry from others, such as a machine gun. The K rifle, albeit somewhat aged and lacking targeting accessories, possessed an unparalleled suppressive power in the narrow confines of a corridor. Thud, thud, thud. The enemy's footsteps echoed heavily and chaotically, each step resonating like a heartbeat in Werner's chest. She did not need to rely on the faint vibrations of her headphones to discern their movements. Their unrestrained charge resembled a pack of ravenous beasts, eager to pounce upon their prey. For Werner, this scenario constituted the ideal combat environment. The ignorance and recklessness of her foes were advantages she relished. The lower the enemy's caliber, the more their tactics, coordination, and even basic battlefield awareness would falter, which for Werner indicated a leisurely hunt. The K machine gun in her grasp was a meticulously enhanced masterpiece based on the classic KM model, while their silhouettes and contours remained strikingly similar. The K had undergone a qualitative transformation internally. Its accuracy had seen significant improvement. Each pull of the trigger ensured the bullet would unerringly find its mark. Furthermore, its modern design allowed for seamless compatibility with advanced optics, making long-range shooting as simple as pointing a finger. What was even more delightful was that the cost of the K had not escalated with its enhanced performance, even in the resource-scarce, harsh environment of the Yellow Zone. Many could still afford its formidable firepower. However, the downside lay in the high price of compatible ammunition. This was why many bandits in the Yellow Zone, despite yearning for superior weaponry, ultimately opted for the more accessible makeshift shotguns. The exorbitant cost of ammunition and firearm maintenance were burdens they could not overlook. Naturally, Werner too could not sustain the continuous expenditure of the K's firepower for long. Although she was a mercenary with a commendable success rate, she was ultimately just an ordinary soldier, not a wealthy magnate. This gun did not originally belong to her. Its origins were steeped in the unique chaos and unpredictability of the Yellow Zone. In this land, everything resembled driftwood and quicksand, lacking fixed ownership. Every item in a person's possession could be snatched away in an instant. Everyone was merely a temporary custodian of their belongings. The K machine gun was no exception. Its ownership had changed hands multiple times, each transfer marred by unpleasantness, often ritualized with bullets exchanged as tokens of possession, a grim dance of life and death. The K that Werner held was seized through a fierce struggle, yet it was not a battle she relished. For her initial aim was not to acquire this machine gun, but to achieve a more significant objective. Desperate circumstances compelled Werner, a resolute female warrior, to swiftly claim the K machine gun to minimize her losses during the retreat. The weapon felt heavy and cold in her hands. Yet it seemed to possess a life of its own as she gripped it tightly, akin to clutching a thread of survival. Regrettably, the ammunition for the K was limited, and she understood she had no intention of replenishing it, not due to laziness or negligence, but because the cost of the required ammunition was staggering, and the loading process was intricate and labor-intensive. In this urgent moment, she could neither afford to waste time nor expend energy on logistics. Every second counted in the balance of life and death. She tightened her grip on the gun's handle, her fingers caressing the cold metal, contemplating her next move. After expending the ammunition in this battle, should circumstances permit, she would carefully return and sell the K to Garrison. Garrison was a shrewd merchant with a unique eye for weaponry, especially in the Yellow Zone, where the value of a fine firearm was self-evident. The K's power and rarity would fetch her a handsome price, perhaps in exchange for more practical supplies. Thud, thud, thud. The enemy's footsteps reverberated through the empty corridor, akin to the ominous drumbeats of impending doom, each step striking against Werner's taut nerves. She sensed the encroaching threat, her finger resting lightly on the machine gun's trigger. Instinctively tightening, her knuckles paling, revealing her determination and anxiety for the imminent confrontation. In her grasp, the machine gun felt somewhat cumbersome. The cold metal only heightened her sense of pressure, lacking the agility of her accustomed sidearm. Yet in this confined corridor, the machine gun's might could be fully unleashed. The limited space confined the enemy's movements, leaving them no room for evasion. She need not aim with precision. Relying on the gun's overwhelming firepower and bullet spread would suffice to suppress any adversary daring to approach. Taking a deep breath, she allowed her taut nerves to slightly relax. Each inhalation seemed to accumulate strength, poised to be unleashed. As she slowly exhaled, that breath carried away all hesitation and unease. Akin to the final chill of winter's breath decisively expelled from her being. With this exhalation, her entire self steadied, as if an invisible force surged within her, forging her spirit into an unassailable fortress. In that moment, her gaze transformed into one of unwavering resolve, a testament to her fortitude honed through countless storms. There was no trace of doubt left, only an insatiable thirst for victory and an icy indifference towards her foes. Just then, the machine gun roared to life, emitting a deafening cacophony that resonated like the crashing waves of a tumultuous sea, imbued with boundless fury and strength, sweeping through the entire corridor in an instant. The thunderous roar of the machine gun transcends mere sound. It embodies a declaration, heralding the commencement of battle and affirming her resolve to no longer retreat. Flames erupt from the muzzle, intertwining to form a blazing web of fire, reminiscent of infernal flames, enveloping the enemy entirely. The ferocious barrage descends like a torrential downpour. Bullets mercilessly slicing through the air, tearing apart the smoke, and striking directly at the enemy's lines. Each bullet bears the fiery essence of vengeance, intent on annihilating the foe. Within the corridor, spent casings swirl, tracing silvery arcs in the air before crashing to the ground with a crisp resonance. The flickering flames resemble a cataclysmic tempest, cloaking the entire world in chaos and devastation, rendering one breathless, as if time itself has been distorted by this overwhelming force. Under the relentless suppression of fire, the enemy is plunged into disarray, their formation shattered. They can advance no further, desperately seeking cover in a frantic attempt to escape this realm of death. Their faces were etched with fear and despair, a helplessness in the face of an irresistible force. This was the rabble, devoid of any organized capacity to resist when confronted with setbacks, scattering like birds at the first sign of unforeseen circumstances. Werner's fingers were firmly clasped around the trigger, her hand betraying not the slightest tremor, her gaze unwavering. There was no flicker of compassion upon her countenance, only the cold and ruthless demeanor of a warrior towards her foe. In that moment, she had fully transformed into the harbinger of death upon the battlefield. Her very existence was to harvest the lives of her enemies, and the sound of her gunfire served as the decree of mortality. The searing heat of the gun barrel reacted violently with the surrounding chill, conjuring wisps of white mist, as if even the air itself were stunned by the sudden surge of temperature. As the gunfire subsided and the acrid smoke began to dissipate, not a single enemy remained standing within the corridor. Their forms lay sprawled, some fallen, some prostrate upon the cold ground, becoming the sacrificial offerings of this battle. The enemies yearned to retaliate, yet Werner's figure had already vanished like a specter from the scene. She moved like a dancer on the battlefield, light and agile, completing her actions before the adversaries could even react. As for the K-machine gun, it had been abandoned without a second thought. She felt no concern over the possibility of the enemy retrieving it. After all, a gun devoid of ammunition was as useless in combat as a beast stripped of its teeth. Should the enemy pick it up, it would be no different from acquiring a mere brick. In fact, they might even find the iron relic less useful than a brick. For a brick could still serve as a weapon, whereas the bulletless gun would only become their burden. Werner was acutely aware that these brigands could not possibly possess K ammunition. Her confidence in her assessment was unwavering, a testament to why she always maintained composure and poise on the battlefield. The sound of gunfire erupted like a rapid drumbeat, shattering the silence of the yellow zone. The enemy's counterattack surged forth like a storm. Those brigands lurking in the yellow zone were far from cowardly. No sooner had the gunfire ceased than they, like beasts scenting blood, thrust their muzzles forward, commencing a frenzied retaliation. Though they may lack the organizational discipline of a formal army, they exhibit tenacity and cunning akin to that of locusts and cockroaches in battle. Individually, their threat may seem negligible, but when amassed in numbers, their relentless onslaught surges forth like a tidal wave. Even the strongest among warriors would find themselves challenged by a mere bite. In the face of such resistance, Werner displays extraordinary combat prowess. When repositioning, she does so without a hint of hesitation or delay. Her style starkly contrasts with that of the mercenaries in the yellow zone, resembling instead an elite soldier trained in the rigors of mountain warfare. She fires her weapon and swiftly alters her position, each movement executed with precision and devoid of superfluity. Regardless of whether her shots find their mark, she lingers not in the same spot, as if each relocation is a meticulously calculated step in a dance. This manner of operation is not merely the result of prolonged training. It has undoubtedly been honed through the harsh trials of real combat, far beyond what the chaotic yellow zone could cultivate. Werner's combat level and quality are evidently the result of countless life and death struggles on brutal battlefields, shaping her into a razor-sharp blade. Each action she undertakes reveals a calmness and decisiveness that can only be forged in true warfare. If only she possessed a grenade, the dilemma would be effortlessly resolved, she mused, a wry smile curling at her lips. Attentively, she listened to the faint sounds emanating from behind her, the cautious movements of a few remaining enemies. Werner calculated that if she had a couple of grenades at this moment, a mere 15 seconds would suffice to completely eradicate this bothersome foe, restoring tranquility to the area. However, reality often proves more unforgiving than ideals. With a soft sigh, she acknowledged the absence of such convenient weaponry in her arsenal. The lack of grenades signified that the ensuing conflict would devolve into a prolonged and arduous war of attrition. She would need to leverage the terrain, skillfully engaging these adversaries, with each encounter fraught with uncertainty and peril. Werner's gaze hardened with resolve as she swiftly adjusted her tactical plan. Devoid of the direct intimidation that grenades would provide, she opted to use the surrounding environment for cover, adopting a more agile guerrilla warfare strategy. Every movement and shot would test her intellect and courage. Rat-a-tat-tat. Werner grasped her compact M4A1 assault rifle, equipped with an integrated stock, short barrel, and quick side optic, all meticulously adjusted to facilitate rapid aiming while minimizing weight and shortening the overall length, tailored for confined indoor maneuvers. In contrast, her extended precision marksman variant of the M4 was selected for engagements at longer distances. After all, in the wilderness, typical combat ranges seldom fall within 50 meters. In the rugged terrains of wilderness and desert, confrontations usually occur from 100 to 300 meters apart. This distance was deliberately chosen by Werner as the optimal range for engaging the enemy at minimal cost. Given that adversaries in the yellow zone typically lack the capability for precise aiming beyond 50 meters, particularly these loathsome brigands. Even if these rogues were to manipulate the sights on their weapons, it would yield little benefit, as they rarely maintain their firearms. Achieving accuracy within 50 meters is already commendable. Confronted with targets at 100 or even 300 meters, they would struggle to mount an effective counterattack, let alone discern the enemy's direction within 30 seconds. In that brief window, given Werner's marksmanship, she could expect to hit at least 13 out of 15 shots. Such precision against the nearly unprotected marauders of the yellow zone would translate to 13 lives lost in mere seconds, a significant blow for those who thrive on bullying the weak. With their level of organization, suffering casualties of around 5% would effectively render them combat ineffective. In more straightforward terms, under conditions of distance and suppression, Werner could incapacitate the majority of a brigand squad's combat capability within a minute. Of course, this presupposes that the combat distance remains beyond 150 meters, as this is where her advantages can be maximized and secured. Confronting foes within 50 meters indeed poses a considerable threat to her safety. However, in the scenarios Werner faced, most merely posed a slight risk. Rat-a-tat-tat. The enemy's footsteps pierced the silence of the night, echoing like the drumbeats of death, closely trailing behind Werner. Their pursuit was swift and resolute, each step imbued with an unwavering confidence of victory. In their perception, Werner's movements were anything but rapid. Every stride appeared burdensome, as if he were shouldering an invisible weight. They firmly believe that if they can catch up to the weary figure, they will undoubtedly surround him, and at that moment, Werner will be within their grasp. However, they remain oblivious to the fact that this is merely a meticulously orchestrated part of Werner's strategy, deliberately slowing his pace to deceive the enemy into thinking he is utterly exhausted and incapable of resistance. In reality, his heart burns with an indomitable flame, brimming with resolve and wisdom. Each step he takes, every turn he makes, is the result of careful deliberation. He skillfully exploits the intricate terrain, artfully steering the enemy's pursuit into a trap he has laid. Werner understands that control of information is the key to warfare. Thus, every signal he releases, every trace he leaves behind, is deliberately selected and disguised. He reveals only what he wishes the enemy to see. He allows them to hear only what he desires them to hear. Like a master magician, he dazzles the enemy's eyes with illusory images, leading them down a misguided path. At this moment, Werner resembles a cunning fox, deftly weaving through the forest under the relentless pursuit of hunters. Meanwhile, the enemy, akin to a ferocious beast with its eyes blindfolded, though fearsome in strength, has lost its sense of direction and purpose. They remained blissfully unaware that they had fallen into Werner's trap, where an inescapable pitfall and utter failure awaited them. Just as the enemy sensed they were about to encircle Werner, a silent joy of victory crept into their hearts. However, with the quiet thud of a sandbag falling and the dust settling, the once menacing and urgent footsteps abruptly ceased, as if severed by an invisible blade. Where had the sounds gone? The surrounding noise abruptly halted, the air seemed to freeze, and everything fell into a terrifying silence, as if nothing had ever transpired. The robbers suddenly found themselves devoid of purpose, their eyes brimming with confusion and disbelief, akin to fools chasing phantoms, who suddenly lost all trace of their elusive quarry. Sucka. The robbers erupted in curses, mingled with anger and helplessness. The loss of their target ignited a surge of frustration within them. They were not adept at controlling their emotions. Having narrowly escaped the precipice of death moments before, the sensation of survival left their emotions flickering like a candle in a tempest, wildly fluctuating. Such intense feelings rendered them incapable of maintaining their composure, their thoughts swirling like fallen leaves caught in a storm, unable to settle and observe their surroundings. Of course, even if they managed to calm themselves, it would be of little consequence, for Werner's shadowy domain was imperceptible to the naked eye from the outside. A glint of cold, sharp light flickered in the eyes of the gang's small leader, Werner, who refrained from hastily pulling the trigger. She understood well that the age-old adage of capturing the king before the thieves held profound truth. In this chaotic scenario, the small leader was the soul and command center of the group, the wellspring of their actions and will. If she could swiftly eliminate this small leader, the combat morale and effectiveness of the gang would collapse instantaneously, rendering at least half of their fighting strength ineffective. A cold and confident smile graced Werner's lips as she was acutely aware of the robbers' true capabilities, though they appeared formidable and audacious. Their combat prowess and organizational discipline were rather lackluster. Once deprived of their leader's guidance, they would resemble a rudderless ship, quickly scattering like panicked birds, unable to mount any effective resistance. With this thought, Werner's gaze grew more resolute and merciless as she fixated on the small leader's figure. Akin to a cheetah stalking its prey, awaiting the opportune moment to strike, she was certain that a single deadly blow would secure victory in this confrontation. Damn it! How are you chasing them? You're as slow as snails. After a tense silence of several seconds, confirming there were no threats nearby, one robber dared to slink out from a narrow passage behind his companions. Clad in a hood that concealed all but his cunning eyes, he exhibited no discernible features. Yet, despite his attempts at concealment, his bold demeanor, and the commanding air he exuded unmistakably identified him as the small leader among the robbers. Cautious as ever, Werner refrained from immediately pulling the trigger. She knew that any hint of recklessness during a mission could spell disaster. Thus, she patiently awaited, meticulously confirming whether this boisterous individual was indeed her true target. The robber's actions were, without a doubt, a means of asserting his identity, simultaneously illuminating Werner's target. A subtle smile danced on Werner's lips, her gaze solidified with determination. She knew that this moment had been long awaited. Where are they? Where are they? I demand to know where they've gone. Succa shouted, his invective spewing forth like a torrent, as if this would somehow alleviate his anger and dissatisfaction. This was the organizational dynamic among the robbers. Higher-ranking members could freely berate those below them, venting their emotions as if it were a natural right. He brandished the whip in his hand, occasionally striking the nearby bandits, intertwining physical pain with mental torment, rendering these marauders unable to voice their fury. They understood that this was the very structure and control mechanism of the bandit organization. Strength commanded respect, while the weak were destined to endure in silence. The authority of the petty leader was established and bound in such a manner, rendering them devoid of dignity and incapable of resistance before him. Yet, it was precisely this method that secured the petty leader's power and forged the relationships among them. Of course, the bonds formed in this manner were tenuous, even exceedingly fragile. A mere trigger pull would suffice. Boom. Just erupted from the center of the square. Bombardment. Chapter 7. Fratricide. The conflict between the mercenary group and the bloodthirsty creatures lurking in the shadows was nearing its conclusion. The night was as dark as ink. Every inch of the ground soaked in blood and sweat, the air thick with the scent of rust and ominous decay. The mercenaries suffered tremendous losses. Their garments were tattered, their weapons broken, yet the flames of defiance still burned fiercely in their eyes. The number and strength of the creatures in this lair exceeded their initial expectations. But even so, the mercenaries, armed with unyielding will and extraordinary courage, nearly annihilated the horde of bloodthirsty monsters. The battle unfolded like a nightmare. Each swing of the sword, each block, was accompanied by the cries of fallen comrades or the shrieks of the beasts. Blood splattered, staining the stone walls a horrifying dark red. The sounds of the mercenaries' breaths and heartbeats reverberated in the confined space, intertwining with the chilling laughter of the monsters, composing a symphony of death. However, on the edge of despair and destruction, the mercenaries displayed astonishing resilience. They supported one another, erecting an indomitable great wall with their battered bodies. Whenever one fell, another would swiftly fill the void, continuing this seemingly hopeless struggle. Time appeared to stretch, each second laden with agony. Yet it was this persistence that gradually turned the tide of battle. Ultimately, when the last of the blood-sucking creatures was reduced to ashes under the mercenaries' relentless assault, silence enveloped the lair. The outcome of the conflict could perhaps be aptly described as a mutual destruction, for the mercenary group also faced grievous casualties. Yet it was this indomitable spirit that crowned them the final victors. They staggered out of the infernal lair, each step feeling as though they were bearing an immense burden. The very ground beneath their feet seemed to tremble in reverence of their resilience. Despite the fatigue and pain that clung to them like a shadow, their eyes sparkled with an indomitable light of victory, a radiance born from breaking free from the abyss, a luminous testament to their rebirth through trials and tribulations. They have survived and persevered through this interminable darkness. As survivors, each moment they have endured feels akin to a brush with death. They emerged from a den reminiscent of infernal demons, saturated with despair and death. Although their bodies and minds had reached their limits, each breath accompanied by excruciating pain, they triumphed over adversity through their indomitable will and successfully persevered. They had earned the right to see the sun again, its warm radiance seemingly awaiting them ahead, offering renewed hope and strength. Yet at this very moment when dawn seemed imminent, what awaited them was the cold, merciless muzzle flash of Devink's gun. Bang! A sudden gunshot, like the proclamation of death itself, shattered the silence of the night. There was no time to react. The surviving mercenary felt only a chilling sensation in his chest, as if seized by an invisible hand, followed by searing pain. His torso had been pierced, blood gushing forth like a spring, staining his clothes crimson. Ambush! The mercenaries' reflexes were undeniably sharp, but in this life-or-death moment, their exhausted bodies and minds were shackled by unseen restraints, unable to match the lightning-quick strategies flashing through their thoughts. Having just endured a brutal battle, they had allowed themselves a brief respite, their nerves and muscles slackening like overstretched strings, now impossible to retighten swiftly. Against Devink's well-rested, sudden assault, they were defenseless prey, utterly incapable of mounting a response. Someone cried out in terror, but the sound was swallowed by an unseen wind, and even if the others heard, they could muster no reaction. Their bodies were paralyzed, gripped by an intangible dread. And Devink, this ruthless assassin, would never let such a perfect opportunity slip. His weapons were not merely guns and bullets, he wielded something far deadlier: grenades. In such confined quarters, an explosion would be devastating. In truth, even before Devink pulled the trigger, the grenade had already been hurled. The gunshot was less about killing his targets and more a carefully orchestrated distraction, masking the dull thud of the grenade hitting the ground and its subsequent roll. Frankly, it was an incredibly reckless move. Under normal circumstances, the shockwave from a grenade's detonation in an enclosed space would disorient enemies for at least several dozen seconds, even if it didn't kill them outright. For Devink, those seconds were a divine gift. With enough boldness, he could charge forward and eliminate them all. But such an operation required seamless teamwork, comrades covering angles he couldn't, ensuring his every move flowed like water. Devink, however, was a lone wolf. His actions never had backup, nor would anyone lend him aid. Every breath, every motion, had to rely solely on himself. The path of a lone warrior was inevitably one of thorns and uncertainty. He had to navigate between recklessness and caution, finding the route that ensured minimal risk and loss. This was not just a test of tactics, but an ultimate trial of will and intellect. With every heartbeat and breath, Devink embodied the solitary philosophy of survival unique to a lone wolf. All he could strive for was to annihilate the enemy's combat strength in the briefest window of opportunity, like lightning. He knew all too well that every second of delay could become a stumbling block to victory. Once the battle dragged on, the tides would shift like quicksand, pulling him inexorably toward defeat. He endeavored to eliminate any scenario that might force both parties into a contest of marksmanship and reflexes. For such direct confrontations were far from his preferred strategy. Rather than engaging in head-on competition regarding physical capabilities, he preferred to artfully circumvent such confrontations, seeking breakthroughs through tactical ingenuity and strategic maneuvering. His objective was to create an asymmetrical battlefield where disparities in information, perception, and environmental factors could be exploited. These were the crucial elements to Wynk meticulously contemplated before every operation. He was acutely aware of the formidable and cunning adversaries he faced. Thus, he needed to exert effort in these subtle nuances to gain the upper hand in battle. He lay in wait like a stealthy leopard, lurking in the shadows, anticipating the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow to his adversary. The foes before him were not the raucous bandits of the Yellow Zone, nor were they the cowardly rabble who relied on sheer numbers to intimidate. They were mercenaries, seasoned in tactical finesse. A cadre of mercenaries, indistinguishable in essence from himself. Yet at this moment, it was Devink who found himself at a disadvantage. After all, his opponents enjoyed not only a significant numerical superiority but also maintained high quality among their ranks. Devink was compelled to devise strategies that would amplify his own advantages to the greatest extent possible. In Devink's meticulously crafted plan, every detail was honed with precision, every action designed to exploit the blind spots of the enemy. Both he and his opponents were mercenaries, long accustomed to the treacherous Yellow Zone. Hence, there was little disparity in their hardware. While his marksmanship was commendable, in the realm of Yellow Zone mercenaries, proficiency in shooting was merely foundational. Devink had heard tales of many skilled marksmen among the mercenaries and marauders, such as the elusive woodsman of the northern mountains. Not only renowned as a premier jungle sniper but also the leader of local factions, a figure of considerable prowess, even if his rumored strength was exaggerated. This illustrious individual bore a bounty that was significant, and it was no secret that many had attempted to claim it. Regrettably, none had returned. Mercenaries and bandits, driven by an insatiable lust for wealth, often found their avarice consuming them like a raging inferno. Yet, when faced with the specter of death, their scales of judgment would inevitably tip in favor of survival. Indeed, mercenaries willing to step into the jaws of certain death are as rare as an oasis in the desert. It was this reverence for life that led Devink to never underestimate any player in the perilous yellow zone. In this realm fraught with uncertainty and danger, each adversary encountered may conceal extraordinary capabilities. Your marksmanship may be unparalleled, swift as lightning, yet who can ascertain that your opponent's skills do not surpass your own? Akin to the kiss of death? In truth, one often finds that the strength of the adversaries they face can far exceed their wildest imaginings. Until one has thoroughly discerned the true nature of their opponent, to rashly confront them head-on based solely on one's equipment may seem the most direct and efficient course. Yet it is, in fact, the most reckless and foolish choice. It is akin to a blind man carelessly sprinting along the precipice of an unknown abyss, with each step potentially leading to irrevocable doom. However, to significantly diminish the opponent's advantages is not an unattainable endeavor. Sometimes, a single grenade explosion can instantaneously nullify all of the enemy's hardware superiority. In that fleeting moment, whether one's shooting is divine or one's equipment is superb, all will dissolve amidst the roar and flames, leaving only the stark contest between life and death, guided by the merciless law that the victor reigns supreme. Boom. The detonation of the grenade is, at its core, an intricately orchestrated tempest of steel. In that brief instant, the explosive within awakens like an enraged beast, unleashing a tremor-inducing force. This force not only propels the grenade's shell to swell and rupture, but also endows the pre-designed shrapnel with incredible kinetic energy. These fragments, akin to ferocious projectiles, possess a complexity and lethality that surpasses mere bullets. Their irregular forms resemble nature's sharpest serrations, ensuring that upon penetration of the human body, they wreak havoc with violent twists and rips, unleashing their kinetic energy with unrestrained ferocity, resulting in devastating wounds. To maximize the spread of death seeds in the steel tempest, both the interior and exterior of the grenade have been meticulously inscribed with numerous grooves. These indentations, like an artist's delicate strokes on a sculpture, each hold profound significance. Their purpose is to magically fracture the metallic shell into countless sharp shards at the moment of explosion. Some of these fragments are as keen as blades, while others possess bizarre curves, tracing lethal trajectories through the air, striving to enhance the efficiency and range of destruction. This is a symphony woven from human ingenuity in the brutal realities of existence, with each note signifying obliteration and demise. The buzzing in their ears clung stubbornly, echoing like tenacious vines, refusing to relent. The explosion of the grenade was not merely a spectacle of sound and light, it was a baptism of life and death. The mercenaries, their bodies and minds taut like strings stretched to their limits, had just clawed their way out from the endless darkness of their infernal lair. Every muscle and drop of blood steeped in fatigue and despair. In the face of this sudden explosion, they found themselves bereft of any strength to resist. They fell not in valiant battle nor in noble sacrifice, but rather like delicate petals ruthlessly crushed by the wheel of fate, devoid of even a tremor of strength. Their bodies resembled puppets, drained of all vitality, crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless. Blood, the vivid essence of life, now flowed like the opening of Pandora's box, seeping slowly from their wounds. Under the feeble pressure exerted by the heart's waning rhythm, the blood surged forth like a gushing spring, warm with the essence of life, staining the war-torn earth crimson. The fates of these wounded mercenaries were sealed. In less than a minute, the immense loss of blood would render them acutely aware of the ebbing of their lives, an ineffable terror and helplessness enveloping them. They could sense death inching closer, a chilling and brutal sensation, akin to the relentless encroachment of winter's icy breath. Their bodies grew cold, losing warmth from the inside out, a frigidness that dulled their thoughts. Yet, before long, their consciousness would flicker out like a candle in the wind, extinguished. On this battlefield, rife with smoke and death, their lives were akin to meteors, brief yet brilliant, swiftly vanishing into the abyss of darkness. But the battle had only just commenced. Were those the very brigands from before? The few surviving mercenaries leaned against the walls and ruins, their eyes reflecting terror and exhaustion, as if they had narrowly escaped the clutches of death itself. They are the last few members of their team, and the favored ones of fate. In this sudden catastrophe, they have been relatively unscathed. Aside from the persistent ringing in their ears, akin to the buzzing of a multitude of bees, and the waves of dizziness and nausea that render them quite uncomfortable, they have not suffered as others have, their bodies mercilessly torn apart by shrapnel. Although these discomforts significantly diminish their short-term combat capabilities, rendering them akin to feeble lambs, they can truly be considered fortunate when compared to the mercenaries whose bodies have been rendered into a sieve, their flames of life extinguished in an instant. Their hearts brimmed with an insatiable yearning for life and an abiding fear of death, a trepidation that compelled them to cherish the precious opportunity for existence before them. At the very least, a few of them could extend their lives for a while longer, inhaling the smoke-laden yet invaluable air. In this perilous zone, a mere sip of water could incite fierce conflict, and at this moment, the ability to draw in a few breaths of fresh air was, for them, an immense blessing. They do not require a life superior to others. It suffices for them that others are more unfortunate than themselves, as this relative fortune brings them a sense of contentment. Those who have survived by sheer chance gaze around in bewilderment, their surroundings shrouded in chaos and uncertainty, lacking real-time intelligence. Their minds echo with the remnants of the unresolved conflict and the desperate struggle against the marauders in the yellow zone. This deduction is entirely reasonable. After all, their understanding of the current situation is confined to the fragmented information from before. Just a short while ago, they were engaged in fierce confrontations with those bandits. The clash of their combat was akin to an unfinished symphony, abruptly halted by the onset of an extreme weather event. The battle, much like an unresolved chess match, seems to warrant a continuation of hostilities at this very moment. Indeed, according to the mercenaries' combat prowess, it would have been a trivial task to expel these local ruffians completely. Their individual capabilities are exemplary. Each mercenary has undergone rigorous selection and training, achieving mastery in marksmanship, hand-to-hand combat, and tactical planning. The sophistication of their weaponry further grants them a decisive advantage in skirmishes against the bandits, coupled with their numerical superiority. They initially anticipated that this engagement would resemble a simple drill, concluding swiftly. However, at this juncture, they are no longer the invincible fighting machines they once were. Their ammunition reserves have dwindled perilously during prior skirmishes, leaving them with a scant supply of bullets insufficient for another large-scale engagement. Their numbers have also diminished through continuous clashes, with many comrades fallen in pools of blood, unable to rise again. Moreover, their stamina has suffered unprecedented blows. Prolonged combat and extreme tension have rendered them utterly exhausted. As if even the act of breathing has become a laborious endeavor, they now resemble a fragile vessel, precariously adrift amidst the tempest, ever on the brink of capsizing. Each assault by marauders strikes them like a colossal wave, relentlessly battering their hull, inducing waves of dizziness and helplessness. Yet, they find themselves bereft of alternatives. On the battlefield of the Yellow Zone, combat operates as a merciless machine, indifferent to your fatigue, pain, or fear, offering not a shred of compassion. This is a realm devoid of rules, morals, or empathy. Only the formidable can endure. Here, the sole impossibility is surrender, for to relinquish hope is to embrace death. In the Yellow Zone, death constitutes the only failure and the ultimate conclusion. There exists no second option, nor any retreat. They could only grit their teeth and muster the last vestiges of their strength to confront the unknown and brutal fate that awaited them. Yet, they lacked the capacity to endure. Bang, bang. Devink did not linger in place. He deftly utilized the smoke and noise generated by the grenade's explosion as a veil, shifting his position like a specter, unnoticed by anyone. This maneuver was not typical within the mercenary realm. Although the principle of firing a shot and changing location to ensure survival is both simple and straightforward, it is often these fundamental truths that are overlooked in practice, with few willing to invest the time to refine their skills. Mercenary training is typically organized by specific security firms, encompassing a series of systematic courses. To swiftly transform novices into lethal instruments on the battlefield, the training content is often highly focused on simulating real combat scenarios. The nature of a mercenary's work dictates the type of battlefield and environment in which they will operate, factors that can usually be anticipated in advance. Consequently, instructors first ensure that students learn to wield weapons without endangering themselves or their comrades, before promptly immersing them in complex combat environment simulations. They continuously enhance the mercenary's reaction speed and shooting precision, particularly in combat techniques within indoor environments. These repeatedly emphasized abilities are honed through hundreds of repetitive drills using mannequin models in the same scenarios, until every movement is executed with impeccable skill. Such a training system undoubtedly possesses its merits. However, ultimately, it remains within the realm of fundamental training, akin to a boxer practicing combinations against a heavy bag or a speedball, allowing for free contemplation of the sequence and rhythm of their punches. Yet, when one truly steps into the arena, facing an ever-changing opponent, where is the time for calm reflection? The battlefield and the arena are equally ruthless. They afford no one a moment of leisurely planning. Only those warriors capable of improvisation and adaptability amidst chaos and pressure will emerge victorious. This is an undeniable reality, yet the training content of mercenaries and security companies generally adheres to this pattern. The soldiers who can adeptly navigate the tumultuous battlefield are not distinguished by their exceptional training results, but rather by their formidable resilience. The seemingly monotonous routines and grueling burdensome tasks serve as tools for honing one's willpower. Such training, beyond physical conditioning, primarily cultivates awareness, refining the mind to maintain composure amidst adversity. However, mercenaries do not focus on this. After all, various security companies are more concerned with conducting business than fulfilling missions. Their foremost priority is not the successful completion of tasks, but rather the maximization of profit. The income of security companies derives from numerous bosses and groups. But persuading these entities to part with their money is a persistent headache for both security personnel and mercenaries. Indeed, roles such as command reconnaissance and logistics are often viewed as tedious and lack the comprehension of those unacquainted with the field. Consequently, security companies typically invest effort into short and efficient indoor training, as the data from such sessions is straightforward and can be delineated by various standards. If the major stakeholders express interest, they may even be afforded a thrilling first-hand experience. It suffices to appease those who lack expertise. This encapsulates the responsibilities of most so-called mercenary groups associated with security companies. The number of truly capable individuals is scant, and thus, the combat abilities of mercenaries are rather limited, as their primary concern lies not with the mission itself but with the assurance of payment. As for Derwank, he introspectively analyzes his solitary existence as a lone wolf, an undeniably prolonged and brutal trial, where each day resembles a precarious walk along the edge of a blade. And every moment is fraught with uncertainty and peril. Yet, it is precisely this perpetual dance with death, this relentless reliance on oneself without the slightest respite, that has forged Derwank's extraordinary combat prowess and keen intellect. With every breath, he seems to resonate with past battle experiences. With each blink, he appears to recalibrate his odds of survival. Although the smoke of war has long since dissipated, Derwank has never truly departed from the battlefield that belongs to him. The once thunderous roar of aircraft and cannon fire has subtly transformed into solitary struggles amidst the wilderness, where every leaf and grain of dust could be the key to his triumph. For the masses in the gray zone, all activities here are mere transactions of deceit and cunning in the marketplace, exchanges of money and interests. However, for Derwank, this is simply a transition from one battlefield shrouded in smoke to another equally rife with challenges and uncertainties. Here, each of his actions and decisions remains an integral part of warfare, albeit in a more covert form, with comrades now absent from his side. Yet, as a soldier, the most invaluable skill is the ability to adapt to the battlefield. The environment will not bend to individual will. One must adapt and integrate. As a former member of a special forces unit, Derwank has mastered this skill, and years of practical experience have allowed him to wield it with finesse. Even to this day, he continues to refine and enhance himself, ensuring he remains the warrior capable of survival in any environment and triumphing on any battlefield. He remains a soldier on the battlefield, even though that grand war has long since faded into the annals of history with the passage of time. 3 enemies still remain. Derwank's voice is deep and composed as he gazes through the high-precision scope and witnesses the adversary before him collapse in response, the flame of life extinguished in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly shifts his position like a specter, each movement calculated with utmost precision, ensuring that the remaining foes, still in defiance, are forever oblivious to his whereabouts. The delay in their information becomes their fatal flaw. Derwank's understanding of his enemies runs deep, extending beyond their tactical arrangements or firepower deployment, encompassing even the exact figures of their numbers, each digit akin to a chess piece on a board, determining the strategy for his next move. He comprehends that the size of their forces directly correlates with their combat capability and remaining firepower. This almost ruthless calculation transforms into a self-imposed mechanism of calm, allowing him to maintain an extraordinary composure amidst the chaos of the battlefield. Meanwhile, on the other end of the battlefield, the mercenary group finds itself in a state of disarray and confusion. Some among them were still struggling to comprehend the chaos unfolding around them, as gunfire and explosions intertwined in a cacophony. The fragmentation of information and the suddenness of the assault left them utterly bewildered. Fear and uncertainty spread among them, starkly contrasting with the efficiency and calmness exhibited by Derwank. On the precipice of life and death, every second of hesitation could delineate the boundary between existence and oblivion. Hold on, that sound, it's not an AK, it's an AR. A relatively seasoned mercenary abruptly halted, his brow furrowed, as though his ears had transformed into the most astute of hounds, detecting a peculiar clue amid the dense din of gunfire and reverberations. A slight tremor tinged his voice, clearly indicating that this revelation had taken him by surprise. Devink was renowned on the battlefield as a silent specter, adept at meticulously controlling the sound of his footsteps and movements. His obsessive attention to detail had allowed him to survive countless missions, making concealment and ambush his forte. Yet, even he could not master certain truths. For instance, the unmistakable reality of gunfire could never be obscured, regardless of the sophisticated suppressors employed or various sound-dampening methods attempted. The distinctive report of the M4 in Devink's hands always felt dissonant when juxtaposed with the thunderous roars of the AK series or those rudimentary homemade shotguns, akin to a vivid splash of color against the night. Particularly in such enclosed environments, the echoes of gunfire were amplified infinitely. Even a suppressor could prove inadequate, if not counterproductive. In this yellow zone, how could the robbers, who thrived on plunder, possess such a rare item as a silencer? Even Devink himself seldom utilized such cumbersome gear. After all, in life and death missions, every item carried required meticulous consideration, while it could effectively muffle sound and obscure his presence. In the face of this pressing situation, to carry such potentially burdensome equipment was undoubtedly unwise. Devink silently congratulated himself for his prudence and experience, which enabled him to minimize unnecessary noise even without a suppressor, despite the gunfire remaining an indelible trace. To the left, the corridor, there was a fellow operative. In this critical moment, the remaining mercenaries gradually regained a semblance of composure from their initial panic. Their gazes began to sharpen, and their thoughts gradually clarified as they endeavored to unravel the sudden upheaval surrounding them. They came to realize that the adversaries they now faced were no longer the mere thugs of yore, who wielded blades and firearms relying solely on their numerical superiority. These newly emerged foes were equally equipped with exquisite armaments, and each movement, each breath they took, hinted at a formidable individual prowess and capability not to be underestimated. This revelation struck them with a heavy blow. Undeniably, it was far from good news. A bitter wave surged within the mercenaries, prompting them to ponder whether there might exist a way to make their opponents comprehend the brutality of this conflict, thus persuading them to retreat. However, the relentless reality shattered their fantasies. Both sides found themselves ensnared in a taut standoff, where even the most basic communication had become an unattainable luxury. At this moment, the air was thick with an oppressive tension. Each party understood that they had but one path ahead, to fight to the bitter end. This was a struggle for survival, devoid of retreat or compromise, where only victors and vanquished, the living and the dead, would emerge. Sukkar found the pursuit of wealth in this endeavor to be exceedingly arduous, akin to extracting gold from the very depths of hell. One of the fortunate survivors among the mercenaries erupted in a tirade, cursing vehemently as he roughly checked his gear, ensuring the status of his remaining ammunition and equipment. At this moment, although he still possessed a modicum of ammunition, his physical strength was nearly depleted, with each movement resembling the extraction of the last vestiges of his vitality. He was acutely aware that their sole advantage lay in their numbers, necessitating a swift resolution to the conflict. For the longer the delay, the greater the calamity that would befall them. You go and drive him away. I will guard the corridor against the two flanks. I refuse to believe that his available ammunition and weaponry surpasses the combined might of us all. Though the mercenary's tone was laced with fatigue, his eyes betrayed an unwavering resolve. These mercenaries had endured countless life and death battles in the Yellow Zone, and they swiftly regained their composure from the earlier chaos, fully cognizant of their next course of action. Despite lacking the rigorous training of a regular army, their prolonged struggles in the tumultuous Yellow Zone had forged within them a remarkable courage and tenacity. Each breath they took seemed to narrate the hardships of survival and an indomitable fighting spirit. At this juncture, the remaining two mercenaries of Turbine Sukkar finally discerned the identity of their adversary, their eyes flickering with a blend of astonishment and unease. At this very moment, retreat was not an option for them, for in this land, to withdraw equated to death. With a decisive crack, two mercenaries, tasked with herding the prey, exhibited a glint of cunning in their eyes. They swiftly seized nearby stones and hurled them with all their might towards the outside, mimicking the explosive sound of a grenade. In truth, they were not devoid of grenades. However, their comrades lay fallen outside, unfortunate warriors who had succumbed to the blast, though their fates hung in the balance. The tenacity of human life is remarkably resilient, and perhaps some among them might still endure. These mercenaries were acutely aware that their medical supplies contained a few precious emergency syringes, capable of sustaining severely wounded allies in the heat of battle, and potentially saving their lives. At present, the precise number of enemies remained unclear, but judging by the recent commotion, it seemed there was likely only one. Despite their unfavorable condition, 3 of them still stood ready to fight. In terms of numbers, they maintained a decisive advantage. If they could swiftly revive the two fallen comrades and reintegrate them into the fray, their superiority would be further solidified. At this moment, time emerged as their most invaluable ally. They firmly believe that the weapons wielded by their adversaries are decidedly limited, as long as they can encircle them from all sides. Continuously tugging and constricting the opponent's space for movement, the situation will inevitably tilt in their favor. At this critical juncture, their foremost objective is not to hastily confront the unknown enemies, but rather to secure a more advantageous position for the group. The prior ambush has already cost them their initial advantage. Recklessly engaging in direct conflict with the unidentified foes outside would merely allow them to fall into the enemy's rhythm. For their current state, this is clearly not the optimal choice. They must remain composed and await the most opportune moment to strike. Meanwhile, Devant discerned the commotion caused by the others. It was evident that the enemy had grasped the situation and realized they were being deceived, indicating a transition from their initial state of confusion. The advantage of surprise had now slipped away, and the most stable strategy for the adversaries would naturally be to exploit their numerical superiority, attempting to corner him from multiple directions, relentlessly pressing him into a corridor and bombarding him with various attacks, leaving him fatigued and beleaguered. He must not succumb to such a passive predicament. With 3 grenades remaining, Devant assessed his resources. Should he have spare magazines with ammunition, he would still possess a vest and a belt containing 6 more magazines. However, he doubted the enemy would afford him that luxury. In reality, he might not even have the time to utilize the magazines in his pouch. The 3 grenades in his pocket would represent his sole opportunity for close combat in the immediate future. At this moment, his advantage lay in his familiarity with the building's layout, enabling him to maneuver strategically within, gradually amplifying his edge against the enemy. They must rescue the injured. Devant refrained from immediate action. To react to every maneuver of the enemy would mean being led by the nose. It was prudent to clarify the situation before proceeding, allowing him to act with deliberation. By considering the enemy's actions, he surmised their intent. It was not difficult to deduce. They were merely seeking to ascertain whether his teammates could still be saved. If there was a chance, they would rush to assist. For as long as they could still fire, they remained a formidable force, despite any qualitative shortcomings. Quantity could compensate for quality, after all. Any bullet that could be discharged from a barrel posed a significant threat. Wake up. Can you hear me? Observing several conscious teammates before him, the mercenary approached and delivered a few sharp slaps. They lacked knowledge of battlefield medical care and, in this moment, were devoid of tenderness, resorting to slapping in an attempt to restore some awareness. The outcomes of their efforts were promising. Several mercenaries revived under the influence of adrenaline, responding to their words. At this time, several severely injured mercenaries, previously rendered unconscious by the shockwave of the grenades, managed to struggle to their feet. Most had been affected primarily by intense tinnitus, nausea, and a disorienting loss of balance. Though the recent explosion had not struck them with shrapnel, it had undoubtedly impacted their cochlea. Yet, under the influence of adrenaline, they could still maintain a degree of mobility. While they were unfit to serve as primary attackers, they could potentially assist by hiding in corners and engaging in guerrilla tactics. However, the effectiveness of this strategy remained uncertain, and one could only hope that these individuals would prove somewhat reliable. Just then, a rapid burst of gunfire rang out, executed with precise short bursts, catching nearly everyone off guard. Chapter 8. Bullets are merciful bullets, akin to a merciless metallic web, tore through the flesh of the enemy. Each gunshot resonating with the extinguishing of life, snuffing out the enemy's vitality at the moment of impact. In the smoke and blood-soaked battlefield, the specter of death pervaded the air, yet none had the luxury of pausing for reflection. However, following this fleeting victory, an unknown shadow loomed ominously over Devant's heart. He remained uncertain of the challenges that lay ahead. Would it be a fiercer counterattack or an unforeseen trap? Retreat. Devant did not indulge in the validation of his victory. He decisively issued the command, then raised his weapon and turned, his steps resolute as he departed from the territory that had recently been rife with fierce conflict. In this moment of life and death, speed was his sole ally. Any lingering sentiment could prove to be a fatal encumbrance. In his heart, he had already devised a plan. The remaining adversaries had been skillfully lured to this focal point, marking the preliminary success of his mission. As for the enemy attempting a flank maneuver, a subtle smile graced Devant's lips. Within this cluster of buildings, he resembled an invisible hunter, intimately familiar with every brick, every narrow passage. He understood how to exploit these seemingly insignificant nooks, compressing time to its utmost, ensuring he always maintained the upper hand on the battlefield. Regarding equipment, The mercenaries in the Yellow Zone were undoubtedly a world apart from the ragtag bandits. It was not merely their standard-issue combat uniforms or bullet-resistant vests that set them apart. Rather, it was their mastery of unconventional communication tools such as radios and walkie-talkies. Although these skills did not directly influence the chaos of gunfire, they acted as an unseen conductor on the battlefield, quietly steering the course of events. While tactical prowess and proper shooting stances are indeed measures of a warrior's capability, it is often the seemingly trivial yet critically important skills that determine life or death in this unpredictable arena. These skills have drawn an unbridgeable chasm between mercenaries and bandits. What was unfolding now, in many respects, could be deemed the pinnacle of tactical confrontation within the Yellow Zone, akin to two brilliant stars colliding in the night sky, releasing a dazzling and perilous light. After all, among the mercenaries active in the Yellow Zone, few could stand shoulder to shoulder with Devink in terms of hard power. In this land fraught with uncertainty and peril, those who remain steadfast and dare to undertake such arduous tasks are invariably tempered by trials and tribulations. Compared to the marauding bandits or local thugs, these mercenaries are undoubtedly the elite of the Yellow Zone. Their presence akin to a pack of wolves in the wasteland, cunning and fierce. However, the adversaries faced by the mercenaries are often formidable in their own right. Typically, unless possessing an overwhelming numerical advantage or acting under the direct orders of unscrupulous merchants, ordinary bandits would not dare provoke a group of mercenaries. Such actions would be tantamount to striking a rock with an egg, with consequences far exceeding their capacity to bear. In stark contrast to Devink's humility, despite his relatively low profile in the Yellow Zone, this is largely due to his penchant for solitary endeavors, eschewing allegiance to any faction. As a lone wolf, his fangs and claws are razor-sharp, capable of effortlessly tearing apart packs of hyenas, with neither abdomen nor throat escaping his lethal strike. Yet, ever aware of the value of discretion, Devink refrains from comparing himself to others, akin to a hermit in the desert, quietly safeguarding his own honor. Ultimately, the Yellow Zone is not a place for grand arenas or ranking heroes. The ability to endure since the conclusion of the last war while maintaining a solitary wolf-like presence on this land speaks to an extraordinary resilience and strength. Devink exemplifies such a formidable presence, one whose strength requires no ranking for validation. His very existence is the embodiment of the harsh laws of the Yellow Zone. The echo of footsteps reverberated through the empty corridor, each step resonating like a heavy hammer striking the heart, reverberating off the surrounding walls as if to rend the surrounding tranquility asunder. This sound was steady and rhythmic, yet bore an undercurrent of barely perceptible tension, hinting at an unspoken weight and the lurking danger concealed in the shadows. Devink cautiously traversed the seemingly ordinary yet treacherous thoroughfare, where not far ahead, a mercenary had silently reached the designated encirclement point. Every movement he made had undergone countless deliberations, ultimately leading him to this corner. The conclusion he arrived at, after meticulous calculations, undeniably proved that this position was ingeniously crafted. It offered exceptional concealment while allowing for a lethal strike at a critical moment. This was a high-stakes game of intellect, where even the slightest misstep could yield fatal consequences. However, the mercenary's brow furrowed slightly as he discerned a flaw within this perfection. The wall was alarmingly close to a nearby window, so close that he could almost feel the gentle caress of the night breeze from outside. This was an undeniable hazard. Any movement beyond the window, even a fleeting glance, could expose his concealment and instantaneously place him in peril. It was a gamble with life and death. And this minor flaw represented the latent risk hidden within the stakes. Reflecting on his previous actions, a sense of unease began to swell within him. Although the interior of the building appeared eerily silent, he had already gleaned that the outside world was far from tranquil. Armed figures concealed in the shadows drifted through the night like phantoms, their indistinct forms presenting an array of uncertain threats. Their presence in the darkness was akin to venomous serpents, poised to deliver a lethal strike at any moment. In this territory known as the Yellow Zone, every inch was steeped in the brutal laws of the jungle. Here, there were no eternal allies, only perpetual interests. The appearance of any non-allied personnel signified danger, a truth universally acknowledged by those navigating the Yellow Zone. In this merciless land, vigilance was paramount, as even the slightest lapse in attention could result in one's demise. The mercenary's gaze sharpened, and he inhaled deeply, striving to blend his existence into the surrounding shadows. His heart thudded powerfully within his chest, resonating as if it were the soul sound in a world steeped in silence. He understood that each passing moment would serve as an ultimate test of his skill and intellect. Any slight movement, even the rhythm of his breath, could determine whether he would emerge alive from this place. This battlefield, devoid of smoke and fire, was fraught with hidden dangers, where every corner and shadow concealed a lethal trap. Yet, He was fully prepared to engage in this silent confrontation, whether as hunter or prey. He would exert every ounce of his effort until the final moment. Here, there was no retreat, only the dichotomy of victory or death. The faint sound, akin to the trailing whisper of a meteor across the night sky, abruptly faded into the stillness of this space. Time seemed to come to a standstill, and an oppressive tension pervaded the air. On this land, consumed by the yellow zone, the distance between the two adversaries gradually diminished until they reached the critical juncture that could instantaneously dictate their fates, at which point all movements appeared to be frozen by an unseen force. In this instant, time grew heavy, with each second passing like a razor's edge, carving deep scars into their hearts. Both parties fell into an uncanny silence at the same moment, reminiscent of a school of fish in the deep sea, collectively becoming mute upon sensing impending danger. It was as if all sound had been siphoned from the world, leaving only an expanse of darkness and tranquility. They could not behold each other's faces, nor ascertain the exact positions of their opponent, as if the surrounding environment had morphed into an endless void at that moment. Yet, beneath this shroud of uncertainty, both individuals executed astonishingly similar movements. It was a tacit understanding devoid of words, a resonance that penetrated to the very marrow of their beings. In unison, they held their breath, as if the air were laced with a deadly toxin, with even a single inhalation threatening annihilation. Their chests subtly rose and fell, yet they strove to suppress the rhythm of their breaths. Even the beating of their hearts deliberately subdued, as if fearful that the faintest sound would betray their position. This was the instinctive alertness of warriors at the precipice of life and death, an intuition honed through countless trials that whispered to them that every minute movement could unveil a fatal flaw. Such choices arose without any prelude or warning, manifesting with an unsettling naturalness. Although they lacked concrete evidence, their battlefield-honed instincts were akin to keen leopards, sensing the impending storm. They understood this instinctive vigilance at the brink of mortality, as if a sixth sense murmured in their ears, danger was encroaching. Every subsequent action would be like weights on a scale, seemingly insignificant yet capable of determining life or death. Confronted with the specter of demise, anyone would become unnaturally cautious, each decision akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. A slight sway could lead to imbalance and a plunge into an irretrievable abyss. At this moment, both men acutely realized that communication between them was utterly impossible. In this yellow zone, the bullets in the chambers served as the most effective means of communication, more direct and ruthless than any spoken word. In this instant, the bullets became the sole bridge of communication, cold and merciless. This silent understanding resonated more profoundly than any verbal exchange, filling the stillness with an invisible tension, as if at any moment a cataclysmic storm would erupt. Every breath of air trembled, every particle of dust foreboded the imminent clash. This was a silent contest between two souls, where the boundaries between life and death had become indistinct beneath the shroud of darkness. Awaiting them was a confrontation destined to be brutal, devoid of retreat or mercy. In the blink of an eye, the battle commenced, two pairs of eyes searching for each other's presence in the shadows. All senses were heightened, attuned to any potential rustle. The scent of death permeated the surroundings. They were prepared to face the ultimate trial, a contest of skill, valor, and will, regardless of the outcome. This confrontation would inevitably determine one side's survival and the other's annihilation. Bang! The sound echoed like a starting gun in an exhilarating race, abruptly shattering the delicate balance and unspoken understanding between the two. This was not merely a gunshot, it was an invisible clarion call, heralding the official commencement of their deadly duel. In that very moment, as if trained soldiers, they simultaneously raised their firearms, bodies instinctively lowering, akin to two poised leopards ready to pounce, before decisively squeezing the triggers. Rat-a-tat-tat. The gunfire erupted in a rapid, relentless barrage, contrasting sharply with the earlier solitary shot. Then came a deeper boom. The sounds of the shotgun and assault rifle, each with its unique character, merged into a cacophony, rendering any distinctions inconsequential. In this fleeting moment of life and death, the sole importance lay in who could strike true, for that would directly dictate the outcome of their struggle, determining who would be fortunate enough to draw another breath in this world. Fragments of stone and dust erupted from the bullet holes in the wall, scattering like leaves caught in a tempest. Between Davonk and the mercenary stood what appeared to be a fragile red brick wall. While it might have provided a semblance of shelter from the elements on ordinary days, under the relentless assault of bullets, its defenses crumbled like a child's toy. As bullets pierced through, they might deform or shatter, yet even so, the resulting shrapnel posed a lethal threat to human flesh. Not only could they effortlessly slice through skin, but the risk of infection from any remaining fragments in the body was a grim reality that could not be overlooked. In the yellow zone, the implications of a wound infection were a brutal truth universally understood. In this moment of combat, Devonk and the mercenary were acutely aware that their vision might be obscured by smoke and debris, yet every sense in their bodies screamed, warning them of the imminent danger. The shards that penetrated the wall, twisting and scattering, barely brushed against their skin, carrying with them a searing essence of death that sent shivers down their spines. Both understood what being struck meant on this battlefield. It was not merely a matter of physical agony but the terrifying extinguishment of life itself. Thus, despite their hearts brimming with fear and unease, their actions were marked by an unusual blend of caution and audacity. They danced upon the razor's edge, where every movement was fraught with peril and uncertainty, yet they had to press on, for this was the only path to survival in this deadly contest. Simultaneously, they racked their brains for ways to decisively bring the other down. A glint of cunning flickered in Devonk's eyes as he constantly adjusted his shooting angles and positions, seeking a weakness in his opponent. The mercenary gripped his firearm tightly, fingers whitening from the strain, yet his gaze remained resolute, as if he had already glimpsed the dawn of victory. This battle was not merely a test of their skills, it was a crucible for their will and intellect. Only those who could navigate the precipice of life and death while maintaining composure and clarity of thought could emerge as true sovereigns of the battlefield. Bang! Bang! The rapid gunfire reverberated through the vacant building, sharply discordant. "Sucka! What the hell are you all dawdling for? Get your asses over here!" The mercenary bellowed, his coarse and urgent voice crackling through the intercom, urging his remaining comrades to act swiftly and encircle the enemy. His tone exuded an undeniable authority, as if each word carried an irresistible force. If they could surround their adversary, the scales of victory would tilt irrevocably in their favor. However, they were still grappling with the structure of the building. Although they had clashed, delivering a fatal blow in such an environment was clearly no simple task. The mercenary himself harbored no great confidence. Yet, having pinpointed the enemy's precise location, there was no need for further recklessness. As long as they held the corridor, the enemy could not escape. Thus, their initial objective had already seen a measure of success. The mercenary calculated inwardly, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. There was no need for further risk. As for how to maintain pressure, he had already devised a plan. In this narrow corridor, the shotgun's suppressive power was undeniably formidable. Moreover, his chamber was loaded with buckshot. Once fired, even without precise aiming, the lead pellets would instantly saturate the entire corridor. With this alone, he could command the situation. In contrast, his opponent was but one individual, wielding a weapon suited for direct point-to-point engagement. If he could not aim accurately and strike true, pulling the trigger would be utterly futile. This was a truth the mercenary was keenly aware of. However, for reasons unknown, an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart. He seemed to feel that every action of his was being meticulously calculated by the other party, as if invisible eyes were secretly observing them. This sensation filled him with profound unease, yet he could not articulate the reasons behind it. He could only quietly remind himself to remain vigilant and to leave no opportunity for the adversary to exploit. However, there was one element that the mercenary had initially overlooked: the very position he currently occupied. Devonk, familiar with the architectural layout, had previously exploited several wall openings to gain entry. In modern warfare, particularly within the confines of urban combat, a cardinal rule is to never venture into enemy-claimed positions that they have seemingly abandoned. Even areas merely traversed by the foe should be approached with extreme caution, for one cannot ascertain the multitude of traps that may lie concealed within. The shot he had just fired was not a mere whim. His target was not the enemy's location. He understood that with the power of his firearm, the bullet could effortlessly penetrate the red brick wall before him. Yet, he was acutely aware that at such a distance and angle, even if the bullet breached the wall, it could not guarantee a precise strike on his adversary. Devonk's true objective lay concealed around the corner, a seemingly inconspicuous trap. At the heart of this trap rested a glass cup, carelessly discarded on the ground, its surface coated in dust and grime, as if it had slumbered in this abandoned yellow zone building for countless years. Such a glass cup was not uncommon in this desolate structure. Any passerby would scarcely spare it a glance. However, this seemingly ordinary vessel harbored a potentially lethal secret, a standard RGD-5 grenade nestled within. In setting this trap, Devonk's meticulousness was evident, his actions precise and deliberate. The grenade was carefully placed inside the glass cup, and he withdrew the safety pin, allowing the grenade to enter a state of readiness. Yet, Devonk cunningly utilized the fragile barrier of the glass cup, transforming it into a temporary safeguard for the grenade. The thin walls of the cup perfectly suppressed the grenade's lever, preventing a fatal detonation. Nevertheless, he recognized that this delicate equilibrium was exceedingly precarious, akin to a thread poised to snap at any moment. In the yellow zone, Locating an appropriate glass cup posed no challenge, a fact that Davant keenly exploited. In the instant he exchanged fire with his enemy. Both parties were ensnared by the cacophony of battle, oblivious to the faint sound of shattering glass from the corner. Davant's shot aimed at the glass cup seemed trivial amidst the chaos, likely unnoticed by the enemy. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the significance of this shot transcended mere distraction. As the glass cup shattered under the bullet's impact, the once restrained RGD-5 grenade lost its final tether. Although the weight of the grenade could temporarily keep the lever stationary. This balance was fragile. Even the slightest movement could trigger the internal spring, releasing the lever and igniting a cataclysmic explosion. Davant comprehended every detail of this trap. His mind calm as he calculated the time. The fuse of the RGD-5 grenade had a mere 3 to 4 seconds, and at the moment the glass shattered. The brief yet deadly countdown had silently commenced. The enemy may still have been immersed in the tension of combat, perhaps perplexed by Davant's gunfire. Little did they know. The shadow of death was drawing near. As the countdown reached its conclusion, a glint of cold determination flickered in Davant's eyes. He did not linger. Swiftly retreating from the potential blast radius, while behind him, the grenade's fuse ignited. In that fleeting moment, the world seemed to come to a standstill after a brief silence. A deafening explosion reverberated through the entire corridor. The shockwave stirred countless fragments of debris, scattering shards of glass like lethal blades. As if heralding the apocalypse for this lifeless edifice. Davant did not look back. He knew it was all over, the lives of his enemies extinguished in that instant. Bang! An ear-splitting roar erupted from the other end of the corridor, akin to thunder, marking the explosion of the grenade. Ruthlessly shattering the tranquility of the air and sending a wave of unsettling tremors through the ears of the mercenaries at the corridor's far end. However, they remained as blind men groping an elephant, unable to discern the unfolding drama at that distant point. Perhaps it was the extreme electromagnetic storm, having just receded its ferocious visage, leaving chaos and disorder in its wake. On the radio, only static and erratic fluctuations persisted, as if nature itself mocked humanity's communication technology, drowning any useful information in this sea of electromagnetic turmoil. Of course, this was merely their reasonable conjecture based on the current state of affairs. In this forgotten corner of the Yellow Zone, radio malfunctions were not a novelty. The mercenaries here, despite possessing an advantage over the brazen bandits in equipment, found this advantage relative and strikingly limited. The radio equipment, a seemingly inconspicuous yet invaluable gadget, had become a luxury in the Yellow Zone. After all, skilled operators of radio stations were scarce in this land, akin to the brightest stars in the night sky, distant and unattainable. Consequently, the demand for radio stations was scant. More often than not, it remained a fanciful luxury. Even for those mercenaries who danced on the edge of a blade, a moderately powered walkie-talkie sufficed for their communication needs. Though these devices were manufactured with strict power limitations in the Yellow Zone, there were always a few talented individuals who could enhance these walkie-talkies with external modules to boost their radio frequency power, allowing them to transmit louder when it mattered most. The Yellow Zone, a realm brimming with the unknown and miraculous, concealed many untold secrets. The merchants here often had at their disposal a cadre of skilled artisans, adept not only in repairing firearms but also in crafting various ingenious gadgets in their leisure. For these dexterous masters, whether mending a damaged rifle or constructing a device to enhance communication equipment was merely child's play. Thus, when the radio failed at this moment, severing communication, it hardly came as a surprise to these mercenaries. In this land ravaged by electromagnetic storms, everything appeared unpredictable and transient. At this juncture, regarding Davant's situation, these mercenaries were like blind men enshrouded in fog, utterly unaware and momentarily at a loss, as if bound by invisible ropes, frozen in place. A few mercenaries muttered low curses, their words betraying an unmistakable anxiety and unease. As they were on the verge of taking action, a sudden, heavy sound of footsteps echoed from the corridor, piercing the stillness of the air like a grim drumbeat from the depths of the abyss, causing the hairs on the backs of their necks to stand on end and their hearts to race uncontrollably. However, swifter than the sound of the approaching steps were the movements of their hands. In an instant, they all instinctively raised their weapons, fingers poised perilously on the triggers, as if any slight disturbance would compel them to fire without a moment's hesitation. Such actions, under normal circumstances, could easily lead to accidental discharges. But in this treacherous Yellow Zone, they felt utterly natural, and none paid it any mind. Here, life was as inconsequential as weeds, particularly that of others, which held even less significance. Even if a comrade were to be inadvertently shot, it would merely be another wilting flower in the desolate landscape of the Yellow Zone, and no one would mourn its passing. "Old Wink, is that you?" A somewhat familiar mercenary called out, his voice betraying a barely perceptible tremor. Naturally, they hoped that the entity approaching was a comrade, someone to offer warmth and solace in this bleak moment. Yet in the yellow zone, one should never harbor any optimistic expectations regarding the events that would unfold. Here, hope often serves as a prelude to despair. And the harsh reality did not disappoint their expectations. Just as the words left their lips, a faint yet ominous click resonated through the air. A sound small yet akin to the tolling of a bell from the depths of hell, heralding their impending doom. Almost immediately, a grenade, like an emissary of death, was hurled towards their location, carrying with it an irresistible force of destruction that propelled their fates into an uncertain abyss. Damn it! Several mercenaries cursed as they dashed into the adjacent room, successfully evading the shockwave and shrapnel from the grenade's explosion. This was one of the inherent drawbacks of using a grenade in an enclosed environment. The confined structure of the building limited its effective range. Given the typical 3 to 4 seconds of the grenade's fuse, timely awareness of its throw could render escaping its lethal radius a relatively simple task, especially when factoring in the structure of the building itself, which often facilitated such maneuvers, particularly when there were stairs or corners involved. By merely redirecting the grenade towards a staircase or around a corner with a swift kick, safety could be assured, for staircases are generally constructed of reinforced concrete, capable of withstanding even the direct blast of a grenade. Even if one could not kick the grenade away, the structural integrity of the walls could mitigate the explosion's impact, transforming the complex internal architecture into something akin to fortified trenches. Nonetheless, while the walls could shield against much of the explosive force, the resulting smoke and noise still obstructed the mercenaries' awareness of their surroundings. Already in a precarious physical state, they found their combat capabilities further diminished. This was precisely why Devonk chose to deploy the grenade. He did not intend to eliminate them all with a single explosive, but rather to severely weaken their fighting ability, diminishing their responsiveness and capacity to continue the battle, all while striving to maintain his own advantage. Of course, Devonk understood that achieving this aim would not be easy, and thus he sought every possible opportunity to facilitate his actions. However, it was at this moment that an unforeseen variable forcefully entered this already volatile scenario. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated, akin to thunder splitting the heavens, shattering the silence of the sky. In that instant, the world seemed to freeze. The acrid scent of gunpowder filled the air, and time appeared to stand still. The ground beneath their feet trembled violently, the sensation rippling through the floor to every nerve ending, inducing an involuntary heart palpitation. The building they occupied swayed violently, walls groaning in protest as dust and debris cascaded from the ceiling like a torrential snowfall, as though the very structure were on the brink of collapse, destined to become a mere pile of rubble. At this moment, time elongated into an endless instant, and whether they were the once arrogant marauders, the merciless bandits, or the mercenaries fighting for their lives, they all instinctively ceased their actions. Shock and fear washed over their faces like a tidal wave, their eyes wide with confusion and helplessness. Their hands no longer clenched weapons. Instead, they instinctively scanned their surroundings, as if in search of an unforeseen answer. Yet, amidst the chaos and terror that permeated the scene, there were a few individuals who, drawing upon their past experiences, swiftly discerned the truth behind that familiar yet terrifying sound. Unlike the others who were engulfed in panic, their gaze sharpened, and an acute sense of alertness surged within them. They understood that this roar was not a mere coincidence, but rather a harbinger of something far more dreadful. Devonk, a seasoned veteran who had once fought valiantly on the smoke-filled battlefield, possessed an ineffable familiarity with such disturbances and noises. His ears had grown accustomed to the deafening cacophony, yet his heart betrayed him, quickening its rhythm in response to the sound. Deep within his memory, this noise transcended mere explosions or roars. It was the anguished wail of the Grim Reaper, the tolling bell of the battlefield, resounding in the ears of those soldiers teetering on the precipice of death. In Devonk's recollections, such sounds were invariably intertwined with the countless spilt blood and extinguished lives. Each time he heard that thunderous roar, it was as if innumerable comrades fell, their lives dissipating in an instant. A myriad of battle fragments surged through his mind, smoke swirling, artillery roaring, and death lurking ever closer, as if the entire world had been crushed into scorched earth beneath the iron hooves of war. Artillery fire in the yellow zone? How could this be? Devonk murmured softly, his voice low and hoarse, laced with a weighty sense of despair. A flicker of painful memories crossed his gaze, a testament to countless encounters with death on the battlefield. The sound of bombardment echoed in his ears, as if beckoning him back to that hellscape woven of blood and fire. He knew this was no mere explosion, but rather a prelude to annihilation. The artillery fire brought not just destruction, but merciless slaughter. Each detonation heralded the extinguishing of lives, serving as death scythe to reap souls. And now, he stood facing this inexorable death sentence. Devon took a deep breath, forcing himself to snap out of his momentary daze. He must remain composed, for he understood all too well what might follow. The building could collapse at any moment, transforming this area into death's hunting ground. As a seasoned veteran, he knew the only recourse was swift evacuation, to grasp at any threat of survival. Yet in his heart, he understood that escape from these ruins was no longer within his control. In the fleeting silence that followed, the world gradually regained its movement. Fear and chaos spread like wildfire as the brief calm shattered, plunging the survivors back into a maelstrom of panic. People fear natural disasters because nature treats all equally before its wrath. And before artillery fire, all were equally vulnerable. Boom. The earth trembled violently as Devon lost consciousness. In his final moment of awareness, he saw sunlight streaming through a gaping hole in the ruined structure, its rays falling directly upon him, though he felt no warmth. An inexplicable serenity washed over him. Perhaps this was for the best. Facing death, Devon harbored no resentment. In some paradoxical way, this moment aligned with the contradictory yearning buried deep within his soul. This was what set him apart from the other desperate survivors in the Yellow Zone. He never truly desired to keep living. His heart secretly longed for death, even as his actions constantly waged war against it, perpetually searching for a place where he could find peace. Yet he knew such wishes were nearly impossible to fulfill. And if death came now, in this manner, he would accept it. As Devon's consciousness faded, he slowly raised his hand toward the sun, as if welcoming its embrace. But gradually, his vision dimmed as swirling dust enveloped him, severing his connection to the light until darkness claimed him completely amidst the collapsing ruins. On the other side of the battlefield, Verna staggered to her feet. As a tactical android, she possessed some resistance to artillery impacts, unless directly hit by shrapnel. While the shockwaves would severely affect her, the damage wouldn't be as catastrophic as for ordinary humans. At least she wouldn't suffer collapsed lungs or shattered internal organs. What just happened? Verna's voice cut sharply through the smoke and dust. She dispatched a struggling enemy with a single shot, her trembling gun barrel betraying her in her turmoil. Steadying herself, she gazed through shattered windows at the artillery-scarred sky. In a twisted way, the bombardment had unexpectedly aided her. Eliminating these stubborn foes would have required considerable time and effort, yet in mere moments, the artillery had cleared most obstacles. Those enemies caught in the open support square, the very same who had trembled before her moments earlier, had their lives extinguished instantly by 2 shell impacts. Even if shrapnel didn't kill them directly, the shockwaves had already reserved them thorny seats on Karen's boat, delivering them to endless darkness and oblivion. The explosion's tremendous pressure acted like an invisible giant's hand, crushing eardrums and twisting cochlear nerves, plunging their world into silence. More horrifically, this force shattered internal organs, transforming living flesh into broken dolls. Any survivors gasped bloody froth with each breath, their alveoli ruptured beyond repair, allowing air to flood chest and abdominal cavities. This unwelcome invasion compressed their lungs unbearably, the agony of pneumothorax leaving them unable to draw breath despite gaping mouths, as suffocation's despair closed in. Yet this marked only the beginning of suffering. Before asphyxiation came, blood loss and organ rupture would drag them first into shock's abyss, until finally they departed this world in unimaginable torment. Verna's actions in this moment served not merely to secure her safety by ending enemy lives, but also to bestow a rare mercy upon this despair-ridden Yellow Zone. Here, bullets sometimes became gifts of pain relief, an ironic yet unavoidable compassion in this wasteland. In places like the Yellow Zone, the line between life and death blurs, and mercy, even in its coldest form, becomes precious beyond measure. For here, sometimes, bullets truly are mercy. Chapter 9, The Black Marketeer. Since when does the Yellow Zone have heavy artillery? Verna's brow furrowed, her voice laced with disbelief. In these forsaken lands, few things were rarer than the heavy weapons slumbering in stronghold armories. Behemoths like heavy machine guns existed almost as legend here, standing guard over select outposts more as deterrents than practical weapons, rarely touched let alone deployed. And artillery shells? Those were scarcer than morning stars. Don't tell me Vince has taken an interest in this. Damn, that would spell real trouble. Verna cursed inwardly as ominous premonitions stirred. Garrison's intel hadn't mentioned this hot potato. If their target had drawn the attention of that enigmatic black marketer, this operation would become her worst nightmare. Vince, a name known and feared throughout the Yellow Zone. From Verna's limited intelligence, Vince wasn't some transient in the zone, but rather one of its original inhabitants. More accurately, he'd been cultivating his vast, intricate commercial network here since before the area was officially designated a restricted zone. His influence permeates every corner of the Yellow Zone, where both legal and illegal transactions bear his mark. The fence is not only ruthless in his methods but also possesses an intricate web of intelligence. No whisper of news escapes his attention. Werner is acutely aware that any direct conflict of interest with the fence could lead to unimaginable consequences. The henchmen at the disposal of the illicit merchants within the yellow zone are innumerable, existing like phantoms, omnipresent and inescapable. Within this domain, any scavenger, looter, or even moderately notorious bandit or gang is likely to have intricate ties to the illicit traders. Most of them willingly serve these merchants, whether by gathering intelligence, selling information, or peddling various dubious goods, all of which have become a part of their daily existence. Unlike other merchants, the illicit trader seems to possess an uncanny allure. There is nothing that cannot be procured or sold within his domain. His market reach is astonishing. Even items deemed impossible to acquire within the yellow zone somehow find their way into his possession. Rumors abound that he once procured an entire box of ancient manuscripts from the distant northern ice fields, and others claim he unearthed a legendary weapon from the ruins of the East. However, few are willing to engage in trade with him, for the prices demanded by the black market dealer are exorbitantly steep, akin to purchasing sand with gold. In a place like the yellow zone, where every resource must be meticulously accounted for, trading with him seems akin to expressing disdain for one's own possessions or a desire for a shorter existence. Yet, it is the dealer's formidable influence that truly commands respect. Even the most notorious local kingpins known to Werner, or the heads of rival factions, are hesitant to provoke the black market merchant. They not only afford him a degree of respect, but at times, actively seek his assistance and support. The dealer's power has permeated every corner of the yellow zone. Even more astonishing is his ability to command the raiders and scavengers within the area. While their combat prowess may be rather mediocre, their sheer numbers are overwhelming. Should they swarm and entangle Werner, it would undoubtedly pose a significant dilemma for him. He had once witnessed a group of scavengers attacking a small outpost at the behest of a black market dealer, a scene reminiscent of ravenous wolves besieging a feeble lamb. Yet, this was merely the superficial display of the dealer's power, although there was no direct evidence. Werner had previously visited a fishing village that served as both an evacuation point and a stronghold, now reduced to ruins. He could discern that it had once been a fortress, a quasi-militarized bastion, now obliterated by mortars. Indeed, mortars, and judging by the size of the craters, they were of considerable caliber. While all useful remnants had been utterly destroyed, Werner managed to glean some information through various channels. This was the handiwork of the black market dealer, although it was evident that forces beyond just the dealer were at play, as numerous scavengers and bandits had surged against the outpost. From this alone, no one dared to underestimate the black market dealer or oppose him. The sheer magnitude of his power, the ruthlessness of his methods, and the depth of his cunning instilled fear in all. At present, if his mission target truly found itself in the dealer's crosshairs, and the dealer forbade any interference, a wave of intense headache surged through Werner, as if countless needles were piercing her mind. The pain was akin to a rusted saw repeatedly raking through her brain, with each jolt rendering her thoughts increasingly chaotic. She inhaled deeply, massaging her temples in an attempt to alleviate the sudden agony, yet her agitation remained unabated. "Damn the black market dealer," Werner muttered under her breath. Her brow furrowed. A torrent of anger surged within her, as if she were trapped in an invisible cage, unable to break free. She had long heard tales of the dealer's ferocity and treachery. He adhered to no rules, and once focused on a target, matters would turn exceedingly complicated. What compounded her distress was her current predicament, which left her no room for retreat. She gripped her firearm tightly, her knuckles turning white. Every muscle in her shoulders taut like a drawn bowstring. "Garrison, when I return, I swear I will knock out a couple of your teeth to teach you a lesson." Werner clenched her jaw, the words erupting from her throat with barely contained fury. This troublesome task should have been Garrison's responsibility. He always shirked his duties with various excuses, ultimately ensnaring her in this convoluted situation. An unnamed flame of vengeance ignited within her, and she vowed that once the mission concluded, Garrison would pay dearly for this transgression. She cautiously maneuvered her body, striving to minimize any noise as she approached the window. Each step felt like treading on thin ice. Every movement was deliberate and cautious, fearful of revealing her position. Werner's eyes scanned her surroundings, each shadow potentially concealing lethal danger. The light outside was dim, the sun's dying rays filtering through heavy dust, blurring her vision and providing a modicum of cover. Were circumstances favorable, she would yearn to carve an escape route through the wall, slipping away unnoticed, free from the dread of an enemy's sudden emergence. Yet, she understood that such notions were mere fantasies. For now, she could only utilize the existing environment to shroud her movements, evading the detection of the dealer's minions. Werner lowered herself against the wall, pressing her ear against the rough cement surface, straining to catch any subtle sounds. Her heartbeat resonated like a war drum within her chest, each thump heavy and frantic. The street outside was eerily silent, punctuated only by the distant whispers of the wind, contrasting sharply with her mounting tension. Her mind raced, sketching a potential escape route. Every window and corner was meticulously calculated in her mind, rehearsing various possible contingencies. Stay calm, she admonished herself, forcing her breathing to slow, calming her restless emotions. Werner recognized that each step she took could mean the difference between life and death. Any hint of panic could lead to dire consequences. Her gaze fixated on the window, scrutinizing every potential threat. A fleeting glance caught the reflection in the corner, her only companion, her own shadow, silently mirroring her movements. At that moment, Werner felt akin to a cornered leopard, her nerves coiled tight, poised to strike. She was uncertain of the enemy's numbers outside or their potential actions. But she knew she must rely on her instincts and agility to navigate this perilous situation. Werner shifted her body once more, her movements ghostly silent, waiting for the next opportunity to arise. Meanwhile, in the square, a figure wrapped tightly in layers surveyed the boxes before him with keen, piercing eyes. His gaze seemed capable of penetrating all, capturing every intricate detail of the box before him. This was no ordinary metal container, it was continuously powered from within. The man murmured to himself, his fingers gently caressing the surface of the box, as if attempting to discern the nature of its contents through the texture of its exterior. His fingers glided over the box, each subtle sensation meticulously captured and analyzed. How could nanomaterials and relic technology manifest in this place? A wave of perplexity emanated from beneath the man's mask. His voice, though resonant, betrayed an unmistakable astonishment. He was evidently taken aback by the material and technological sophistication of the box. Could it be that Pascal had concocted yet another contraption? The man murmured again. And though uncertainty lingered on his lips, his gaze deepened, as if he were contemplating other possibilities. Recalling Pascal's methods, he felt an overwhelming likelihood in that direction. His gaze once again fell upon the cargo box, and within the depths of his profound eyes, a resolute glimmer flickered, as if he had already conceived alternative means to unearth the secrets concealed within. With a crisp sound of metal colliding, the man suddenly grasped the chain affixed to the box. This chain, originally employed by mercenaries to secure the cargo, had now transformed into his lever to lift the entire box. His movements were fluid and instinctive, as though the chain were an extension of his own being. Without any forewarning, he abruptly tugged, and astonishingly, the box was effortlessly raised. His ease of motion resembled that of lifting a mere sack of eggs, and he maintained his composure and tranquility with scarcely any adjustment to his posture. He murmured softly, confirming the weight of the cargo box before casually discarding it onto the ground. The moment the box made contact with the earth, the rebound of the truck spring was astonishing, a testament to the considerable heft of the cargo. This also indirectly showcased the man's strength, as he effortlessly lifted and tossed aside the heavy box. Recalling the earlier scene where a group of 5 burly workers struggled to lift it, panting and nearly exhausted, it was remarkable how this man handled it as if it were but a feather. Such advanced nanotechnology from Ruins Tech, he muttered, his mind racing with thoughts. His gaze sparkled with a keen intelligence, as if he had discerned the secrets of the cargo box. He then reached silently for the electronic lock, his posture and movements suggesting he possessed a key that could unlock it directly. However, shaking his head, he dismissed that notion. Never mind. It will simply serve as a weight in the warehouse. The man rolled his neck, producing a faint sound of cracking bones, and surveyed his surroundings, a flicker of resignation crossing his eyes. The former bandits now lay sprawled on the ground, their lives extinguished like candle flames in the wind, easily snuffed out by the gunman. Each gunman had merely used a single bullet, and the bandits hardly struggled, meeting a swift and painless demise. In a place like the Yellow Zone, to depart this world without suffering could, in a sense, be considered a stroke of luck. Hidden in the shadows, Werner's gaze was intently fixed on the enigmatic figure beside his target. He found himself unable to discern the origins of the man before him. Despite the fact that the individual cloaked himself entirely beneath a voluminous cape, the steadiness of his movements and gait suggested to Werner that he was indeed a man. Yet, the questions swirling in Werner's mind burgeoned like wild grass. She could not ascertain whether this man was an underling of the black market. If so, seizing the target from him would undoubtedly embroil her in considerable trouble. However, the man's composed demeanor did not resemble that of the typical thugs and scavengers associated with black market operatives. Such henchmen often resembled remnants of vultures or avaricious hyenas, their presence starkly contrasting with that of the man before her. He seemed more akin to a leopard lurking in the shadows, poised to pounce on its prey. But if he was not affiliated with the black market, how could he afford the heavy weaponry? Werner's mind was awash with uncertainty, acutely aware that in the yellow zone, every transaction concealed myriad undisclosed secrets and intricate entanglements. The man's identity and intentions loomed over Werner like a shroud of mist, obscuring the truth from her grasp. Significantly, Werner's fingers gently rested upon the trigger, her gaze grave and her breath unnaturally slow. From this distance, she was confident in her ability to ensure that the bullet would unerringly penetrate his vital organs, achieving a swift and painless demise. Yet, in that very moment, she experienced an unprecedented hesitation and unease. Her fingers trembled slightly on the trigger, as if ensnared by an unseen force, reluctant to pull it. A profound sense of dread surged within her, as if the target before her was not merely an object, but a riddle cloaked in endless terror. This sensation was utterly irrational, yet she found herself unable to shake it off. She endeavored to convince herself that this was merely a straightforward task, one that would yield substantial rewards upon completion. However, her innermost self felt as though it were being held at bay by a sharp dagger pressed against her nape, rendering her immobile and indecisive. She inhaled deeply, attempting to quell the turmoil within her heart. Yet, the unsettling feeling clutched at her heart like an invisible hand, preventing her from escaping its grip. Her fingers lingered on the trigger for what felt like an eternity, yet she remained unable to act. Werner knew she had to make a choice. Yet, in that moment, she was engulfed by an unprecedented fog of confusion and helplessness. She was uncertain whether to proceed with the task or abandon it altogether, turning away. All she understood was that the target before her instilled a sense of overwhelming pressure and fear, making it difficult for her to arrive at a decision. Just as Werner hesitated, another gunshot rang out abruptly, slicing through the silence like a blade, snapping her attention away. The sound was sharp and chilling, bearing an undeniable threat. She had been hit. The thought flashed through Werner's mind in an instant, and her body instinctively responded, accurately determining that the shot had originated from behind her. This revelation indicated that amidst the preceding chaos, an overlooked adversary had stealthily approached her, a blunder intolerable for someone like Werner, known for her sharp instincts and caution. A flicker of annoyance crossed her mind at having made such a foolish error, but her years of battlefield experience swiftly reigned in her emotions, redirecting her focus to the impending crisis. Bang, bang, bang. The enemy's gunfire descended upon her like a tempest, yet their aim appeared erratic and panicked, clearly. Their condition was dire as well. The earlier explosion seemed to have dealt them a severe blow, leaving them nearly engulfed by the debris and dust. This explained why Werner had momentarily let her guard down, after all. Who could have anticipated that such a seemingly incapacitated foe could claw their way back and launch a surprise attack? In that critical moment, Werner's movements were as swift as lightning. She drew her Beretta M9 from its thigh holster and rolled agilely, stabilizing the firearm against her inner thigh as a solid pivot. Her gaze sharpened, locking onto the indistinct figure behind her. In this life-and-death struggle, both parties fired in haste and instability, however, with her faster reflexes and keener intuition. Werner seized the upper hand. Just as the enemy's bullet grazed her chest, stopped by her ballistic insert, Werner's shot tore through the air first, striking the enemy's jaw with deadly precision. The fatal round pierced through their mouth, ripping into the base of their skull. Damn, that ballistic insert was expensive. Werner cursed under her breath, yet she had no time to dwell on the pain or the loss of her equipment. Swiftly, she rolled to take cover behind a nearby barrier, concealing herself against the sturdy stone wall. Simultaneously, she adjusted her stance, retrieving her M4 carbine, which she had failed to draw earlier due to the urgency of the situation, preparing for any subsequent threats. Bang, bang. Without a moment's hesitation, Werner took aim at the downed enemy and fired 2 shots. This time, to ensure absolute certainty, she approached the other bodies, delivering 2 more rounds to each with her pistol, each shot striking the spinal column or cranial regions with precision. She utilized the kinetic energy of the bullets and debris to utterly obliterate their nervous systems, ensuring no chance of survival remained. Once she had dealt with the immediate threats, Werner turned her attention back to the target's last known position. However, it lay desolate, save for the numerous corpses of bandits and the drag marks on the ground, essentially. Nothing remained. Frustrated, she slammed her fist against the windowsill, fully aware that in the yellow zone, failing to complete a task merely meant a futile venture, with all her efforts rendered void. Yet, a sense of reluctance lingered within her. After all, she had never failed in such matters. And the reward for this particular operation was substantial. Relinquishing it felt like a bitter pill to swallow. He shouldn't have gone far. Others would likely come to his aid. Werner cast a distant glance at the drag marks on the ground, then at the transport vehicles nearby. The weight of the cargo was not a significant issue for her tactical capabilities, but if she could utilize the vehicles, that would be advantageous. However, she remained uncertain about the man's precise capabilities. There must be weapons on those vehicles. Werner studied the convoy further, contemplating how to maximize the potential of these automobiles. Simultaneously, she began to explore the possibility of seizing the cargo from that individual. Yet, an inexplicable feeling nagged at her, suggesting that the figure she had observed earlier might not have been after the cargo at all, but rather something else entirely. In other words, the removal of the box was merely due to the individual's perception of it as his trophy. The actual value held little interest for him. As for why he appeared here, it may simply have been because he heard commotion and decided to take a glance. This explanation seems utterly nonsensical, as no one in the yellow zone would willingly meddle in affairs that do not concern them. Although everyone lives on the edge, risking their lives daily, none would deliberately involve themselves in conflicts that do not serve their own interests, unless one's strength is formidable enough to disregard all threats. Such a scenario is utterly implausible in a place like the yellow zone. Werner shook her head, attempting to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. She understood that the priority was not to speculate on the other's intentions or abilities, but to devise a practical plan to reclaim the box. With the sound of footsteps echoing, Werner slowly departed the building, contrary to her expectations. The target she was tracking had not distanced himself, but had instead quietly found refuge in a dilapidated structure, sitting nonchalantly atop the cargo box. These individuals had gone to such lengths for this trivial object? The man muttered to himself, his tone laced with a hint of disdain and confusion. He slowly removed the mask that clung to his face, as if unveiling a mysterious prologue, allowing his skin to breathe freely for the first time in this murky air. That visage, despite having weathered countless storms, bore no marks of the unique aging and fatigue characteristic of the yellow zone. Rather, it exuded a remarkable vitality, reminiscent of a corner forgotten by time. If at this moment Dev Inc. or Werner were to witness the man's true countenance, it would undoubtedly evoke not just fear, but an overwhelming sense of astonishment. Though they have long navigated the yellow zone, possessing an intimate knowledge of every inch of its terrain, this does not imply their ignorance of the transformations occurring beyond its borders. In truth, the demarcations between the yellow zone and regions such as Europe and North America are increasingly indistinct, not due to a harmonious amalgamation, but rather because once thriving and stable areas are progressively succumbing to chaos and disorder. Particularly in North America, the turmoil that followed the disintegration of America is astoundingly profound. Once a bastion of global power, it now finds itself comparable to the yellow zone, presenting a dilemma in discerning which locale offers greater security. The perils and uncertainties of the yellow zone, when juxtaposed with the rampant violence and disarray plaguing North America, appear less daunting by comparison. This world has become a paradox, blurring the lines between irony and reality. As for the man seated within this humble cargo container, should one consider his identity and status, the mere fact that this seemingly ordinary container can accommodate his form may well be its greatest honor. His presence imbues the cargo box with a remarkable significance, akin to mundane objects suddenly enveloped by the radiance of divinity. Undoubtedly, upon encountering this man, the two individuals would hastily abandon their tightly gripped weapons, akin to discarding a scalding potato, and make every effort to flee as far as possible. They understand well that in this yellow zone, lives are as inconsequential as chaff, yet the value of a life varies based on whose it is. Some lives possess an intrinsic worth that cannot be measured, even amidst this chaos. The yellow zone, a forgotten corner of the world, though a lawless expanse, is contingent upon whether anyone is willing to impose order. After all, the land is innocent. Allowing it to languish is a form of sacrilege against nature. Moreover, the yellow zone is substantial in size, harboring countless untapped potentials and opportunities. However, even all the inhabitants and factions within this zone pale in comparison to this man, rendering them insignificant. His existence looms like an insurmountable peak, eliciting only awe and reverence from those who gaze upon him. Indeed, even if the collective might of all Western European nations were to be united, they would tremble in submission before this man. His renown transcends geographical and national boundaries, evolving into a legendary presence. The name Whip of God, once relegated to the annals of distant history and myth, now manifest before our eyes in vivid form. Countless individuals have doubted its authenticity, dismissing it as mere hyperbole. Yet this man embodies the living essence of the Whip of God, demonstrating through his strength and authority the true significance of this ancient title. Here lies Jin Shuxing. His deep and powerful voice resonated in the tranquil air, imbued with an unmistakable resolve. Qin Shusheng slowly retrieved a seemingly ordinary yet remarkably extraordinary communication device from his pocket. In this realm, conventional radios and intercoms had likely become mere ornaments, their signals feeble like a flickering candle in the wind. Yet for him, possessing a means of communication that could function seamlessly in any corner of the yellow zone, under any circumstance, was merely a matter of effortless convenience. He gently caressed the cold device, and a ripple of emotion stirred within him. In contrast to his current identity and power, his attire appeared rather too simple, even somewhat shabby. According to the perspectives and standards of certain individuals, his presence ought not to grace the chaotic realm of the yellow zone. After all, safety had seemingly become a luxury here. And the ancient adage that a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall was reinterpreted to mean that a noble gentleman would never voluntarily place himself in a hazardous situation. However, in Qin Shushen's lexicon, he had never defined himself as a virtuous gentleman or an exquisite nobleman. His arrival in the yellow zone was driven by a purpose shrouded in secrecy. This was, ostensibly, a matter unworthy of his direct involvement. Yet, Qin Shusheng opted to come in person. Deep within him lay more profound calculations, a strategy and foresight comprehensible only to those who truly stand at the pinnacle of power. Yet, he was accustomed to wielding the knife himself, meticulously untangling each thread, probing into the intricacies of every detail's cause and effect. Such behavior might seem like courting trouble, yet it harbored profound significance. Only through personal experience could one genuinely comprehend the actions of others and unveil the myriad complexities and challenges concealed beneath the surface. This was not merely a matter of attention to detail, but also a mastery of the larger picture. Qin Shusheng understood that only by immersing himself in the fray could he discern the truths hidden beneath appearances and truly grasp the significance behind each decision. Those who hold themselves in high regard, believing that their elevated status alone grants them insight into the world's myriad affairs, are often the most easily deceived by superficiality. Their perspectives, narrowed by their superior status, lead them to believe they survey all, unaware that they have fallen into a blind spot. Human vision is invariably limited. Even the sharpest gaze can only glimpse the minutiae of its surroundings. More often than not, those we can command are not genuinely captivated by our wisdom or abilities, but rather yield to the power we wield. This power, for the subordinates, is both a source of intimidation and a synonym for opportunity and benefit. In this world, the majority wield so little power that they cannot alter their fates, let alone reach those distant dreams and desires. Qin Shusheng is acutely aware of this. Thus, he never hastily relies on his authority to manipulate others. He understands that obedience driven solely by power is fragile. Once that power dissipates, those seemingly loyal followers will scatter like birds and beasts. True understanding and resonance can only be forged through a deep comprehension of one another's circumstances and needs. Those who linger in high positions often unwittingly or instinctively utilize their resources to pursue their goals. However, they frequently remain ignorant of how to achieve these goals, what preparations are necessary, what assistance is required, and even how much time it will take. They are often oblivious to the reasons behind their sudden decisions. Their choices appear to arise from thin air, yet they are, in fact, guided step by step by others. Qin Shusheng has long seen through this phenomenon. He knows that such blind pursuits of objectives often lead one astray. Frequently, these high-ranking individuals are merely led by the nose, misled by meticulously crafted reports that inform them such decisions are imperative and that only they possess the capability and authority to execute them. Once a decision is made, these individuals experience an indescribable satisfaction, not merely a mental pleasure, but also accompanied by the tangible benefits and rewards that power brings. Yet, they remain unaware that they are gradually stepping into the sweetly woven web of others' deceit, much like sinking into a quagmire from which escape becomes arduous. 0TS 14. Do you need someone to pick you up? Should I send the composed gentleman 416 Hong Kong dollars, the steady swordsman SVD, or the gentle and broad-hearted Diane? The teasing tone of 0TS 14, imbued with a hint of sweetness and warmth, seems particularly out of place amidst the swirling dust of the yellow zone. Yet it possesses a unique charm. Qin Shusheng initially found himself speechless, then gently exhaled the sand that had inadvertently entered his nostrils, the subtle sound resonating distinctly in the tranquil yellow zone. This sounds like selecting a consort for the emperor. For now, I still need to fish alone. Too many people will scare the fish away. As he spoke, Qin Shusheng relaxed against a cargo box, his casual demeanor seemingly dismissing the latent dangers surrounding him. Casting aside the treacherous environment of the yellow zone. 0TS 14. TSK, could it be that you've discovered some special wildflower in a hidden corner? After all, Wildflowers endure the elements far better than we delicate greenhouse blooms. We, the greenhouse flowers, are rather fragile. It's understandable that you occasionally seek out wildflowers for a change. Given your distinctiveness, Qin Shuxing felt an urge to terminate the communication but ultimately restrained himself, pricking up his ears to listen further. As the ensuing conversation was of paramount interest to him, 0ts, 14. However, I will still have to go home and report. The threat was blatant. Yet Qin Shuxing found himself at a loss regarding how to counter it. They still needed to coexist on the ship for several hours. But when faced with threats, Qin Shuxing had several responses at his disposal. He could be obstinate, though he preferred an alternative approach. After all, 0ts, 14's physique was indeed quite pliable. And tonight presented an opportunity to challenge himself with more intricate postures. 0ts, 14. Can we pretend I didn't say that? The somewhat self-satisfied 0ts, 14 suddenly became aware of a familiar sensation in her abdomen, one that had deeply imprinted itself within her, allowing her to vividly imagine the intricate postures Qin Shuxing would adopt that evening. In a sense, you guessed correctly, I truly have discovered something different. Qin Shuxing's fingers lightly tapped on the cargo box, producing a muted sound indicative of its contents, yet the box's structure absorbed vibrations, rendering the noise faint and dull. 0ts, 14. Oh, is that true? This wretched place can yield such treasures? Focusing on the matter at hand, Qin Shuxing lightly tapped, revealing a topographical map of the surrounding area, superimposed with a weather map indicating cloud cover. In many respects, their current location could be described as the eye of a typhoon. Indeed, they were situated within the eye of a storm, a tempest of considerable size looming above them, while their immediate surroundings appeared calm. A broader perspective unveiled the true nature of their situation and the challenges they faced. 0ts, 14. Given the current circumstances, this weather may persist for several more days. The anomalies in the ruins have led to increasingly extreme weather patterns, with durations extending as well. Despite the earlier banter, 0ts, 14 approached their official tasks with utmost seriousness. It seems we shall remain here for several more days. As Qin Shuxing spoke, he glanced at the calendar and quietly retrieved a photograph from his pocket, depicting two sleeping infants. Even just gazing at the image, he could almost smell the milky fragrance emanating from the children. Certain experiences and emotions in life can only be truly comprehended after one becomes a parent. Chapter 10. Old Friends. 0ts, 14. SVD and her team are closest to your location. According to the latest data simulations, they can ensure rapid arrival at the support point within 5 minutes. Qin Shuxing smiled faintly, his eyes fixed ahead as if he could see the approaching support team through layers of obstacles. He stretched his shoulders and elbows, the soft crack of his joints resonating in the stillness, a long-lost sense of ease washing over him. Since shedding the heavy burdens he carried, he felt an unprecedented lightness in both body and mind, as if he could taste the freedom woven into the very air he breathed. For now, let's maintain our distance. I can manage the current situation. I am not the type who requires peak condition to engage in battle. His tone was relaxed, even tinged with a hint of self-deprecating confidence, as if he were assuring himself that, regardless of time or place, he possessed the capability to confront any unforeseen circumstances alone. Occasionally, it is important to provide others with a platform to showcase themselves. SVD yearned to advance further in practical scenarios and demonstrate her worth. Her voice was gentle yet resolute, as if advocating for SVD's opportunity while also reminding Qin Shuxing of the significance of allowing others to shine. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Shuxing's gaze flickered slightly before he nodded, his tone imbued with both sentiment and anticipation. Each step must be taken with strength and assurance. The choices she made must be followed with deliberate and steadfast determination. Especially on this journey, she must traverse it alone, bearing the hardships and challenges that no one else can share. Yet, once she endures this period of adversity and completes the remaining path, wherever she wishes to soar, the heavens will graciously open for her. His words are imbued with profound emotion, as if he is not merely discussing SVD but also reflecting upon the trajectory of his own life. The days of youthful exuberance have long faded under the relentless passage of time, yet the steadfastness and purity of SVD compel him to re-evaluate his former ideals and aspirations. Having weathered storms, every drop of sweat tasted upon his tongue transforms into sweetness. Ah, SVD, in many ways, mirrors my own essence. That purity is perhaps even more absolute than my own. His gaze was profound, as if he were peering through the river of time, catching a glimpse of his younger self, who was equally devoted to his beliefs and willing to sacrifice everything for them. However, Chen Shushin was acutely aware that he could no longer embody the same purity as SVD. The trials of time and the weight of reality had rendered him more pragmatic and perceptive. His aspirations had shifted from lofty, unattainable ideals to tangible goals. He had learned to seize each moment as time flowed, no longer waiting but instead striving fervently to realize his ambitions. Were I in his position now, I would hardly be able to contain my restless spirit. I would not wait so long. What I seek now is the immediacy of each passing day. He murmured softly to himself, his tone imbued with a hint of resignation and a touch of relief. He recognized that he was no longer the youthful warrior he once was, but rather a person who had weathered countless storms. The dreams of his past had been reshaped through the trials of reality. Yet SVD, she had accomplished it. Her composure and perseverance, unafraid of tempests and undaunted by solitude, instilled in Chen Shushin a profound admiration. SVD's actions substantiated that pure strength, a force he had once ardently pursued but gradually lost. Thus, Chen Shushin was filled with anticipation. Eager to witness the heights SVD could reach, the challenges of limits, and the transcendence of self, he is ready, poised at the finish line with a smile, to welcome the figure who has penned a legend with sweat and tears. He understood that at that moment, it would mark the most glorious chapter of her life. And he would bear witness to it all. OTS 14 sighed, perplexed by her choice, as she had numerous other alternatives that could have allowed her an easier existence. Yet she deliberately opted for this arduous path. Her voice reverberated through the radio waves, imbued with a barely perceptible pain and resignation, akin to the lonely wind piercing the silence of the night, touching the heart of the listener. As an old comrade who had once fought side by side with her, and one of the first to venture into this realm filled with uncertainties and challenges, OTS 14 found SVD's decision utterly bewildering. It seemed as though her mind was shrouded in a dense fog, with every attempt to unravel the enigma only thickening it further. Her thoughts drifted like snowflakes in a winter storm, returning to the days they had weathered together. They had supported one another amidst the hail of gunfire and had ignited the flames of hope for each other in the boundless darkness. Those days, though fraught with hardship, were filled with the warmth of camaraderie and the fervor of shared struggle. Yet now, SVD's choice felt like a sudden, chilling wind that scattered those tender memories, leaving behind a landscape of ice and an abyss of confusion. OTS 14 simply could not fathom why SVD would choose this most grueling and arduous path. Clearly, there were more comfortable and promising avenues laid out before her. She could have done nothing and merely waited for Chen Shushin to pave a flowery path leading her effortlessly to success and happiness. Yet SVD chose the route seemingly strewn with thorns, the most arduous for others. It was a path demanding innumerable drops of sweat, tears, and blood, a path that might never reveal its destination. OTS 14 could not help but wonder what force and conviction propelled SVD to make such a choice. She exhaled deeply, her heavy sigh echoing once more through the radio waves. She realized that no matter how hard she tried to comprehend, perhaps she would never truly understand SVD's decision. For within each heart lies a realm that belongs solely to oneself, a landscape that only one can truly grasp. Chen Shushin's voice came through the radio from the other end, tinged with resignation and a wry smile, as if he were conversing with himself, or explaining to someone far away why one would forsake a comfortable life to venture into the harsh frontier. You know, she was the one who sought me out, requesting to be assigned here, like a bird eager to burst from its cage, filled with fearless curiosity about the unknown world. Recalling that scene, Chen Shushin's brow furrowed slightly, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Though he intended to send some promising young talents to the grassroots to experience the hardships of life and thereby forge a more resilient spirit and pragmatic skills, SVD was indeed on the candidate list. However, he had not anticipated her urgency. She approached him even before he had formally proposed the plan, resolutely demanding the assignment. Despite his confusion and a hint of worry, Chen Shushin did not intervene. He understood that true talent and potential often flourish best in adversity. His original intention was to have someone delve into the grassroots, to personally experience that hardship, thus emerging as an even more exceptional individual. Yet, he had not foreseen SVD's unwavering determination. She had been away for several years, seemingly forgetting the city's splendor and comfort. During those years, SVD labored silently like an ascetic, toiling away at the grassroots, her figure appearing particularly resilient and steadfast amidst the sandstorms, as if no difficulty could hinder her progress. She faced harsh environments, challenging living conditions, and myriad unknown trials, yet she never faltered or complained. Such a choice and steadfastness elicited both admiration and a twinge of heartache from Chen Shushin. Yet it was this very determination that forged such talent. This was not sarcasm, but a heartfelt sentiment. He recognized that SVD might not possess the talents and gifts that some others had, yet she also possessed qualities that were uniquely hers, such as unwavering persistence and an indomitable spirit. This steadfastness often proved more precious and rare than any talent or gift. It was precisely because of her determination, her simplicity, her candid nature, that SVD had persevered until now. Her actions may have drawn ridicule and misunderstanding, even provoking challenges and doubts from others. Nevertheless, SVD had never been swayed by these. She simply continued to pursue what she believed to be right, quietly investing her efforts and sweat. Under SVD's steadfastness, everyone would silently make way, granting her ample space and stage to showcase her talents and capabilities. Moreover, they would silence their mocking tongues. For SVD had demonstrated her worth and significance through her actions. Her current situation certainly exceeds our imagination, Chen Shusheng remarked slowly, a hint of unnoticeable admiration and resignation in his tone. He gazed out the window, his eyes seemingly piercing through the layers of fog, his thoughts drifting back to the moment he first encountered SVD. At that time, her gaze sparkled with defiance and resolve, like a blazing flame in the depths of winter, foreshadowing everything that was to come. How could Chen Shusheng not be aware of SVD's current status? With every report, each drill, and every real combat scenario, her name was invariably associated with excellence and resilience. Each word, each line of data, bore witness to her journey through thorns and brambles. On the battlefield, her performance was undoubtedly remarkable, yet the very genesis of it all lay in SVD's own choice. She embraced this path without hesitation or regret. Although Chen Shusheng had intentions to support her, the journey was one that SVD had carved out step by step, to prove her worth. To fulfill that quietly germinating goal in her heart, she relied not only on her strength but also on her passion and dedication to the military. He recalled the countless times she had fallen and risen again on the training ground, her unwavering gaze amidst the hail of gunfire. SVD was not a prodigy. All her achievements were earned through sweat and perseverance. Therefore, no matter how arduous the path ahead, SVD must persist, for this was her choice. A burden no one could share, nor could anyone strip her of this honor. Chen Shusheng understood that the matter of promotion was but a fleeting word for him. Yet for SVD, it could become a burden, even inciting her aversion and rejection. What SVD pursued was never an ephemeral title, but the honing of her skills in real combat, the intertwining of sweat and tears in her growth, and the glory inscribed with her life in the face of life and death tests. She would rather endure the harshest trials in the storm than relish a moment of comfort in an office. However, setting aside these external factors, as a pure frontline soldier, SVD's performance was undoubtedly nearly flawless. Her tactical understanding, combat will, and care and encouragement for her soldiers deeply impressed Chen Shusheng. She was not merely a warrior. She was the very soul of the entire team. To reassign her from the front line solely due to a promotion would undoubtedly be a waste, a disrespect to talent. As the captain, SVD not only excelled in training but also stood as a beacon of hope for the new recruits. Her presence acted as a potent tonic, steadily enhancing the combat capabilities of the grassroots. Those soldiers trained by her, no matter where they went, maintained an indomitable spirit, charging forward with resolve. Every word she spoke carried weight, every decision she made was precise and decisive, and each battle she fought was a testament to the true demeanor of a soldier. How could one easily relinquish such an SVD? Each of her charges and commands subtly infused the army with renewed vigor and strength. The sun's rays filtered through the cracks, illuminating Chen Shusheng's furrowed brow, adding a touch of solemnity to his worried expression. He sat upon a cargo box, exuding nonchalance as he gazed at the endless mountains in the distance, his heart a tumult of emotions. Removing his mask to breathe a little more easily, he noticed the mask's mouth and nose had gathered some dust, the grit slightly dampened by breath. The wind seemed to carry a hint of reluctance, gently brushing past him, lifting a few dry leaves across the barren expanse. Such leaves were indeed rare. They likely had been swept here by the storm from the redwoods of a distant mountain range, swirling in the air before finally settling down, mirroring his current complex feelings. Fraught with indecision, I fear that when the time comes, the commander of the frontier, that steadfast figure who cannot abide even a grain of sand in his eyes, will grasp SVD's hand as if holding on to the tranquility of the border, resolutely refusing to let her go, Chen Shusheng murmured, his voice tinged with bitterness and helplessness. He was acutely aware that the SVD had become the cornerstone of the border force, serving not merely as a pillar of strength for the soldiers but also as a beacon of hope within their hearts. Through countless trials and tribulations, it was with resilience and wisdom that she guided the team forward. Such a presence could not be easily relinquished. The image of SVD's determined visage flickered in his mind, Whether drenched in sweat beneath the blazing sun or gritting her teeth against the biting cold, she was always the first to step forward, embodying loyalty and commitment through her actions. She was not only a warrior in battle but also a sage in life, capable of resolving conflicts and uniting hearts with her remarkable leadership and warmth. Wherever such an individual went, they shone like gold, radiating brilliance. Chen Shuxing sighed inwardly, knowing that the commanders at the border would not easily allow such a valuable talent to depart, whether out of recognition of her capabilities or concern for team stability. After all, in this era fraught with uncertainty and challenge, to possess a leader who could command respect while warming hearts was a rare treasure. As he contemplated the impending negotiations, he recognized that it would be a contest of wits and eloquence, a dialogue surrounding talent and responsibility. Diane's voice, like a gentle breeze on a spring day, flowed softly through the radio waves, carrying an ineffable tenderness that seemed to penetrate the cold, mechanical barriers, reaching the most delicate corners of the heart. Her words resonated with a refreshing coolness, reminiscent of morning dew, and the lingering warmth of twilight, brushing against the listener's soul and leaving a soothing echo. Each syllable appeared meticulously crafted, imbued with a lingering essence and an invisible allure that drew one into a dreamlike reverie. Her discourse seemed to harbor boundless expectations and enticing provocations, gently stirring the deepest strings of the listener's heart. Like a soft spring rain, her words permeated the air, inviting all to willingly immerse themselves in her essence. Even knowing this was but a fleeting transmission through the radio waves, the allure of her gentle summons felt like invisible hands tenderly grasping the listener's heart, compelling them to respond to every word, even to follow this voice into the depths of the unknown. Her eyebrows, as green as distant mountains shrouded in mist, and her voice painted a vivid picture in the mind, as if a portrait of beauty slowly unfurled. Even without having met her, her voice alone was sufficient to conjure an exquisite image, beautifully defined features, a gentle demeanor, and an enchanting charm hidden within her soft smiles. Those almond-shaped eyes sparkled like the brightest silver stars in the night sky, both clear and profound, as if they could perceive all of life's beauty and sorrow. Each glance seemed to narrate a story, imbued with unspoken wisdom and poignant melancholy, evoking a deep sense of compassion. Her graceful form resembled willow branches swaying in a spring breeze, each step imbued with the essence of gentle winds, both soft and enchanting. Her movements were akin to a dance, her figure as elegant as a swallow flitting beneath the azure sky, effortlessly gliding with a natural grace. Every gesture and smile carried an indescribable charm, captivating all who beheld her. Her voice was like the melodious song of a bird in the woods, crisp and delightful, striking the very soul, allowing listeners to momentarily forget the clamor and troubles of the world. Through the radio waves, Diane's persona seemed to come alive, vividly leaping in the imagination of each listener with every spoken word. Her voice wrapped around each listener's heart like soft silk, immersing them in warmth and making it impossible to disengage. Her presence was akin to a sudden spring rain, silently nourishing every parched heart, reviving the numb souls, igniting an inexplicable excitement and longing within each individual, awakening a renewed desire for beauty. Listening to her voice, Chen Shuxing felt a slight smile tugging at the corners of his lips, a ripple of emotion stirring within him. Honestly, enchanted by this dreamlike voice, he had already envisioned the arrangements for the evening. Yet, it was not the right moment, he murmured softly, a glimmer of calmness shining in his eyes. He gazed into the distance, his eyes narrowed, fully aware that no fish would easily bite the seemingly enticing bait he offered. This ocean seemed to conceal deeper secrets, awaiting a moment to be unveiled. Those lurking in the shadows, despite gripping their nets tightly, were merely waiting in vain within this vast expanse of yellow. The name Yellow Zone itself bore the weight of a taboo, instilling a sense of dread. It resembled a forgotten wasteland, fraught with the unknown and peril, as if even the sun dared not illuminate this land. Every soul brave enough to tread here would endure the caprice of fate, confronting unforeseen death traps. Yet, Chen Shuxing felt no fear. Instead, he discovered rare excitement and challenge within this forbidden domain. For him, the crises of the Yellow Zone were but fleeting shadows in the journey of life, elusive yet never truly obstructive. Standing there, he was engulfed by the night, merging seamlessly with the surrounding darkness, save for his eyes, which remained sharp as those of a hawk. Convention would dictate that a figure of his renown in the realm should not venture into this forbidden territory alone. To outsiders, using oneself as bait was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, exceedingly perilous. However, Chen Shuxing never heeded such conventions. He always found a way out of dire straits and discovered opportunities amidst danger. This seemingly reckless approach set him apart from others. At this moment, the coolness of the sea breeze drew near, as if a long-dormant storm was on the brink of awakening. Chen Shuxing inhaled deeply, an uncontrollable impulse igniting in his eyes. He understood that such fleeting opportunities must be seized with decisiveness and audacity. He resolved to adopt a more radical approach, even if it entailed some risk. After all, if life were perpetually stagnant, how could it stir the depths of his soul? He had always relished confronting the challenges of the unknown. Much like he now stood at the precipice of this yellow zone, poised to entice an unseen adversary. As for the size of the catch, Qin Shuxing held no certainties in his heart. This world is ever-changing, particularly within these unfathomable waters. Those bold enough to take the bait may not be the grand leviathans he yearned for, but rather cunning and agile little fish. Yet, even these small catches hold sufficient intrigue for him. Each tiny fish possesses its unique value. They may serve as keys to unlock greater prey or clues to an undercurrent of activity. Qin Shuxing never underestimates these seemingly trivial gains. For he is acutely aware that in this intricate world, every piece on the board can sway the tide of fate at a crucial moment. However, he also recognizes that those daring enough to take direct action against him are far from ordinary. These individuals are often desperate souls, reckless in their pursuits, heedless of the consequences. Though they may exhibit bravery, they frequently lack the requisite wisdom and strategy, merely reckless gamblers throwing caution to the wind. They may be fierce, but they hardly embody true worth. For Qin Shuxing, such individuals do not merit significant investment of his energy, as their utility remains perpetually limited. Thus, he comprehends that tonight's fishing endeavor resembles a game devoid of stakes. He does not anticipate substantial gains from it. Rather, it is a contest against time, a test of his patience and intellect. The dangers and uncertainties of the yellow zone, in his eyes, transform into a rare blend of tranquility and exhilaration. With an almost cynical attitude, he relished the challenges and sense of oppression that this desolate region presented, as if he were engaged in a dance with this land of death. Yet, within him, a vigilant awareness persisted. This seemingly trivial game could, one day, transform into a genuine conflict, with consequences that were unfathomable. Qin Shuxing understood that this tranquility was merely a façade. The adversaries lurking in the shadows would ultimately reveal their fangs. And when they took that fateful step, he would not hesitate to turn this game into a battlefield of gleaming blades. Diane's voice crackled through the radio, soft as ever but laced with an unusual tension. I have gathered a considerable understanding of the situation over there. Qin Shuxing furrowed his brow, a note of perplexity escaping his throat like a wisp of cloud drifting across the night sky, carrying hints of confusion and speculation. At such a moment, her initiative to contact him must surely indicate something significant. She was always cautious, never disturbing him lightly, nor wasting their time on trivial matters. A momentary silence thickened the air. Qin Shuxing's gaze darkened slightly, his thoughts swirling rapidly, and a fleeting notion crossed his mind. Could it be Jiangyu? That restless little imp. As soon as this thought arose, he muttered to himself, it seems she has begun her little antics again. Truly, I am at a loss with her. Diane, with keen ears, detected the subtle shift in Qin Shuxing's tone through the communicator. A flicker of realization washed over her. She had anticipated his reaction. Years of collaboration had fostered an unspoken understanding between them. Even without verbal exchanges, their thoughts intertwined, resembling a silent dialogue unfolding between them. Diane's mind raced, instantly grasping Qin Shuxing's thoughts, a wry smile tugging at her lips. Deep down, she knew that despite his words, Qin Shuxing's affection for his little sister Jiangyu outweighed any reproach. Jiangyu is currently approximately 500 meters from you, intending to provide guerrilla support around your vicinity. Diane conveyed lightly, tinged with a hint of apology, her tone softening as if attempting to alleviate the underlying frustration. She sighed gently, I truly apologize. I will have a good talk with her tonight and urge her to refrain from such reckless behavior. As her words continued, her voice unconsciously dipped, as if fearful of disturbing something, or perhaps the weight of her guilt made it difficult for her to articulate. She understood that Jiangyu's impulsiveness and stubbornness had caused Qin Shuxing considerable trouble, yet as an elder sister, she was equally reluctant to chastise her younger sibling too harshly. On Qin Shuxing's end, listening to Diane's slightly remorseful tone, he shook his head with a bitter smile. He had long grown accustomed to Jiangyu's troublesome nature. However, Diane found herself caught between habit and awkwardness. Her foolish little sister always stirred up worry, capable of causing trouble with the slightest carelessness. Ultimately, it was Diane who often bore the brunt of the aftermath. The task of cleaning up after such messes, while seemingly simple to speak of, was both exhausting and exasperating. Reflecting on the years gone by, she couldn't help but sigh internally. This burden seems to be growing heavier. A self-mocking smile graced her lips, her eyes flashing with a hint of helplessness. Although she harbored some complaints, her feelings were mostly filled with concern and indulgence for her sister. She understood Jiang Yu's character well. She appeared clever and shrewd on the surface, yet deep down, she remained a child who had yet to mature. Diane sensed that Qin Shushan was aware of her thoughts. The prospect of the family meeting that awaited them later that evening made her cheeks flush with warmth. Despite the absence of secrets between them, the shyness and modesty belonging to a young woman lingered like a flower blooming in spring, exuding a mix of timidity and innocence. She gently caressed the edge of the communicator, silently praying that tonight's events would resolve peacefully, without allowing Jiang Yu's capriciousness to shatter this rare tranquility. I understand. Qin Shushan replied softly, his words falling like a feather gliding silently over the tranquil lake, stirring not a ripple. His voice was serene, akin to the gentle breeze of the night, devoid of emotional fluctuations, almost rendering the matter trivial. This tone allowed Diane's heart to relax slightly, as if she could evade the impending reproach. However, she quickly realized that beneath such calmness often lay deeper currents. In this moment of tranquility, Qin Shushan shifted his tone, maintaining an unruffled demeanor while casually uttering words that instantly tensed Diane. If there are lessons to be imparted, we shall address them upon our return. As for tonight, we have other arrangements. His voice, akin to the cold winter wind, struck her with an invisible chill, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Despite his calm demeanor, devoid of any emotional display or signs of severity, it was precisely this tranquility that bred an undercurrent of unease within her. Having spent countless days and nights together, their deep-seated rapport allowed them to capture hidden emotions within subtle nuances. At this moment, what seemed like casual remarks concealed an inescapable weight. As for tonight, we have other arrangements. These placid words stirred something within Diane's heart, like an undercurrent gradually swelling within her breast. A tremor coursed through her, for she understood the implications of those words. The intertwining feelings of anxiety and helplessness began to spread, enveloping her thoughts. She knew that what awaited her was likely another unutterable lesson. The recollections of those nights had long etched themselves into her memory. Each morning upon waking, her body would still throb with lingering discomfort, particularly in her posterior, as if the teachings of the previous night resonated within her. The thought of that familiar pain caused her heart to sink, as though the fiery sensation resurfaced in her memory. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she sighed inwardly. Although Diane had grown accustomed to Qin Shushan's calmness and sternness, she still felt a surge of helplessness and a touch of fear at such moments. She understood that his tranquility often accompanied thunderous measures, and this facade of calm rendered each lesson even more profound and unavoidable. The unspoken severity would silently descend upon her, and by the time she realized it, it would be too late. Diane gently stroked the edge of the communicator, silently praying. Perhaps tonight's arrangements would not be as harsh as she feared. Yet, she knew that once Qin Shushan made a decision, her only option was to accept it obediently. As she recalled those past nights, a complex tide of emotion surged within her. Those evenings not only brought pain but were also intertwined with shyness and helplessness. Each dawn after a lesson, she would feel that lingering discomfort echoing within her body, particularly as her figure gradually expanded, as though her skin had memorized each of Qin Shushan's warnings, an unending cascade of admonitions. Very well, since it has come to this, let us proceed with a carefully orchestrated series of schemes. Qin Shushan subtly observed his surroundings. It was evident that he was amidst the remnants of a city. Yet the primary structures remained surprisingly intact. The main streets and buildings had largely been preserved, allowing vehicles to navigate freely, with only certain edges of the city being buried under windblown sand. The overall structure showed minimal impact. He decided to have Jiang Yu disguise herself as a secret ally sent to assist him. Her appearance would undoubtedly allow her to seamlessly embody this role. Should there truly be a pair of eyes lurking in the shadows, his solitary actions would undoubtedly trigger their sensitive instincts. In the case of others, particularly those who wish to survive, be they mercenaries or bandits, they would likely band together in groups within the yellow zone to interact and execute tasks. While the presence of a lone wolf may seem easy to intimidate, it is far from being perceived as mere prey or a sickly animal. On the contrary, a solitary predator with sharp fangs represents a danger to social hunters. It may be tempting to regard such a solitary predator as an easy target. But in the yellow zone, those who dare to act thus would either be seeking death or be madmen, with the latter being the more common scenario. Thus, Jiang Yu's presence, in some respects, served to disorient the adversary. As for the SVD team, they needed to maintain an appropriate distance, ensuring they remained inconspicuous while ready to respond swiftly. Their squad was well-equipped and formidable, serving as a crucial support for this operation. The SVD herself was a master marksman. Her existence loomed like a sharp sword over the enemies, poised to deliver a lethal strike at any moment. Drones, laden with meticulously selected munitions, hovered high above like vigilant eyes in the sky, ready to unleash devastating force at a moment's notice, providing indispensable support for ground combat. With just a few succinct remarks, Chen Shusheng outlined a meticulously crafted action blueprint. He understood that with the formidable firepower of the SVD team, combined with his partnership with Jiang Yu, any attempt by the enemy to suppress or encircle them would be futile unless they could deploy heavy firepower at the battalion level or above. Luring the enemy deeper and striking at the core was their strategy, a seemingly simple yet exquisitely refined dolphin tactic. Diane understood. Her voice was soft yet resolute, as if she had already made up her mind. On the other end of the communicator, Chen Shusheng calmly observed the operational plan taking shape. Feeling a serene composure akin to that before stepping onto the battlefield, he gently pressed the end key, and the entire room fell into an immediate silence. Chen Shusheng slowly rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping across the cargo boxes brimming with equipment, while every nerve in his body gradually tensed. He casually perched himself upon the cargo box, his thoughts racing through his mind. The surrounding environment, the terrain, the potential movements of enemies, and the unforeseen changes that could arise, these intricate factors flashed vividly in his consciousness. He resembled a cheetah lying in wait amidst the grass, poised for the slightest indication of prey. However, just as he was prepared to delve deeper into contemplation, fate had a knack for disrupting meticulously crafted plans. Chen Shusheng's intuition whispered to him that events would not unfold as anticipated. Indeed, it was not long before his suspicions were validated. An unexpected force shattered his calm, altering the dynamics of the situation in an instant, akin to a shooting star. The arrival of Jiang Yu was swifter than he had imagined, yet simultaneously, the adversaries around him were beginning to stir with renewed vigor. It appeared that action was imminent. Chen Shusheng rubbed his neck, gauging how much longer he could afford to wait, while his gaze shifted to another box. Its dimensions were not particularly large, manageable for a single individual to lift. In terms of length, it bore some resemblance to an ordinary guitar case. However, in terms of weight, it was evidently different, for it contained no instruments meant for performance. I hope I shan't be kept waiting too long. The events of the past few days had already caused delays in the yellow zone due to unforeseen circumstances, necessitating adjustments to the original plans. Though Chen Shusheng had anticipated such contingencies from the outset and had allocated sufficient time for himself, no one could predict whether further surprises lay ahead. Nevertheless, he regarded this as a self-imposed time-sensitive challenge. The greater the conflict, the more imperative it became to maintain a semblance of calm. At this juncture, compelling oneself to think rationally might prove to be a prudent choice. Over the years, Chen Shusheng had cultivated certain habits and discovered latent potential within himself. For instance, he found that the more pressing the time constraints, the calmer his thoughts became. Chapter 11. Lingering existence. To let the yellow zone languish in such a state was hardly a sustainable strategy. Chen Shusheng's somber voice echoed softly within the expansive room, each word laden with profound concern and ineffable unease. He stood before the broad floor-to-ceiling window, resembling a silent statue, enveloped gently by the soft light that streamed in from outside. His gaze traversed the tranquility before him, fixating on the distant expanse bathed in the golden splendor of the setting sun. The golden rays at the horizon resembled a benevolent old painter, draping this weathered land in a magnificent cloak of endless gentleness. However, within Chen Shusheng's discerning eyes, this serenity was but a mirage, an illusion of false prosperity that cleverly concealed the undercurrents of turmoil and the lurking crises within the yellow zone. His brow furrowed, resembling two insurmountable peaks, while his eyes sparkled with an ineffable weight and profound contemplation. Within his heart, a tumult of emotions intertwined, akin to a shattered jar of spices, each flavor sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty, contributing to his turmoil, rendering him unable to find solace. The situation in the yellow zone appeared to him as a deeply embedded ailment, silent yet harboring a lethal threat. This latent danger was akin to a colossal whirlpool lurking beneath a tranquil sea, silently eroding every inch of vitality in the region, poised to erupt at an unforeseen moment and devour everything in its path. A festering sore may be overlooked during times of robust health, allowed to lie dormant beneath the skin, yet it remains an integral part of the affliction, a malignant growth that cannot be disregarded. Should it be permitted to spread unchecked, it will inevitably consume the very essence and vigor of the entire body, much like a demon. Chen Shusheng silently lamented, the weight of his concern gradually enveloping him like the encroaching night. He understood that the risks concealed within this region were no trifling matter, demanding unwavering vigilance and attention. As the light in the room dimmed with the setting sun, the distant yellow zone appeared increasingly obscure and enigmatic in the gloaming, resembling a vast black hole silently absorbing all surrounding light and hope. Chen Shuxing slowly withdrew his gaze from the window, turning his attention to each corner of the room. He could sense the external pressure, akin to a surging tide, closing in upon him, leaving no room for respite. Meanwhile, the dissenting voices within, those fence-sitters and lurking opportunists, emerged like phantoms in the night, each harboring their own agendas, calculating their gains and losses. They anticipated an escalation of the internal conflicts within the Yellow Zone, eager to profit from the ensuing chaos. Behind each faction lay a complex web of interests, interwoven and labyrinthine, almost impossible to decipher. Chen Shuxing was acutely aware that these entanglements and disputes could not be resolved in a day. He required both patience and wisdom. He raised his hand to gently massage his furrowed brow, attempting to soothe the agitation and anxiety that arose from the weight of reality. To the casual observer, all appeared peaceful and orderly, yet he alone comprehended that beneath this tranquil facade, tumultuous undercurrents surged, fraught with peril. As a seasoned veteran well-versed in the intricacies of power dynamics, he had long discerned that this calm was merely a fleeting illusion, the deceptive serenity that precedes a storm. The pinnacle of power is a solitary perch. From his lofty vantage point, he perceived the entire chessboard's layout and trajectory. And his task was to meticulously maneuver each piece, ensuring that the situation remained under control and that no faction grew too potent, all to uphold the stability and prosperity of this territory. In the past, the War of Reclamation resembled a meticulously orchestrated drama, initially rife with climactic moments. As though victory was assured, yet it ultimately succumbed to waning momentum, fading into obscurity on the stage of history, a poignant reminder of failure at the brink of success. The painful lessons of that battle were etched like an indelible scar upon Chen Shuxing's heart, serving as a constant reminder of vigilance. The adage, "It is easy to seize a kingdom, yet difficult to maintain it," held profound significance for him, far from being mere rhetoric. It loomed like invisible fortifications, towering within his heart, perpetually alerting him to the necessity of unwavering diligence and vigilance. This land, cultivated with his blood and sweat, must remain firmly within his grasp, ensuring that history does not repeat itself. For Chen Shuxing, addressing potential threats was not a formidable challenge. He had long since woven an intricate web in the shadows, systematically eliminating any factors that might undermine his foundation, leaving no room for error. His methods were astute and subtle, eluding detection yet omnipresent. Many of the once celebrated generals had been deftly reassigned from their original posts. Some were dispatched abroad for further studies, ostensibly to nurture a new generation of successors. But in truth, they were distanced from the nexus of power. Others, citing advanced age, were placed in picturesque sanatoria to recuperate, enjoying what seemed a prestigious yet ultimately resigned retirement. Though they had committed no transgressions, such arrangements were unavoidable for the sake of overarching stability. This was the price of power, a truth that Chen Shuxing understood deeply and clearly. He sighed inwardly, comprehending that these seasoned veterans harbored varying degrees of discontent. They aspired to ascend from the position of the third-in-command to the pinnacle of authority, or from the fifth seat to lay claim to the coveted third position. Yet, under the iron-fisted rule of Chen Shuxing, the absolute authority, these ambitious dreams ultimately dissipated like mist, swept away by the winds of reality. Time is relentless. Most of these veterans have entered the twilight of their years, their bodies no longer robust as in their youth, and their minds dulled compared to their former acuity. Chen Shuxing recognized that in a decade, the majority would be compelled to relinquish their burdens and retire to a life of leisure. This is the inexorable law of nature, one that no one can resist. Moreover, he was acutely aware that the renewal and succession within the military are historical inevitabilities. He harbored no fears that this group could undermine his foundations, for even disregarding their capabilities and other factors, there remains one element that these veterans can never confront: time. Or more precisely, age. Time is merciless, it halts for no one and flows only forward. Ultimately, these veterans would be relegated to the status of mere footnotes in history, engulfed by the torrents of time. The military's high-octane operations resemble an unceasing war machine, particularly the immense pressure endured by frontline commanders, which has left these once mighty veterans feeling overwhelmed. Those bearing the weight of lieutenant general responsibilities often find themselves engaged in continuous operations lasting dozens of hours, sometimes longer. Without respite, their bodies and minds subjected to tremendous strain. The years have taken their toll, they can no longer sustain such an intense combat rhythm as in their youth, a reality that has become an unspoken agony in their hearts. Thus, Chen Shuxing understood that the internal transition within the military was already unfolding quietly. This was not his foremost concern. The pace of renewal was so swift that he scarcely needed to worry. People depart and positions cool. This is the norm of existence. After the veterans vacate their roles, even if some loyalists remain within the military, in an environment characterized by high intensity and pressure, it would not be long before these loyalists too would gradually be replaced. Younger, more energetic, and ambitious individuals would step into their roles, infusing the military with fresh vigor. These veterans, even if they wished to remain, would find it increasingly difficult to persist in frontline positions. Their bodies and spirits could no longer endure the demands of high-stakes combat and command, compelling them to reluctantly retreat to the sidelines or retire altogether. However, for Chen Shuxing, everyone remained under his control. Whether in overt command or covert power struggles, he navigated with ease and grace. His wisdom and strategy established him as the soul of the military, his position unassailable. Yet, the true threats lay hidden in the shadows. Those unseen forces, like venomous serpents, lurked, waiting for the opportune moment to strike, leaving one defenseless. The intricate web of interests, where one is entwined with another, represents the most formidable adversary. It envelopes all within an invisible net, creating an inescapable trap. The affairs of the world often unravel within such convoluted relationships. Chen Shuxing was acutely aware of this. Thus he remained perpetually vigilant, never daring to relax his guard. His gaze pierced through the swirling sands outside the window, once again deeply fixating on the resilient yet weathered yellow zone, scarred by the ravages of history. His heart, akin to the land sculpted by the relentless winds and sands, bears the weight of a burdensome past while nurturing boundless hopes for the future. He understood that to safeguard this land bearing countless dreams, one could not rely solely on the cunning of political maneuvers and the finesse of strategic arrangements. What was truly indispensable was the wisdom to remain composed and resolute amidst turbulent undercurrents, coupled with the fearless courage to confront unforeseen challenges head-on. Upon this tempest-tossed terrain, every step was akin to treading on thin ice. Only by maintaining an ever-vigilant mind could one stand firm amidst the capricious political tides, ensuring that this golden territory under his meticulous orchestration remained untainted by the shadows of division and dissolution. His gaze penetrated the surface tranquility, confronting the shadows concealed behind the light, those undercurrents of the bureaucratic factions and the stirring ambitions of emerging oligarchs. Outside the window, the city appeared serene. The dying rays of the setting sun bathed the streets, and pedestrians went about their business, as if everything were functioning in perfect order. Yet, Chen Shuxing was acutely aware that beneath this façade of calm lay immense turmoil, akin to hidden reefs lurking beneath placid waters, ready to unleash towering waves once the opportune moment arrived. He is acutely aware that haste makes waste. In the face of entrenched interest groups, any impulsive decision can lead to unforeseen repercussions. These factions are like entangled vines, intricately woven together. Tugging at one strand affects the entire network. To confront them, one must adopt resolute measures to eradicate their roots, ensuring a firm foundation. Otherwise, even the slightest misstep could afford them the opportunity for resurgence. Unfortunately, the affairs of the world resemble a chess game, each move unique, with the board shifting in an instant. Some opportunities, once the optimal moment for decision-making is missed, can only complicate matters further, regardless of subsequent efforts to rectify the situation. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, Chen Shuxing gazes intently, contemplating these dilemmas. He understands that the current situation has not yet reached a critical juncture. Everything seems to remain within his grasp. Although he has significantly weakened these interest groups, many key figures have either been reassigned or have vanished under his iron fist. Nonetheless, he is aware that these forces are akin to deadwood after a wildfire, seemingly dormant, yet poised to sprout anew when the conditions are ripe. What troubles him further is the remaining residual power, whose corrosive potential is chilling. A single inadvertent mistake could serve as the catalyst for their resurgence. A ripple of emotion surged within him, as he harbored both hope and profound anxiety regarding the future. Perhaps the current state of affairs could be tenuously sustained for a decade, 2 decades, or even 3. But what of 40 or 50 years hence? When he is no longer present, what fate awaits this vast land? This question pierced his heart like a cold thorn, burrowing into its most secret recesses. He dared not ponder too deeply, for each time this thought emerged, an indescribable weight would swell in his chest. Images of potential successors floated through his mind. Among them might be talented upstarts as well as steadfast loyalists, yet none could truly assuage his concerns. After all, it is not the intricate and stringent regulations that genuinely govern the human heart, but rather the individuals who enforce these rules. Chen Shuxing understood that every regulation and policy he had instituted over the years was upheld not by the text itself, but by his formidable authority and skill. Once he departed, the question of whether these rules could endure remained a significant uncertainty. He reluctantly came to the realization that the answer might not be optimistic. Those who had long coveted power were already poised, waiting for the moment of his inevitable decline. Once he departed, it would be as if a dam had burst, unleashing ambitions that had been simmering for years. Qin Shuxing could almost envision the wolves lurking in the shadows, patiently biding their time for his weakness. Waiting for the opportune moment, they remained restrained, ready to strike, and even the slightest hint of his fatigue could serve as a signal for their collective assault. His thoughts swirled like mist in his mind, compelling him to take a deep breath to temporarily suppress the oppressive emotions. He could not afford to reveal even a trace of weariness or vulnerability, for this struggle for power never truly ceased, even when he seemed to hold the upper hand. The next moment could be fraught with peril. His fingers gently tapped the windowsill, producing a rhythmic sound. This faint noise seemed to serve as a reminder that, regardless of how treacherous the external environment may be, he must remain vigilant and composed. This realm was crafted solely by his own hands. With all his efforts coalescing within it, he could not allow the undercurrents to easily obliterate it. Ultimately, all the turmoil and entanglements inevitably revolve around that pungent word, money. Qin Shuxing sighed helplessly, his brow furrowed, as if he could conjure a spring of bitterness from within. Though this statement appeared understated, it was akin to a sharp blade, precisely and profoundly slicing through the heart of the matter. Money is not merely the lubricant for societal functioning. It is, in fact, the very catalyst propelling all hidden currents. He is acutely aware that every rustle of grass and every shift in the landscape on this land conceals an exchange of interests, all clues ultimately leading to the inescapable conclusion, money. The Yellow Zone, a realm nearly forsaken by the law, appears as a stage meticulously crafted for clandestine transactions. Everything here seems to convey a harsh reality. The absence of regulation equates to absolute freedom. In this chaotic territory, smuggling and illicit trade proliferate like wild grass, with no force capable of truly curbing their growth. The flow of money and resources resembles an underground river, serenely calm on the surface, yet tumultuously surging beneath. The outside world can only occasionally catch glimpses of the ripples, forever unable to uncover the genuine scene concealed beneath. In the Yellow Zone, this disordered paradise, those typically clad in tailored suits and eloquent in speech become untamed stallions upon entering. For them, there are no moral constraints, no rules to bind, as everything serves the pursuit of profit. Those seemingly courteous merchants, upon catching the scent of money, can readily cast aside their daily hypocrisy and pretense. Their avarice seems to have been nurtured by the fertile soil of this place, spreading wildly in an environment devoid of constraints, even daring to challenge all laws and regulations of the world. However, more disconcerting than these greedy merchants are the bureaucratic groups that operate behind the scenes, manipulating the larger scheme. These individuals appear to have no connection to the illicit realm, even fervently advocating for the rule of law and justice in public. Yet, in private, they are the true puppeteers driving the chaos of the underworld. While the merchants' greed is indeed alarming, they at least comprehend the flow of wealth and operate within the boundaries of established rules. In contrast, these bureaucrats wield power with impunity, lacking any sense of reverence. They neither create value nor care for the healthy functioning of society. They are solely adept at distorting regulations to maximize their own gain. These bureaucrats are akin to parasites within society, voraciously consuming the nutrients of the nation and community, yet offering nothing in return. A profound sense of disdain rises within Qin Shuxing. Unlike the merchants, who, to some extent, engage in production and trade, these bureaucrats have entirely severed their ties with the societal production system, becoming true parasites. They remain indifferent to the hardships endured by the underprivileged, disregarding the laborers who toil desperately for their livelihoods. Their sole concern lies in how to transmute their wielded power into personal wealth, relentlessly extracting from the interstices of regulations. The current state of the Yellow Zone resembles a canvas torn asunder by countless invisible hands, a direct consequence of the relentless maneuvering and capricious distortion of rules by those disengaged from reality. In Qin Shuxing's mind, a mirror hangs high, reflecting the truth. Those merchants who appear vibrant on the surface are but the tip of an iceberg floating in this chaotic waters, while the hidden undercurrents represent a far more alarming reality. The bureaucratic elite, ensconced in positions of power, lurk like colossal beasts in the abyss, silently orchestrating every aspect of existence. These bureaucrats, akin to a coven of insatiable vampires, cling tenaciously to the scarred land of the Yellow Zone. Their avaricious gaze fixated solely on immediate gains, voraciously siphoning every drop of blood and essence from the earth beneath. Utterly oblivious to the fact that their greed is draining this land of its vitality, rendering it a soulless husk, their ambitions extend far beyond the present. The vampiric bureaucratic faction has already extended its tendrils into broader domains. The resources and wealth within the yellow zone have become the sustenance for their own growth and empowerment. Each upheaval and transformation within the yellow zone is perceived by them as a prime opportunity to further expand their power and solidify their status. For Chen Shuxing, the decline of the yellow zone is undoubtedly disheartening, yet what instills in him a deeper fear is the presence of hidden parasites, incessantly gnawing at the very foundation of this land. Their pursuit transcends mere monetary gain and material wealth. It is the insatiable hunger for a power that transcends all rules, a power that equips them with the means to navigate any circumstance with ease, rendering them invincible. Once a land brimming with vitality and hope, it now resembles an ancient tree gradually drained of its nutrients. Though its exterior may still exhibit a semblance of stature and resilience, its interior has been ravaged by decay, rendered frail and vulnerable. The ancestors who once shed their blood and sweat for this land now appear powerless amid the fierce contest between bureaucratic factions and interest groups. Their sacrifices seemingly obscured by the dust of history. They must now feel like ants on a hot skillet, frantically scurrying about, Chen Shuxing mused, a subtle smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. Standing at the eye of this tumultuous storm, his gaze remains as calm as ever, while internally he remains unperturbed. His engagement in this turmoil is not merely for the sake of amusement on his return journey, rather, it is a response to a sudden assassination attempt that, like a blade in the night, nearly tore apart his previously tranquil path. The assassination occurred on an ostensibly ordinary afternoon, with the sun blazing overhead and dust swirling in the air. The danger at that moment was akin to a summer downpour, ferocious in its approach, yet ultimately unable to uproot him, a tree with deeply intertwined roots. However, the affairs of the world cannot be judged solely by outcomes. Although this assassination did not fundamentally threaten Chen Shuxing's life, the myriad uncertainties throughout the ordeal were indeed alarming. Had he not been battle-hardened, with a vigilance as sharp as that of a falcon, coupled with an innate ability to remain composed in times of crisis, he might have succumbed to the chaos endemic to the yellow zone. He recalled the scene of that assassination, where amidst the tempest of the yellow zone, the lurking assassins advanced stealthily like venomous serpents. Yet, through his keen intuition and extraordinary agility, he adeptly evaded those lethal strikes, much like a vessel navigating through a storm, perilous yet never once running aground. Now, standing by the window, he surveyed the entire situation. A profound sense of unarticulated relief washed over him, had it not been for that fortuitous escape. His fate at this moment would surely have diverged drastically. He might have found himself ensnared in a prison, compelled to confront the undercurrents of conspiracy, or even cast into the wilderness, mired in adversity, unable to return for an extended period. Presently, the identity and status he possessed were anything but superficial. He was the linchpin of the entire system. Should he, this pillar, suddenly vanish, if only for a few fleeting days, the repercussions would undoubtedly incite considerable upheaval. The cadre of bureaucrats and vested interests were likely already trembling with trepidation, speculating on his whereabouts. Even in his absence, rumors had quietly begun to proliferate. Amidst this atmosphere of unrest, the foundation of trust could very well waver, and should fissures emerge, there would undoubtedly be those eager to amplify such disquiet, further complicating the already intricate scenario. Moreover, Chen Shuxing was acutely aware that the complexity of this situation extended far beyond internal strife. Those covertly coveting his position and power were likely biding their time, waiting for an opportune moment. They had been watching, hoping for a hint of negligence or a breach, and his temporary disappearance could easily transform into the coveted opportunity they sought. Any misstep on his part, even a momentary lapse in communication, could furnish these malefactors with an unprecedented chance to stir the undercurrents, disrupting the meticulously orchestrated order. Even if they were unable to seize the moment directly, the resulting chaos would suffice to throw his strategies into disarray, undermining his meticulously considered plans and decisions. Chen Shuxing understood that the strategies he had laid out were akin to precise gears, interlinked and tightly woven. Any malfunction in a single component could bring the entire system to a standstill. Should he miss the designated execution window, the situation would spiral uncontrollably, akin to a wild stallion breaking free. Strategic adjustments would face unprecedented challenges, and emergency measures might prove futile, potentially propelling the scenario into an unpredictable abyss. He comprehended deeply that at this juncture, every step taken must be executed with utmost caution, leaving no opportunity for those lurking adversaries to exploit. He recalled the myriad enigmas behind the assassination operation, gradually calming the tumult within his heart. Few were privy to the exploration of the ruins in the yellow zone, and even fewer possessed the capacity to leak information. Should any issues arise, they would be the first to be scrutinized. Fortunately, Most of the internal discord and complications had been amicably resolved, allowing Qin Shuxing to extricate himself and meticulously formulate a series of plans aimed at salvaging this land based on the actual conditions of the Yellow Zone. He understood that the conception and execution of these plans necessitated a solid foundation, a stage upon which he could unleash his talents with fervor. Currently, a grand restructuring and upgrade operation was vigorously underway, ostensibly to maintain the military's combat efficacy and steadfast belief. However, the deeper implications of this initiative extended far beyond the surface. This transformation resembled a tempest, seeking to swiftly sift through the masses to unearth a new generation of leaders, those capable of commanding attention on future battlefields and bearing independent responsibility. This was not merely an update of the existing framework, but a strategic response to the uncertainties of the future, ensuring that the military remained endowed with unparalleled combat prowess and adaptability. The pace of the military's evolution often left one astonished. Standing aloft, Qin Shuxing surveyed the tide-like transformation with a profound realization. This was an irreversible trend. A small change every 5 years, a significant shift every decade. The relentless march of time would inevitably submerge any stagnant force beneath the torrents of history. This upgrade was not only a necessary choice in accordance with the times, but also a test of the military's ability to navigate complex circumstances. Simultaneously, another far-reaching consideration of this initiative was how to cleverly allocate resources amidst fiscal constraints, channeling more manpower and material into the construction of a nation's livelihood. The paramount concern of a great nation lies in the well-being of its people, a principle that Qin Shuxing held sacred, regardless of the military's might. If the foundation of national livelihood were unstable, it would ultimately collapse like a house of cards. Thus, the grand upgrade and deepening of infrastructure were placed high on the agenda. This was not merely a military endeavor, but a significant measure concerning the nation's future and the fate of its people. To realize this ambition, the technical branches of the military became an irreplaceable and invaluable resource. They were not only the unsung heroes on the battlefield, but also the backbone of a new wave of construction. Many possessed not only mastery over basic skills such as welding and cutting, but also profound expertise in circuit design, mechanical assembly, and advanced technology. Their skills enabled them to seamlessly bridge the divide between military and civilian sectors, quickly adapting to new job requirements. This exceptional adaptability and capacity for learning instilled great expectations in Qin Shuxing. They would serve as the vanguard in the realm of infrastructure. Hundreds of thousands of technical personnel stood as solid cornerstones, deeply rooted at the grassroots level of the nation. They were not merely masters of technology. They constituted a highly self-organized and self-disciplined force. Their operational efficiency was remarkable, allowing them to swiftly assemble effective teams and accomplish intricate tasks. The involvement of these technical troops would undoubtedly inject formidable momentum into the nation's infrastructure endeavors. Qin Shuxing envisioned that when these skilled soldiers stepped onto the front lines of livelihood construction, the nation's infrastructure would rise like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, laying a robust foundation for decades of development. Yet, in his heart, he understood that these individuals were not merely builders, they were also guarantors of national stability. Regardless of societal changes, the roots of turmoil invariably intertwined with resource scarcity and inequitable distribution. The existence of these technical troops would become a steadfast bulwark for maintaining national stability in the coming years. They represented not only the strength of infrastructure, but also the guardians of social order. This transformation was of paramount importance. It not only enhanced the military's combat capability in the short term, but also laid a solid foundation for long-term stability. Let's leave it at that, Qin Shuxing murmured softly, gently pressing his fingers against his temples as if to dispel the heavy fatigue and chaotic thoughts clouding his brow. His gaze was profound, seemingly piercing through all that lay before him, as if he resided in an unreachable realm. Temporarily setting aside the troubling thoughts, he inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly, as though striving to purge his mind of distractions and vexations. Outside the window, the yellow sand danced with the wind like an endless curtain, enveloping the world in a shroud of desolation and silence. Qin Shuxing gazed at the barren expanse, feeling a slight ripple stir within him. The desolate scenery involuntarily evoked reflections on his current predicament. On the surface, it appeared that he had everything under control. Everyone believed his plans were nothing more than a few casual remarks, like footprints in the sand, seemingly easy to tread upon, yet fraught with hidden complexities and challenges known only to him. Finding a way through this boundless sea of sand was akin to navigating without a compass. Every step forward was steeped in uncertainty and darkness. How could they possibly fathom the hardships involved? He mused inwardly, a bitter smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Plans may be crafted with clarity and simplicity, yet their execution was never as straightforward. Like the yellow sands, which appeared tranquil on the surface, yet concealed countless traps and undertows. Every step was laden with peril and challenge. What he needed to accomplish was to carve out a path through this seemingly impassable desert, transforming the impossible into the possible. However, this was not a feat achievable through sheer will alone. He is acutely aware that relying solely on oneself ultimately leads to a solitary struggle. No matter how flawless the plan may be, without the support of a cohesive team and the integration of resources, it remains nothing more than a castle in the air. Elusive and unattainable. Each action and every decision necessitates the convergence of broader forces to genuinely advance the seemingly burdensome situation. What he requires is a steadfast team, a collective of individuals who share his unwavering beliefs and determination to traverse this darkness together. At this moment, he senses time slipping away, with his remaining hours dwindling. The footsteps of battle draw ever closer, like an invisible tide compelling him onward. His fingers tighten ever so slightly, the joints producing faint sounds, as the long-suppressed spirit of combat begins to rise within him. It is a call from the depths of his blood, a reminder that he has never truly distanced himself from the clamor of the battlefield. Whenever a crisis looms, his body instinctively reacts, awakening to the surge of power that stirs from its slumber. He took a deep breath, his gaze gradually sharpening, the weariness that once enveloped him seemingly dissipating significantly. He understood that the battle was imminent, leaving no room for even the slightest hesitation or doubt. The silence of the past, that fleeting tranquility, was ultimately but an illusion. The true tempest had yet to arrive. When the storm finally descended, he must be thoroughly prepared. His thoughts surged like a relentless tide, each decision and every strategic move akin to constructing a tower upon shifting sands. Even the slightest misstep could lead to a catastrophic collapse. He was acutely aware that every forthcoming step would prove more arduous than the last, and his adversaries would only grow more cunning and formidable. Yet, despite this, the fervent desire for battle within him gradually crystallized. It was an impulse deeply rooted in his soul, a force that could only find release amidst the chaos of combat. Chen Shushan closed his eyes, allowing his thoughts to linger momentarily in his mind before reopening them. In his gaze, the calmness and resolve of yesteryears had returned. No matter how intricate the circumstances before him, he would not waver. He was prepared to confront every ensuing battle, whether it be a test of physical endurance or a contest of intellect and strategy. Let it be, he whispered softly, as if issuing a command to himself and the impending storm. The KGB can still maintain a firm watch over them, Chen Shushan remarked quietly, his fingers gently stroking his chin, his eyes deep and composed, his tone imbued with a subtle significance. In his view, the KGB stood as an indomitable barrier, towering beyond the maelstrom of power, resembling an untouched realm untainted by any vested interests, unwavering amidst the tumultuous circumstances, safeguarding this perilous world. Since its inception, the KGB has existed in a transcendent manner within the multitude of power structures. Neither the upper echelons of politics nor the power-hungry factions could intrude upon its operations. The KGB resembled a solitary island. Though surrounded by a vast ocean of authority, it had never been engulfed by the relentless waves. It had meticulously constructed a self-sufficient system from top to bottom, with all decisions and actions executed internally, devoid of external interference. Consequently, the internal workings of the KGB operated like a finely tuned machine, impervious to outside disturbance. Within this system, whether it be personnel adjustments or changes in leadership, strict adherence to the KGB's internal regulations was paramount. Even the most sensitive selections and appointments were not easily swayed by external powers. Chen Shushan understood that this heightened autonomy and independence constituted the irreplaceable source of the KGB's strength. It was not merely an intelligence and enforcement agency, but rather an independent kingdom, its internal structure intricate and vast, with each member functioning as an indispensable cog within this colossal machine, operating seamlessly without a hint of superfluous space. To those with ulterior motives, the existence of the KGB loomed like an invisible sword, suspended ominously above their heads. Though seemingly concealed in the shadows, silent and unassuming, its deterrent presence was omnipresent. This enigmatic organization upheld societal balance and order with its silent might, instilling a sense of reverence in those power factions attempting to stir the winds of change. Every action taken and every decision made was a silent judgment upon its foes. However, Chen Shusheng was acutely aware that the complexity of the situation did not cease here. Although the KGB was an independent entity, in recent years, they had inevitably made certain compromises and concessions in their quest to accumulate strength. He gently squinted his eyes, reminiscing about those moments of clandestine deliberation and compromise. They were invisible battles, each as perilous as walking a tightrope. A glimmer of icy light flashed in Chen Shusheng's gaze, a radiance interwoven with profound wisdom and unyielding resolve. These compromises did not signify weakness, Chen Shusheng mused, as a chilling smile emerged in his eyes. He understood that certain matters cannot be rushed. Patiently awaiting the opportune moment is a necessary wisdom. For him, compromise was merely a means to better conceal his brilliance, allowing him to deliver a devastating blow to his adversaries at the right moment. Beneath the seemingly tranquil surface, tumultuous undercurrents surged, and every detail was indelibly etched in his mind, like a sharp blade engraved upon a stone tablet, clear and indelible. The flame within Chen Shusheng's heart had never been extinguished. This flame symbolized his unwavering commitment to justice and his hopeful vision for the future. Regardless of the challenges and setbacks he had faced, he remained steadfast in his pursuit of ideals. He understood that all patience and waiting would ultimately transform into an extraordinarily sharp blade. When the opportune moment arrived, this sword would rend the darkness asunder, heralding the dawn of light. The KGB was, in his grasp, both the sharpest weapon and the sturdiest shield. Each action of the KGB silently dismantled the enemy's schemes. All plans, seemingly flawless, would crumble before its might. Chen Shusheng was resolute in his heart that this sword, wielded by his own hand, would ultimately sever all obstacles and shatter every injustice. He inhaled deeply, his gaze as steadfast as a mountain, embodying an indomitable resolve akin to steel. They still believed they could easily shake him, he mused with a cold smile. The enemy failed to comprehend that the strength of the KGB stemmed not only from its independence and autonomy, but also from the loyalty and execution of each member. The machinations and treachery were mere futile struggles in its presence. The existence of the KGB represented the final bastion of power balance, and he was the helmsman, wielding this sword on behalf of the oppressed. According to legal stipulations, all criminal case files must be presented to public security departments, with a designated department actively participating in witnessing from inception to conclusion, including any subsequent proceedings. Any lapse in this protocol renders the process invalid. This department is the KGB. And with its independence, its operational authority is nearly limitless, allowing it to act without consideration of interference from other departments or regulations. Naturally, the KGB typically refrains from such actions, as their interventions are often targeted at individuals, and usually a select few. Generally, the impact of KGB actions on societal functioning is minimal. Chapter 12. Bloodletting next. If possible, Chen Shusheng contemplated inwardly. He was reluctant to linger within this mire of thoughts. The hourglass of time silently urged him forward. After all, he bore the weight of more pressing tasks, the increasingly frequent disturbances within the ruins, reminiscent of a slumbering beast gradually awakening, were impossible to ignore. Those ruins resembled an ancient machine long dormant, slowly reactivating beneath the dust of ages. Its revival was a gradual process, neither hurried nor sluggish, but progressing methodically, each gear interlocking in an ineffable rhythm that heralded the dawn of a new era. As previously mentioned, the skies over the Yellow Zone, often ravaged by extreme weather, lacked direct evidence linking them to the ruins and collapse phenomena. Yet, various signs resembled scattered puzzle pieces, indirectly sketching a disquieting tableau. Thunderstorms, the furious offspring of the heavens, are frequently attributed to ionization within cloud layers. However, it is evident that this ionization process, subtly influenced by the forces of collapse, behaves as if manipulated by an unseen hand, resulting in more intense discharge phenomena, which are not uncommon in the depths of the ruins, prompting profound contemplation of their connections. In recent years, extreme weather in the Yellow Zone seemed increasingly unrestrained, with heightened activity, duration, and intensity presenting worrisome trends. Although these changes have yet to manifest direct destructive power on the surface, sophisticated instruments of the weather monitoring agencies have captured subtle shifts, with data serving as a silent alarm, warning of the undercurrents hidden beneath the calm facade. The energy accumulating within those clouds is of such magnitude that it surpasses imagination, as if nature has amassed millennia of wrath, waiting for a catalyst capable of upending the entire order of the world. While this phenomenon currently remains confined to the yellow zone, what of the future? Who can assure that such conditions will not manifest elsewhere in decades to come? A tempest akin to a Category 19 hurricane unleashed upon inland cities would undoubtedly wreak havoc beyond comprehension. Such storms have, indeed, occurred within the yellow zone, though they are presently limited to that area. Existing research suggests a possible connection between this extreme weather and internal activities of the ruins, though no concrete evidence yet substantiates this theory. Chen Shusheng felt a shiver run down his spine, acutely aware of the changes in his surroundings. He sensed the eruption of bullets and the explosive combustion of gunpowder, alongside the splatter of blood in the air, flesh rent asunder by gunfire. These stimuli were indeed provocative. Yet they alone would not elicit such a profound reaction from him. The words of the mercenaries had failed to capture his attention. It appeared that this was where he would pause for now. Chen Shusheng brushed off the dust from his attire and slowly rose, stretching his limbs with slight movements. He shook his long coat, designed to shield against the sun and desert winds, while also serving to obscure his physical characteristics. After all, his current status was not one that could be easily revealed. Beneath the swaying robe, at his waist, lay a distinctive long knife. Its uniqueness resided in the guard, which deviated from the traditional circular design meant to protect the hand. Instead, it bore a flatter shape, reminiscent of swirling storm clouds, its surface adorned with minute fissures that suggested imminent fragmentation. Yet, its presence exuded an aura of deadly intent, as if blood coursed through those cracks. Viewed from a certain angle, these fissures resembled a bloodthirsty wolf, true to the knife's name, wolf seal. Unbeknownst to him, this city, long forgotten by time and buried beneath layers of dust, had quietly transformed into a clandestine lair for ancient relics. Chen Shusheng's deep voice echoed through the desolate ruins, each word imbued with the weight of history, piercing through the layers of fog enveloping this lifeless city, stirring unsettling echoes. He stood beside a crumbled stone pillar, his gaze sharp as an eagle, sweeping over the myriad shadows cast by fallen walls, as if he could penetrate the seemingly innocuous darkness and discern the lurking dangers within. In that shadow lay the potential for ancient power, some enigmatic presence lurking within the depths of the ruins, poised to strike. Chen Shusheng's breath was measured, his movements deliberate. Every slight shift conveyed vigilance and readiness. He sensed countless eyes observing him from the shadows, coldly watching, biding their time. That sensation was reminiscent of countless life and death struggles he had endured, the palpable aura of death tightening his nerves. He slightly shook his head, the muscles in his neck tightening gently with the motion, producing a series of crisp, powerful crackles, echoes of countless life and death confrontations that had left their mark upon his body. A testament to his narrow escapes from mortality. Such sounds rendered the impending battle all the more familiar, as if fate had meticulously prepared a stage for him. Eagerly awaiting his return, gazing towards the heavens, he observed the clouds roiling uneasily on the horizon. A fierce wind arose, swirling yellow sand through the air, akin to a brutish artist recklessly wielding his brush, ripping the sun's brilliance into fragmented shards. The interplay of light and shadow cascaded through this tempestuous veil of sand, casting mottled patterns around Chen Shusheng. An ineffable tension permeated the atmosphere, as if the entire cosmos was bracing itself for the impending storm. The ferocity and mercilessness of nature mirrored the fate he confronted. Every step was shrouded in uncertainty, every stride a potential plunge into the abyss. Yet, as the wind and sand intensified, the feeble glimmers of light were gradually consumed by the encroaching darkness. Shadows spread around him like sentient beings, resembling countless invisible tendrils, imbued with an ominous portent, creeping ever closer. These shadows seemed to possess a life of their own, stretching languidly as they probed the limits of Chen Shusheng's resolve, endeavoring to ensnare him within an inescapable abyss of eternal darkness. The air grew increasingly oppressive, as though every sound had been devoured by the shadows, leaving behind an infinite silence and an overwhelming sense of dread. Amidst this thickening darkness, a flicker of dark crimson light intermittently appeared, elusive yet palpable, reminiscent of hellfire flickering in whispered tones. Within that glow, one could discern a massive, razor-sharp claw gradually gliding across the ground, etching deep gashes that resonated with a chilling, piercing sound. That noise was frigid and jarring, striking at the very essence of the soul, instilling an acute sense of trepidation. In such an eerie atmosphere, Any living creature would feel an unsettling unease, if not outright fear. Yet, Qin Shuxing remained impassive, as though all of this were insufficient to capture his attention. He stood at the heart of this invisible hunting ground, facing the looming threats in the darkness with remarkable composure. Qin Shuxing's expression was as tranquil as still water, devoid of any trace of tension or anxiety, as though he were not the cornered prey but rather the orchestrator of this unfolding game. He yawned gently, his movements so casual they seemed almost unbelievable, as if the imminent crisis were merely an interlude in his otherwise mundane existence, leaving his serenity unshaken. At the moment when the unseen predators fixated on him, Qin Shuxing executed an astonishing act. Slowly, he lifted his right hand, turning his palm upwards, and delicately sliced open the back of his hand with his fingertip. Vivid crimson blood surged forth from the wound, dripping onto the ground drop by drop. The droplets splattered onto the sand, blooming into eerie red flowers, so vividly bright that they appeared to ignite a flame in this somber world. The scent of blood permeated the air, mingling with the howling wind, spreading rapidly into the depths of the surrounding darkness. The previously restless shadows seemed to freeze in an instant, hesitating, as if waiting for something. Their tendrils appeared to catch the scent of Qin Shuxing's blood. Yet they did not immediately pounce. Instead, they stood poised like a cheetah before the hunt, gazing at the bloodstains on the ground. A faint smile graced Qin Shuxing's lips. He understood that this contest had merely begun, and each of his actions laid the groundwork for the imminent battle. His blood was not merely a provocation. It was a fuse igniting the conflict for the enemies lurking in the shadows. "Come forth, the game has commenced," he silently chanted, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Plop! A droplet of crimson fell from the air, resembling a glistening gem, tracing a strange arc across the vast desert before gently touching the ground. Unlike typical blood droplets that quickly absorbed into the earth, it seemed to carry some mysterious power, slowly rolling across the coarse sand, trailing a vivid red, as if intent on prolonging this fleeting moment of life. The wind, carrying the desert's unique wildness and harshness, roared from all directions, whipping up the sand that occasionally struck the droplet, lifting tiny grains around it. That droplet seemed to respond to an unseen force, resisting the wind's dispersal, growing more substantial in the gusts, resembling a red pearl polished by time, standing out starkly against the expansive golden sands. As the fierce wind gradually subsided, the droplet finally came to rest, lying quietly on the sand. The surrounding dust appeared to be drawn by an invisible force, slowly gathering around the droplet, forming a delicate circle of sand. This ring of dust seemed to be a stage meticulously prepared by time, as the desolate earth pressed the pause button for this moment, rendering everything silent. In this profound stillness, even the air seemed to hold its breath, as if only the presence of that droplet remained between heaven and earth. At that precise moment, an inexplicable and strange transformation quietly unfolded. The once congealed red of the droplet began to spread outward. Initially, it was barely perceptible, but soon, the color of the blood underwent a dramatic change. Deep red gradually transitioned to crimson, then to pale pink, ultimately merging softly with the surrounding yellow sands. This process was not a mere disappearance. It resembled a miraculous flower blossoming in the desert. The blood expanded layer by layer, akin to petals tightly encircling and then gradually unfurling. Each wisp of blood seemed to invigorate the surrounding sand, causing it to pulse slightly, as if nature were delicately painting this vibrant and uncanny tableau with the finest brushstrokes. Every grain of leaping sand, every spreading droplet of blood, appeared to narrate an ineffable power. At this moment, the once barren desert was instantaneously imbued with vivid color and meaning due to this unexpected splash of red. It was no longer a silent wasteland, but resembled a life-filled canvas briefly illuminated, brimming with stories and metaphors. The flower created from blood and dust appeared particularly enchanting and resplendent against the dimming sky. The evening sun's last rays filtered through the clouds, casting a final glimmer of light, adding an eerie beauty to this flower. In this boundless desolation, it was not merely a droplet of blood but an ancient legend, an epic conclusion of a lifelong past. The wind stirred once more, gently sweeping across the ephemeral brilliance of the sand, carrying away the last vestiges of the sanguine scent. The flower gradually dissolved into the intangible, leaving behind a desolate expanse of dust. In that moment, it was as if nothing had transpired, as if the desert remained shrouded in silence. Yet, The fleeting bloom of that uncanny flower seemed to whisper a tale of life, death, and rebirth, forever imprinted in the endless silence of the yellow sands. Tap, tap, tap. The faint yet distinct sound echoed like a nocturnal melody, imbued with a hint of fatal allure, yet it was merely the sound of Qin Shushing's blood softly falling onto the cold ground. This droplet, as red as the most vibrant rose in the deep of night, soaked in an eerie essence of life, a scent more potent than any floral fragrance, irresistibly enticing the myriad monsters hidden in the shadows. These monsters were the very shadows of this world, their existence a symbol of sin. Grotesque creations birthed from the madness of a scientist in a laboratory, their forms twisted, faces ghastly, their skin covered in rough scales and contorted muscles. Claws and fangs poised like ravenous beasts ready to shred any life that dared approach. Their eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty light, akin to an abyss that devoured the very essence of existence. Their sole purpose was to ceaselessly pursue blood and life, ruthlessly tearing apart existence, sparing not even a drop of essence from the marrow of bones. In this moment, Qin Shushing's blood appeared as an irresistible feast. That droplet of crimson liquid was akin to a torch igniting in the darkness, illuminating their primal desires. The power and vitality contained within the blood was the ultimate temptation they had never encountered, as if a single taste could satiate their insatiable hunger. Yet, this allure bore a cost, hanging like a sword of Damocles, ready to fall at any moment. They understood that Qin Shushing's blood was not that of an ordinary prey. His name had long since transformed into an insurmountable taboo within their memories, accompanied by endless dread. This name bore the weight of the countless challengers who had perished and faded away. Although he now shed but a single droplet, it sufficed to instill an intangible pressure upon these monsters. The suffocating aura in the air coalesced into an invisible barrier, standing firm before them. Even without any action from Qin Shushing, his presence loomed like a colossal mountain, heavy and immovable. The monsters lurking in the shadows, initially stirred by the sin of blood, now hesitated to act. They exchanged glances in the darkness, their desires and fears intertwining in a silent struggle. Each monster, harboring a glimmer of hope, weighed the choice of relinquishing that lethal temptation or risking being torn apart in pursuit of this bloody banquet. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, each monster's breath quickening and deepening. Their eyes flickered with a mix of madness and hesitation, yet none dared to take the first step. Qin Shushing stood motionless, his drop of blood having transformed into a formidable instrument of control, silently seizing the initiative. That single droplet seemed to occupy the entire expanse, emanating an aura akin to an invisible chain, binding those reckless monsters firmly within the shadows, daring them not to trespass. At this moment, the lingering essence of the blood resonated within the monsters' hearts, igniting their desires and fears like an insatiable flame. They were acutely aware that Qin Shushing was not a prey they could easily rend asunder. On the contrary, each drop of his blood posed a lethal challenge to them. This contest required no commencement. Even before it began, Qin Shushing had already tipped the scales of victory in his favor. The monsters lingered in the shadows, waiting, as if the slightest movement would usher in their imminent doom. A subtle furrow formed on Qin Shushing's brow as faint sounds, akin to whispers from afar, intricately infiltrated his consciousness. These noises were not the cacophony of chaos, but rather the hushed murmurs preceding death, each utterance seemingly reminding him that danger loomed perilously close. He had initially anticipated that the monsters lurking in the shadows would surge forth like famished beasts upon catching a whiff of blood, ready to tear him apart and devour his flesh, revealing their menacing fangs and claws. However, the reality before him starkly contrasted with his expectations. Aside from the occasional low growl, the monsters unexpectedly restrained their impulses, refraining from launching an immediate assault. They concealed themselves in the dark recesses, as if ensnared by some invisible force or paralyzed by a more terrifying fear. An eerie silence pervaded the air, as if this desolate city had become a realm isolated from the outside world, where only deathly stillness and shadows lingered. "Very well," Qin Shushing murmured softly, his voice low and composed, reminiscent of a hunter observing the final reactions of its prey. His fingers instinctively massaged his neck, adorned with the scars of countless battles past, the rough texture serving as a reminder that his body had long since acclimated to the pain and challenges of combat. These scars were not merely painful memories. They symbolized strength, rendering him more resilient and instilling within him an eager anticipation for the battle ahead. He gracefully leaped down from the towering cargo container behind him, landing firmly on the solid ground, his movements akin to those of a lithe cheetah, swift and silent. The earth beneath his feet emitted a subtle sound of friction, as if acknowledging each step he took. Chen Shuxing's gaze was like two piercing blades, instantly penetrating the surrounding darkness. As if capable of discerning the movements of every lurking creature concealed within the shadows. He stood there, his gaze traversing each shadow, calmly and precisely capturing any subtle movement. Although the monsters remained unseen, he was acutely aware that they were silently observing him, engaging in a psychological duel from their hidden corners. Despite their efforts to maintain restraint, Chen Shuxing understood that their instinctive fear and desire were gradually unraveling their self-control. It was merely a matter of time. He swiftly calculated in his mind, each conceivable battle strategy flashing through his consciousness with remarkable speed. How could he most swiftly and lethally eradicate these monsters? How could he liberate this city, overrun by beasts? With minimal expenditure? The desire for combat surged within him, his heartbeat drumming steadily faster. It was not fear that stirred him, but exhilaration, a pure vitality ignited by the prospect of battle. Outsiders might find it difficult to comprehend why Chen Shuxing yearned for conflict so fervently. Yet those who had fought alongside him or had the fortune to witness his prowess understood that he was no ordinary warrior. For him, combat transcended mere survival or victory. It was an instinct deeply rooted in his very soul. In this city shrouded in death and darkness, while the monsters represented humanity's most terrifying nightmares, Chen Shuxing was infinitely more formidable than these phantoms. He resembled a ferocious beast prowling through the shadows. That drop of blood was merely bait cast aside, while the true predator was none other than himself. His gaze, sharp as a blade, and his demeanor, steadfast as a mountain, foretold an impending truth. The end of these monsters was nigh. Since you remain immobile, allow me to shatter this stalemate. A subtle smile graced Chen Shuxing's lips, imbued with profound significance. He tightened his grip on his weapon, as if he had already prepared to rend the darkness asunder. Every muscle in his body was taut, akin to a drawn bow, ready to unleash unparalleled force with the slightest touch. In his mind, the creatures lurking in the shadows had ceased to be a threat. They were merely targets awaiting his hunt. The gunfire erupted like a hailstorm, its chilling rhythm tearing through the heavy air. Each shot rang out with a precision that suggested meticulous calculation, composing a deadly symphony that reverberated across the battlefield. This sound, although not as piercing as a blade slicing through eardrums, stirred within him, akin to a distant death knell, long and somber, striking once and again, gradually resonating with his heartbeat, heralding an inescapable and irreversible storm that silently approached. Chen Shuxing inhaled deeply, the scent of gunpowder filling his nostrils. The acrid aroma of burning and death began to steady his mind. The cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and shouts intertwined, yet to his ears, it seemed as though all the clamor and tumult were gradually receding. His world was contracting, seemingly reduced to a singular core, the objective before him. Not far from Chen Shuxing's position, the enemy's assault surged like a relentless tide, while Werner desperately sought to escape the clutches of these monstrous beings. In a certain sense, she was not on the predatory list of these creatures. Yet, driven by their bloodlust, these creatures would shred anything that moved within their line of sight. Damn it, I should have saved my ammunition. Werner gritted her teeth, her fingers clenched around the now empty K-machine gun, a flicker of regret crossing her eyes. At that moment, every bullet had been expended, and the echo of gunfire still lingering in her ears was the decision she regretted most. However, it was evidently too late for remorse. The air around her grew heavier, mingled with the yellow sands whipped up by the raging winds, as if heralding a more perilous threat approaching. Werner understood that she could no longer dwell on these mistakes. Her only course of action was to swiftly locate the abandoned vehicles and ascertain if any could still be operational, then leave this hellish battlefield at the fastest possible speed. Any other plan, any thoughts of vengeance or strategy were no longer within her consideration. For her, the most crucial task was to survive. Only by living could she contemplate her next steps. Werner's breathing became rapid. The scent of blood and the acrid taste of sand in the air made her throat feel as if it were scorched by fire. She quickly scanned her surroundings, seeking potential cover or usable vehicles. A voice within her incessantly urged, first ensure your survival, then address the problems at hand. This place was beyond her capacity to confront. The enemy was too numerous, too powerful. She had to retreat. Only by finding other survivors, perhaps mercenaries or fellow fugitives, could she devise a new plan. The desolation around her intensified. The winds whipped the sand into a furious storm, obscuring her vision. The distorted figures in the distance seemed to flicker in and out of existence amidst the swirling sands, resembling a terrifying illusion. Yet Werner knew they were not mere phantoms. They were predators, those bloodthirsty monsters and scavengers, slowly encroaching, surrounding her. With each passing second, their numbers swelled, and she recognized that remaining stationary meant one inevitable outcome: to be utterly torn apart, reduced to remnants between the teeth of these beasts. "I will never allow this to happen to me," Werner murmured, her fists clenched tightly. She understood that she could not afford to falter, not even for a moment. At this juncture, she had but one choice: to harness the mobility of those vehicles and escape this land of death with utmost haste. Otherwise, on foot, she would be incapable of traversing far in this ever-expanding storm. The winds howled, the swirling sands cut across her cheeks like blades, her vision growing increasingly obscured. While her time dwindled, the faint yet firm sound echoed through the endless silence of the yellow zone, as if proclaiming that a life was battling against despair. This sound came from Werner, her feet striking the sandy terrain, each step resonating like a beat on an invisible war drum, creating a powerful rhythm. The gravel clashed against her resilient form, producing a deep sound akin to the ancient tides lapping at the shore, yet imbued with an indomitable spirit. Though the sound was faint, it was as steadfast as her will, suggesting that even in the suffocating silence of the yellow zone, her yearning for survival could not be extinguished. Werner's breaths grew more labored, her chest felt ablaze, and with each inhalation, it seemed as if she were swallowing mouthfuls of sand. Her lips were torn by the wind and grit. Her throat felt as though it had been sandpapered. Yet these pains were already dismissed from her mind. She could not afford to dwell on such trivial bodily reactions. A singular thought consumed her: to survive and escape this accursed sea of sand. That desire for life was a beacon in the darkness, guiding her as she struggled through the endless yellow sands, pushing forward with all her might. The yellow zone, a nightmarish expanse upon this earth, seemed a forsaken corner abandoned by the gods of nature. Here, the dust storms raged with unrelenting fury, as if cursed to consume all in their path. Whether fragile life or sturdy machinery, under the onslaught of the yellow zone's winds, they were mere specks of dust. Werner was acutely aware that if she did not escape swiftly, her ultimate fate would be to eternally slumber beneath this sea of sand, suffocated by the endless desert. The terror of being buried alive was far more harrowing than mere death. "Damn it, the winds are growing fiercer," Werner muttered under her breath, her voice swallowed by the howling gusts, so faint it was nearly inaudible. Before her, the landscape blurred, the sky and earth obscured by a heavy curtain of sand. She felt as though she stood at the world's edge, surrounded by a dim yellow haze that blurred the lines of reality, merging sky and ground into one indistinguishable entity. The scant light was devoured by the dust, rendering the world a murky, oppressive realm, like the last remnant of twilight slipping into endless darkness. The winds intensified, the grit slicing across Werner's cheeks and arms, mercilessly reminding her of life's fragility and nature's cruelty. Each onslaught of sand sent a stinging sensation across her skin, as if countless tiny wounds were spreading upon her body. She squinted against the flying particles, her arms shielding her face, but this meager defense proved nearly futile. The yellow sands seemed to ravenously consume every inch of her senses, leaving her disoriented. Direction, once so clear, had become obscured in her mind, as if buried beneath the endless sands. She attempted to press onward, but with every step, the earth beneath her seemed to collapse, as if to drag her into an unseen abyss. Though reason assured her the ground remained solid, each stride felt as if she were stepping into an unknown void. This disorienting perception quickening her heartbeat and flooding her with adrenaline, plunging her into a state of acute tension. Werner clenched her jaw, forcing herself to remain composed. She knew that panic would only hasten her demise. In this desolate sea of sand, solitude and the storm were her only companions, and she must learn to coexist with them until she could find a way out. Everything around her seemed devoid of meaning, save for the resolute sound of her footsteps, echoing in the lonely desert, a reminder that she was still alive, still struggling, still resisting. At this moment, Werner felt as if she had entered an entirely different realm, one inhabited solely by herself and the relentless sands. The sun's radiance had long been extinguished behind the thick veil of dust, the distinction between sky and earth blurred, enveloping the world in a murky twilight. She could no longer ascertain her whereabouts, relying solely on instinct to forge ahead. "Do not stop, absolutely do not stop," Werner repeated in her mind, this mantra resonating like an ancient, mystical incantation, deeply embedding itself in her thoughts, serving as her last bastion of support. Each phrase echoed like a solitary drumbeat, synchronized with her heartbeat and footsteps, reverberating through this endless desert. Her breath became rapid, each inhalation filled with dry grains of sand, as if the surrounding nature was gradually eroding her very existence. With every step she took, the sand beneath her feet seemed to possess a sinister life of its own, slowly sapping her strength and even attempting to drag her soul into the endless abyss. The wind, that merciless force, ravaged her body, mocking her like the desert itself. Each howl was akin to a ghostly whisper, accompanied by the shadow of death, tempting her to relinquish her struggle and abandon all hope. The sound of the wind swirled around her ears, as if softly murmuring, "Stop, in this futile resistance, and merge into this eternal desolation." Werner's vision had long been obscured by the swirling sand, tiny particles infiltrating her nostrils, mouth, and eyes, rendering each breath an arduous endeavor. Her eyes, dry and weary, could barely open, and whenever she attempted to glimpse ahead through the narrow slits, all that greeted her was an endless golden tide. It was as if the entire world had vanished, leaving only this ceaseless storm of sand dancing across the wasteland. The pervasive grains not only filled her sight, but also consumed her entire consciousness, plunging her into a near-suffocating chaos. She struggled to recall her former direction, trying to capture a glimmer of hope through the gaps in the sandstorm. Yet this desert resembled an invisible labyrinth, trapping her within. Time became elusive. Each step felt distorted, as if she had lost speed and rhythm in a dream. She could no longer discern how far she had traveled, nor could she determine if she was nearing her only escape. Every step was a gamble, the path she chose potentially leading to her salvation or drawing her deeper into despair. Her legs began to tremble, the ache in her muscles radiating from her feet to her thighs, as if countless steel needles pierced her very marrow. Each lift of her foot seemed to carry a profound protest from her body, fatigue spreading through her limbs as if her entire being was conspiring against her, compelling her to halt. Is this the end? The thought surfaced in Werner's mind like a whisper in the dead of night, bringing with it a subtle allure of relief. A voice soft yet perilous, reminiscent of the enchantments of an ancient forest, invoking weariness and an irresistible pull. It echoed in her mind, each reverberation softly suggesting that this battle against the wind and sand was perhaps destined to be an exercise in futility. Halting her steps would grant her this endless torment, the gentlest of conclusions. At that moment, Werner's consciousness teetered on the brink of a precipice, precariously poised, the unprecedented fatigue weighing upon her chest like a leaden block, rendering her nearly breathless. It was an exhaustion that emanated from the very marrow of her bones, as if every cell and nerve in her body was collectively crying out for respite, yearning to escape this incessant torment. The wind and sand grew more ferocious, forming an impenetrable wall that obscured the sky, burying her final flicker of longing for sunlight. Darkness and cold seeped in, silently eroding Werner's will, attempting to drag her into the abyss of despair. Yet, within this seemingly hopeless darkness, an indescribable force quietly awakened in the depths of her heart. It was an insatiable thirst for life, an indomitable will, a steadfastness that refused to yield even in the face of death. The flame of life flickered weakly within her, ever on the verge of being extinguished by this overwhelming force, while the shadow of death stealthily encroached, akin to a hunter fixating on its imminent prey. Suddenly, Werner's heart jolted, as she distinctly perceived a subtle yet threatening sound behind her, the scraping of claws against the sand, the faint clash of fangs, a predator's chilling melody. Damn it! Werner cursed inwardly, despair washing over her like a tidal wave, plunging her into a momentary abyss of confusion and uncertainty. The winds and sands around her intensified, as if nature itself mocked her helplessness. Yet, just as this despair was about to consume her entirely, the looming threat of death behind her yanked her from the quagmire of bewilderment. She was unaware of how much longer she could struggle in this endless storm of sand. It was a variable filled with uncertainties, a part of an unpredictable future. Werner understood deeply that in this vast sea of sand, she was but a bird at the mercy of the tempest, powerless to resist or escape. Nevertheless, one thing was abundantly clear to her. In the face of this rampaging wind and sand, she indeed possessed no means of resistance. Her strength felt diminutive and insignificant within this boundless desert. However, when the predator behind her closed in, that imminent predatory crisis galvanized Werner's resolve. She knew clearly that if she did not resist at this moment, the next instant would witness her own demise, experiencing the ruthless grip of icy claws tearing her apart, and the terror and helplessness of life extinguishing in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. Just before the claws made contact with her body, a bullet erupted from the chamber, shattering her assailant's skull. But that alone was not enough. Chapter 13, Confronting Death. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire echoed through the howling wind and sand, short yet powerful, as if fate's hammer struck heavily upon the drum of time. The fleeting flame at the muzzle flickered momentarily, like a glimmer of hope vanishing in this merciless desert. Yet, that brilliant flame was immediately devoured by the wind and sand, the faint spark extinguished in the air, leaving behind only the dissipating smoke and the silence resonating in her ears. This yellow expanse resembled a vast sea of sand, swallowing sound, light, and even life itself. Death, that relentless arbiter, hovered above her, invisible yet omnipresent, like an intangible shadow cloaking all. It offered everyone the chance to reject it. Yet the right to refuse came with exceedingly harsh conditions. Only those endowed with sufficient strength, determination, and perseverance could barely seize a fleeting opportunity to draw breath in this struggle against death. For the weak, death was devoid of mercy, as cold as a predator, ever prepared to consume the vanquished. Werner stood at the precipice of life and death, the grains of sand beneath her seeming to suffocate in sympathy for her fate, each particle grinding against her boots, emitting a low moan. The wind and sand raged, rendering everything around her indistinct, as if the heavens and earth struggled in the shadow of death. Nevertheless, the light in Werner's eyes remained unconsumed by this endless desert. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercing through the dark fog, as if she could see the unseen enemies hidden within the sandstorm. Her heartbeat synchronized with the rhythm of gunfire, as if she had melded into the weapon she wielded. Each pull of the trigger was a defiance against death. Each bullet that left the chamber was a cry for life. This was not merely a battle against her enemies, but a struggle against her own fate. Here, the boundaries between life and death blurred, and the gunfire and heartbeat played an unspoken symphony together. She knew that the fight against death had no conclusion. It resembled an endless marathon, where victory was merely a brief respite, not a permanent escape. Even if she triumphed in this battle, it would merely grant her the right to continue breathing. She could survive in the interstices of time, temporarily eluding the relentless pursuit of death. Yet its shadow would inevitably loom again, mercilessly pouncing upon her. To lose would signify that all her efforts were in vain, that every struggle would dissolve into insignificance in an instant, stripping her of even the opportunity to question. Death never waits. The fate of the defeated is destined to vanish into this merciless desert, leaving no trace of bones behind. Werner forced herself to regain her composure, stretching each second of time infinitely. She closed her eyes, listening to her gradually steadying breath, feeling her heart thumping powerfully within her chest. She understood that she could not always gain the upper hand in her confrontations with death, but it was her indomitable spirit that stood as the finest testament to her defiance against fate. This resolve bolstered her to rise amidst despair, to face that cold reaper once more. Death, the unyielding terminator, would ultimately claim everything. It is an inescapable endpoint, akin to mountains and rivers inevitably converging into the vast ocean. This is the law of nature, a destiny that no one can reverse. Yet, despite this, Werner continued to resist, battling for each moment of breath, each heartbeat. The winds howled, swirling grains of sand danced in the air, like countless tiny blades etching fine lines upon Werner's cheek. But she remained steadfast, the muzzle of her gun unwaveringly aimed ahead, her gaze shimmering with an undying flame. She would not easily submit, nor would she allow death to claim her without a fight, for she knew that as long as she could grip her weapon, there remained a glimmer of hope. This silent tug-of-war would not conclude as long as she still drew breath. The sudden crack of gunfire shattered the silence of the desolate wilderness, akin to thunder rending the heavens, shattering the oppressive stillness in the air. Each shot rang out like a clarion call of fate, heralding the commencement of the life and death clash. At that moment, Werner's heart seemed to halt, her pupils dilating as she fixated on the swiftly approaching carrion eater. The creature's massive form, with sharply defined claws, carved fierce arcs through the air, its pointed nails glinting malevolently beneath the somber sky, akin to the scythe of death drawing near. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of decay, mingled with the swirling sands, carrying the suffocating odor that emanated from the carrion eater. It was the essence of death and decay, foretelling the destruction that would accompany this monster wherever it roamed. Werner's body tensed, every nerve quivering in anticipation. the howling winds filtering out all but her rapid heartbeat and the sounds of the creature's claws closing in. In that fleeting instant, time seemed to stretch infinitely. The grotesque visage of the carrion eater flickered in and out of view amidst the sandstorm, its cracked lips curling into a malevolent grin, as if it anticipated its imminent prey. Those hollow eyes brimmed with malice and greed, their dark pupils concealing an insatiable hunger and madness. The claws lunged toward Werner, seemingly poised to rend her apart in the next heartbeat, to devour her entirely. Yet, in that critical moment, a piercing gunshot cleaved through the somber sky. The bullet sliced through the sandstorm like a bolt of lightning, striking true at the center of the carrion eater's brow. It bore the breath of death, effortlessly penetrating the creature's thick skull, scattering shattered bone and dark brain matter in all directions. The once menacing face froze in that instant, the creature's gaze dimming as if the flame of life had been extinguished in an instant. Time seemed to halt for a heartbeat before the monster's colossal form collapsed backward, crashing heavily onto the dust-laden ground with a dull thud. The winds seemed to shudder at this sudden force, swirling violently, carrying the remnants of the creature's shattered skull and bloodied flesh in a chaotic dance. Vivid red blood, dark brain matter, and yellow sand intertwined in the tempest, crafting a suffocating tableau. That scene was both eerie and tragic, akin to a flower blooming on the precipice of death. It swayed amidst the storm, the twisted flesh and scattered bone fragments drifting like petals, each narrating the cruelty and terror of mortality. The intertwining hues of red, black, and yellow painted a horrifying picture, sending chills down the spine. Werner maintained her stance, her fingers stiff from exertion, yet her gaze never wavered. While the bullet had ended the life of the carrion eater, she understood that this was but a fleeting victory. In this wilderness, death lurked ceaselessly, awaiting the next opportunity. The struggle between life and death was far from over. Her heartbeat thundered like a drum, each pulse resonating within her chest, as she recognized that in this desolate land ravaged by wind and sand, the carrion eaters were never solitary phantoms. They prowled like specters in the night, silently traversing the edge of death, seeking every trace of warmth and decay. Though the fierce winds and swirling sands obscured her perception of the world, her inner vigilance acted as a keen radar, continually scanning for unseen threats. Just a few steps away, perhaps lay one or more carrion eaters. The sandstorm not only blurred her vision, but also muddled the boundaries between life and death, leaving Werner uncertain of how many greedy eyes were peering through the chaotic veil at her and the unfortunate body before her. The creature's thirst for blood and flesh transcended reason and choice. Whether the remains of their kind or other beings, they represented an irresistible temptation, a feast to satiate their unending hunger. To Werner, that body was no longer merely a life extinguished. It had become a lighthouse, a beacon flickering in despair, yet one that could also summon doom. Though the winds had yet to fully unveil the veil of bloodshed, Werner understood that this was merely a temporary calm. The bloodthirsty hunters would inevitably be drawn to this irresistible allure, and time, inexorably, ticked away, nudging her toward the precipice of life and death. Her breath quickened. Every decision, every action, would determine her survival in this realm of mortality. Should she risk forging ahead in search of potential refuge, or remain here to devise a plan amidst this fleeting tranquility? Or should she adhere to her original plan of seeking a vehicle, using it to hastily escape this place? The earlier gunfire would surely have alerted them. Werner forced herself to remain calm and began to ascertain the situation around her as clearly as possible. The scent of blood stealthily permeated the raging desert winds, akin to whispers in the dark, imbued with an air of mystery, gradually seeping into every inch of the atmosphere. Although the earth and sky had been engulfed by boundless yellow sand, as if the world had succumbed to chaos and confusion, the mingled scent of blood and sand burned like a flicker of candlelight piercing through the darkness. Though faint, it burned steadily, guiding the dangerous creatures of the wilderness. This storm raged like a ferocious beast, roaring as it swept up the swirling sand, forming spiraling vortices, intent on consuming all. The yellow sand obscured vision, blurring the boundaries of sky and earth, as if the entire world were gradually vanishing beneath this relentless force. However, the winds could not mask the visceral scent of blood, nor could they conceal the essence of death. For scavengers, the scent serves as a silent invitation, imbued with an irresistible allure, akin to a lethal trap that subtly unfolds before them. The wind howls, seemingly intent on consuming the awareness of all living beings. Yet, for those concealed within the yellow sands, sound has never been their sole instrument for foraging. They do not rely on their sight to locate prey, but rather possess an acute sense of smell, a survival instinct honed through countless ages of evolution. This olfactory prowess functions like a finely tuned instrument, enabling them to discern the metallic tang of blood wafting through the air, even amidst the tumult of wind and sand. This scent acts as an invisible thread, drifting in the breeze. Yet for the seasoned scavenger, even the faintest hint is sufficient to guide them to the source of the sanguine aroma. Every subtle shift in the air, no matter how minute, is meticulously detected by them. The direction of the wind, the intensity of the scent, even the barely perceptible warmth of life lingering within the blood, each detail becomes their compass in the hunt. The scent of blood resonates like the last call of prey, piercing through the storm to reach their sensory depths. Regardless of the storm's ferocity or the sand's obscuring veil, the aroma of blood is a fatal summons. Intertwined with an insatiable hunger they cannot ignore. Their nostrils quiver gently, and a spark of excitement glimmers in their darkened eyes, a premonition of the imminent feeding moment. Thus, amid the swirling sands and raging tempest, a silent hunt quietly commences. The scavengers, hidden within the storm, stealthily advance, low to the ground, tracing the scent as they embark on their quest for the source of the blood. Each step is as light as a wraith, grains of sand slipping silently beneath them, as if they have melded with the desert itself, approaching without a whisper. In the distance, the storm rages on, the air thick with the intermittent scent of blood, a fractured tether, at times distinct, at times vague, evanescent. Yet, this variability does not deter the scavengers. Rather, it ignites their primal desire. They communicate silently, their acute senses allowing them to perceive the presence of their kin. As if bound by an innate understanding, a feast is about to unfold. In this desolate expanse, shrouded by wind and sand, a silent struggle between life and death is being enacted. Following the guiding scent of blood, the scavengers draw nearer, as if their hunger begins to permeate the very air. The sand acts as a curtain, concealing this hunt and the ensuing clash with prey. When the storm subsides, the blood and remnants left beneath the yellow sands will signify the fates of victor and vanquished. Werner faintly hears a sound, a peculiar rhythm carried by the wind. She understands that the harbingers of death have stealthily approached. Calm yourself, Werner. Take a deep breath and restore your heartbeat to its normal cadence. She repeats this mantra within her mind, as if each word were a rope, firmly pulling her from the abyss of fear. Her gaze fixates on the ground beneath her, littered with stones and withered branches, uneven and treacherous, as if any misstep may plunge her into the void. Her feet teeter on the precipice separating life from death. A steep cliff behind her and lurking danger ahead, as if at the world's end. The biting cold wind howls from the cliff's edge, sharp as a blade, whispering mockingly in her ear, deriding her predicament. Every nerve in her body is taut, like a string on the verge of snapping, ready to be overwhelmed by immense pressure. Yet, Werner is acutely aware that, while perilous, this situation is far more intricate than her past predicaments. At this moment, she exists in a delicate balance between life and death, neither wholly despairing nor entirely secure. She recognizes that every choice she makes, every breath she takes, even each heartbeat, will influence her fate. Her thoughts drift back to those grimmer times, when darkness consumed her entirely, leaving her bereft of even a glimmer of light. In those moments, even a sliver of hope felt extravagant. In contrast, she now possesses the right to choose, the possibility of escape. She must seize this slender thread of survival. For the rules of the game remain unchanged. The victor survives, while the vanquished perish here. In the distance, the low growls of scavengers faintly emerge through the wind, deep and oppressive, as if from another realm. They roam through the thicket, searching for traces of their prey. These creatures have yet to ascertain her precise location. Drawn only by the blood left by their companions, like a pack of bloodthirsty hounds, aimlessly wandering the wilderness. A flicker of relief courses through Werner. Those bloodstains have momentarily become her shield, misleading these dreadful beings as they veer off course. She closes her eyes, inhaling the icy air deeply, striving to calm her frayed nerves. The wind howls around her, yet she has learned to block out the cacophony of the outside world. As if the clamor of existence no longer pertains to her. Her breathing becomes faint and steady, the sounds around her gradually sharpening. The withered branches sway gently in the wind, the stones beneath her feet seem to tremble softly, and the scavengers in the distance make faint footsteps, drawing nearer. Every minuscule sound is captured by her, her senses sharpening like a cheetah poised to strike, awaiting the opportune moment for a decisive blow. Werner knows time is her only ally. As long as she can act before these monsters truly discover her, she retains a glimmer of hope. Slowly, she withdraws the dagger from her waist, its blade glinting coldly in the wind. This dagger is her sole weapon, her last bastion of hope. Her fingers glide over the icy blade, as if conversing with it, drawing strength and composure from its presence. She must maintain absolute focus, for at such a critical juncture, any hesitation or misstep could prove fatal. There exists only one opportunity, one decisive strike. She mentally reiterates this, her fingers gripping the dagger's hilt tightly. Feeling the cold steel press into her palm, she begins to silently orchestrate each movement, each step, calculating the wind's direction, the strength of the sounds, and the potential pathways of the scavengers. Her mind races through a myriad of possible outcomes, as if every scenario is being rehearsed in an instant. The familiar stench of decay gradually encroaches, laden with the scent of rot and death, an unmistakable hallmark of scavengers. Werner's heart quickens, yet she forces herself to remain composed. The creatures draw uncomfortably close, yet she senses their diversion due to the misleading trails. She understands that the moment has arrived. The dagger trembles slightly in Werner's delicate grasp, as if anticipating the impending slaughter. It emanates a chilling gleam, like a beast awakening before the hunt, exuding a sharp and deadly aura. Werner inhales deeply, her breath seemingly frozen in her chest. Every nerve is taut, akin to a bowstring drawn tight, ready to unleash a lethal arrow at the most opportune moment. In this instant, her entire being is in a heightened state of vigilance, as if she has melded with the darkness surrounding her. Her eyes flash with a frosty intensity, fixating on the indistinct shadow ahead, sharp and lethal as the winter sun piercing through ice. The grotesque scavengers tread heavily and clumsily, each step accompanied by a nauseating stench of decay, their forms rendered distorted and nebulous by the swirling sands. Werner can feel their approach, as if these monsters are scouring the shadows for her vulnerabilities, poised to strike her down. Her fingertips gripped the dagger tightly, her palms slightly damp with sweat. Yet her heartbeat remained remarkably steady amidst the tension. She understood that every fleeting moment would dictate the fate of her life. Just as one of the carrion eaters was about to step into her strike zone, Verna leaped forth like a cheetah, her movements swift as lightning. In the air, her form traced an elegant and precise arc, the dagger glimmering in her grasp like a shooting star streaking across the night sky, imbued with resolute determination and icy ruthlessness. In an instant, the dagger sliced through the air with a whisper-like sound, yet its keen edge severed the frail throat of the first carrion eater with unerring accuracy. Warm blood gushed forth like a fountain, accompanied by the creature's brief and anguished wail, staining the yellow sands of the ground, as if painting a tragic blood-red tableau upon the desolate desert. Without a moment's hesitation, her other hand swiftly retrieved the dagger, her motions flowing like water. This combat seemed instinctual to her, as if rehearsed countless times. She knew that this slaughter had merely begun, far from its conclusion. Verna would never bow easily before these greedy carrion eaters. She would rather transform into the hunter than become prey for their relentless tearing. The air around her felt heavier, as if laden by the weight of this momentary battle, the scent of blood swiftly pervading the surroundings, an invisible summons drawing more carrion eaters towards her. These monsters approached slowly and resolutely, as if savoring the last struggles and despair of their prey. Verna gripped the dagger tightly, the howling winds and the grinding of sands resonating in her ears. Her heartbeat remained steady, yet she knew time was scarce. She could not ascertain how many such monsters lurked nearby, but she felt their cold gazes fixated on her every movement, akin to a pack of predators honing in on their imminent quarry. At least this sandstorm could buy me a little time, Verna mused silently, her eyes scanning through the swirling sands in search of a clue. The tempest raged, as if nature itself had erected a barrier to separate her from the carrion eaters. Although this barrier obscured her vision and perception, it simultaneously provided her with a temporary refuge. Had it not been for this sudden sandstorm, the scent of blood would have already drawn the monsters to swarm around her. Even with a lethal weapon in hand, Verna understood that, alone against a multitude of carrion eaters, no amount of bravery could enable her to escape such a hopeless siege. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she meticulously observed the shifting sands around her. The storm, while blinding her vision, had not entirely masked the presence of the carrion eaters. She knew these creatures were not entirely at ease in the tempest. The winds obscured their vision, diminishing their sensory acuity, and therein lay her opportunity. Verna's breathing gradually steadied as she pushed her fear deep within, allowing calmness and rationality to take precedence. She had to exploit this fleeting chaos to orchestrate a surprise counterattack. Perhaps she could not entirely rid herself of these monsters, but she could weaken their strength through precise strikes, potentially reversing her dire predicament. A few grenades, she murmured softly to herself, her voice low and hoarse, as if whispering to her own fate. Her fingers brushed over the heavy grenades nestled in her backpack, feeling their cold metallic surfaces, and in that moment, she sensed the immense energy lying dormant within them, as if each grenade harbored a slumbering beast awaiting its awakening. Simultaneously, her fingers grazed the tightly rolled C4 explosives. Cold yet pliable, resembling a lump of clay awaiting sculpting. Yet Verna understood that this seemingly innocuous substance, once ignited, would unleash a suffocating force of destruction. The night was as dark as ink, enveloping the world in an endless void, the surroundings eerily silent, as if even the wind refrained from disturbing the profound stillness. Only her hurried and heavy breaths echoed in the silence, intertwining with the occasional distant gust, adding an undercurrent of unease and urgency to the quietude. Verna cautiously weighed the explosives in her hands, feeling their heft. Her brow furrowed slightly as she continually deliberated her next course of action. Indeed, according to standard operational procedures, utilizing a grenade as a detonator for the C4 was an exceedingly perilous and unorthodox choice. Any misstep could result in irrevocable disaster. However, in this life-and-death struggle, there was no time to heed such constraints. Those protracted protocols and safety measures were tantamount to courting doom in her current predicament. Ultimately, the core principle of detonating C4 hinged on the violent explosion of a detonator to initiate a chemical reaction, thus producing a cataclysmic shockwave. While grenades lacked the precision of a detonator, their explosive power was sufficient to trigger a chain reaction in the C4, achieving the same effect. Theoretically, this approach bore no fault, yet in practice, it was fraught with peril. Verna realized she was treading a razor's edge. A single miscalculation could result in her demise. Her thoughts momentarily paused, a flicker of unease coursing through her. The consequences of using a grenade to detonate the C4 would amplify the explosion's power, its destructive capacity surpassing her expectations. It would herald a cataclysm that could indiscriminately obliterate everything in its vicinity, potentially ensnaring her within the devastation. Yet, at this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. Any hesitation or weakness would propel her into the abyss. She gritted her teeth, striving to cast aside those disquieting thoughts, resolutely reminding herself, succeed or vanish completely. Slowly, she extracted a grenade from her backpack, her fingertips gently caressing its cold metallic shell. The chill of its surface contrasted sharply with the warmth of her touch, as if she were engaging in a dialogue with an object possessing a soul. Verna closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, her fingertips brushing ever more delicately, as if the grenade might respond to her innermost thoughts. "We have but one chance," she whispered, almost as if confiding in herself and the grenade alike. This near soliloquy seemed to draw her from the tense reality into a tranquil state. Her breathing became slow and steady, her heart no longer raced, and everything crystallized into clarity. Then, she deftly connected the grenade to the C4, her movements practiced and swift, each detail meticulously considered. Her fingers trembled slightly in the darkness, yet there was not a single misstep. The wind tousled her hair, brushing against her furrowed brow, as if even the breeze sensed the resolve and tension within her. Throughout this process, her gaze grew increasingly resolute, akin to a shard of ice honed to perfection, exuding a piercing chill. Each movement resembled a sacred ritual. Her fingers glided over the surface of the C4, seamlessly melding the grenade with it, the entire sequence executed flawlessly. "Bait," Verna mused softly, her eyes glinting in the dim light as she sought inspiration amidst the desolation. The trap was taking shape, but the crux lay in what to use as the sweet temptation before delivering the fatal blow. A blood bag, preferably human tissue, would serve as the ideal bait. Verna's thoughts wandered back to the long and arduous days spent in the Yellow Zone, where she learned how to maneuver around the carrion eaters lurking in the shadows. She understood all too well what would most tantalize their primal instincts. These war-twisted beasts, fundamentally adhere to the most primal laws of nature, driven by an insatiable hunger for sustenance. Yet, at the heart of the matter lies the fact that Werner lacks suitable resources. She gazes around, the relentless sandstorm raging, and in her line of sight, there exists nothing but endless desolation, occasionally interrupted by wind-whipped debris, devoid of any signs of life. There are no corpses of marauders nearby for her to utilize. Werner sighs softly, her voice rendered faint amidst the howling winds and swirling sands. That feeble sound seems to be swallowed by the tempest, yet carries a profound sense of helplessness and fatigue. She lifts her hand to adjust her goggles, her keen eyes striving to penetrate the yellow veil obscuring her vision, but the sandstorm, akin to a ferocious beast, relentlessly lashes against her cheeks, shrouding everything around her in a haze of confusion and obscurity. The heavy grains of sand appear to dance upon her goggles, each particle presenting a challenge from nature itself. She understands that in this war-ravaged, desolate land, scavengers exhibit a certain interest in the fallen. Yet such temptation is insufficient to drive these greedy monsters into a frenzy of unrestrained madness. What truly ignites their primal desires, leading them into a frenzied pursuit, is the vibrant, warm essence of human flesh and blood. This is the malignant legacy of war, a deep-seated thorn embedded in the heart of this land. Even as the smoke of battle dissipates, the instinctual cravings lingering within these creatures persist like an inescapable curse, spreading across this scarred earth and corroding every touchable form of life. Scavengers, they are the remnants of warfare, perpetually in search of new prey, their existence ensuring that this land remains in perpetual turmoil. Within Werner's backpack, the meticulously prepared blood bags are not for her own sustenance. As a tactical humanoid, she has transcended the frailties of human physiology. The vulnerabilities and limitations of flesh are but fleeting memories to her. Her body is composed of high-performance alloys and advanced biological materials, with an embedded energy core capable of supporting prolonged, intense combat. She has no need for a circulatory system, nor does she weaken from blood loss, yet she comprehends that in this desert, survival necessitates thorough preparation. Moreover, the preservation of blood bags demands exceptionally stringent low-temperature conditions, and while her backpack is equipped with formidable capabilities, it cannot provide such optimal preservation. These blood bags serve as carefully crafted bait, a means for her to lure scavengers, disguise herself, and even create chaos at crucial moments to ensure her escape. She gently squeezes one of the blood bags in her hand, sensing the cold yet vibrant liquid shifting within its confines. She knows these blood bags are her sole barrier between life and death. Each bag could save her life at a pivotal moment, allowing her to evade the clutches of these deathly scavengers. Werner's thoughts swirl amidst the sandstorm. She realizes the urgency of finding a refuge or a place to shield herself from the relentless winds. Her cautious footsteps are both soft and resolute, each step sinking into the sandy abyss as if forging a path to survival through the endless yellow dunes. She continually adjusts her goggles, striving to capture any change in her surroundings, her eyes scanning every inch of the terrain she traverses, for even the slightest alteration could be the key to survival. Her steps are nearly soundless in this desert, a testament to her training, yet each movement is imbued with significance. She knows this is not merely a battle for survival, but a contest of wills. She must persevere, not only for herself, but for those teetering on the brink of death, for the flickering remnants of hope in this barren world. The yellow sands swirl, the winds cutting like knives. Werner's heartbeat synchronizes with the pulse of the desert, an unceasing rhythm. Her figure appears diminutive amidst the storm, yet steadfast, akin to a solitary boat struggling against a tempestuous gale, resolute in its course despite the perilous journey ahead. "I will fight," Werner silently vows, her gaze shimmering with determination. In that moment, she feels propelled by an invisible force, her entire will converging upon a singular point. Having made up her mind, she embraces the absence of hesitation or retreat. She understands that doubt will only ensnare her in greater danger. Ahead may lie a dead end, yet she remains undaunted. With resolve, she tears open the blood bag in her grasp, the crimson liquid cascading forth like a stream, releasing a potent metallic scent. The blood traces a sharp arc through the air, landing precisely upon the corpse of a scavenger not far away. Instantly, a rich aroma of blood saturates the air, acting as an invisible beacon that stirs the surrounding scavengers into action. Despite their familiarity with this terrain, the irresistible allure of human blood proves too potent for them to resist, their eyes glinting with an eerie green glow in the dim light. The scavengers linger hesitantly, drawn by the scent of blood yet wary of Werner's presence, debating whether to advance. They resemble a pack of hungry wolves, having caught wind of fresh meat, yet deterred by the concealed hunter. Werner's movements are swift and agile, each step meticulously calculated as she observes the scavengers' reactions while retrieving prepared C4 explosives from her backpack. These explosives, selected and prepared with care, possess immense power capable of obliterating the surrounding area. She cautiously places the C4 on the ground, ensuring it cannot be easily triggered yet remains poised to unleash its destructive force when necessary. She knows that precise placement of these explosives is crucial to her plan. In that moment of preparation, the sound of footsteps echoes through the desolate ruins, reminiscent of the approach of death, drawing nearer with each step. Werner's heart races involuntarily. Despite her efforts to maintain composure, the encroaching sound feels like blades slicing through her nerves. She grips her old rifle tightly, her knuckles whitening from tension, her gaze futilely searching in the dimness and swirling sand for the outline of an impending threat. The wind, laden with sand, mercilessly lashes against her face. each breath feeling as if her lungs were filled with coarse grit. In this environment, Werner had hoped for a brief respite, anticipating that the wretched scavengers might temper their greed in the face of such harsh conditions. However, reality cruelly reveals that their thirst for blood is far more potent than she had imagined. The movements of the scavengers become elusive amidst the cover of the sandstorm. Yet their distinctive, chilling breaths pierce through the storm's roar, resonating deep within Werner's soul. She couldn't help but silently curse. These creatures seemed to be born hunters, capable of precisely locating their targets even in the nearly impenetrable chaos, guided solely by their acute sensitivity to the scent of blood. The shadow of the last war appeared to have never truly departed from this land. Those scavengers were the malignant remnants of that catastrophe, their existence a constant reminder of the fragility of peace and the brutality of war. Although their power was not comparable to the war machines of yore, their indifference to life and thirst for blood rendered them among the most perilous beings in this wasteland. Caverna deliberately released a long line, quickly darting towards a specific direction. Though devoid of reference points, determining direction did not solely depend on them. The compass still provided Caverna with a rough guide. Yet, uncertainty loomed over what might transpire as he pressed onward. Just then, a claw emerged from the swirling sand, lunging straight for Caverna's face. And worse still, he had scarcely any room to evade. Chapter 14. The ecology of ruins. The mere fact that someone was still alive was a testament to resilience. Chun Shuxing felt a surge of doubt within him as he strained to pierce through the raging storm, seeking the location of Caverna. The wind roared like an enraged beast, sweeping everything in its path, mercilessly devouring the surrounding sounds, leaving behind a tumultuous chaos. However, Chun Shuxing was not easily deceived by the terrifying atmosphere concealed by the storm. His keen ears detected an unusual sound amidst the cacophony. In this near-desperate chaos, a distinct noise pierced through the tempest like the brightest star in the night sky, faint yet resolutely breaking the barrier of the storm, stirring his senses. It was not merely the howl of the wind. It carried a deep, resonant rumble, akin to the tremors from the depths of the earth, imbued with an undeniable force. Chun Shuxing's instincts warned him that this sound was extraordinary, a unique reverberation following the detonation of a powerful weapon. Indeed, it was the roar of C4 explosives, masked by the gale yet unable to fully conceal its ferocious might. Soon after, an imperceptible tremor coursed through the earth, reminiscent of an ancient beast's groan rising from the depths. The vibration began faintly but grew increasingly pronounced with the passage of time. It was as though the earth had come alive, resonating with a deep echo. This tremor not only reverberated through his legs, but subtly vibrated his chest, shaking every nerve within him, compelling him to acknowledge the lurking danger beneath the ground. The combination of the tremor and explosion felt like an invisible summons, tightening his heart. He realized that what lay ahead was no ordinary minor skirmish. It was a tremendous explosion, far beyond the commotion caused by conventional gunpowder. Judging by the direction and intensity of the tremors, the site of the explosion was alarmingly close to his position. "I wonder how long you can hold out." Chun Shuxing's voice was low and slightly husky, betraying a hint of unnoticeable concern. Although the existence of survivors before him surprised him, this astonishment flickered like a shooting star in the night sky, quickly overshadowed by the weightier thoughts pressing upon his mind. He gently shook his head, his gaze traversing the dilapidated streets as if he could penetrate the mists of time and return to an era of former prosperity. After all, there were far more pressing and significant matters that Chun Shuxing needed to confront and resolve, issues concerning survival and hope that allowed no room for excessive sentimentality. If memory served him correctly, he spoke slowly, a hint of barely perceptible nostalgia lacing his voice. This city once thrived. Bolstered by a burgeoning heavy industry and its advantageous geographical position as a transportation hub, it had once been a shared home to countless individuals, brimming with vitality and dreams. Chun Shuxing's eyes grew profound, seemingly capable of transcending time, witnessing the bustling factories, the throngs at the train station, and the joyous laughter of those who once populated this street. Yet now, all had turned to dust, leaving behind only crumbling walls and a landscape marred by scars, silently narrating tales of past splendor and present desolation. Through the pervasive haze and dimness, Chun Shuxing's gaze sharpened like that of a leopard, cutting through layers of fog and debris, locking onto a distant, silent square ahead. There, once echoed the vibrant clamor of life. Each brick, every crack seemed to inscribe the laughter and hurried steps of countless passers-by, bearing the weight of rich history and memory. However, The scene before him was a nightmarish inversion of all that was beautiful. The square, once the heart of the city, had transformed into a desolate stage of death and ruin, forgotten in a corner by the merciless flames of war and the passage of time. Silence enveloped the space like an invisible net, quietly cloaking every inch, and even the air grew oppressively heavy, as if materializing and pressing down on the hearts of all, suffocating and instilling despair. Amidst this landscape of despair, a solitary building stood defiantly, like an island amidst the chaos of war, clinging to its last vestiges of dignity. Its silhouette appeared strikingly incongruous beneath the somber sky, as if it were the only unyielding sentinel in this barren land, standing alone yet resolutely, silently narrating tales of resilience and struggle. The exterior of the building bore the scars of time and conflict. The former splendor and brilliance now vanished, replaced by cold steel reinforcements and exposed bricks, laid bare to the air like wounds, chronicling past anguish and suffering. This edifice resembled a silent tombstone, steadfastly overlooking the ravaged battlefield, as if it were bearing witness and mourning for every life on the verge of fading away. The windows, long shattered by the ravages of war, remained as hollow eye sockets, coldly gazing upon the ruins. They seemed to silently recount stories of sorrow, each crack, every shard of broken glass resembling fragments of history, piecing together unheard tales of tragedy. The past vibrancy and clamor had been brutally erased by harsh reality, leaving behind a scene of devastation and desolation, as if fate were mocking the insignificance and helplessness of humanity, compelling one to lament the capriciousness of existence and the fragility of life. Perhaps, if you manage to survive, you may find a semblance of relief. His voice resonated in the air, low and somber, imbued with an imperceptible trace of sorrow and intricate emotions. His gaze, profound and inscrutable, bore the chilling resolve of iron, yet concealed a barely discernible compassion. This compassion extended not only to the monsters or the mercenaries hidden among the crowd, but also to the countless lives within this city, fated to meet their destinies. Whether they were twisted abominations or helpless humans, their existence appeared exceedingly fragile and insignificant in Chen Shusheng's eyes. Countless beings were on the verge of being reduced to dust amidst the hail of gunfire, and he found himself powerless to avert this calamity, relegated to silently witnessing the unfolding tragedy. To him, these mercenaries resembled phantoms lurking on the periphery of the yellow zone, driven by greed and despair, struggling in the ruins shrouded in the shadow of death, in search of an elusive glimmer of survival. Chen Shusheng had never regarded them as genuine adversaries. They were merely pitiful wretches clinging to life on the precipice of death, even more contemptible than those monsters devoid of humanity. Yet, deep within his seemingly callous heart, there remained a tender corner, a profound respect for the essence of life itself. He pondered silently that should these mercenaries miraculously survive the impending chaos and slaughter, whether by sheer luck or cunning, he might grant them an opportunity to plead for mercy. Yet, this would not stem from compassion, but rather from a profound understanding of the dignity of life. Every existence, even one destined for demise, should at least be afforded the chance to choose a relatively dignified exit. He envisioned allowing them, amidst this desolate wasteland, to cease their endless struggle on the precipice of life and death, to be liberated from the ceaseless fear and torment, as he, with an almost ritualistic grace, would personally guide them towards their ultimate release. The yellow zone had long since become a forsaken graveyard, where the boundaries between existence and oblivion blurred. Each day's battles and bloodshed served as a merciless interrogation of humanity's core. The inhabitants here no longer lived for survival, but fought to escape their suffering. Chen Shusheng was acutely aware that rather than allowing these mercenaries to continue their futile existence in this barren wasteland, it would be more humane for him to bring their meaningless struggle to an end. He slowly raised his hand, as if performing a solemn ritual, and drew the long knife from his waist. In the dim light, the blade glimmered with a chilling radiance, reminiscent of the whispers of death, cold, resolute, heralding an inevitable reckoning. The edge shimmered faintly, sharp enough to rend the darkness and despair, poised to annihilate all adversaries that dared to stand in his path. At that moment, Chen Shusheng embodied a merciless harbinger of death, bearing the weighty mission of delivering final judgment to the lost souls amidst chaos and despair. Each step he took resonated with unyielding resolve. Every movement seemed to proclaim the imminent arrival of death. Mercenaries, monsters, every life lurking in the shadows would find no escape from this fateful adjudication. Chen Shusheng's gaze flickered in the darkness, fixated on the silent shadows awaiting their destinies. Whether human or beast, he would show no mercy. He would bring forth a definitive conclusion, a true reckoning, all of which he would execute with his own hands. The wind howled in his ears, resembling a final whisper before death. A heavy sense of oppression permeated the air, enveloping the desolate battlefield. Chen Shuxing tightened his grip on the long knife, a glint of cold ferocity flashing in his eyes. The blade, akin to an ancient dragon awakening from a millennia-long slumber, stirred at its master-esque call. As the edge was drawn from its sheath, it was accompanied by a deep, resonant sound of metal grinding, like the thunderous drums of an ancient battlefield reverberating in his ears, stirring the soul. The friction of blade against sheath resonated like an age-old war song, imbued with an air of solemnity and grandeur, foretelling the onset of an unavoidable bloodbath. Even the sun in the sky seemed to sense this surge of battle spirit, shrouded by the swirling sands whipped up by the tempest. The wind and sand ravaged the world, casting a heavy veil of yellow dust, dimming the horizon to a murky hue, as the only sound that remained was the echo of the blade's friction amidst the silence. This sound transcended mere metallic clashing. It narrated tales of blood and fire, as if nature itself orchestrated a prelude for the impending slaughter. Chen Shuxing's figure gradually blurred in the gloom, merging into the endless darkness. At that moment, the crisp and deep sound of the blade transformed into the low growl of a beast, saturating the air with an undeniable aura of lethality. As his palm clasped the hilt, it seemed to unleash the latent sharpness within. The cold expression hidden beneath his mask radiated an unyielding chill. The sharp claws appeared to manifest at his fingertips, and the glint of his keen teeth shone with a cold light, embodying a true predator, ready to tear apart any who dared to challenge him. His breath gradually quickened and intensified, each inhalation reminiscent of flames igniting within a bellows, surging and expanding within him, accumulating a fierce and untamed power. His eyes suddenly widened, and his piercing gaze resembled a blade, cold and intimidating, as if it could penetrate all obstacles before him. He took a deep breath, the metallic scent of blood and the acrid tang of yellow sand instantly flooding his senses, granting him an acute awareness of his surroundings. He could perceive the direction of the wind, the movement of the sand, and the predatory gazes concealed within the swirling dust, yearning to hunt. He cast his gaze around, scrutinizing every corner and shadow. He understood that he was not the sole predator in this realm. Lurking within the darkness were creatures that appeared far more fearsome. However, Chen Shuxing was acutely aware that true predators are never defined by their outward appearance, regardless of how grotesque their visage or how terrifying their roar. It is only the razor-sharp claws, impeccable tactics, and an unwavering heart that truly delineate a predator's status. He is not feared for his appearance, but rather for the inherent coldness and decisiveness that render him the apex predator. In every battle, he mercilessly crushes his opponents, leaving no room for leniency. His movements are as swift as the wind, and his blade is as sharp as frost, capable of delivering fatal blows with a mere flick of the wrist. In this perilous and fear-laden world, each strike he makes is a decree, devoid of any chance of survival. Chen Shuxing is acutely aware that in this brutal wilderness, there exists no eternal peace, only relentless carnage and plunder. One must either become the hunter or succumb to the role of prey. Yet he stands resolutely atop this food chain, wielding the power over life and death. Should a ranking of supreme predators be established in this world, Chen Shuxing would undoubtedly reign as the unquestionable sovereign, his very existence a silent mockery to all challengers. At this moment, his blade has been unsheathed, its icy edge resembling a cold-blooded serpent, slowly exuding a chilling gleam. The winds howl behind him, yellow sand sweeps across his visage, carrying a biting chill and an irresistible force, as if the entire world is parting to grant him passage. Chen Shuxing stands there, as if he has become the very epicenter of this realm, the point where his blade is directed, marking the boundary between life and death. In his cold, piercing gaze, every enemy lurking in the shadows is rendered visible. His heartbeat is steady and strong, as if rallying for the slaughter to come. He does not rush to strike, for he knows that when the true predator initiates action, a single moment is often sufficient to determine victory or defeat. And he is, without doubt, the deadliest presence amidst this yellow sand. The atmosphere grows increasingly tense, the brilliance of the blade serving as a silent proclamation that a massacre is imminent. Chen Shuxing stands quietly, awaiting the slightest movements of his adversaries, and when that moment arrives, he will unleash a thunderous assault, utterly obliterating all foes. A drop of blood falls, akin to a dark red rose quietly blooming in the midnight jungle, bearing secrets and sorrows unknown to others. Sliding down the jagged wound on Chen Shuxing's hand, reminiscent of a beast's gnawing bite. It escapes the confines of his skin with unwavering determination, eventually landing on the cold, hard ground with a sound so faint, yet in Chen Shuxing's ears, it reverberates like the tolling of a morning bell. That droplet, in the dim and elusive light, seems to emanate a faint yet remarkably resilient glow. It resembles a solitary spirit amid the endless night, whispering softly in the still air, recounting the impermanence of life, its fragility, and the boundless cruelty of this world. Though its luminosity is dim, it harbors an indomitable force that cannot be overlooked, as if reminding Chen Shuxing that even in the most desperate circumstances, one must not easily surrender. The air around him seems to solidify with the fall of that blood drop. The wind, which once flowed in the confined space, now appears to be ensnared by some mysterious force, rendered still and heavy. Time appears to slow, each second stretching infinitely, allowing him to discern every speck of dust in the air as it drifts lazily. He feels each frigid breath he takes, piercing and cold. He hears the weighty rhythm of his heartbeat, resonating like a drum. The fierce pain from the gaping wound surges like a terrifying tide, assailing every nerve within him. In this almost frozen moment of time, his thoughts flow gently, revisiting the past, those comrades lost in war, the sleepless nights, the reasons that compel him to persevere. In this moment of agony, his resolve becomes clearer and more resilient. He understands he is not alone. Many souls, like him, steadfastly inhabit this land, their convictions merging with his to forge an unbreakable force. And then there are the breaths of the predators surrounding him. A low, beastly exhalation, pregnant with suffocating pressure, encircles him from all directions. They are cunning and ruthless hunters, lurking in the dark, waiting for the slightest misstep of their prey. Their greedy gazes fixate on Chen Shuxing. Their cold, glimmering eyes in the darkness, akin to famished wolves, filled with ravenous desire. Each breath they take seems to draw them closer to him. He could hear them stealthily prowling in the darkness, sharpening their razor-like teeth, their eyes glinting with a ravenous gleam. He understood that these predators were biding their time, waiting for the perfect moment to launch a fatal strike. In this moment, he had to rely on his exceptionally keen instincts and unwavering conviction to survive amidst the shadows of death. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. While his mind raced to devise a strategy, his fingers lightly brushed against the slender dagger at his waist. Its cold touch offered him a modicum of solace. The dagger was not merely a weapon against foes, but also a bastion within his heart, bestowing upon him boundless courage and strength. One hand gently grasped the dagger as he slowly adjusted his breathing rhythm, striving to return his heartbeat to a semblance of normalcy through steady inhalations and exhalations. The wind began to stir once more, and concurrently, he heard the approaching footsteps of predators drawing ever nearer. Those footsteps resonated like a sinister symphony of impending death, tightening their grip on his nerves amidst the darkness. He was acutely aware that time was slipping away, and he must uncover their vulnerabilities before launching an assault. In a desperate bid to carve out a sliver of hope for himself, he closed his eyes, embracing the momentary darkness and tranquility to expel all the distractions from his mind. The only sounds that remained were the steady rhythm of his own breath and heartbeat, alongside the subtle, encroaching threats from the outside world. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze was as sharp and resolute as that of a hawk. For him, this battle was not merely a matter of life and death, but a testament to the pride and faith he vowed to defend at all costs. The bloodthirsty predators drew nearer, the stench of death piercing his nostrils. Suddenly, a jarring sound erupted, and a torrent of blood gushed forth from a wound, like an enraged volcano erupting, bursting through the confines of the air and splattering the surrounding ground. The vivid crimson fluid roared like the final cry of existence, reverberating through the desolate yellow zone, as if attempting to declare to the world its past vitality with one last heroic shout. The heart, that powerful and tireless organ that drives all life, had now become the most vivid sacrifice to death. Its vigorous throbbing, at the brink of existence, transformed into an aid to mortality, no longer a symbol of life, but a cruel proclamation of its end, heralding the arrival of another realm with each pulse fading into the void. At that moment, death unveiled its ruthless and domineering nature, without a hint of hesitation. Yet, in the fleeting instant between life and death, Chen Shuxing's cold hand moved with the swiftness and merciless precision of the Grim Reaper's scythe. His hand plunged into the enemy's chest, as if piercing through an impenetrable barrier, unhesitatingly extracting the still-beating heart. Gripped in his hand, the heart resembled a plucked fruit, suspended in the air, radiating an eerie vitality. Even after being severed from its body, it continued to pulse faintly, as if defiantly resisting the fate of death. In this despairing expanse known as the Yellow Zone, those monsters exuded an unimaginable resilience, instilling terror in all, even with their hearts torn asunder. Their bodies did not cease to function instantly. Instead, they retaliated with frenzied ferocity, like enraged beasts. The once dull claws glimmered ominously, akin to the scythe of death shimmering in the shadows, exuding an unnerving threat. The monsters' counterattacks, even at the threshold of death, remained imbued with cataclysmic power, as if they sought to take with them any beings that dared to approach. Chen Shuxing understood that facing these monstrosities, any hint of laxity could exact a fatal toll. Their vitality surpassed mortal comprehension. Even bereft of their heart, the source of life, they could still writhe in the embrace of death, fighting with a final madness. Those sharp claws carved fatal arcs through the air, capable of effortlessly rending an unguarded human into fragments, chilling the soul. Chen Shuxing had witnessed too many souls lost to these creatures, a kind of despair that was inescapable. The monsters' savagery and tenacity transcended all understanding. Each of their attacks bore an indescribable sense of oppression, as if not merely for slaughter, but to assert their dominion over this desolate world. To utterly eradicate these terrifying entities was no task for ordinary means. Conventional weapons and tactics seemed trivial before them. Only extraordinary power and extreme measures could ensure their complete annihilation. With a sharp crack, a bone shattered, echoing like a death knell from the depths of hell, resonating through the dim shadows. This sound was not merely a physical rupture, but a brutal symphony of life and death. Each fracture accompanied by the subtle sound of flesh tearing, reminiscent of paper ripping in the still of night, or a silent shudder swiftly spreading through every pore. From the depths of the monsters' throats emerged a formless roar, laden with unspent fear and despair, as if they sensed the impending disaster. However, their cries could never break free from the confines of their throats. Just as their screams threatened to rend the air, Chen Shuxing's blade struck like a lightning bolt, precisely cleaving through the atmosphere, severing their windpipes. In that instant, the shadow of death surged forth like a chilling tide, filling every one of the monster's senses. The air trapped in their lungs, as if bound by an invisible curse, could no longer flow freely, escaping only in sporadic, blood-red bubbles. These bubbles, remnants of feeble life, burst in the monsters' throats with inaudible hisses, as if the whispers of the grim reaper gradually closed the last door to life. This indescribable agony, which should have felt prolonged, was destined to be brief for them. Chen Shuxing's form seemed to coalesce from the void, approaching with ghostly swiftness, his movements precise and unhesitating. His hands, like iron pincers, firmly ensnared the monster's body, rendering all its struggles futile. With a low rumble, he mercilessly shattered the monster's spine, the once resilient bones crumbling like brittle twigs under his immense power, emitting a chilling crack. The destruction of its spine signified not only its defeat, but also the complete obliteration of its last shred of dignity. Everything seemed to freeze in that moment. Yet the subsequent actions unfolded with lightning speed. Chen Shuxing raised his fist, imbued with cataclysmic force, akin to a collapsing mountain, and brought it crashing down upon the monster's skull. With a thunderous impact, the creature's head shattered, splintering into countless fragments, as blood and brain matter sprayed forth, tracing a horrifying arc of crimson. The mingling scent of iron and shattered bone permeated the air, elevating the essence of death to its zenith. All suffering, struggle, fear, and despair culminated in that one punch. The once dreaded menace of the monster seemed to be obliterated in that instant, dissolving into silent dust, absorbed by the infinite darkness. Chen Shuxing stood amidst the wreckage of bodies, his icy gaze surveying the lifeless limbs that lay before him. His face bore no trace of emotion, as if the recent catastrophic battle had merely been a routine cleansing for him. Blood dripped slowly from the edge of his blade, falling to the ground with a soft patter reminiscent of raindrops striking a serene surface, creating ripples that swiftly dissipated into tranquility. Not bad. It seems this old body can still move. With a slight exertion of his arm, accompanied by the contraction of his forearm muscles, he deftly rotated his wrist, causing the entire blade to vibrate vigorously. The blood that had clung to the edge was instantly shaken off, splattering onto the faces of the nearby scavengers like a provocative gesture. Following this act, Chen Shuxing stood still, devoid of any further movement. his gaze barely lingering on these predators, as if they were inconsequential beings in the perilous realm of the yellow zone. The moment of warmth had concluded. Chen Shuxing exhaled deeply, feeling the blood coursing through him gradually reach a boiling point, the rhythmic beating of his heart echoing within his chest. At this instant, he officially entered a state of combat. A slight furrow of his brow indicated a subtle, yet undeniable ripple of confusion within him. In this dimly lit ruin, he keenly observed that the voracious scavengers had unexpectedly restrained their assault, as if an invisible barrier had quietly obstructed their inherent bloodthirst. The thick, almost tangible scent of blood still lingered in the air, forming an intangible net that ensnared every inch of space, testing the limits of every creature's thirst for blood. Chen Shuxing understood well that the blood flowing from him was, to those scavengers, the most lethal temptation, a treasure that could drive them into a frenzy, compelling them to pursue it at all costs. During his extensive time in the yellow zone, he had witnessed countless instances of these creatures succumbing to uncontrollable fervor due to his blood, an instinctive drive that was utterly irresistible. However, the scene before him diverged sharply from his past experiences. The scavengers, although still surrounding him, no longer exhibited their typical restlessness, nor did they radiate the violent energy that could nearly tear through the air. Their shadows flickered in the dim corners, eyes still gleaming with greed. Yet their movements seemed shackled by an unseen force, making them hesitant and cautious. Their behavior resembled that of beings cowed by some mysterious power or controlled by a deeper fear, rendering them hesitant to cross the threshold despite the intense allure before them. Chen Shuxing's gaze flickered in the gloom, revealing a blend of wariness and curiosity. He inhaled deeply, attempting to discern any other potential information from the thick scent of blood surrounding him. Yet, apart from the scent of his own blood, there was nothing else. The wind howled past his ears, stirring up clouds of dust and debris, while the footsteps and breaths of the scavengers remained notably faint and cautious. A feeling of fear had arisen within him, Chen Shuxing mused, his brow furrowing as if to extract the juice of sorrow. Though his heart was tumultuous with myriad questions, its surface maintained an astonishing calm, undisturbed by the brewing storm within. He slowly surveyed his surroundings, his gaze piercing through the dimness, attempting to capture every subtle movement. This city, once a splendid testament to human civilization, had now transformed into a haven for scavengers, a concealed nest. This realization crept along his spine like icy tendrils, prompting an involuntary shiver. Having acquired a measure of insight, he recognized this city as undoubtedly a breeding ground for unfathomable horrors. Chen Shuxing's thoughts raced, each word forced out with the weight of determination. He sensed that the scavengers around him were not acting with their usual mindless instinct. Their movements exhibited an eerie coordination, as if some unseen force were orchestrating their actions. Ordinarily, scavengers are driven purely by instinct, their existence seemingly devoted to the primal urge to hunt, wandering across the vast expanse in search of decay and death. Their actions are devoid of fear or hesitation, driven solely by the thirst for sustenance and the instinct for survival. When confronted with prey, they pounce without hesitation, using their sharp claws to rend flesh and devour it, relishing in the fleeting satisfaction. However, the scene before him shattered this norm. It appeared that an unprecedented and thorough cleansing of the yellow zone was imperative. Chen Shuxing's expression darkened, akin to the sky before a tempest, heavy and ominous. A palpable tension surged within him, an instinctive reaction born from the unknown and the fear it invoked, causing his brow to furrow and his fists to clench involuntarily. He gazed silently out the window, his eyes fixed upon the distant expanse shrouded in ruins and despair, a resolute glimmer flickering within them. The yellow zone, that endless desolation, appeared to him as a colossal beast on the verge of awakening, its unfathomable dark maw agape, exuding an aura of boundless eeriness and cruelty. This was not the first time he had encountered such a sight, yet each instance cleaved his heart like a razor's edge. Beyond the remnants of the biological warfare that had left the yellow zone in a state of lingering suffering, a sinister possibility loomed, causing him to furrow his brow, an ominous premonition welling up within him. Within this city lay a hidden lair. He slowly turned, his gaze penetrating as it fell upon the spectators lurking in the shadows. Every word he uttered weighed heavily, and indeed, it was a vast lair. You must have been excavating within for quite some time. His voice resonated, deep and powerful, exuding an undeniable conviction. If there were anyone in this world who possessed profound knowledge of the yellow zone and its ancient relics, Chen Shuxing undoubtedly stood as a paragon among them. He is an expert in this field, possessing profound knowledge of every inch and corner of the yellow zone, acquired through countless explorations and life and death struggles. He was acutely aware that the scavengers, endowed with a modicum of intelligence and capable of mimicking certain emotions, could only manifest in a place like the yellow zone due to two potential factors: the remnants of weaponry left behind from the previous biological warfare, or the existence of some enigmatic force covertly orchestrating these events. He could no longer remain indifferent, nor could he disregard the ominous signs any longer. If this nest were not eradicated completely, those scavengers would inevitably transform into an uncontrollable and ferocious force, jeopardizing the safety of the border cities. The mercenaries or miscreants within the yellow zone might be indifferent, but Chen Shuxing could not afford to be. Upon reflecting on this, Chen Shuxing's fists instinctively clenched tightly, his knuckles turning pale from the exertion. He closed his eyes, and in his mind's eye, the desolate expanse of the yellow zone materialized, along with the terrifying creatures lurking in the shadows. With each breath, he felt as though he could inhale the miasma of decay and death, a foul stench that assaulted his senses. This odor was not merely an affront to his nostrils. It seemed to seep deep into his very bones, an inescapable presence. He could sense the malevolent entity's insatiable greed and desecration of life, their decayed fangs and lifeless eyes constantly reminding him of the perilous and savage nature of the world's darker side. In the vast expanse of the yellow zone, the singular yet mysterious path to nurturing those nascent scavengers endowed with rudimentary intelligence lay deep within the hidden layers of carrion. These nests seemed like nature's most clandestine laboratories, birthing miracles and anomalies of life. Each layer was shrouded in a dense fog, making it rare for anyone to truly uncover its essence. Yet the secrets contained within captivated countless souls. The term carrion itself harbors endless mysteries and challenges, signifying that even in this land once deemed a desolate grave, life's tenacity blooms in astonishing ways. As time flowed, in merely a few decades, the yellow zone transformed from a realm of silence into a unique and vibrant ecosystem, a metamorphosis so swift it was breathtaking. Initially, signs of life were limited to peculiar-shaped, unusually structured plants, which stood as colorful specks on the earth, quietly heralding the dawn of change. These flora possessed robust root systems and lush foliage, their vitality astonishing. They not only took root in barren soil, but also drew nourishment from decaying flesh, becoming the initial green hope of the yellow zone. Soon after, the world of insects underwent a dramatic transformation, as vividly colored and diverse-legged insects flitted about, infusing this land with a sense of wonder and vitality. These insects exhibited not merely variations in size and color, but also an unprecedented diversity in behavior and habits. Predatory insects, parasitic insects, and those social insects constructing intricate nests all found their niche within the yellow zone's ecosystem. As time progressed, these anomalous beings expanded in size, from minuscule to colossal, as if nature silently proclaimed the advent of a new era. Today, the yellow zone is home to large carnivorous mammals comparable in size to grizzly bears, their existence epitomizing this land's unique evolutionary trajectory. These creatures not only underwent remarkable changes in size, but also displayed astonishing adaptability in their habits and behaviors. The evolutionary path of these mutated beings starkly contrasts with those in any other natural environment, brimming with the unknown and miraculous. The scavengers of the yellow zone are products of this extraordinary evolution, endowed with acute perception and nascent cognitive abilities, enabling them to react swiftly in a rapidly changing environment. Their intelligence, albeit rudimentary, suffices for survival in this perilous domain. Particularly striking is the plant life within the yellow zone, which has transcended traditional definitions. Many plants, under the influence of mutation, respond to external stimuli in manners akin to animals, agile and intense, suggesting they are no longer mere static organisms, but embody the essence of vitality. These interactions between flora and fauna coalesce into a unique ecosystem, rendering the yellow zone akin to a singular living entity. Thus, to accurately describe these plants, one might consider prefixing their names with moving to signify their exceptional vitality. Those plants capable of perceiving their surroundings and reacting swiftly demonstrate nature's unparalleled creativity and adaptability. Their branches and leaves, akin to antennae, explore every inch of soil, capturing any potential nutrients and water sources, while their blossoms resemble Venus flytraps, poised to ensnare passing prey. As for the creatures inhabiting this strange land, They have undergone a profound metamorphosis from mere physical forms to soulful beings. Their survival strategies, hunting techniques, and environmental adaptability unveil unprecedented wisdom and cunning, as if they are meticulously crafted masterpieces of nature, with every detail revealing the resilience and intelligence of life. Every movement, every breath, is a testament to the art of survival. Some even exhibit complex social structures and cooperative hunting behaviors, resembling a cadre of trained hunters. They traverse the jungles of the yellow zone like shadows, silent and lethal. Upon the appearance of prey, they swiftly encircle it, employing high levels of cooperation to secure their capture. Meanwhile, a complex and delicate balance has emerged between predators and prey within the yellow zone, with each organism finding its own path to survival. These observations profoundly astonished Qin Shusheng. This once barren land had now evolved into a vibrant and wondrous world. Every blade of grass, every tree, every insect, and every beast within the yellow zone articulates the resilience of life and the boundless possibilities of nature in its unique manner. Whether it be the keen responses of flora and fauna or the intricate interactions among organisms, these are experiences he had never encountered elsewhere. Chapter 15. Abnormal Ecology. Though Qin Shusheng is not a formally trained biological researcher, his years of diligent fieldwork and relentless data accumulation, coupled with an insatiable thirst for knowledge and a willingness to learn, have allowed him to gradually outline a clearer picture of the intricate biological systems within the yellow zone. He tread upon every inch of soil in the yellow zone, his hands caressing the leaves of each anomalous plant. His heart pulsated in rhythm with the very essence of the yellow zone. Before him lay not merely a realm steeped in violence and terror, but rather a mysterious system yearning to be deciphered. Amidst the vast ocean of information, reports, and intricate data, Qin Shusheng emerged as a patient detective, meticulously unraveling the complexities. Ultimately seizing upon an extraordinary clue from the chaotic tapestry, he discovered that those scavengers struggling for survival in the yellow zone had not been consumed by this land of death. Instead, they had quietly integrated into this unique and brutal ecological environment, forming a subtle and complex symbiotic relationship with it. Qin Shusheng's notebook was densely filled with records of every discovery and each instance of aberrant behavior. The pages seemed like fragments leading to the truth, pieced together bit by bit. These scavengers, creatures devoid of natural reproductive capabilities, could infect and transform other organisms, yet their initial population was exceedingly limited. Coupled with the frequent activities of mercenaries and bandits in the yellow zone, one would expect their numbers, along with those of similar monsters, to significantly diminish. However, the reality was quite the opposite. These creatures astonishingly maintained a dynamic equilibrium, even hinting at a potential increase. This phenomenon, baffling to many, left those accustomed to the survival laws of this land in shock. For the individuals facing uncertainty in the yellow zone, this was undoubtedly trivial, a matter of little concern. After all, in a land shrouded in despair, whether one would see the dawn of tomorrow was uncertain. Who had the luxury to delve into the mysteries of these monsters' proliferation? The wanderers could only gaze at the starry sky, yearning for a moment of peace, while the survivors licked their wounds, awaiting the arrival of a new day. Yet, for those endowed with extraordinary intellect and keen insight, everything in the yellow zone, particularly the secrets related to the ruins, was imbued with endless allure and the value of exploration. Qin Shusheng was precisely such an individual. Like a hound on the hunt, he pursued every clue, seeking every answer. His research aimed not solely to unravel the mysteries, but also to rescue more lost souls wandering this land. After countless verifications and in-depth investigations, he made an astonishing discovery. Within the yellow zone, those seemingly lifeless corpses, scavengers, and vampiric monsters had established an unprecedented symbiotic connection with a unique ecosystem of corpses. Even more shocking was the realization that it was the seemingly static corpse ecosystem and its hidden nests that nurtured these monsters and sustained their populations. These nests resembled a dark heart concealed deep within the earth, continuously supplying the lifeblood of existence. This represented a revolutionary biological discovery. Plants, through some unknown mechanism, could collect biological information and samples to give rise to animals. Laboratory microscopes and test tubes could not explain this phenomenon, yet in the yellow zone, it was undoubtedly an incredible reality. Here, plants were not mere static organisms, but a perfect amalgamation of motion and stillness. Each of their transformations narrated an alternative set of natural laws. This was difficult to fathom within conventional biological theories, yet in this cursed land, it was occurring in all its authenticity. Through his research, Chen Shusheng gradually unveiled the veil concealing the extraordinary connections between plants and animals in this land. He discovered that these plants could perceive changes in their surroundings and, through intricate chemical signals, relay biological information to the subterranean nests. These nests served as breeding grounds for the newly birthed monsters. Once, the nests of these corpse monsters were frequently encountered throughout the Yellow Zone, but in recent years, with humanity's large-scale extermination efforts, they seem to have gradually vanished. However, Chen Shusheng now realized that this was merely a facade. Those nests had quietly relocated underground. Hidden deeper and more inconspicuously, they lurked like dark phantoms, poised to re-emerge at any moment. From the minor tremors felt on the surface to the astonishing multitude of scavengers before him, an ominous premonition surged within Chen Shusheng. The scale of the corpse monster nests concealed beneath this abandoned city likely exceeded anyone's imagination. The subtle symbiotic relationship was the key to these monsters' tenacious survival in the Yellow Zone. Moreover, these hidden nests seemed to pulse like the heartbeat of the Yellow Zone, continuously supplying new life. An unknown disaster might be quietly brewing. These scavengers were the most terrifying products of this forbidden realm. They were not ordinary predators of the natural world. Rather, they were aberrant monsters woven from countless departed remains and unfulfilled dreams. Amidst endless darkness and silence, they gradually broke free from the constraints of instinct, no longer content to exist merely as simple carnivorous machines. The harsh trials of time and environment compelled them to embark on a path of evolution. Their forms were twisted and peculiar, cloaked in mottled exoskeletons and decaying flesh, their eyes glinting with an intelligence unfitting for mere beasts. These creatures began to exhibit rudimentary wisdom. They learned to observe and glean experience from each hunt, and astonishingly, they even learned to fear, an acute awareness of their own vulnerabilities and an instinctive caution toward looming threats. Hunting, a skill traditionally belonging to apex predators, was now mastered by them in a distorted manner. "Commander, can you hear me? This is Chen Shusheng, requesting confirmation of connection." Chen Shusheng gripped the microphone tightly, his fingers unconsciously squeezing the cold metal casing as he sought to capture a clear response amidst the chaotic electromagnetic interference. His gaze was grave and focused, an invisible pressure surging within him. The storm roared like an enraged beast, tearing apart radio waves, leaving only a cacophony of jarring noise, akin to distant thunder or whispers from the abyss. Each gust of wind stirred the dust and debris on the ground, crashing against his equipment with a disconcerting sound. Despite the advanced design of his radio equipment, built for exceptional anti-interference, it seemed utterly inadequate against such natural calamities, like a fragile boat struggling in tumultuous seas. No matter how sophisticated the technology, it remained feeble in the face of nature's absolute power. He understood that actively sending messages through the tempestuous barriers was akin to chasing phantoms, yet he remained unwilling to relinquish hope. He clung to the faint signals that might allow him to passively receive any communication from the command center, even if it were merely a vague indication. Each directive from the command center served as a guiding beacon amidst the chaos that enveloped him. Crimson Rain, please respond," Chen Shusheng silently recited, determination glimmering in his gaze. In such circumstances, maintaining composure was his sole recourse. He took a deep breath, calibrating his breathing, striving to remain unaffected by the harshness of the external environment. As a seasoned warrior, he understood the paramount importance of calmness and patience. The Yellow Zone, a corner forsaken by the laws of nature, was rife with communication disruptions. The air was thick with the stench of decay, and the ground was littered with derelict buildings and abandoned vehicles, as if narrating tales of past splendor now reduced to desolation. Especially for solitary operatives like them, the constraints of radio equipment, due to size and weight, naturally diminished their power. Each mission felt like a battle against fate. The surroundings were grim and oppressive. In the dim light, the occasional silhouettes of scavengers flitted through the ruins, their thirst for blood and carrion almost palpable. These creatures, having survived for long in such hostile conditions, had grown exceptionally fierce and cunning, their presence a constant reminder of the lurking dangers. Yet, to Chen Shusheng, all of this was merely a trivial background noise. The sound of pattering echoed in the cold, damp air, akin to the low murmurs of nocturnal wanderers, each beat striking against Chen Shusheng's taut nerves. This patter, for the scavengers concealed in the shadows represented a silent symphony of communication, a unique vibration conveying messages only their kind could decipher. Within that sound lay hints of cunning and greed, heralding an impending storm. This dark environment resembled a vast labyrinth, fraught with peril and unpredictable variables. Chen Shuxing's breathing grew heavier as his keen ears captured every subtle shift around him. He knew these sounds were not mere noise, but lethal signals. Each conversation among the scavengers, each vibration, meticulously conveyed certain information, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Just as this delicate exchange reached its zenith, a sharp gust of wind abruptly shattered the silence, and a scavenger lunged from the shadows of the ceiling like a specter, its claws slicing through the air, aiming directly for Chen Shuxing's vital points. In that instant, time seemed to elongate, and countless fragmented images flashed rapidly in Chen Shuxing's mind as his body instinctively reacted. The persistent pattering was not merely a secret dialogue, but a meticulously orchestrated cover, skillfully masking the faint sounds of their claws sliding on the rough walls, allowing them to approach silently until the moment of attack revealed their fangs. Chen Shuxing rolled aside just in time to evade that lethal strike, quickly regaining his footing, muscles taut, and his gaze sharp as an eagle-ass. The ceiling, which most would merely gaze up at, transformed into a lethal trap. People often remain vigilant against threats from the front, back, and sides, yet they frequently overlook the seemingly safe space above. The solid floor bore their footsteps, while the empty ceiling was considered an untouchable domain. This habitual mindset provided the scavengers with an excellent opportunity for ambush. They adeptly exploited the limitations of human spatial perception, turning the ceiling into a shortcut for their assaults, demonstrating a profound understanding and manipulation of human behavior patterns. Chen Shuxing promptly steadied his breath, resolutely surveying his surroundings. His heartbeat raced, yet he remained unflustered. At that moment, he needed to ensure every nerve ending was in the most sensitive state, as any slight change would not escape his perception. He understood this was not merely a contest of strength, but a battle of wits and strategy. The scavengers, grotesque beings birthed from the cadaverous nests, had transcended mere survival instincts. They had learned to exchange minimal cost for maximum victory, precisely capturing and exploiting every minor oversight of their adversaries. At this juncture, he realized he was not merely fighting alone, but rather engaged in a profound contest of intellect. He swiftly recalled every detail from before, each pattern, and the position of every shadow, all potentially concealing these cunning predator schemes. The scavengers shrewdly utilized the entire space, perpetually seeking opportunities to strike. And his task was not only to survive, but to decipher this silent battleground. Yet, Chen Shuxing was no ordinary individual. In that moment, the air seemed cleaved by a sharp blade, producing a piercing and urgent sound, akin to a lethal weapon suddenly drawn from the void, slicing through the stillness. In that dim, cold space, a scavenger clung silently to the ceiling, its body resembling a wraith, leaving behind a trail of indistinct shadows as it moved. Its skin glistened darkly, merging almost seamlessly with the surrounding gloom, with only its coldly glowing eyes flickering in the darkness, signaling a deadly threat within this space. Its movements were swift and precise, akin to the most ruthless assassins in the natural world. Every subtle adjustment revealed an ultimate pursuit of the hunt. Its limbs were taut, muscles as solid as steel, with minute vibrations traveling through its spine, ensuring perfect balance with each step. The pervasive stench of decay seemed to intensify, serving as a reminder of the underlying fear and peril. The scavenger's back slowly arched, reminiscent of a cheetah preparing to unleash a fatal strike. Its offensive strategy was straightforward yet effective. No convoluted tactics, no unnecessary movements, driven solely by an instinct rooted deep within its bloodline, perfectly merging speed and power. In that moment, time appeared to freeze for it, the scavenger's form transforming into a streak of black lightning, approaching its prey at an astonishing velocity. Its coldly glimmering eyes locked onto the target, exuding an unmistakable murderous intent. The scavenger pressed itself against the ceiling, moving soundlessly, its pupils reflecting the terrified visage of its prey. As the distance between them narrowed to a razor's edge, the scavenger suddenly exerted its strength, its entire form launching downward like an arrow released from a bow, propelled by an unstoppable force. Its claws traced silver arcs through the air, heralding the prelude to death, a fate from which the prey could not escape. The victim barely had time to scream before being struck by this black flash. The air erupted with a piercing sound of tearing, those razor-sharp claws embedding deeply into flesh. In that moment of contact, the sharp claws would penetrate the target's flesh, accompanied by a heart-wrenching tearing sound, a testament to life being ruthlessly stripped away. Blood erupted like a fountain, staining the long quiet space crimson, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood. Each tear was accompanied by the inescapable anguish and despair, the prey's struggles rendered futile and powerless. Then, the scavenger began to showcase another facet of its predatory nature, its movements turning increasingly frenzied. Each tear was accompanied by the tautness of muscle and the gnashing of teeth, as if it aimed to obliterate the prey from existence. Its claws, like sharpened blades, would take away chunks of flesh with every swing. Its fangs sunk deep into the prey's neck, siphoning away the last remnants of life. This was an instinct deeply ingrained, a primal expression of the desire to survive, and a complete release of the fear of death. In the scavenger's eyes, there was no mercy, no hesitation, only an insatiable hunger for sustenance and an unyielding adherence to the laws of nature. Blood dripped from its jaws, its eyes ablaze with a cold light, enveloping the prey in its final moments. The vitality of the prey swiftly dissipates, its remaining strength extinguished in the face of an irresistible terror. Throughout this harrowing process, the scavenger's gaze is devoid of compassion or hesitation, driven solely by an insatiable hunger for sustenance and an unyielding adherence to the laws of nature. With chilling detachment, it embodies the ruthless rules at the pinnacle of the food chain. Every movement is precise and devoid of hesitation, as if its very existence is dedicated to this singular moment of fruition. Yet, all of this merely represents the potential of an ordinary life. The air seems to thicken, punctuated only by the scavenger's hurried and greedy breaths, a sound intermittent and haunting, resonating like a death knell in Shushing's ears within that shadowy realm. The surrounding darkness appears to echo this deadly haunt. Everything is shrouded in an eerie tranquility, yet fraught with peril. Its assault strikes like a bolt of lightning in the night, swift and lethal. Those eyes, glimmering with an eerie light, fixate on the prey ahead, as if able to perceive every scrap of vitality. Each breath it takes carries a metallic scent of blood, every muscle taut, ready to unleash its fury. The scavenger stealthily advances, its form nearly imperceptible in the gloom, save for those cold, glimmering eyes fixed intently on the target. As a born predator, it possesses an astonishing precision in gauging distance, each leap calculated to perfection. In its eyes, the prey has become an inescapable captive. At this moment, it seems to hear the prey's heart racing, to sense the tension and helplessness in its breath. The proximity between them is so great that, were it an ordinary person, they would scarcely have time to blink before becoming a soul claimed beneath its sharp fangs, their throat mercilessly torn asunder. Such ferocity and coldness render the entire scene nightmarishly terrifying. However, just as life and death hang in the balance, an unexpected reversal unfolds. Shushing's gaze is as calm as ice, his form ghostlike. In the face of the scavenger's ferocious onslaught, he makes no exaggerated movements. He merely sidesteps with grace, seizing the fleeting opportunity. A palpable aura of lethal intent permeates the air, and time seems to slow, a delicate equilibrium forming in that instant. In a heartbeat, the blade in his hand becomes a silver flash, slicing through the night sky and piercing the scavenger's body. In that moment, time appears to freeze, each second stretching infinitely. Every detail rendered strikingly clear. The scavenger's full-on assault transforms into its death knell. The blade cuts through its flesh with effortless ease, akin to slicing through putrid meat. Shushing's knife is simple yet razor-sharp, silently carving through its chest until it reaches the vital organs. Blood bursts forth, instantly staining the earth around them crimson. The heavy scent of iron wafting through the air, reflecting the resolute and stern visage of Shushing. In that fleeting instant, the scavenger's eyes shift from fervor to disbelief, then to anguish, before succumbing to an icy silence. Its body convulses violently before collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. Shushing slowly retracts the blade, the silvery glimmer fading into the darkness. His actions are clean and decisive, devoid of any hesitation, as if he has long mastered the art of killing. His gaze, sharp as a spear, swept across the surroundings, seemingly conveying to any lurking threats, "Here, I am the master." In the shadows, more scavengers lay in wait. Yet in this moment, they were daunted by his uncompromising aura. In an instant, all murderous intent froze, leaving only his resolute eyes in the air. However, scavengers do not retreat simply because an individual has perished. The familiar sound of pattering echoed once more in the cold air, like the whispers of death, each gentle touch seeming to herald the fading of life. This unique rhythm, born from the friction of claws against rough walls, carried an undeniable menace. The sound ricocheted down the corridor, reverberating as though a hammer struck at our hearts, warning of imminent danger. Another scavenger silently approached, its movements swift and soundless, following closely behind the first unfortunate soul, like a shadow in the night, poised to strike. The scavenger's form was tall yet agile, its hunched body akin to a hunting leopard, with eyes sharp as blades in the dark. If, merely as a hypothetical, Chen Shuxing had hesitated for even a moment, failing to dispatch the initial assailant decisively, the subsequent scavenger would undoubtedly seize the fleeting distraction, striking with the precision of a venomous snake, delivering a fatal blow to his blind spot. Such a moment of neglect could easily transform him into prey, his throat ripped open, blood splattering upon the cold ground. Yet, fate seldom allows hypotheticals to materialize. In this perilous world, Chen Shuxing was accustomed to brushing shoulders with death. Every second of battle was a dance upon the edge of a blade, leaving no room for error. Faced with this sudden threat, he did not hastily wield his weapon. Instead, with keen intuition and extraordinary agility, he sidestepped, slipping away from the scavenger's attack trajectory like a darting fish. A gust of wind erupted in the air, nearly lifting the hem of his garment. With the swiftness of a steel claw, his arm shot out, locking onto the scavenger's ankle destined for death. The scavenger's muscles tensed under his grip, struggling to break free, but Chen Shuxing's strength was as merciless as iron. Every fiber of his being erupted with unparalleled power, veins bulging, a testament to his immense strength and extraordinary control. Then, an irresistible force surged from within him. He flung the scavenger as if casting away all fear and unease. Thud! The scavenger's body crashed to the ground like a rag doll, and in that moment, the air around them seemed to tremble. The sound of impact amplified within the narrow confines, echoing with a sickening crack. The scavenger's spine and ribs shattered on impact, producing a chilling sound. Such a grievous blow rendered even the most resilient scavenger incapable of resistance. It writhed in agony, emitting a low growl of suffering. Yet within that sound lay the despair of impending death. But Chen Shuxing understood that for these creatures, such damage was far from sufficient. Their resilience and tenacity allowed them to rise again and continue their deadly assault in no time. Thus, he slowly raised his foot, his gaze icy, as if performing some sacred ritual. His expression was cold and resolute, akin to a judge poised to deliver the final verdict. In the next moment, his foot, imbued with unfathomable strength, came crashing down upon the scavenger's skull. Crack! The sound was crisp and decisive, reminiscent of ice shattering beneath winter's grip. Imbued with undeniable power and determination, devoid of hesitation or doubt. Beneath Chen Shuxing's foot, the scavenger's head crumbled like fragile porcelain, instantly disintegrating into countless fragments under immense pressure. The sound of splintering bones echoed like thunder in the mountains, resonating deeply. The splatter of brain matter erupted like an eerie symphony from the depths of hell. Together, these sounds intertwined, reverberating through the dim, dilapidated space, composing a symphony of death and destruction. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, the crimson liquid tracing bizarre arcs in the air, ultimately mingling with the viscous brain matter, splattering vividly upon the cold ground. The mottled stains resembled an abstract painting, as if an invisible brush were crafting a grand yet brutal scene of life and death, reflecting Chen Shuxing's stern and unwavering visage. His lips were tightly sealed, akin to an impenetrable dam, locking away the tumult within. His eyes shone with an unyielding resolve, radiating an indisputable determination, devoid of wavering or mercy. Beneath his feet lay the once reckless scavenger, now utterly vanquished, reduced to a pile of useless flesh. Its once aggressive form lay still, with only a thin layer of blood attesting to its former ferocity. Yet within Chen Shuxing's heart, an unprecedented cold determination surged. It was a ruthless resolve born of survival. The price paid to protect himself and those around him. He knew deeply that in this savage world, only the strong could endure, and only determination could forge victory. In this moment, Chen Shuxing seemed to embody an unrelenting war god, his figure standing firm amidst blood and death, like a rock unyielding to storm and rain. The surrounding air held its breath for a moment, steeped in undeniable solemnity and gravity. His gaze revealed a disquieting certainty and resolve, a depth and calm that seemed to pierce through all, instilling terror within his enemies. With each breath, he felt an unprecedented tranquility, though hidden beneath that calm lay endless bloodshed and slaughter. Come forth, let me witness your resistance. A thunderous roar erupted from Chen Shuxing's throat, imbued with boundless fury and battle intent, as if it could tear through space and soar to the heavens. His eyes blazed with intensity, like flames ignited, radiating an irresistible aura. At this moment, an invisible fire blazed within him, his blood boiling, muscles taut, each cell yearning for slaughter, eager to trample upon all foes before him. His breath was rapid and powerful, his chest heaving like a bellows, while the weapon in his hand transformed into a gleaming shard of cold light, swift and piercing. The sound of claws slicing through the air reverberated in the dim space. Sharp and jarring, akin to the whisper of death, an oppressive force that surged into every corner. In this moment, it was not just Qin Shusheng who charged at the enemy, but also the ravenous scavengers. They erupted from the deep shadows, hungry and ferocious, their limbs stirring up a tempest of death. The scavengers had once believed they could cling to life in the shadows, relying on their numbers and cunning to carve out a sliver of survival. However, at this instant, they suddenly realized an immutable truth. On this battlefield, facing such a formidable foe, they had no retreat. Qin Shusheng, like a beast descended from the heavens, would not permit any flaw or hesitation. His breath bore down like a storm, warping the very air with his fury. Confronted with Qin Shusheng's beast-like charge, the scavengers felt an unprecedented terror. Their eyes flickered with despair and madness, their dark orbs reflecting an instinct for survival intertwined with a dread of death. Nevertheless, they understood that at this moment, the only choice left was to immerse themselves wholeheartedly in the impending slaughter. Regardless of the outcome, they could only embrace this brutal combat. They turned to face Qin Shusheng, and in an instant, sharp claws and fangs struck like lightning, filling the air with the scent of death. The scavengers unleashed bloodthirsty roars, their limbs racing across the ground like a tempest, embodying a wild torrent seeking to engulf their adversary. Their bodies traced sinister arcs in the darkness, like shadows crawling through a nightmare. There was no evasion, no trace of timidity or hesitation. On this battlefield, the sole option lay in the clash of combat, improving their existence through blood and life. Qin Shusheng and the scavengers entwined in this silent yet tempestuous storm, staging a symphony of flesh and blood. Each swipe of claws, each dance of blades, embodied the most profound yearning for survival and the most fearless defiance. The long blade vibrated with a deep hum, as if resonating with the echoes of ancient war songs, each swing accompanied by a distant rumble, as though the very heavens were heralding the prelude to this battle. The blade flashed like a silver lightning bolt, piercing through the darkness, the quivering metal resonating deep within the scavenger's decaying bones, igniting a prelude to death. With each descent of the blade, it delivered a merciless judgment upon the enemy. The scavenger's bones, before Qin Shusheng's unparalleled sharp blade, proved as fragile as thin sheets of paper beneath a child's craft knife, easily cleaved in two. Accompanied by the scavenger's anguished and piercing cries, the long blade seemed to whisper like the harbinger of death, effortlessly tearing their bodies asunder, revealing the stench of entrails and despair, the sweet iron tang of blood permeating the air like the aroma of death. Yet, before the echoes of their howls could fully resonate across this desolate land, Qin Shusheng had already vanished like a specter to his next target. His hands, like iron pincers, swiftly and decisively seized the throats of those monsters. His movements fluid as if rehearsed 1,000 times. Those hands, masters of life, ruthlessly and precisely sealed the last remnants of the scavenger's existence. His movements were swift and resolute, as if he were engaged in a silent ritual, a ceremony of life-vest deprivation. In mere moments, those monsters could not utter even a final wail from their throats. The blade cleaved through the enemy's bodies with a force akin to thunder, snapping their spines like fragile twigs. And the foul blood that splattered as he severed their throats seemed a silent mockery of the dark world. Yet, Qin Shusheng understood profoundly that true combat prowess is not solely reliant on the sharpness of weapons. Even with unmatched blades, his most lethal weapon was his hands. Forged through countless life and death struggles, transforming into harbingers of death more fearsome than any instrument of war. Without a long knife, he could effortlessly rend the throats of his foes with those seemingly ordinary hands, as if tearing through a sheet of thin paper, extinguishing their flames of existence in an instant, reducing them to nothingness. In battle, Qin Shusheng was never bound by convention. He moved like a dancer, weaving through the melody of death with unrestrained grace, each movement a display of fearless brilliance. Every action was a masterstroke, akin to meticulously choreographed dance steps, each precise and powerful, effortlessly countering his enemy's assaults and maintaining composure amid the tempest of conflict. The long knife in his hand was his most loyal companion, capable of severing any obstacles before him, yet his hands were his most clandestine trump card. able to silently and swiftly snatch away the lives of his adversaries in an instant. Bang! A fierce determination and fury flickered in Chen Shushing's gaze. A fire that not only burned with indomitable spirit, but also harbored a profound desire for survival and a disdain for evil. He clenched his teeth tightly, the corners of his lips curving into a resolute arc. Every muscle in his body tensed as if electrified, each fiber seemingly imbued with boundless strength. Exuding an undeniable aura of power, he raised his fist, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption, consolidating the entirety of his strength and will, unleashed with unparalleled destructive force. In that moment, the air seemed to tremble, as if even space itself twisted under the impact, time crystallizing into eternity. For an instant, all things appeared to freeze, with only his fist, akin to a howling tempest, surging forth with a force capable of obliterating all. As he took that step, Chen Shushing's movements were as swift and resolute as thunder, the earth trembling slightly beneath his feet, bearing witness to his immense power. He poured every ounce of muscle and energy into his clenched fist, as though channeling all his fury and determination into that singular point. In this moment of unwavering resolve, Chen Shushing transformed into a cannonball, propelled by a deafening rush of wind, striking with full force against the chest of a carrion eater. At that instant, time appeared to stand still, the air thick with an indescribable tension and oppression, all sounds retreating into silence, save for the rhythmic beating of his heart, resonating like a battle drum. A flicker of terror and despair flashed in the carrion eater's eyes, yet its fate was irrevocably sealed. Crack! The bones of the carrion eater, having undergone countless mutations, formed an exceptionally hard structure. Through eons of evolution and transformation, they transcended ordinary comprehension, resembling an iron cage meticulously forged by nature, safeguarding its fragile yet vital organs. These bones, even in the face of an unrelenting vehicle's crushing force, would scarcely yield. Their hardness rivaled that of stone, providing the carrion eater with unmatched defense. Under such protection, even the most furious bullets struggled to penetrate, often leaving only superficial marks on the surface. However, in that moment, the thunderous explosion resonated like firecrackers bursting in a quiet night sky, echoing like thunder in a valley, reverberating within the carrion eater's chest. The formerly iron-like bones shattered instantaneously, crumbling as if they were mere fragile cookies, torn apart by an invisible force. An ineffable sense of rupture permeated the air, as if the entire world recoiled from this sudden violence. Chen Shushing's fist, brimming with unfathomable power and rage, plunged deeply into the carrion eater's chest without hindrance. In that moment, his fist transformed into a razor-sharp blade, a merciless hammer, intent on utterly annihilating the carrion eater. The force was such that it could shake mountains, swiftly dismantling the barriers of the carrion eater's thorax, exposing the delicate internal organs previously cocooned within. The tremendous impact not only shattered the carrion eater's resilient bones, but also ruthlessly tore through its internal organs. In that instant, the carrion eater's eyes filled with terror and despair, its pupils constricting in response to the excruciating pain, as if witnessing the arrival of death, yet powerless to resist. It felt the collapse within its body, akin to a building on the brink of collapse, helplessly allowing the life force to drain rapidly away. Amidst this chaos and agony, the carrion eater was struck with profound astonishment at its own insignificance and fragility. It opened its mouth in despair, yet no sound emerged. As fragments of its internal organs spilled forth from its mouth, the life of this carrion eater came to a definitive end. A long breath escaped from Chen Shushing's throat, releasing the heat that surged within him. The preceding action was not an end, but merely a simple beginning. Chen Shushing's fist morphed into claws, and with his strength, even the power exerted by his fingers could effortlessly rend the carrion eater's body apart. As the body ruptured, the previously pierced internal organs were fully exposed. And with a vigorous flick, Chen Shushing sent the carrion eater's shattered innards flying onto its kin. While this act caused no substantial harm, nor did it intimidate the carrion eaters, despite possessing a modicum of intelligence, they were utterly consumed by their bloodthirsty desires, oblivious to the concept of retreat. Yet, Chen Shushing's actions were sufficient to create a momentary visual distraction, filling the air with the scent of blood. Their movements slowed slightly, and that brief delay was enough for Chen Shushing to spring into action. Buzz! The long knife emitted a series of resonant hums. Chapter 16. Remnants on the distant battlefield. Smoke and dust danced like frenetic partners, entwined and interwoven, painting a scene both tragic and chaotic, swirling freely in the air like an invisible hand striving to devour all color and vitality of this world, leaving behind a profound silence of gray. Within this desolate wasteland shrouded in death and destruction, Devink's consciousness emerged like the first ray of light piercing through a long night. Though slender as a thread, it embodied an indomitable spirit, slowly penetrating the dense, almost tangible darkness, each step forward a fierce struggle against unseen resistance, yearning to return to the realm of light. His body remained extraordinarily heavy, as if countless invisible boulders were pressing down upon him from all directions, rendering even the act of breathing an arduous endeavor. Yet, despite this, a faint sensation emerging from the depths of his being began to crystallize within his perception, much like tender shoots stubbornly breaking through the earth in the springtime. This sensation embodied a yearning for existence, an anticipation for the unknown tomorrows, coalescing into an unstoppable force that propelled Devink, compelling him to persist in the face of despair, refusing to succumb to hopelessness. Around him, the cacophony of the battlefield seemed to fade into the distance, replaced by an ineffable tranquility. Am I still alive? As consciousness gradually emerged from the haze, a surge of indescribable emotions welled up within Devink. In the depths of his soul, at the very moment of awakening, he felt an overwhelming resistance to this revival. Throughout the protracted years of battle, he had brushed against death countless times, each occasion having prepared him to fully embrace the end, a resolute acceptance that had taken root profoundly within him. Yet now, fate revealed an unprecedented mercy amidst this desolation, choosing not to lead him into eternal silence. Devink slowly opened his eyes. The world before him remained shrouded in a thick veil of fog. However, the sensations of life were strikingly vivid. Pain, fatigue, and the faint echoes of distant warfare all served to remind him that he was still alive. This pain penetrated to the marrow, akin to sharp stings emanating from deep within his limbs, yet it stood as the most authentic testament to his existence. His throat felt parched, and his breath was feeble and rapid, each inhalation accompanied by a searing pain in his chest. Devink struggled to move, his muscles rigid and fatigued from prolonged tension, as if they no longer belonged to him. His fingers trembled slightly, as if seeking to affirm that he still retained some semblance of control over this nearly shattered body. Death has spared me, Devink whispered, the feeble utterance resembling a sigh emanating from the depths of his soul. It shone like the faintest star in the night sky, quietly flickering in the depths of his heart's ocean, barely perceptible yet profoundly real. He etched a faint smile of bitterness, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Yet that sorrowful curve appeared sluggish, ensnared by the excruciating pain enveloping him, as if it might dissipate at any moment within the boundless agony, failing to fully manifest. In this ravaged wasteland, where the scars of war lay bare, death had long been a longed-for release, akin to a portal to tranquility in a dream. Beyond that door, there would be no more suffering, no more fear, only serenity and repose. Yet, fate seemed more merciless than the battlefield itself. It always stood coldly by, poised to shatter his every hope, yet never allowing death to truly embrace him. Instead, it left him to wander endlessly on the precipice of life and death, neither liberating him nor completely consuming him, merely observing as he trudged through this world rife with suffering and despair, like a solitary wolf, struggling to advance. Devink took a slow breath, the air thick and decayed, infused with the scents of gunpowder, earth, and death. As if to remind him that living was far from an effortless endeavor, the air slipped into his lungs, echoing a reminder, you still linger in this hell. Far from the moment of release. He closed his eyes, striving to shield himself from the cacophony and anguish that swirled within his mind, compelling himself to uncover a moment of clarity amidst the chaos of his thoughts. He could not comprehend why destiny toyed with him so mercilessly. At times, it showed leniency, granting him an opportunity to escape the clutches of death. At other times, it was cruel, forcing him to witness and endure endless suffering and torment, as if each survival was merely a prelude to a greater affliction. Yet, amidst this turmoil, Devink felt a flicker of faint but resolute light, shimmering within the depths of his heart, akin to a barely discernible star that, despite the engulfing darkness, shone with undeniable brilliance in the night sky. It was a yearning for life, a glimmer of hope for the future that persisted even in a world so utterly ravaged. Perhaps it was this unwavering dedication to existence that bestowed upon him a semblance of strength, enabling him to gradually extricate himself from the clutches of anguish. He had never anticipated that such a longing could be so profound. It did not stem from a fervor for continuing the battle, nor from a fear of losing his own life, but rather from a deeply ingrained sense of responsibility. He sensed faintly that his return from the brink of death was not merely for the purpose of reliving endless battles and sacrifices, but rather to pursue a novel mission, one that could imbue his remaining days with meaning, a responsibility that would provide him with a compelling reason to forge ahead. Slowly, Devink opened his eyes, his vision gradually sharpening from a haze to clarity. The fractured sky hung above him like a torn canvas, its cracks allowing only a dim light to seep through. The embers of war stubbornly burned in the distance, as if mocking the struggles of all living beings upon this land. Smoke lingered in the air like a thin mist, refusing to dissipate. Yet amidst this seemingly desolate scene, he sensed an unusual aura, a harbinger of rebirth, akin to the faint light heralding dawn. However, fate was not inclined to let anyone escape easily. Devink understood that this rebirth was not solely his own. The souls who had narrowly survived on the battlefield were equally teetering on the edge of life and death. This struggle between existence and oblivion appeared to be a cruel test imposed by destiny, waiting for a moment to thrust them once more into a deeper abyss. He could hear the deep thrum of a heartbeat, resonating with exceptional clarity in the silence. It was not his own heartbeat, but rather the collective rhythm echoing from the scorched earth of the battlefield, each corpse and every drop of blood contributing to the same cadence. This war seemed interminable. Existence itself had become an endless trial. Yet, Devink understood that only by forging ahead could he truly uncover the answers that belonged to him. Death had temporarily spared him, but fate had not. Coughing, Devink struggled to stir his dust-enveloped form, as if awakening an ancient spirit from a long-forgotten tomb. His movements were faint yet resolute, as if he were grappling with the immense weight accumulated over centuries. Surrounding him was a tapestry woven from ruins and despair. The sky hung heavy and gray, with only a feeble light filtering through the dust, offering him a modicum of solace in his struggle for survival. Each fragment of stone, each particle of dust seemed to silently narrate tales of destruction, as if an invisible mockery observed him with cold indifference. Devink realized he had been buried beneath an endless shroud of dust. This was not merely the onslaught of sand and wind, but the cruel remnants left in the wake of collapsing structures. Those shards and grains were like fragments of time, ensnaring him tightly. He understood all too well that he must swiftly extricate himself from this oppression, for otherwise, only an interminable darkness and suffocating death awaited him. Damn it! Devink muttered under his breath, his voice echoing across the desolate ruins, sounding especially mournful. His consciousness had yet to fully extricate itself from the shroud of unconsciousness, his thoughts remaining nebulous yet gradually crystallizing. He was uncertain whether he was merely buried beneath a mound of dust or ensnared by the debris of a collapse. A profound sense of oppression surged within him, evoking a twinge of fear, particularly in his lower body, which felt as though it were bound by invisible shackles, devoid of pain, yet lacking sensation, leaving only an unsettling numbness. This sense of being beyond his own control sent a chill coursing through him. He attempted to move his fingers, that subtle gesture seemingly serving as his sole connection to the outside world, imperceptible yet profoundly resolute. Subsequently, Devink instinctively patted his helmet, striving to assess his physical condition. The sensation from his fingers brought him a modicum of solace. No shards, nor any viscous blood, although the helmet was encrusted with dust. A meticulous inspection revealed no apparent damage. His head should be intact, he murmured to himself, feeling a slight easing of his anxiety, though this comfort was fleeting. Soon thereafter, dizziness and nausea surged upon him like a relentless tide, causing him to furrow his brow. He understood that this could be a consequence of a mild concussion. But at that moment, he had no time to dwell on such matters. Survival was his sole preoccupation. He was acutely aware that if he did not act swiftly, he might very well become one of the countless souls lost within this desolation, ultimately reduced to a meal for the hyenas and scavengers lurking in the shadows, transforming into a lifeless husk, gnawed and devoured. Such an ending would be the gravest humiliation and a bitter pill to swallow for any survivor. Since there existed a chance to persevere, he resolutely refused to succumb to death, absolutely unwilling to meet such a fate. Cursed fate, Devink muttered under his breath, his voice echoing painfully in the vast, shattered expanse, resonating with a sense of defiance and indignation. This utterance was his solitary lament against destiny in the face of despair. He strained to shift his body, each movement feeling as though he were silently battling against the oppressive weight of the world, his muscles and bones protesting with dull aches. Surrounding him was an endless void of darkness and chaos, yet amidst this grim reality, he faintly perceived a glimmer of good fortune. Lady Luck seemed to favor him, for he had evaded the perilous shards and heavy debris, remaining unscathed by any fatal force. As consciousness gradually returned and his body awakened from its numbness, Devink sensed a surge of weak yet resolute sensations converging from every corner of his being, slowly yet powerfully proclaiming. Although the pain was excruciating, his limbs remained intact. his sinews unbroken, and his heart still throbbed with vigor. He could continue to exist, at least in a corporeal sense. Each heartbeat was a declaration of survival, a yearning to persist in the struggle. However, this faint sense of relief was soon engulfed by the surrounding despair. Devink struggled to raise his head, revealing an ocean of ruins before him. The once towering edifices now lay reduced to mere remnants, their shattered walls standing as stark reminders of an indescribable catastrophe. Exposed steel beams jutted toward the heavens like desiccated bones, narrating a tale of unimaginable disaster. Dust and smoke intertwined to form a dense veil, obscuring the light of the sky, rendering brightness distant and indistinct, further weighing down his spirit. From the depths of his throat emerged a profound sigh, echoing like the wind reverberating through a valley. He understood that even if he managed to escape this desolation, it would merely exchange one uncertain chance for another. Death. This intangible specter quietly lingered by his side at this moment, dancing hand in hand with decay, awaiting the arrival of the next unfortunate soul. Every step forward was a venture into the dark unknown. Each breath felt like a confrontation with the cold, indifferent gaze of the reaper, a struggle for the last vestiges of life. Yet, he comprehended that only by relentlessly moving forward could he possibly seize fate by the throat and attain the prospect of rebirth. Devink inhaled deeply, striving to gather his courage amidst the stifling atmosphere. The heavy, deliberate footfalls echoed through the ruins, as if each step struck a taut chord within Devink's anxious heart. Having just wrested himself from the intertwining silence and despair of the ruins, he had scarcely managed to draw a revitalizing breath before ominous, low roars infiltrated his ears. The sounds intertwined with the howling dust, faint yet sufficient to tighten his nerves. Devink's heart constricted sharply. It was the voice of the carrion eaters, a terrifying presence that had languished far too long in this forsaken region, rendering him all too familiar with its dread. These dreadful creatures were the permanent residents of the Yellow Zone, and his memories of them were deeply ingrained, each encounter a tug-of-war between life and death. Despite the surrounding chaos wrought by the winds and sands, cloaking all sounds in a veil of eerie obscurity, Devink relied on his keen intuition to identify the source of this sound. The noise resembled the low growl of hyenas in the desolate night, less thunderous than the roars of certain monsters within the Yellow Zone, yet sufficient to evoke an indescribable chill in his core. The carrion eaters, while perhaps not the most lethal threat in the Yellow Zone, were numerous, akin to an endless swarm of ants, ubiquitous and exceedingly troublesome. They clung like maggots. Once they fixated on a target, they would relentlessly pursue it until their prey was reduced to sustenance within their bellies. More crucially, these monsters possessed little intelligence. Driven entirely by their bloodthirsty instincts, they did not comprehend fear, nor did they know retreat. For mercenaries like Devink, combat with the carrion eaters often entailed endless exhaustion and peril, yielding scant tangible rewards. In the Yellow Zone, other monsters, due to their unique physiological structures or rare materials, could still fetch a considerable price from certain merchants. But the carrion eaters brought nothing but death and dread. Yet, it was this cruelty and mercilessness that forged the survival path for mercenaries like Devink in the Yellow Zone. They cautiously sought opportunities to survive, leveraging their familiarity with the land and their understanding of various monsters' habits. Devink stifled his breathing, blending into the shadows of the ruins, moving with utmost care to avoid attracting the carrion eaters' attention, just as those from outside the Yellow Zone gazed upon its unique luminescent crystals with curiosity and desire. Devink understood that only the lofty lords above would dare not tread this land of death, and therein lay the value of their existence as mercenaries. Within the Yellow Zone, the carrion eaters roamed in a chilling manner, grotesque products of nature's distortion, their forms contorted and skin decayed, as if they were emissaries sent by death itself. These deformed creatures had become synonymous with futility in this desolate expanse. Their claws, reminiscent of rusted iron eroded by time, were not only exceptionally sharp, but also terrifyingly coated with various pathogens. The greenish slime that adorned them seemed a harbinger of death, chilling the very soul at a mere glance. Those seemingly bulging entrails were devoid of any value, filled with deformities and diseases. Even the most adept of merchants could extract nothing useful from them. As a seasoned mercenary, Devink's gaze reflected a calmness and wisdom forged through hardship. For him, any entanglement with the carrion eaters was akin to a disastrous gamble, wagering his life with minimal chances of success. In this perilous terrain, every decision was a matter of life and death, and engaging with the carrion eaters was undoubtedly one of the most imprudent choices. However, fate seemed to revel in mischief, thrusting Devink into this unwarranted calamity. At this moment, he faced not merely a losing venture, but the precipice of existence itself. With each advance of the carrion eaters came the suffocating stench of decay, along with eyes gleaming with hunger, as if proclaiming, "Your flesh shall be my grand feast." Remain calm. One must remain calm. Devinck silently repeated this mantra within, as if it were a spell to dispel fear. The lurking carrion eater, though its voice was low, bore no urgency, suggesting it had yet to precisely locate Devinck. This brief respite offered him a slender thread of hope between life and death. The scythe of death seemed to hang invisibly above Devinck's neck, its icy breath causing every nerve within him to taut to the utmost. Yet, in this life and death moment, Devinck exhibited an extraordinary calmness and composure. He recognized that panic would only serve as a beacon for the carrion eater's pursuit. The terror emanating from the depths of the human psyche was, to them, an enticing pheromone, igniting their primal desires for slaughter. Though the carrion eaters were infamous for their horror and danger, in Devinck's heart, they were not invincible. He recalled the training he had undergone in the military, where knowledge of the weaknesses of monsters served as a beacon, illuminating the dark recesses of his mind. The carrion eaters, those seemingly invincible creatures, would also become vulnerable when confronted with the might of modern firearms. Devinck's fingers gently caressed the firearm at his side, a steadfast companion from his years in the army. Years of military service had instilled in him the habit of regularly inspecting his equipment. Even in this perilous predicament, his meticulousness remained unwavering. He could distinctly perceive the texture of the firearm, as well as the bond forged only through countless encounters in the heat of battle. Yet at this moment, an uncertain variable caused his heart to sink slightly regarding the condition of his weapon. In this damp environment, replete with decaying matter, could the firearm still maintain its optimal state? At the moment of pulling the trigger, would it jam due to the intrusion of mud and moisture? Such thoughts, once they arose, pierced like icy daggers, compelling Devinck to force himself to concentrate, utilizing this precious time to swiftly and meticulously inspect every component of the firearm. He understood that this was not merely an inspection of the firearm, but rather a profound responsibility for his own life. For, should the weapon malfunction at a critical moment, it would herald the end of his existence. The faint rustle pierced the stillness of the night, causing Devinck's heart to rise into his throat alongside that delicate sound. He cautiously maneuvered his body, each contraction and relaxation of his muscles meticulously calculated, striving to minimize his presence in this perilous environment. His hands pressed firmly against the cold ground, fingertips almost able to perceive the subtle pulsations beneath the soil, a delicate interplay of life and death. Despite his utmost efforts to control his movements, the friction between his clothing and the coarse gravel seemed to conspire against him, emitting a disquieting rustle akin to the whispers of death, reverberating through the desolate ruins. Devinck silently prayed that this faint sound would evade the acute senses of the scavengers. Ever vigilant to sound, beads of perspiration formed on his forehead, glimmering with a silvery sheen in the moonlight, a testament to the intertwining of tension and fear. Surrounding him was a profound silence, occasionally interrupted by the distant howls of beasts, reminders of the cruelty and mercilessness of this world. Devinck understood well that in this forsaken land, even the slightest noise could serve as a catalyst for impending disaster. He closed his eyes, endeavoring to perceive the surrounding environment through his other senses. His ears captured every subtle movement of the air, while his nose detected the mingled scent of decay and dampness. In his mind, he silently calculated the distance to the nearest carrion feeder. He was unaware of how far this sound would resonate, whether it would silently ripple through the darkness, ultimately reaching the terrifying creatures lurking in the shadows. Yet, in this critical moment of life and death, Devinck could only rely on his intuition and experience, deliberately slowing each movement to an extreme, as if time itself had been infinitely stretched in that very instant. The rhythmic sound of his heartbeat and breath seemed to merge with the rustling noise, becoming his sole companion in this profound silence. Devinck silently wished for the favor of fortune, hoping to traverse this land of death without a whisper to greet the dawn's first light. A crisp and delicate metallic sound pierced the quietude, akin to a fine needle falling into a deep pool, stirring ripples of disturbance. Devinck's fingers pressed against the cold trigger, pulling it back slowly yet resolutely, as if performing a silent ritual, a reflex honed over countless years. In this perilous yellow zone, each inspection of his firearm was a matter of life and death. His focused gaze penetrated the seams of the gun, meticulously scrutinizing every inch of the chamber, striving for perfection in every detail. Light refracted within the narrow confines of the barrel, casting a chilling gleam that confirmed the chamber was devoid of any obstruction. ready to unleash its formidable power. The resetting and sliding of the mechanism mirrored the heartbeat of a finely tuned machine, smooth and unimpeded. Each subtle motion revealed the exceptional craftsmanship of the weapon and Devonk's diligent care for it. He gently shook the magazine, the bullets within clinking softly against one another, producing a dull yet powerful resonance, a whisper before the battle, a beacon of hope for survival. Each bullet represented a promise of life amidst the wilderness. Indeed, it was a piece of good news, akin to a ray of dawn piercing through the darkness, quietly illuminating Devonk's taut heart. In this moment, the firearm in his hand, his loyal companion, retained its sharpness and reliability, ever ready to respond to its master's call, devoid of any despair-inducing jams or malfunctions. Any lapse in vigilance on the battlefield could prove fatal, and this gun would serve as his final bastion in the struggle for life and death. The next, and most crucial, step was aiming. Breathe calmly. Devonk's gaze sharpened to an extraordinary degree, as if he could penetrate the illusions and gaze directly into the heart of his foe. Every instant on the battlefield was rife with unpredictability. He must rely on his extraordinary intuition and extensive experience to transform peril into safety. He gradually adjusted his breath, allowing his body and mind to attain a marvelous state of equilibrium. Every subtle movement was meticulously contemplated, leaving no room for error. His fingers rested lightly on the trigger, a sensation that was both tense and anticipatory, as if the entire world had frozen in that singular moment. It was a coexistence of battle and tranquility, where time seemed to stand still, leaving only the intangible connection between him and his target. The instant he would pull the trigger would be the decisive moment of life and death. In this land rife with despair and the specter of death, his fate would be ultimately sealed with the sound of that gunshot. Thud, thud, thud. It seemed that something had sensed Devink's movements or had caught the scent of impending peril. Devink could distinctly feel the approach of the adversary. Simultaneously, the unique stench of decay wafted into his nostrils, confirming the nature of the entity lurking nearby. With a crisp metallic clink, the sound of the bolt returning echoed through the air, akin to a sacred incantation from an ancient ritual, heralding that the weapon was poised for action. The firearm in Devink's grasp felt as though it had been imbued with life, resting heavily in his palm, as bullets smoothly slid into the chamber, awaiting the moment of ignition. Yet, at this critical juncture, Devink did not hastily squeeze the fateful trigger. Instead, he resembled a vigilant cheetah, his eyes swiftly scanning the surroundings, while his ears attuned to every subtle sound. His gaze moved like a searchlight through the dim surroundings, scanning left and right, up and down, leaving no potential threat unnoticed. This instinct, etched into his very marrow through countless life and death confrontations, was a sixth sense forged only through the crucible of prolonged combat. Before the enemy became aware, as a hunter, he must first embody the keenest observer. Within the room, the light fractured, weaving a complex web of shadows and illumination, every corner. Every piece of furniture could conceal an unknown peril. The blind spots lay in wait like venomous serpents, silent yet lethal. Devink was acutely aware that in this confined space, any oversight could render him a target. Thus, he chose caution, opting to perceive with his own eyes, to listen with his own ears, and to feel the delicate balance of unease. This was not the doctrine of textbooks nor the simulations of training grounds. It was invaluable experience acquired through the blood and sweat of countless brushes with death. Each observation, each moment of hesitation, was not for a more glamorous assault or a more efficient harvest of lives, but for that most fundamental and precious desire, to survive, to breathe in another breath of free air, to gaze once more upon this world. Even if this vigilance afforded him but a fleeting second of safety, it was enough to affirm its worth. In that moment, Devink could almost hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat, feel the surge of blood racing through his veins, a yearning for life, a reverence for the unknown, and an anticipation of infinite possibilities for the future. Bang! A deafening gunshot shattered the stillness of the air, like the whisper of a thunder god heralding the arrival of destruction. Accompanied by the resolute pull of the trigger, the firing pin within the chamber unleashed its pent-up power, akin to a beast finally freed. The bullet, that cold metallic envoy, surged forth from the muzzle, propelled by Devink's unwavering will, slicing through space towards its target. Though his state was less than optimal, fatigue flickering in his eyes, years of combat experience endowed his body with an instinctual awareness, even in such a condition. Striking the enemy's head with precision at this distance was merely a matter of effortless execution. Thud! A dull, sickening sound followed, the moment the bullet met the skull of the carrion eater. These creatures, known for their resilient bones, were no match at such close range for the direct impact of a rifle bullet. The bullet pierced through the skull like an indomitable blade, unleashing havoc within the cranial cavity. It rolled rapidly in that confined space, each revolution releasing a hellish fury, the immense energy contained within fully unleashed. This energy, akin to a tempest trapped in a bottle, yearned for escape, generating tremendous pressure within the skull, as if intent on tearing everything apart. The changes wrought by this pressure were visceral and astounding. The carrion eater's skull seemed to be grasped by an invisible giant hand, instantly shattering. Fragments scattered like a blossoming flower of death, while the energy of the bullet rampaged through the enclosed environment of the skull, ultimately locating the most vulnerable point and obliterating it entirely. In that moment, the air became thick with the scent of blood and gunpowder, and within Devink's gaze, there was no hint of wavering, only an unwavering determination to survive and an insatiable thirst for victory. He understood that, in this moment, he had triumphed. With a long and tense breath slowly exhaled, Devink's fingers seemed to have engaged in a silent contest, finally withdrawing swiftly and resolutely from the icy trigger. At that instant, he experienced a release of pent-up tension. In this desolate and perilous world, each bullet was akin to a rare gem, so precious that one dared not act with the slightest recklessness. On this forsaken land, he was acutely aware that any needless waste could transform into a future regret of life and death. A glimmer of determination flashed in Devink's gaze. He gently retracted the firearm, his movements fluid and cautious, as if each action had been rehearsed countless times. His body lowered in response, nearly merging with the surrounding environment, resembling a nimble shadow silently traversing the wilderness. Each subtle movement betrayed his reverence and vigilance towards this uncharted territory. The surroundings were enveloped in tranquility, so profound that only the echo of his heartbeat could be discerned, as if it were the sole sound upon the earth. Occasionally, a distant murmur of an unidentified creature could be heard, its voice wavering as if softly revealing the secrets of this land. Devink's reactions were as sharp as a cheetah's. His gaze swept swiftly and precisely across every inch of ground, scrutinizing every potential hiding place for danger. The gentle rustle of leaves, the caress of a breeze, and even the roll of a grain of sand escaped not the keen sight of his hawk-like eyes. Having confirmed the absence of any anomalies in his surroundings, Devink felt no sense of relaxation. Rather, he grew even more taut. He understood that beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of this land lay countless unknowns and perils, akin to the undercurrents of the deep sea, poised to alter the status quo at any moment. His hand gently caressed the weapon's barrel, as if drawing a semblance of solace from it. In this desolate expanse, he stood as a solitary sentinel, a traveler who had yet to find respite. He picked up his backpack, filled with limited provisions and tools, to endure in this harsh reality. He must seek opportunities in every stealthy endeavor while remaining ever vigilant against the foes that could emerge at any moment. Devink understood that to survive in this merciless environment, his awareness must be as taut as an arrow on a bowstring, perpetually drawn tight and never slackened. He cautiously took each step, the gravel beneath his feet emitting faint crackling sounds in the stillness, as if nature itself whispered to him about his solitary quest. Surrounding him was a heavy shroud of darkness, with only faint rays of light occasionally filtering from afar, barely outlining the indistinct contours ahead. Yet, even amidst this haze, the shadow of death seemed to follow him closely, its invisible claws poised to drag him into an eternal abyss at any moment. Suddenly, a rapid and heavy footfall echoed through the air, shattering the surrounding silence. Devink's heart raced as he turned sharply, only to behold two twisted figures with grotesque visages lunging towards him at an astonishing speed. Their eyes glimmered with greedy anticipation, as though they could foresee the impending feast. Damn it, how unfortunate that these beasts are so tenacious. However, Devink remained unfazed, his gaze betraying an air of calm resolve. He understood that engaging in combat with these monsters in such an unknown environment was ill-advised. Without hesitation, he aimed at the nearest one and resolutely pulled the trigger. In an instant, he made a swift assessment, evading the first attack of the scavenger with a deft movement, while skillfully utilizing the intricate terrain around him to maintain distance. As he dodged, Devink's thoughts raced with urgency. He endeavored to recall the circumstances preceding his unconsciousness, yet his memories appeared shrouded in a dense fog, rendering it arduous to seize any pertinent information. He was oblivious to the duration of his stupor and was equally uncertain whether the world around him had undergone a profound transformation during that interval. In an effort to ascertain the situation swiftly, Devonk began to observe his surroundings with heightened vigilance. He seized every fleeting moment amidst his encounters with the carrion eaters to swiftly survey his surroundings, seeking any details that might offer clues. Whether it was the scattered remains on the ground or the distant outlines of buildings, each fragment became the foundation for his analysis and judgment. In this perilous game with death, Devonk understood that only by maintaining composure, sharpness, and decisiveness could he hope to survive this unknown expedition. My time of unconsciousness was brief. The battle had ended not long ago, and the desert storm now engulfed everything. The vehicles of mercenaries and marauders should still linger on the streets, unable to escape. As Devonk distanced himself, he analyzed the current situation as best he could, even with a navigational compass. Traversing through such a sandstorm would render visibility within the vehicle nearly impossible. If they wished to avoid driving off a cliff, their state was likely akin to his, hiding within the structures. After all, this kind of tempest could easily overturn even vehicles, making escape improbable. Yet, once the storm subsided, those vehicles would transform into precious tickets for escape. It seemed the bandits, Mad and his ilk, had no intention of collecting the dead. However, at this stage, achieving a safe escape was far from simple. After all, in terms of speed, Devonk could never outpace these foes, and competing in stamina and endurance was utterly absurd. The carrion eaters in the yellow zone were akin to hyenas. Once entangled, it was nearly impossible to break free. To disentangle oneself, alternative methods must be employed, such as utilizing the bodies of others. If memory served, the marauders in the yellow zone possessed no habit of retrieving their fallen comrades, as they were notoriously impoverished and possessed nothing of value, making the act of scavenging corpses particularly despised. Yet, for Devonk, the corpses of these individuals served another purpose: the blood and flesh upon their bodies. However, one thing Devonk misjudged was that while ordinary vehicles could not operate in such a sandstorm, it did not mean that all forms of transport were immobilized. For example, some all-terrain armored vehicles might still function. Chapter 17. Only silence what is truly required to survive in the yellow zone. A place shrouded in darkness and fraught with peril? It is ruthlessness, an unwavering decisiveness not only towards enemies, but also a near-masochistic self-discipline and coldness. Here, every flicker of warmth may become a fatal vulnerability, and every moment of hesitation could result in the loss of a precious opportunity for survival. The sky above the yellow zone is perpetually cloaked in a dense haze, as if the very sunlight has been consumed by the sins and bloodshed of this land. The dark and oppressive clouds swirl ominously overhead, resembling a colossal cage that tightly confines hope. For the mercenaries entrenched in the yellow zone, a more terrifying thought looms: how to extricate themselves from this endless abyss. Most have walked a path of no return since the moment they set foot in the yellow zone. Here, there is no retreat, no redemption, only unending slaughter and strife. Essentially, they have ceased to be true living beings. They are cursed by this land, forsaken souls. No longer do they pursue the meaning of life. Rather, they struggle futilely against a cruel fate, like withered leaves caught in a whirlpool, drifting along the currents of destiny. Even so, these mercenaries continue to fight for survival in the chaotic and distorted expanse of the yellow zone. Life here has been twisted beyond recognition, as if the very passage of time has lost its reliability. Day after day, the pain and conflict tear their existence into countless fragments, and death, a once clear endpoint, has become obscured. It sometimes looms near, seemingly just a breath away, while at other times it appears as distant as a mirage, evading grasp. Death is like an endless prank, occasionally revealing a sly smile within their daily lives. Yet, this distorted vitality is ultimately a fleeting illusion. On this land cloaked in despair and death, every mercenary knows that no matter how fiercely they struggle or resist, death will inevitably descend upon them like a shadow. The confrontation with fate cannot alter the predetermined conclusion. It may arrive unexpectedly in a moment of carelessness or quietly manifest after prolonged torment, but regardless, it is an inescapable end. Life in the yellow zone resembles a candle burned to its wick, inevitably extinguished. Bang, bang, bang. The indistinct yet distant sounds resonated like wind chimes swaying in the morning mist, yet carried an undeniable weight and resolve, slowly permeating Devonk's chaotic consciousness. Those sounds seemed to intentionally or unintentionally strike the doors of his memory, awakening him with an irresistible force from his slumber. The wind and sand danced like grains of time across the vast, desolate landscape, connecting the past with the present. They caressed gently or struck fiercely, adding an elusive mystery to the already obscure sounds. It felt as though an invisible veil lightly draped over Devonk's ears, intricately intertwining the reality of the outside world with the illusions of his inner thoughts. He listened to these sounds, as if caught between two realms, unable to discern which side was real. Though the sound had been softened by the grinding of the wind and sand, losing its original sharpness, Devonk's heart involuntarily tightened. He sensed a chilling touch, as if an invisible hand were gripping his heart. He recognized it as the sound of gunfire, a familiar yet strangely alien noise at this moment. Each bang struck like a hammer upon his still reawakening nerves, rousing buried fears and alertness deep within his memory. The moment a bullet is fired, it signifies a convergence of power and a proclamation of death. Devonk could almost visualize, in the distant realms beyond his sight, the cold muzzle expelling searing flames, akin to the gates of hell being thrust open, unleashing boundless slaughter and destruction. Though the flames were small, they sufficed to illuminate the shadows, rending the surrounding air and leaving behind twisted and grotesque marks. Each eruption of gunfire represented not merely physical combustion, but also a spiritual jolt. The brief yet blinding light mocked the cruelty of fate, making it impossible for him to forget those heavy and indelible memories. It reminded him of the smoke-filled battlefields of yore, evoking memories of comrades who had fought alongside him, only to fall one by one. Those moments flickered through his mind like frames of an old film, vivid enough to almost reach out and touch. The despair that lingered on the edge of life and death continued to entwine him, allowing him to once again experience the helplessness of wanting to break free but being unable to resist. Despite countless encounters with life and death, he could never grow numb to this sensation. It was deeply embedded within him, a part of his existence that constantly reminded him of the fragility of life and the capriciousness of fate. Gunfire? This sudden sound, akin to an unexpected flash of lightning in the night sky, caused Devonk to halt involuntarily, as if an invisible rope had suddenly tightened around him, anchoring him to the ground. In that moment, his breathing became remarkably shallow, nearly holding its breath. Each inhalation and exhalation grew cautious and elongated, fearful that any extraneous noise might disturb that unknown presence. At that moment, his ears seemed to transform into the most acute hunters of the forest, standing erect to capture every subtle tremor in the air ahead, which was not merely sound but a harbinger of life and death. Devonk slightly tilted his head, his brow furrowed, and in his eyes flickered a blend of vigilance and curiosity. He endeavored to discern more details about this sudden conflict from the chaotic and cacophonous clamor surrounding him. The echoes of gunfire lingered in the expansive and cold corridor, resonating with a haunting persistence. They varied from deep rumbles to piercing shrieks, weaving together a symphony of demise. An indescribable premonition surged within Devonk, for he understood that what awaited him ahead could either be an unpredictable battle or a splendid opportunity for escape. He gradually regulated his breathing, allowing his heartbeat to steady. And although his body trembled slightly from nervousness, his gaze grew increasingly resolute. He once again inclined his ear, striving to glean further insights from the intermittent gunfire. Each echo of the shots seemed to unveil the fog ahead, allowing him to perceive more distinctly the impending tempest. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire resounded like a heavy hammer, striking fiercely against every inch of the atmosphere. Soon after, a series of sharper, more piercing shots shattered the almost suffocating silence. Among them, the distinctive roar of the shotgun resonated like thunder, while the unmistakable sound of an AK assault rifle pierced through the cacophony, reminiscent of ancient battle drums echoing relentlessly within the cold, desolate structure, stirring an unsettling resonance. Devonk's heartbeat quickened in sync with the rhythm of the gunfire, as if resonating with this intangible conflict. In his mind, a bold yet perilous thought streaked across like a meteor in the night sky, dazzling and ephemeral, evoking a desire to seize it while simultaneously instilling a fear of being scorched by its fiery tail. He understood that the unknown adversary loomed before him like an insurmountable mountain, obstructing his solitary path to escape. To extricate himself from this perilous and labyrinthine edifice was nearly an impossible endeavor. Yet, Devonk was acutely aware that passive resignation was far from his nature. He must seek a way out, even if that path was fraught with thorns. He pressed closely against the frigid wall, attempting to discern the state of the battle through the density and rhythm of the gunfire. At least two factions were engaged in fierce conflict ahead, the gunshots erupting like a tempest, overwhelming in their ferocity. As for the exact number of combatants, it remained as elusive as numbers in a fog, both indistinct and intangible, as if every corner concealed a potential fatal threat. Within such an enclosed environment, the gunfire surged like a relentless tide, drowning out all subtle sounds. The echoes of footsteps, murmurs of conversation, and even the sound of breathing were consumed by the ceaseless cacophony of gunfire, leaving behind an eerie silence. To maintain any semblance of effective communication at this juncture, reliance on radio equipment was imperative. Even so, one had to nearly shout into the microphone to ensure that messages could barely be transmitted amidst the din. And such vocal exertions served more to retain a fragment of clarity amid chaos than solely to inform teammates. Devink glanced back, reflecting on the once persistent scavengers who had become mere dust of history, vanquished through his remarkable resolve and skill. Yet, this victory afforded him no respite. For in the perilous game of evasion, eluding pursuers was but the initial step. The true challenge lay in surviving to escape this realm of death. Although there were no direct threats trailing him, Devink was acutely aware that this did not equate to safety. The struggles against those monstrous foes had significantly drained his stamina, especially since he had only just awakened from unconsciousness, his body still not fully recovered from its frailty. In this moment, he could only rely on rapid, deep breaths to calm the frantic heartbeat that raced from tension and exhaustion, as if each inhalation bestowed upon him a flicker of tenuous vitality. He felt an unprecedented fatigue, as his precious strength had dissipated far too quickly in the recent struggle for survival. The current circumstances were certainly not the most opportune moment to engage in battle. Devink pressed against the cold wall, his figure merging seamlessly with the shadows in the corner, like the most concealed aspect of nature, perfectly camouflaged in profound silence. He held his breath, as if even the sweat trickling down his forehead was an unforgivable betrayal. His heart beat slowly within his chest, each pulse accompanied by a blend of caution and yearning for the unknown, as if time itself had decelerated in response to his unwavering focus. His gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, piercing through the darkness to fix upon the chaotic and tumultuous source not far away. In the narrow canyon, two factions were engaged in a fierce clash, with flames and roars intertwining to create a breathtaking tableau. The acrid smoke hung in the air, and for a fleeting moment, light tore through the night, illuminating the taut faces and glimmering weapons on the battlefield. Devink observed it all, unfazed, while his mind raced with thoughts. Once they determined the victor, he would seize the opportunity. This thought echoed in his mind like a beacon in the night, guiding his course of action. He lowered his body, nearly crawling along the ground. Every inch of movement was meticulously calculated, with each cell striving to evade potential detection. Devink's fingers grazed the rough stone surface, feeling the contours of each rock as if engaging in a silent dialogue with the ancient earth, attuning himself to the rhythms of nature. In this seemingly empty tranquility, Devink understood while that concealment equated to survival. He adeptly navigated the undulations of the terrain and the interplay of light and shadow, skillfully avoiding any angles that might betray his presence. His movements, though not swift, exude an ineffable elegance and composure, akin to an experienced hunter patiently awaiting the opportune moment to strike. The thought of not having been discovered resonated within him, bringing forth a subtle, almost imperceptible delight. At this very moment, Devink appeared to transform into a sprite lurking in the shadows, gliding silently along the base of the wall. Every movement he executed had been honed through countless repetitions, achieving a state of near perfection. It was as though he wove an invisible web between light and shadow, enveloping himself, rendering both sight and sound nearly incapable of detecting his presence. Even the sharpest ears struggled to capture the almost non-existent sounds of his actions. The surrounding world seemed to come to a standstill, leaving only the rhythm of his breath and heartbeat, accompanied by the distant roar of battle as a backdrop. That elongated moment stretched infinitely, with each heartbeat serving as a reminder of life's fragility and the cost of peril. Yet, it was this precarious balance that bestowed upon Devink an unparalleled clarity. Amidst the turbulence of existence, he discovered a rare semblance of tranquility and control. In that frozen instant, the air around him seemed saturated with an invisible tension. As the enemy's struggle neared its climax, the scales of victory and defeat teetering precariously. Devink quietly attuned himself to the shifts in his surroundings, his heartbeat almost merging with the surrounding stillness. With a crisp and resolute sound, the resumption of ammunition into the chamber resonated, echoing both like the whisper of death, foretelling an impending end, and as a melody of hope. In the yellow zone, for those resilient souls, this was the prelude to their ability to stand firm, using bullets as their quills to inscribe their defiance before the enemy. Each loading of the firearm was a gamble with fate, wagering their meager yet invaluable lives. The time gained, though fleeting like a shooting star in the night sky, weighed heavily in the yellow zone, a land shrouded in despair, where every second bore the gravitas of 1,000. Each swift and precise action represented not only the passage of time, but also a contest for the right to exist. A precious breath rested from this merciless world. The air was thick with the mingled scents of gunpowder and sweat, as if every ounce of warmth and glimmer of light proclaimed the arduousness of survival. In this forsaken corner known as the Yellow Zone, every inhalation was laced with bitterness and hardship. Here, to draw one more breath signified an additional stroke of fortune in eluding death, and a renewed courage to seek hope amidst despair. Even if this advantage was merely a single breath more than another, it sufficed to become a reason to persist, a faint glimmer guiding them forward in this desolate realm. Wang pondered silently, his fingers deftly maneuvering. That slight edge was invaluable, and he had no intention of squandering it. When the sound of ammunition loading reverberated once more, it transcended a mere mechanical action, becoming a declaration of the yearning for life. On this war-torn land, every soul interpreted the essence of perseverance and the meaning of existence in their own manner. Each shot fired constituted a stake in destiny, and they exerted every ounce of strength, hoping to greet the next moment with renewed vitality. To vanquish the adversary and ensure one's survival encapsulated the entirety of their purpose. Succa. This low call resonated with an extraordinary weight amidst the ferocious clash between mercenaries and brigands. The name hung in the air, piercing through the cacophony of gunfire and explosions, reaching deep into the soul, adding a touch of humanity to the chaos. The aftermath of battle lingered, the air thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the metallic sweetness of rust, weaving a suffocating tableau. The odor was pungent and heavy, seeming to penetrate the skin and reach the very marrow. In such an environment, breathing became a painful burden. Each inhalation swallowed the bitterness of war. At this moment, the ground beneath no longer resembled the once pristine cobblestones, but was instead littered with fragments of shattered walls, torn apart by countless explosions and impacts. These remnants echoed the aftermath of conflict, strewn about like the ghostly appendages of war, mingling with thick layers of dust, as if laying a somber gray carpet over the battlefield. Walking upon it felt unsteady, each step seeming to tread upon the wounds of history. Sunlight attempted to pierce through the heavy gloom, managing only to cast mottled shadows, accompanied by drifting motes of dust, infusing the stillness with an unreal warmth, reminiscent of morning, yet also offering solace. The blood flowed like fine streams across the gray-white ground, each drop connecting the shattered pieces with the dust. Gradually, the blood seeped into the earth, crafting haunting patterns, akin to a deep crimson dance, silently narrating the brutality of combat. Each droplet bore the weight of life, chronicling the valor and tenacity of warriors, standing as witness to this wordless war. In the tumult where smoke nearly obscured the skies, the silhouettes of mercenaries and brigands flickered amidst the ruins. The crumbling walls served as their fleeting sanctuary and the foundation for the ongoing struggle. Their gazes reflected a yearning for survival, intertwined with an indifference to death, a tranquility born from countless brushes with mortality, or perhaps a fusion of despair and fate. They clashed with one another, not merely for the fleeting victory of the day, but also for the exquisite wines of yesteryears and the survival that loomed over tomorrow. Amidst the haze of gunpowder, the lines of friend and foe blurred, leaving only the haunting whispers echoing in the air, laden with unfulfilled emotions, narrating the eternal struggle of humanity amidst the ravages of war. The current state of affairs resembled a precariously tilting scale, as the mercenaries, under the dual pressure of the bandits' numbers and firepower, gradually appeared overwhelmed, their labored breaths growing heavier in the sanguine atmosphere. Each encounter was accompanied by the sharp clang of metal colliding, sparks flying like a desperate symphony, the tension palpable and suffocating. Wang lay concealed in the shadows, a cold observer of this brutal tug of war. The movements of the bandits flowed seamlessly, akin to a dance of water, as they wielded their weapons with the finesse of seasoned warriors. Every dodge and counterattack was executed with blinding speed, precision, and efficiency, drawing the eye with admiration. Their every maneuver exuded a seasoned expertise, unmistakably signifying their status as battle-hardened veterans. Were they discarded mercenaries? Wang mused silently, his gaze sharp as a hawk piercing through the mist. He discerned subtle details about the bandits, a flicker of calm speculation crossing his eyes. Despite the absence of any insignia or badge from mercenary organizations, they're fitted high-quality bulletproof vests, professional-grade combat attire, and even the faint outline of miniature communication headsets behind their ears all hinted at their former identities. For those who had once been mercenaries, such gear served as both armor for survival and a symbol of identity. Devink understood well that those bandits, wielding such weaponry, were no ordinary foes. Perhaps they had once been part of an elite mercenary team, only to find themselves cast aside or betrayed by an inescapable fate. Transforming into the bandits they now embodied in this chaotic realm known as the Yellow Zone. This land, steeped in turmoil and despair, revealed the complexities and capriciousness of human nature that far exceeded external imagination. Devink had witnessed too many souls plummet from light into darkness, driven by survival or sheer necessity. And these bandits were quintessential examples of such tragic transformation. They may have fallen victim to the ruthless decisions of profit-driven intermediaries or become ensnared by the enemy during a mission, compelled to shed their former identities as guardians of justice and transform into today as disruptors of order. A surge of complex emotions welled up within Devink, a blend of sympathy and vigilance. In the Yellow Zone, such transformations in identity are far from uncommon. Here, the rules are dictated by the powerful, while the fates of the weak flicker like a candle in the wind, ever poised to extinguish. Loyalty, faith, and justice have long since become feeble and impotent on this chaotic battlefield, where betrayal and deception descend like an unexpected tempest, leaving one unprepared. In this hostile territory, trust is a luxury. To trust easily is often to sign one's own death warrant. A mere misalignment of a gaze or the whistle of a bullet can shatter a fragile alliance into irreparable fragments. In the Yellow Zone, survival reigns as the sole law. The strong craft the rules while the weak struggle upon the razor's edge. Each individual gambles for their very existence, with every breath potentially being their last. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire reverberates like a relentless drumbeat, striking every inch of the air, as though the entire battlefield resonates with this jarring cacophony. At this moment, the exchange of fire has descended into a chaotic fervor, bullets streaking through the air like meteors, weaving an impenetrable net of death. Each gunshot resounds as a hammer of fate, striking at the frailty of life, accompanied by the spurt of blood and the fading of souls. In the exchanged glances of both sides, the initial hesitation and fear have long since vanished. Those emotions have been engulfed by the roar of gunfire, replaced by an intense yearning for victory and an unwavering tenacity for survival. Each person is acutely aware that retreat equates to death. Only by advancing can one seize the possibility of life. The air is thick with the mingled scent of gunpowder and blood, so heavy it feels suffocating. Yet no one has the luxury of contemplation. Their bodies are wholly governed by the instinct to fight. Rat-a-tat-tat. The rapid gunfire slices through the sky, emanating from the steadfast resistance of a mercenary. He moves with the agility of a cheetah, his steps nimble and swift as he navigates the ruins with ease. Each dodge and every counterattack is executed with precision, as if rehearsed countless times. He finds himself engaged in fierce close-quarters combat with several marauders. The clash of fists and weapons echoing in the confined space, permeated by the unique tension and urgency of battle. At this moment, their combat prowess reached a delicate equilibrium, resembling a silent contest, where each attack and defense sought the most opportune vulnerabilities amidst the perilous circumstances. The glint of blades flashed, and bullets traced lethal arcs as they whizzed past, suggesting that a mere half-second quicker could spell the end of life itself. Sweat intermingled with blood, blurring their vision, yet failing to obscure the unwavering conviction that resided within their hearts. In this brutal confrontation, luck and probability acted like dice in the hands of the goddess of fate, rolling capriciously. A minute misstep, an inadvertent slip of the foot, or even a fleeting moment of hesitation could bestow a fatal opportunity upon the adversary. At this juncture, their duel transcended mere technical skill, evolving into a struggle of will and determination. Whoever could cast aside their own life, pouring forth their utmost strength without reservation, would emerge victorious from this life and death gamble. The mercenary's eyes blazed with a resolute light, akin to the last flicker of brightness in the night sky. Refusing to be engulfed by darkness, he understood that retreat at this moment equated to signing a pact with death. Thus, he clenched his teeth, sweat cascading down his cheeks, dripping from his steadfast chin into the dust, transforming into a silent oath of battle. He brandished his firearm, its barrel glowing with intensity akin to the fury within his heart. Each bullet was imbued with an indomitable spirit, and each gunshot resonated as a silent declaration of war against his foes. The marauders, equally defiant, unleashed their roars that rent the air. Their eyes ignited with a frenzied thirst for blood. It seemed as though all the rage, defiance, and hatred found release upon this battlefield. Their charge resembling a tempest sweeping across the land, intent on utterly obliterating the adversaries before them. The weapon in their hands had transformed into an outlet for their emotions. The gunfire echoing relentlessly, while the brutal struggle unfolded like an unending deluge, eroding every fragment of their rationality. The cadence of battle quickened, and the actions of both sides grew increasingly frenzied, akin to leaves in a storm, struggling against the tempest of fate. Their movements were mechanical yet precise. Fatigue and fear long suppressed deep within, driven by the primal instinct to survive, they fought on until the last bullet was fired, until the final vestiges of strength were exhausted. Ultimately, who would emerge victorious from this battle? Perhaps only fate and destiny hold the answer. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire reverberated through the damp air, akin to a colossal hammer incessantly striking each person's nerves, taut as strings on the verge of snapping. The sounds of combat varied from sharp to muffled, echoing and expanding within this dimly lit space. The surroundings were chaotic, with shattered tiles clinging to the walls, rusted metal cabinets standing silently, bearing witness to the unfolding scene. It was evident that this had once been a grand bathhouse, now transformed into an arena of life and death. Such a place appeared simple, yet its internal structure was far more intricate than it seemed. The design of the communal bath was intended to ensure privacy, with layers of extending walls and a labyrinth of partitions dividing the space into countless narrow passages and corners, resembling a maze. Ruinous stalls, collapsed walls, and scattered shards of ceramic tiles littered the area, each corner concealing unknown dangers, adding layers of unpredictability to the conflict. These narrow corridors allowed only single-file passage, and the echo of footsteps resonated sharply in the emptiness. The somewhat open areas provided space for confrontation, where gunfire intertwined and clashed, spent casings falling with a metallic clink, reminiscent of a melody no one wished to hear. Both sides cautiously navigated this labyrinthine battlefield, each step fraught with the uncertainty of life and death. This layout posed a nightmarish challenge for individual maneuvers. The constricted pathways limited visibility, with lethal ambushes potentially lurking around every corner, while the open spaces resembled an outdoor shooting range. Each step was imbued with tension and uncertainty, as if fate were casting dice. Any turn could lead to an enemy's cold shot. In such an environment, both factions relied solely on instinct, desperately attempting to suppress their adversaries and confine them within limited confines to mitigate the mortal threats they faced. The scattered metal cabinets became their only cover during the skirmish. However, these corroded relics were far from sturdy. Their thin metal might obscure sight, but could not withstand the onslaught of bullets, whether from the high-velocity rounds of assault rifles, the scattering projectiles of shotguns, or even seemingly insignificant handguns. Bullets could effortlessly perforate these makeshift shelters, delivering a merciless rain of lethal steel to the targets concealed behind. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the pungent aroma of rust, the bitter tang of metal corrosion filling each breath, compelling one to instinctively hold their breath. Yet, in that moment, there was no time for contemplation. Their hearts raced in sync with the cadence of gunfire. Sweat mingling with dust trickling down their foreheads, hands gripping weapons tightly, eyes fixated ahead. At this juncture, both sides had fully unleashed their firepower. Weapons switched to fully automatic mode, bullets pouring forth like torrential rain. Each gunshot was accompanied by a gusting wind, tracing a deadly path through the air. The sound of metal cabinets being shredded by bullets pierced the atmosphere like a scream, heralding the brutality of war. Sparks erupted from the walls, mingling with the shattering tiles, casting a violent interplay of light and shadow across the battlefield. Fear had vanished from their eyes, replaced solely by an insatiable thirst for victory and an unwavering obsession with survival. Exhaustion and pain had been buried beneath the instinct of combat. Each breath, each evasive maneuver, was a defiance against death. The scent of smoke and gunpowder nearly dulled their sense of smell, while the relentless echo of gunfire seemed to numb their hearing. They relied solely on that final glimmer of survival instinct, exerting every ounce of their strength within this desolate wasteland. In this fierce contest, retreat is a concept that holds no meaning. Both sides comprehend that only through blood and iron can they carve out a path for survival in this merciless labyrinth. Rat-a-tat-tat. The gunfire resonates like a dense tapestry, tearing through the smoke that envelopes the battlefield. Each shot echoes like the whisper of death, quietly reminding everyone that the opportunity for survival swiftly dissipates with the passage of time. At this moment, the struggle has transcended mere skill. evolving into a desperate fight for existence. The art of gunplay, a simple yet ancient combat skill, has now become the sole means by which each warrior fights for their space in this realm of slaughter. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets slice through the air like a torrential downpour, imbued with the scorching breath of death, weaving through the confined space. Each bullet seems to carry a merciless fate, poised to extinguish a life at any moment. The air is thick with the acrid scent of burning gunpowder, mingled with the metallic tang of damp earth, creating a stifling atmosphere. Sucka, a mercenary bellows, stumbling from the corner, evading the onslaught of incoming fire. His steps were noticeably unsteady, his body swaying perilously on the brink of life and death. Sweat cascaded down his taut visage, and his eyes were bloodshot from tension and fear. In this very moment, the primal instinct for survival had wholly commandeered his nerves. Though his movements were awkward, each evasion stemmed from a keen, instinctive awareness of impending doom. A thunderous crash shattered the tense rhythm of the battlefield as a mercenary, in a frantic retreat, inadvertently kicked over a nearby metal cabinet. The dilapidated steel structure tumbled to the ground with a jarring clatter. The sound, amidst the cacophony of gunfire, was strikingly out of place. Even a fleeting misstep now appeared all the more fatal. Yet, at this critical juncture of life and death, who had the luxury to be distracted by such matters? However, that resounding noise transformed into a signal of opportunity for some. Not far away, a raider with eyes as sharp as an eagle swiftly detected this subtle shift. He pressed his body against the wall, moving stealthily, as his weapon aligned with his gaze, seamlessly blending into the corner. He inhaled deeply, his movements so slight they were nearly imperceptible, akin to gliding through the interstices of time. He adjusted his position slowly and precisely, always poised to deliver a lethal strike. His pupils constricted slightly. In his gaze, there existed only the flustered mercenary, the quarry in this deadly hunt. In this close-quarters battlefield, where life and death intertwine in an instant, tactics seemed to lose their significance, and every individual fought through pure instinct and intuition in a final struggle. The complex strategies once rehearsed repeatedly appeared pale and impotent in such an environment. Only speed, accuracy, and ferocity could ensure survival. Those who could seize the fleeting opportunity amidst the chaos would earn a slender chance at life. The marauder moved stealthily, his steps as light as a cat's, the muzzle of his weapon silently aimed at the target. In this brutal battlefield, each person exerted their utmost effort, driven solely by the faint possibility of survival. The boundary between life and death became alarmingly blurred. Perhaps it was merely a matter of seconds that would tip the scales of victory. The marauder's fingers slowly pressed against the trigger as he held his breath, awaiting that moment that would determine fate. Meanwhile, the stumbling mercenary was acutely aware that he had made a fatal misstep. He hesitated briefly, abruptly turning to regain his rhythm. Sweat obscured his vision, and the weapon in his hand felt unbearably heavy. Yet he understood clearly that to pause was to invite death. He wielded his firearm with reckless abandon, seeking refuge amidst the whistling bullets, desperately struggling for survival. A glimmer of defiance and determination flickered in his eyes, as if he were engaged in a final gambit against fate. Time seemed to freeze in that instant, with both sides exerting every ounce of strength in this deadly contest. The outcome of the battle remained uncertain. Perhaps a single bullet could determine everything, or a fleeting moment of hesitation could lead to a fatal fall. What was unequivocal, however, was that on this battlefield, survival had never been so brutal, and victory had never felt so distant. This was a game played with lives as stakes, where each individual risked everything for a minuscule chance of triumph. The sharp, rapid gunfire sliced through the oppressive air of the yellow zone, resembling the death knell that suddenly echoed through the desolate ruins. Those cold bullets, akin to the merciless kiss of death, pierced through the rusted metal cabinet with unerring precision, bringing with them a chill of annihilation. Once a last bastion for some, the cabinet now lay as fragile as parchment against the lethal force of the bullets. Easily torn apart, the bullets embedded themselves irresistibly into the neck of the raider, tearing through flesh and severing arteries, taking with them his last breath. In that moment, the line between life and death was ruthlessly drawn, leaving no room for reprieve. One misstep in this game of chess could lead to an irrevocable end. Life was as fragile as autumn leaves, falling away, and in this realm filled with despair and violence, to encounter such swift and decisive death could be considered a twisted form of fortune. A final, faint whisper escaped the raider's throat, resonating with a sense of defiance and despair, echoing in the air like a dying candle flickering in the night sky, swaying and struggling. Blood flowed down his neck, pooling on the ground, quickly seeping into the dust, as if the barren earth were silently absorbing every trace of life. In this desolate wasteland where lives were as inconsequential as grass, who would wish to become a wisp of smoke forgotten by all? Who would desire their existence to end in such a manner? Beneath the pall of the yellow zone, every soul clinging to life had once been the protagonist of their own story, harboring desires and aspirations. Those erstwhile hopes and dreams had long been extinguished in the ceaseless slaughter and chaos, yet they lingered in some hidden corner of the heart, aching in their final moments. This raider had endured countless days and nights amidst the storms of the yellow zone, his hands stained with the blood of innocents. Each act of killing was merely a means to survive another day, a desperate bid to draw breath in this sunless land, prolonging the seemingly hopeless struggle for existence. As time wore on, his reverence for life had been devoured by the harsh laws of survival. Blood had become the key to his tomorrow, while the lives of others were but fleeting dust in the wind, devoid of value. Nevertheless, when death arrived unexpectedly, the buried resentment and fear surged forth like a tide. Even one who had witnessed the demise of others countless times could not face his own end with equanimity. That unspoken terror, that sense of powerlessness regarding the future, erupted in full force as he fell, consuming his last vestige of will like a raging inferno. The flicker of undeniable fear in his eyes betrayed the struggle and helplessness within. Yet fate remains unmoved by anyone's fear or resentment. It stands as a cold observer, silently watching each individual wrestle in the mire of existence, revealing the irreversible conclusion only at the last moment, devoid of mercy or compassion, presenting only stark realities and bloody truths. Here, the value of life seems to have never existed. All efforts vanish in an instant. Death, the eternal theme of the yellow zone, once again proclaimed the extinguishing of another life in its chilling, brutal manner. The raider's once bloodthirsty gaze gradually dimmed, and his slightly parted lips could no longer utter a sound. The bloodstains on the ground solidified into a dark red mark, while his body lay quietly in an unremarkable corner, forsaken. On this forgotten land, the passing of each life was but a fleeting meteor in the night, briefly illuminating the darkness before vanishing into the abyss. The raider's tale, much like the shattered firearm in his grasp, came to an abrupt halt, swallowed by the sands of the yellow zone's history. Only silence and endless darkness accompanied those forgotten souls. Chapter 18. Not yet concluded. Coughing, the two mercenaries gradually regained consciousness, expelling the breath that had been trapped in their throats, their awareness reclaiming control of their bodies. Though their condition was far from favorable, they were not dead. Hidden in the shadows, Devink silently shifted his position, initially believing the two mercenaries to be lifeless, only to discover they were still alive. Evidently, the quality of their body armor was commendable. In the yellow zone, few mercenary groups possessed such equipment, suggesting they belonged to a larger corporate entity. However, Devink paid little heed to this. After all, in the yellow zone, countless mercenaries perished daily, and individual lives were of little consequence. Yet, if one were to steal the mercenaries' cargo, the situation would be entirely different. For those corporations, the loss of mercenaries was negligible, but the loss of cargo would be intolerable, prompting them to pursue it relentlessly. They would likely engage in a mutual destruction. In contrast, Devink's attention remained primarily focused on the group of raiders, as they posed a more immediate threat, well-stocked with ammunition and displaying good coordination and tactics. With the mercenaries still alive, the ensuing confrontation could result in the mercenaries' annihilation. But the raiders would also undoubtedly pay a price, marking the opportune moment for him to strike. Suddenly, a thought crossed Devink's mind. They did not resemble raiders. As this notion took root, he observed the group of raiders with increasing suspicion. His suspicions were confirmed when he witnessed them open fire on a fellow raider's corpse lying on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. They were not raiders. Devink abruptly realized that these individuals were anything but ordinary. While raiders were notoriously ruthless and greedy, executing a fellow comrade was an act few would commit. It was not out of compassion, but rather that most would not possess the awareness or waste bullets in such a manner. They would more likely use a knife to dispatch a corpse rather than waste ammunition so ostentatiously. This behavior was inconsistent with that of raiders. Damn, my payment for this job just decreased. In his heart, Devink silently cursed, yet his body acted with swiftness. From the perspective of action, those individuals had not perceived his presence. Thus, he remained a phantom. The impending ambush required him to summon every ounce of mental fortitude, for should he falter, the prowess and reflexes of these adversaries could easily spell disaster. Even a single survivor among them could forge a formidable alliance, which would be catastrophic for him. Nevertheless, the prevailing chaos stirred a profound irritation within Devink, This tumultuous scenario was undeniably vexing. Yet, at this moment, he understood the paramount importance of maintaining composure, pondering the next course of action to ensure his survival. This singular objective eclipsed all others. At this juncture, the two mercenaries on the ground extracted their last 2 grenades from their pockets. Their condition was dire, compounded by the recent bout of unconsciousness, leaving them encircled by enemies with no time to recalibrate. Their sole hope now resided in attempting to take down as many foes as possible, aware that their fates were already sealed. With a stoic resolve, the mercenary adorned with a beret silently handed the final grenade to his comrade, whose thigh bore a grievous wound, their hands clasped tightly together. It was at this moment that the enemy's gun barrels drew near. With a resounding crack, the grenade was hurled, but the mercenary who launched it was struck down by enemy fire, a bullet piercing his skull. The mercenary, initially intent on further action, was compelled to evade the impending explosion of the grenade. Even the finest gear could not withstand such a detonation at close range. Without a doubt, he perished, the bullet having traversed his head. His demise was anticipated, for a mercenary should have foreseen such an end upon entering the perilous zone. Regardless of any lingering resentment, fate had rendered its final verdict. The cacophony of gunfire reverberated like thunder across the desolate battlefield, mingling with the crackle of flames and the wafting smoke. Each gunshot resonated like a prelude to death, casting an inescapable shadow over the blood-soaked terrain. The exchange of gunfire was devoid of hesitation, akin to 2 relentless machines of slaughter, spewing forth searing tongues of death. Though this appeared to be a war devoid of smoke, the palpable intent to kill, an unyielding resolve in the air, was more suffocating than the fiercest battleground. On this land, scarred by incessant bloodshed, the conflict would not wane with the fall of any individual. It was a merciless tempest, relentlessly engulfing all who were ensnared within its grasp. The ground lay strewn with shell casings and ash, the once familiar landscape now only a coliseum of life and death. There were no cries, no mournful laments, nor furious roars. Only an icy silence enveloped the entire battlefield. The soldiers on both sides had morphed into cold instruments of war, wholly immersing themselves in this brutal contest. Their gazes reflected neither fear nor anguish, but rather an unwavering determination and ruthlessness. Even as comrades fell around them, they did not pause to grieve. Instead, they pressed on amidst the hail of bullets, seeking opportunities for victory. At this moment, cries, mourning, and the fervor that once ignited their spirits were suppressed deep within the recesses of their hearts. All that remained was an endless focus, akin to a hawk fixated on its prey. They are acutely aware that in this life and death struggle, only the victors will be able to look back upon it all and possess the right to articulate the emotions that have long been suppressed. At this moment, the sole course of action is to grip their weapons tightly, expending every ounce of strength to seize that elusive chance of survival. The biting wind caresses their faces, mingling the acrid scent of gunpowder with the metallic tang of blood, rendering them both alert and resolute. The outcome remains uncertain. No one can foresee the final victor or vanquished. Each individual comprehends that the prospect of witnessing the sun rise again is still an immense unknown. In this battlefield where chaos intertwines with order, the fate of the universe hangs in the balance. Yet the gun in their hands stands as their most dependable companion. It represents their sole hope for survival, the only steadfast ally upon which they can rely. They clutched their firearms as if grasping their very existence. Their knuckles turned white from the strain, yet they remained undaunted by the relentless chill and weariness that assailed them. Despite their exhaustion, their inner resilience remains unwavering. Step by step, they tread carefully yet resolutely towards the uncertain tomorrow, undeterred. They understand that each pull of the trigger is a struggle against fate. Every evasion of a bullet brings them closer to survival. On this war-torn land, they embody the symbol of indomitable will, propelled forward solely by the glimmer of hope that sustains their spirit. Their gazes were piercing, bodies taut, as they rushed toward an undisclosed fate amidst the acrid smoke that filled the air. Bang, bang, bang. The cacophony persisted. Their narrative was far from concluded. Yet, the number of those who could survive this day was inevitably limited. Clang. A deafening roar shattered the atmosphere, causing the very space to tremble violently at that moment. The eyes of another marauder glinted with desperation and madness as he suddenly lifted his robust leg, striking down upon the metal cabinet before him with the force of a colossal hammer. That cabinet, seemingly invulnerable, crumbled like paper under his thunderous blow, crashing to the ground with a piercing metallic clatter. The sound reverberated through the air, inciting a brief chaos and bewilderment. In an instant, Everyone realized that the cabinet was not as steadfast as it appeared, but rather a movable barrier. During this fleeting moment of distraction, a mercenary lurking nearby instinctively took a step back, momentarily losing his balance. Meanwhile, the marauder, akin to a beast seizing its prey, unleashed all his might, dashing forth like an arrow released from its bow. This was a reckless struggle for survival, where he wagered his life, honor, and the last vestiges of reason, all for the chance to grasp that fleeting glimmer of hope. In this rapidly shifting battlefield, a successful ambush signified greater chances for survival. However, should he fail, his fate would mirror that of those who had previously fallen in pools of blood. In the yellow zone, a territory deeply scarred by death and violence, every marauder and mercenary held steadfast to this ironclad rule. All actions were taken solely to secure an additional breath in a harsh environment. Even a single breath more was the greatest boon bestowed by fate. With this conviction, they were willing to wager everything, risking their lives for that faint hope. The marauder, in his sprint, lowered his body almost to the ground, resembling a hunting beast, tense and agile. He deftly evaded the instinctive sweep of the mercenary's gun, which carved lethal arcs through the air like the scythe of death. Yet, at such a close range, precision in aiming became a trivial concern. What the marauder truly required was the resolute pull of the trigger, unleashing a fierce barrage to utterly subdue the enemy. In that instant, the atmosphere seemed to solidify, and time appeared to stall. The heartbeats of all present seemed to halt, their gazes fixated on the imminent moment. The desperate gambler, with extraordinary courage and determination, entrusted his very existence to the capricious whims of fate in this perilous gamble. Every movement of his encapsulates an ardent yearning for life, reflecting an indomitable spirit. Life and death hang by a thread. The only reliance is upon the duel of his own audacity and courage. In the treacherous yellow zone, the outcomes awaiting them have always been shrouded in uncertainty, with countless split-second decisions determining the border between existence and oblivion. Within this silent stillness and the cacophony of anticipation, the marauder transforms into a shooting star, vowing to seize his tomorrow with the swiftness of lightning and unyielding resolve. The gunfire erupts like a torrential downpour, a relentless barrage of bullets slicing through the narrow confines, echoing in every crevice with a whistling sound akin to the whispers of death. Each bullet seems to pursue its target, leaving no escape. This is the final confrontation of fate, with the distance between the adversaries astonishingly close, merely 3 meters apart. At such proximity, even blind firing with closed eyes cannot evade the grim fate of being struck. Although the mercenaries don heavy bulletproof vests, which have previously shielded them in the throes of battle, they now appear alarmingly fragile. At this close range, the impact of the bullets seems to instantaneously obliterate their last line of defense. Positioned disadvantageously, they face the enemy sideways, exposing their most vulnerable flank, the weakest part of their armor, much like a sturdy fortress with an unlatched small door, easily breached with a gentle push. Bullets, akin to bloodthirsty serpents, effortlessly penetrate this frail protection, piercing through their innards. Blood erupts forth in torrents, as those once resilient bodies now seem to be torn apart by an invisible hand. The muted thuds accompany the crumpling figures, as the mercenaries collapse like harvested straw into the sanguine puddles. The air is thick with the stench of blood, mingled with the acrid scent of gunpowder, inducing nausea. In the marauder's eyes burns the flame of vengeance. His brother has just fallen here. In the battlefield, he could not save. At this moment, he avenges his brother with a swift and lethal onslaught, wielding cold gunfire to reclaim justice. Each bullet seems to cry out for his brother's soul, howling forth the long-suppressed fury and sorrow. Yet, before the warmth of victory can permeate his heart, the marauder's icy resolve compels him to regain clarity. Seizing the fleeting chaos, the remaining mercenaries execute a cunning and rapid retreat from the battlefield. They exhibit a fox-like agility, skillfully utilizing every cover on the battlefield to shield themselves. This presents a paradox for the marauders, embodying both fortune and a sense of helplessness. He understood that had there been more adversaries just moments ago, he might not have even been able to relish this fleeting victory, but would instead have perished alongside his foes. He lowered his gaze to his trembling hands, the echo of gunfire still resonating in his ears, as if the nightmarish visions of the battlefield were incessantly replaying. Sweat trickled down his forehead, and his heart surged violently within his chest. Just moments ago, he had nearly exchanged his life for another. Now, his lifeline dangled precariously on a slender thread, poised to snap at any moment. The marauder struggled, hands pressed against the ground, attempting to rise from the blood-soaked earth. Each movement felt as if it were tugging at every nerve in his body, pain crashing over him like relentless waves. A deep gash marred his thigh, a result of a stray bullet during the gunfight. At this moment, the searing agony had yet to fully manifest. The adrenaline of battle temporarily masked the suffering, yet he understood that this did not signify the insignificance of his wound. Blood seeped from the torn flesh, dripping down his leg and saturating his pant leg. Wounds incurred in battle often carry a numbing sensation, akin to a brief loss of consciousness following a brutal blow. The true pain invariably returns like a tidal wave, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of fatigue and dread. And now, a more unsettling thought surfaced in his mind. Had the mercenary he had just shot truly met his end? He had no time to reload. The unfinished consequences lurked in the shadows, akin to a beast poised to strike. At that moment, the raider had no alternative. He must immediately seek shelter to avoid becoming the next casualty. The battlefield has never shown mercy to those exposed in the open. Each second could herald a fatal blow. Dragging his wounded body, he struggled toward a nearby refuge, each step a torment akin to traversing through flames. Victory has never been easily attained. In this desolate zone, survival remains the sole objective. The raider gasped for breath, his eyes filled with a profound yearning and dread for the future. He understood that this battle was far from over, and the road ahead remained fraught with thorns. At this moment, the only thing he could rely upon was the smoking gun in his grasp and the unwavering will to survive that burned within him. Damn it, here they come. Accompanied by a coarse curse, a marauder materialized like a specter in this moment of peril. His sudden appearance was akin to a flash of light, instantly illuminating the chaotic battle and infusing the tense standoff with newfound vitality and hope. His arrival not only granted his side a brief respite, but also instilled a sense of dread in the adversaries. From his fluid and precise movements, any observer could discern that he was no ordinary marauder. Having endured countless life and death struggles in the perilous Yellow Zone, he had evolved into an elite warrior. Despite the absence of systematic training from a formal army, the relentless crucible of real combat had honed him into a blade, sharp and indomitable. His reaction was as swift as lightning, his movements imbued with the mastery and decisiveness forged through countless trials. Like a nimble leopard in the jungle, he maintained an unwavering vigilance and unparalleled insight. In that moment, he seamlessly took over the combat position of his fallen comrade, without a trace of hesitation. He is acutely aware that every vacancy on the battlefield could serve as an opportunity for the enemy to exploit. Thus, it is imperative to fill these gaps immediately to ensure the stability of the front line and the integrity of the overall defense. He not only comprehends the significance of positioning, but also possesses a profound understanding of the necessity of follow-up shots. On the battlefield, an adversary does not relinquish their combat effectiveness with a single hit. Rather, the follow-up shot is the crucial element that ensures the enemy is rendered completely incapacitated. Thus, he firmly grips his firearm, his gaze piercing, ever prepared to deliver a lethal blow to his foe. His focus and composure instill a sense of tranquility and strength among his comrades in the vicinity. His arrival infused this fierce battle with a crucial advantage of unparalleled significance. The valor, audacity, and remarkable combat prowess that emanate from him render him a striking and irreplaceable presence upon the battlefield. Every strike he executed was precise and flawless. Each evasion flowed like a graceful dance, a skill honed through countless life and death struggles and relentless training in the treacherous Yellow Zone. This land endowed him with exceptional survival instincts and indomitable fighting spirit, allowing him to endure and thrive in every confrontation through sheer instinct and intellect. Faced with peril and challenges, he never faltered, for each battle was a declaration and defense of his very existence. In this perilous Yellow Zone, only the strongest could emerge victorious, greeting the dawn with triumphant resolve. The gunfire erupted like firecrackers in a tempest, a relentless torrent of bullets surging forth from the barrel, slicing through the air with ruthless intent. The projectiles swiftly pierced the oppressive atmosphere, ascending from the fallen mercenary's feet to his head, each impact accompanied by a gory spray, leaving behind haunting traces of bullet holes. This scene unfolded like a merciless ritual, as death, heralded by the shrill wail of bullets, proclaimed its dominion without remorse. The raider's actions were devoid of compassion. Each pull of the trigger was imbued with ferocity and wrath, a visceral outpouring of disdain for his foes, and an insatiable thirst for survival. Years of navigating the perils of the Yellow Zone had sharpened him into a lethal dagger, striking swiftly and accurately, devoid of any hesitation. Every movement he made was steeped in the bloody experiences accumulated from the battlefield, ruthless and direct, embodying the essence of the coldest executioner. Yet, even the most seasoned warrior is susceptible to oversight. In the moment, he ruthlessly executed a follow-up shot. Perhaps due to overconfidence or the tension of combat, his body emerged too far from the cover of the wall. This seemingly trivial lapse became a potential fatal flaw on the treacherous battlefield. In war, even the briefest moment of negligence could be seized by the enemy, a lethal strike poised to descend at any moment. Before him lay the lifeless body of his adversary, a moment that should have been one of ease. Yet, the raider understood that this battlefield was far from over. Danger still lurked in the shadows. The mercenaries who had previously retreated were not in a state of true collapse, but rather astutely leveraging the intricate terrain to seek more advantageous positions for attack. They moved like a cadre of elusive hunters, navigating the intricate architecture of the bathroom, their figures melding seamlessly into the shadows cast by walls and obstructions, poised for action. At this very moment, these mercenaries had shifted to a corridor situated to the left of the pillager, a mere 3 meters away, a distance short enough to induce a sense of dread. The walls became their most natural cover, standing like barriers akin to rows of solitary long tables, offering the enemy countless hiding spots, ready to launch surprise assaults from concealed angles. Although the pillager maintained an exceptionally high level of vigilance, the sudden turn of events caught him off guard. The enemy's maneuvers were alarmingly swift. They had almost instantaneously changed positions, and he, exposed in the open, had unwittingly transformed into the perfect target for their snipers. Should he fail to react swiftly, the piercing shriek of a bullet slicing through the air would be his inevitable fate. Cold sweat trickled down his brow, every nerve in his body taut with tension in this precarious moment. He was acutely aware that he had plunged into a realm of extreme peril, and the next to fall could very well be himself. His heartbeat quickened, blood surged within him, the surrounding air seemed to grow heavier, and the enemy's footsteps drew ever closer, each faint sound potentially heralding a deadly strike. He must act immediately and respond swiftly. Perhaps just a moment's hesitation could determine his fate. At this very moment, the battlefield offers no leniency. Every one of his movements must be executed with unwavering precision. He pressed his body against the corner, striving to minimize his exposed surface area. His fingers deftly and decisively adjusted the gun's muzzle, his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping across the potential avenues of attack. In this land stained crimson with blood, survival was the sole objective, and at this moment, he could rely only on his instincts and reflexes to wrestle that solitary glimmer of hope amid the deadly fray. Yet, as previously stated, fate offers not a modicum of mercy for individual endeavors. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire rang out, crisp and resolute, like the cold decree of death, reverberating through the narrow, dimly lit space. The intrepid marauder, who had bravely stepped forward to fire again, was instantly pierced through the skull by 2 merciless bullets. His body jolted violently, followed by a brief spasm. Before collapsing weakly, the flame of life extinguished in an instant. This was the hellscape of urban warfare, a veritable arena of death. Here, regardless of how cautious or experienced one might be, it was impossible to accurately predict how long one could endure, much less foresee when, where, or how death would strike. Every corner harbored the potential for a lethal ambush, and every shadow seemed to conceal myriad perils. The enemy's bullets were like invisible phantoms, capable of striking from any unforeseen angle, claiming lives unprepared for such an abrupt end. Blood flowed like an ominous red stream, slowly saturating the ground, mingling with the scattered dust and debris, creating a harrowing tableau. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the metallic tang of blood, as if the very atmosphere had solidified in that moment, imparting an indescribable weight and oppression upon those present. Even the most seasoned veterans, battle-hardened and experienced, found it challenging to excel in this hellish crucible where life hung by a thread. In this place, any strategy or technique could dissolve in an instant. Life was as fragile as a blade of grass. The flames of war were relentless, and human lives flickered like candles in the wind, where each breath and heartbeat could signify the final moments, laden with unfulfilled desires and unsaid farewells. In this arena of death, mortality was an all-too-common occurrence, nearly synonymous with breathing. Each exchange of gunfire resembled an interminable trial, judging those souls thrust into the fray by fate. In such a merciless environment, the living had no choice but to be ever more cautious and resilient, as the harsh reality incessantly reminded them. Survival remained the only goal. Whether ally or foe, all were but fleeting dust upon the earth, ultimately consumed by the unending battle, with only the ephemeral experience of combat as their tenuous anchor. Move. The deep, commanding order reverberated through the narrow corridor, imbued with an undeniable resolve and urgency. The voice of the mercenary leader sliced through the taut atmosphere like a sharp knife, awakening everyone to the grim realization that time was no longer on their side. The stifling odor of gunpowder filled the cramped space, and the terse command served as a jolt, snapping them back to the stark reality amidst the chaos. He swiftly turned, his movements as fluid as the gears of a clock, executed with impeccable precision. His strides were both steady and swift, the sound of his footsteps nearly inaudible. Yet each step carried a distinct purpose, as if crafted through rigorous tactical design. He moved without a hint of hesitation, his entire form flickering through the night like a ghost, silently merging with the surrounding shadows, as if he were an intrinsic part of the darkness itself. Each movement displayed a calmness and professionalism honed by countless battles, exuding an undeniable aura of authority and leadership. Under his guidance, the small team commenced a methodical retreat from the battlefield. The individual prowess of these mercenaries was remarkable, whether facing an ambush or executing a withdrawal. They demonstrated exceptional composure and tactical acumen. Amidst the hail of gunfire, they neither succumbed to blind panic nor clung to fleeting victories, as every decision was meticulously calculated, and each action aimed to maximize survival at the minimal cost. This adaptability in tactics and resilient mindset were pivotal in maintaining stability in the face of overwhelming odds, occasionally even turning the tide of combat. In the face of adversity, they were never daunted by dire circumstances, but instead continually sought that sliver of hope amid crises. Yet, despite their display of formidable combat intelligence and exceptional skills, this brutal battleground remained rife with uncertainty and variables. Every second on the battlefield tested their limits, as if new calamities could descend upon them at any moment, dragging them deeper into peril. Although their recent retreat appeared fluid and decisive, akin to a masterful hand stabilizing a precarious situation, the mercenaries were acutely aware that they still teetered on the edge of danger. Only 3 remained in the team, one of whom was grievously injured and stumbling, thus becoming the heaviest burden for the group. Each groan served as a reminder that any delay could prove fatal. Their adversaries, though not numerically superior, were well-armed, boasting a relentless firepower, and each enemy resembled elite warriors clawing back from the brink of hell, their eyes ablaze with indomitable fighting spirit. The foes fought with the tenacity of beasts, unyielding even under siege, ever poised to counterattack. Compounding their plight, the sounds of explosions and gunfire from outside hinted that this battle extended far beyond their immediate vicinity. In the shadowy recesses, other unknown forces lurked, akin to a pack of ambushing predators, poised to join the fray and plunge the conflict into greater chaos and peril. This land of death was being contested by various factions, the situation as intricate as a tangled web. Even if they were fortunate enough to vanquish their current foes, survival beyond this relentless battleground was far from assured. Despair encroached upon their hearts like a chilling frost, accompanying each labored breath and racing heartbeat. Deep within, every member of the team felt a profound sense of powerlessness, as if the specter of death was inching closer, cornering them into a dire predicament. Yet, what truly instilled fear was not merely this sense of helplessness, but the realization that they had no time to ponder this despair. For the next battle, the next test of life and death, could erupt at any moment. In this infernal arena, time had ceased to be a reliable ally and had instead transformed into a treacherous foe, poised to betray them at any instant. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire echoed like a relentless drumbeat across the smoke-filled battlefield, reverberating through the tense atmosphere and resonating in the hearts of every mercenary. Amidst the cacophony, he clenched his jaw, his expression grave, eyes aflame with focus as he fixated on the area ravaged by conflict ahead. Though acutely aware of the perilous situation, his movements remained unceasing, resolutely gripping the hand of his injured comrade, feeling the faint yet enduring pulse of life. "Hold on, brother." His voice was low yet resolute, emanating from a deep well of inner strength, each word imbued with unyielding resolve, calm yet profoundly impactful. At that moment, he exerted every ounce of effort to drag his wounded companion away from this perilous abyss of death. Their objective was strikingly clear. They needed to swiftly relocate. For the sanctuary they currently occupied had ceased to be a safe haven. For this team, already stretched thin in numbers, the addition of an injured comrade posed a significant challenge to their overall combat effectiveness. Combat effectiveness, a crucial factor determining life and death on the battlefield, seemed to be delicately folded by an invisible hand, rendering it exceedingly fragile. Yet, Even in the face of such a harrowing choice, they could not, and would not, abandon their companion, whether in terms of interest or life. On the battlefield, forsaking an injured comrade is akin to betrayal, a wound that cuts deeper than the enemy's bullets. This not only contravenes fundamental moral principles of humanity, but also risks inciting turmoil within the ranks, further diminishing their already limited combat capability. Although mercenaries are not bound by stringent military regulations, in this brutal world, they equally value unity and collaboration, treasuring the profound trust and reliance forged amongst one another. Even from a pragmatic standpoint, they must care for their injured teammates. Yet, at that very moment, the air was rendered thin by the acrid smoke of gunfire, each shot echoing like the scythe of death across the boundless battlefield. Amidst the deafening symphony of gunfire, a subtle yet remarkably clear sound intruded, akin to raindrops striking the surface of a lake, creating barely perceptible ripples. It was the soft thud of a bullet casing hitting the ground. Even though the mercenaries wore the most advanced active noise-canceling headphones, capable of amplifying the faintest sounds of the battlefield, such as distant footsteps and breaths, at this moment, all attention was captivated by the relentless barrage of gunfire, and the sound of that casing falling became the sole overlooked detail. Suddenly, a deafening explosion ruptured the tumult of the battlefield as a grenade detonated nearby, flames shooting skyward and dust swirling. Astonished, the mercenaries were struck by disbelief. They had never imagined that these marauders were not only well-equipped, but also possessed such devastating grenades. They were even less prepared for the enemy's unhesitating use of such weaponry, shattering the conventional rhythm of combat. The battlefield, a realm rife with uncertainty and unpredictability, always has the capacity to deliver a fatal blow at the most unexpected moment. In the wake of this sudden explosion, two mercenaries were thrown to the ground as if pushed down by an unseen giant hand, lying motionless upon the smoke-laden earth. Although their bodies were at a considerable distance from the epicenter of the grenade's explosion, the shockwave generated was an invisible yet formidable force, overwhelming them and rendering them immediately incapacitated. Amidst the chaos and the intertwining smoke of the battlefield, the lone mercenary, the only one still capable of action, resembled a solitary wolf amidst the ruins. He crouched tensely and nimbly behind a battered shelter, ravaged by artillery fire. His hands moved with mechanical precision as he deftly maneuvered his meticulously modified Beretta A300 shotgun, each movement betraying his profound familiarity and trust in the weapon. His fingers deftly danced between the body of the firearm, swiftly loading ammunition with a grace reminiscent of flowing water. Even in this life-and-death moment, his movements were remarkably pleasing to the eye. The Beretta A300, enhanced by his skilled hands, showcased the pinnacle of its semi-automatic shooting prowess. In the confined chaos of close-quarters combat, it resembled a ferocious beast unleashed, capable of unleashing an overwhelming force that instilled terror in the hearts of adversaries. However, like all things, this semi-automatic shotgun bore its own vulnerabilities. Its limited ammunition capacity became a significant Achilles heel. The rapid consumption of rounds flowed as swiftly as a river, and should the skirmish devolve into a prolonged engagement, he would find himself frequently halting to reload, undeniably heightening his peril. Thus, from the onset of the conflict, he astutely selected a more peripheral position, seeking to exploit the terrain and the enemy's blind spots for a surprise strike. Yet, even with such meticulous planning, he could not entirely evade the swift depletion of his ammunition. At this very moment, he was compelled to reload time and again, inwardly cursing this unending battle. In the brief interlude as he replenished his ammunition and prepared to change his position, the battlefield transformed dramatically. The cacophony of explosions, gunfire, and shouts intertwined, painting a hellish tableau. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath, his gaze reflecting both resolute determination and a subtle hint of anxiety. He understood that at this critical juncture, every second was of paramount importance. Each decision could very well determine the fate of himself and his comrades. The marauders, after hurling grenades, did not rush forward impulsively but maintained a safe distance, cautiously advancing while executing the fallen along their path. Though their actions were cruel, they afforded the mercenary a fleeting respite, a precious opportunity that could potentially alter the course of events. Such conduct undoubtedly granted the mercenary a moment of relief, a chance that might turn the tide. At this critical juncture of life and death, an indomitable spirit surged within the mercenary. As long as he drew breath and harbored even the faintest glimmer of hope, he would never surrender. For upon this battlefield, each fleeting moment could prove to be the pivotal turning point. Thus, there remained the possibility of salvation. While the mercenary was lost in a whirlpool of contemplations, envisioning how he would exchange his bounty for a sumptuous feast of roasted meat after the conflict. An ominous premonition swept like a cold breeze down his spine. Yet it was swiftly drowned out by the clamor of the battlefield. He instinctively touched the back of his neck, where an inexplicable chill lingered, but the battlefield was ever-changing. And this subtle sensation was soon cast aside. Bang! A sudden gunshot rang out, akin to the abrupt opening of the gates of hell, instantly tearing through the surrounding cacophony. The mercenary's head burst apart, as if twisted by an invisible hand, shattering like a fragile porcelain vessel. Crimson mist intermixed with pale brain matter, creating a harrowing tableau, while the confusion and bewilderment in his eyes were forever frozen in that moment. He could never fathom why enemies suddenly emerged from behind, yet there was no longer any need for him to ponder this enigma. 1 down, 3 to go. Derwank's voice was deep and composed, as if he were merely completing a mundane task. He gracefully bent down, deftly retrieving the weapon from the fallen mercenary's grasp. His movements swift and practiced, as though he had encountered such scenes countless times before. Subsequently, he moved like a nimble feline, utilizing the smoke and chaos of the battlefield as his concealment, silently shifting his position with each step calculated to perfection. For Derwank, this moment of intervention was undoubtedly a serendipitous opportunity. The battle lines had become increasingly clear. One side comprised well-equipped yet somewhat clumsy marauders, while the other, characterized by agility and adaptability, appeared slightly weakened in defense. He resembled a specter, existing beyond the confines of rules, skillfully eliminating those enemies who posed minimal influence on the battlefield but could potentially bring him trouble, all while remaining unnoticed. By choosing such a moment to strike, he not only circumvented the risks of direct confrontation, but also ensured the success of his ambush. More importantly, it allowed Derwank to relish the thrill of the game while safeguarding his own safety. After all, compared to the marauders who were entirely focused and mutually supportive, these solitary, injured mercenaries, rendered judgmentless by fear and exhilaration, were undoubtedly far easier prey. Derwank understood well that in this war-torn land, the art of survival often eclipsed the mere techniques of combat. Chapter 19. Life and Death. As for the marauders, Derwank had already sketched in his mind vivid portraits of their greed and cruelty. These men resembled famished wraiths clawing their way out of the abyss of hell, their eyes gleaming with a frenzied desire for wealth. Their desires are as fathomless as an abyss, as if the treasures of the world are insufficient to satiate their insatiable appetites, leaving no remnants, not even the carcasses of the fallen, unscathed. These marauders move with the ferocity of bloodthirsty hyenas, engaging in a ruthless contest over fresh prey. Their actions transcend mere plundering. They are steeped in a chilling brutality and avarice. They would relish the thought of crushing every bone of the corpse, savoring each morsel of flesh, as if these departed souls were still providing their final contribution to their survival. Such a heartless and ruthless brutality is enough to chill the spine of any observer, as if the agony of the deceased were merely a trivial source of amusement in their eyes. To these individuals, a corpse is not merely a remnant of death, but rather a treasure trove awaiting discovery. They scour with meticulous thoroughness, callously seizing every item that might prove useful. Firearms, ammunition, blades, any weapon that could enhance their chances of survival is swiftly collected. Even more chilling is their disregard for the trinkets adorning the cadavers. A faded ring, a broken necklace, indeed. Even the most inconspicuous baubles are imbued with boundless worth in the eyes of these marauders. In the Yellow Zone, a lawless territory populated by former mobsters, cunning lawyers, fugitives, and exiles, there exists an almost pathological obsession with symbols of wealth and status. Diamond studs, heavy gold chains, and even tattoos concealed beneath the skin have become the insignia of these desperate outlaws. Here, the plunderers exhibit an extraordinary fervor for these items. For although they may be diminutive, they can fetch exorbitant prices in the black market. Moreover, should they discover gold teeth within the deceased's mouth, it would undoubtedly be their windfall. Even without specialized tools at their disposal, they would not easily forego such spoils of war. They wield sharp blades or gunstocks, cruelly prying open the mouths of the deceased, mercilessly striking down those gleaming gold teeth. Each crisp sound is accompanied by an unbearable scene of brutality, as those teeth are gruesomely extracted, seemingly siphoning the last vestige of value from a life once lived. The entire process is so cold-blooded that it induces nausea. In even more extreme cases, these marauders may frantically strip organs from the corpses. Whether for the sake of trafficking or for other nefarious purposes, they exhibit no compassion, as if they have long abandoned the very essence of humanity. In their world, Everything is commodifiable. Everything can serve as a bargaining chip. Such vile acts lay bare the darkest facets of human nature. Yet, it is precisely when they are most avaricious and least vigilant that Devink approaches, like a ghost, silently drawing near. He understood that marauders are prone to succumbing to temptation in the presence of their spoils, becoming ensnared in a daze. It is during these moments that their guard is at its most vulnerable. Devink, adept at seizing such fleeting opportunities, thrived in these circumstances. Every step he takes is as light as a cat's, and each breath he draws seems to meld seamlessly with the air, as if he were an intrinsic part of the shadows that surround him. He waited in silence, anticipating the moment when they would succumb to their own greed, ready to deliver a decisive strike. For Devink, patience was not merely a trivial expression. It was the invaluable wisdom that had enabled him to survive in the perilous expanse of the Yellow Zone. Countless encounters on the brink of life and death had bestowed upon him an extraordinary level of patience and acuity. He seemed to embody the essence of a temporal observer, his gaze penetrating through the fog, discerning every subtle shift. Each breath that followed him exuded a calm and unhurried demeanor, as if everything lay firmly within his grasp. He understood that he must confront the impending events with a calmness akin to flowing clouds and flowing water. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire echoed through the desolate corridor, piercing the silence with an unsettling and intimidating resonance. The three marauders wore twisted and grotesque smiles, as if enacting a cruel game. They methodically fired additional shots into the fallen bodies in the corridor, ensuring that no survivor escaped their grasp, and then swiftly advanced towards the location of the mercenaries they had encountered earlier. In their eyes, each corpse was merely a stepping stone on the path to victory, devoid of any sentiment worthy of concern. Their strides are remarkably steady and powerful. Each step taken resonates like a prelude heralding victory. To them, time undoubtedly stands as their most loyal ally, never betraying them, always on their side. Their numerical superiority instills a sense of fearlessness. Their finely crafted weapons bolster their confidence, and a plentiful supply of ammunition further guarantees their assured success, as long as they proceed with caution and methodical precision. The spoils of war, be it glistening jewels or cold firearms, will inevitably find their way into their possession. Devink lurks in the shadows, quietly observing all that unfolds. His form melds seamlessly with the darkness behind him, as if he were an intrinsic part of the night itself, coldly watching the imminent hunt about to commence. In his heart, he has already devised his strategy, much like a chess player who has anticipated the next move. He comprehends that the true contest has merely commenced. Although the present circumstances appear to favor the marauders, this is but an illusion, a fleeting misperception, for in this survival game that tests both intellect and resilience, the ultimate outcome remains to be revealed. He observes the actions of each marauder, their confidence, their maneuvers, their fervent desire for victory, all serve as pawns in the grand scheme of the Devink plan. In the stillness, he brushes aside the distractions of his mind, holding his breath in quiet anticipation, awaiting the opportune moment, a moment ripe for reversal. In this ever-shifting realm, he is acutely aware that he is the true maestro of fate. Within this zone replete with challenges and opportunities, it is the one who can ultimately revel in triumph who shall be deemed the genuine victor. The composure and sagacity of Devink are pivotal to the outcome of this fierce competition. He resembled a patient spider, intricately weaving its web, awaiting the unwitting prey to ensnare itself. For those momentarily basking in the glory of conquest, the most perilous danger in this world lay in the complacency that accompanies the dawn of victory. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rent the battlefield's stillness. The detonation of a grenade akin to the wrath of hell itself, illuminating the area as brightly as day. Scorching sparks erupted, shards of metal whistled sharply through the air, and the acrid smoke swiftly spread from the epicenter of the blast, adding a final bloody flourish to this brutal and despairing conflict. The marauders, their bodies caked in the grime of battle, bore remnants of dried blood upon their skin, their eyes alight with a bloodthirsty fervor. They leaped and dodged with agility amidst the aftershocks of the explosion, akin to demons from the abyss, reveling in the thrill of impending doom. As the roar of the explosion gradually faded and the smoke began to dissipate, the marauders swiftly regained their momentum. Like well-trained hounds, they paused not a moment, decisively firing 2 shots into the lifeless bodies strewn upon the ground. Each gunshot was brief yet lethal, the bullets piercing skulls with unerring precision, ensuring that none of their foes could escape the clutches of death. Yet, concealed within this sequence of merciless actions lay a subtle hint of disarray. The chaos wrought by the explosion rendered their movements overly hasty, resulting in one bullet, intended for a mercenary still clinging to life, veering off course and embedding itself into another corpse, already cold. Blood pooled swiftly on the ground, yet it could not obscure the moment's blunder. At this juncture, however, their focus had shifted away from such minutiae. On every taut visage, an even fiercer desire flickered in their eyes, a relentless pursuit of an unknown objective. They appeared to be in search of something, a precious artifact that could grant them an advantage amidst the relentless turmoil of war, perhaps even elevate them to the status of sovereigns upon the battlefield. This desire burns like an all-consuming fire, searing their very nerves and infusing each of their steps with an urgency that is utterly uncontainable. Their gazes flitted across the battlefield with a frenetic yet covetous sweep. Not a single corpse, nor any corner shrouded in smoke, escaped their scrutiny. The cold, contorted bodies ceased to be mere fallen adversaries in their eyes. Instead, they transformed into vessels possibly brimming with wealth and hope. Their fingers clenched tightly around their firearms, beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads. The air thick with an atmosphere of urgency, poised to confront any threat that might emerge from any direction. Amidst this battlefield rife with death and gunpowder, they resembled a pack of ravenous wolves, their eyes sharp as blades, gleaming fangs glinting ominously. In pursuit of survival, profit, and that elusive opportunity capable of altering their fates, they scoured and contended at any cost. Yet, what exactly was this coveted prize they sought? Was it invaluable intelligence? Perhaps it was classified documents that could sway the tides of war, granting them a shortcut to the zenith of power amidst the chaotic turmoil of the Yellow Zone? Or could it be treasures of immeasurable worth, promising them overnight wealth and an escape from the maelstrom of slaughter and conspiracy? Might it also be some legendary mystical force, rendering them invincible, with destiny firmly clasped in their grasp? Or could it be that all of this was merely an instinct driven by greed and desire? An insatiable thirst for survival compelling them to seek even the faintest glimmer of hope amidst the smoke. The dreams they once harbored, of wealth, power, and freedom, had long been devoured by the violence and despair of this land, leaving only mechanical motions and a visage of cold indifference, relentlessly searching in the chaos. As they busied themselves rifling through the pockets of corpses and tearing at the seams of clothing, an unusual stillness seemed to envelop the air. It was a tension that instinctively drew breath away, as if unseen eyes were silently observing their every move from the dark shadows. The marauders remained oblivious. While deep within the shadows of the battlefield, a hunter lay in wait, anticipating their next maneuver, poised for that moment of fate's reversal. Cleared. This phrase resonated like a heavy sigh within the desolate silence, echoing a tacit acceptance or resignation to the circumstances. With no other signs of life around, the band of marauders appeared to finally lower their guard, beginning to murmur among themselves. However, in stark contrast to the heavily accented Russian messages initially captured by Derwank, they were now communicating in remarkably fluent and standard English. This sudden shift in language momentarily caught Derwank off guard, revealing a new layer of complexity that starkly departed from the typical image of the Yellow Zone. His gaze instinctively focused on the weapons tightly gripped in their hands, the unmistakable silhouette of the AR series firearm. Yet, it was not just any ordinary model, but the renowned standard type 416. Such firearms not only epitomize reliability, but also symbolize luxury and power. In the realm of weaponry, it boasts an illustrious reputation, with a price tag that is far beyond the means of an average individual, rendering it a true luxury, particularly in this region, known as the Yellow Zone, where resources are scarce and life is fraught with difficulties. Scarcely anyone aside from mercenaries backed by formidable corporations would regard such an expensive firearm as a reliable support in this perilous land. Devant contemplated silently, recognizing that the presence of these exquisite weapons added an air of mystery and intimidation to this band of marauders. Imagine, in the Yellow Zone, a stage where fierce battles lead to life and death. People are more inclined to opt for weapons that are easy to maintain, durable, and cost-effective. For here, each day is a test of survival, and every moment is particularly precious. To devote scarce time and energy to meticulously maintain blades and firearms is undoubtedly a luxury, bordering on the absurd for the majority of the inhabitants of the Yellow Zone. Devant's gaze remained fixated on these enigmatic figures, striving to glean more clues from their every movement and their equipment. Their equipment was sophisticated, and their movements were swift and orderly, clearly surpassing the capabilities of ordinary wanderers or common criminals. Each action bore the unmistakable marks of rigorous training, resembling the tendrils of a larger conspiracy extending into this desolate expanse. A sense of alarm surged within Devant. as he realized that he might have inadvertently become entangled in a far more intricate and perilous struggle than he had ever imagined. The imposing shadow of those marauders cast a deeper, more inscrutable veil over the entire yellow zone before his eyes. He sensed an insidious threat, silently permeating the air, as if countless secrets lay hidden behind every shadow. This place was not merely a confluence of insignificant figures ensnared in chaos. It was a silent yet lethal contest between formidable powers. Every step, every breath resonated with an unusual gravity in this moment. Devink began to reassess his stakes and position, cautiously maneuvering through this enigmatic game of strategy. He sensed that, as an individual navigating the treacherous waters of the yellow zone, he was confronted with an intricate chess game, heavy and unpredictable as fate itself. Devink's gaze pierced through the tattered robes of the group before him, gradually honing in on the essence of their clandestine gear, a collection of immaculate, fully functional American standard body armor and combat uniforms. The familiar contours undoubtedly belonged to the unit he once pledged allegiance to, the Army Rangers' exclusive configuration. Each piece of equipment seemed to narrate tales of past glory, while simultaneously evoking a complex array of emotions regarding that bygone era. Though doubts arose in Devink's mind about how such gear had come to be in the hands of these individuals, he quickly dismissed them. Following the disintegration of America, despite the chaos that allowed for the circulation of resources, it was no easy feat for such American individual gear to find a place in the international black market. These items were primarily designed for short-term conflicts, rather than for prolonged adaptation to extreme environments, especially in frigid or desert terrains. The ostentatious appearances belied a disregard for harsh conditions, unreliable, lacking warmth, and far from comfortable in extreme climates. In contrast, Soviet-style combat attire was renowned for its rugged practicality, seemingly purpose-built for traversing trenches and barren landscapes. The design of the bulletproof vests was particularly thoughtful, featuring multiple layers of sweat-absorbing padding and cleverly incorporating soft cushioning in the legs, with the option for comprehensive protection via metal shin guards when necessary. Although their appearance might seem somewhat archaic, reminiscent of medieval relics, such designs significantly mitigated the risk of injury from complex terrain, empowering soldiers to adopt various emergency tactical maneuvers, such as kneeling shots, skills that had ensured Devink's survival in countless life-and-death confrontations. Consequently, apart from the emblematic American trousers symbolizing her past, Devink had entirely renewed her equipment, opting for gear more suited to this land. This was not a betrayal of her past, but rather a testament to survival wisdom. After all, in this yellow zone, a full ensemble of American gear could render her a target. He had witnessed firsthand how a mere slip of a mask, revealing a quintessential American visage, could captivate the attention of all nearby mercenaries, let alone the ostentation of flaunting American equipment. As for why she clung to the AR series rifle rather than the more commonplace AK series, it was both an emotional attachment and a practical consideration. In the yellow zone, mercenaries wielding ARs were not rare, and she herself was intimately familiar with the AR. Every pull of the trigger akin to a conversation with an old friend. Transitioning to an AK would necessitate adapting to a completely different operational logic. A perilous gamble in the crisis-laden yellow zone. Devink understood well that even in a quest for demise, he would never allow himself to perish due to unfamiliar weaponry. In this unknown land, he intended to safeguard his survival in the most familiar manner possible. Narrowing his eyes, Devink's gaze burned brightly as he navigated the dim alleyways. A barely perceptible smirk graced his lips, a unique blend of confidence and vigilance rising within him. Although these individuals shared a common tongue, English, this did not inspire trust in Devink. On the contrary, it was this inexplicable familiarity that set off alarm bells in his mind, ringing like a jarring chime in the dead of night, echoing relentlessly in his thoughts. He was acutely aware that these uninvited guests were not mere chance passers-by. Their arrival was undoubtedly in pursuit of some precious artifact, potentially a treasure capable of igniting fervor throughout the entire yellow zone. Their cold-bloodedness, evidenced by their practice of delivering a final shot to each fallen body, indicated that their mission extended beyond the mere acquisition of the unknown treasure. It encompassed the grim task of eliminating all witnesses to ensure absolute secrecy and success. Although Devink's heart raced, he maintained an outward facade of calm and composure. He understood that, regardless of these individuals' true intentions, he had become an obstacle and a threat in their eyes. Until their objectives were achieved, they would scour the area like ravenous wolves, turning it upside down. searching every nook and cranny, leaving no trace unexamined, until they discovered what they sought or found him. The intelligence network within the yellow zone resembled an invisible web, intricate yet tightly interconnected. Devonk's movements today were no longer a secret, particularly to that merchant who had once conducted business with him, whose loose lips were akin to a sieve. With the right price, any secret could become a circulating commodity in the market. The shadowy figures behind these individuals could easily ascertain Devonk's whereabouts in this region with just a little inquiry. For Devonk, the only viable option was to eradicate these threats entirely in this desolate land, burying any potential information along with them. He contemplated that as long as he ignored those alluring goods, remaining deaf to their temptations, everything would inevitably return to silence once the storm had passed, as if nothing had ever transpired. As for whether the marauders would take further action, Devink had already devised a plan in his mind. Time was his most formidable ally. With the passage of time, any unsolved mystery would gradually fade from memory, and unachieved goals would ultimately be cast aside as the costs rose and troubles accumulated. As for the present, to proactively engage with these intruders, Devink scoffed. That would undoubtedly be a path to his own demise. In such a scenario, the most prudent and cost-effective approach to deal with these unwelcome guests was to eliminate all surviving informants one by one, thereby eradicating any future threats. Having made this clear in his mind, Devink quietly placed his hand on the grenade at his waist, hoping to achieve maximum results in the forthcoming actions. Yet, just as Devink had meticulously planned everything in his mind, reality once again taught him that plans often fall short of the unexpected. No one was exempt from this truth. As the mercenaries rummaged through the corpses, the previously unshot mercenary silently raised his hand, aiming his weapon at the head of the closest searching mercenary. The other two mercenaries, meanwhile, remained vigilant, entirely unaware of the unfolding situation. Then came the gunshot. Although the handgun's power was relatively weak at such close range, a direct hit to the head proved fatal. Regardless of the caliber, it was still a gun, and it fired bullets. The mercenary's head was pierced, and although the other two on guard reacted swiftly, they were ultimately a step too late. Another shot rang out, taking down the mercenary who was about to turn. The third mercenary, now aware of the situation, had already aimed at the downed mercenary, but this time, he was the one who acted first. Tat tat tat. Yet, it was the latter who was struck, as the hidden Devink finally chose to reveal himself. After all, the current situation presented him with the best opportunity. The greatest threat was effortlessly neutralized, and the injured mercenary on the ground was merely a trivial matter for Devink. However, reality seemed to have different plans. Just as Devink aimed to target the wounded mercenary, the latter threw a grenade in his direction, an explosive he had been clutching, originally intending to use for a mutual demise. Damn it, Devink cursed. No matter how brave he was, he could not face the explosion of a grenade head-on, leaving him with no choice but to retreat for the moment. In that brief interval, the injured mercenary struggled to rise from the ground and fled. Showing no inclination to fight, his speed did not reveal him as a wounded man. Devink, hidden behind the wall, remained unaware of the fleeing mercenary. He could only hear faint sounds, but the explosion had caused a temporary ringing in his ears, significantly diminishing his awareness of the surroundings. Helplessly, he maneuvered behind cover, striving to assess the environment. Without knowledge of the enemy's movements or intentions, he could only muster every ounce of alertness to confront the unknown. Yet, after shifting positions twice, Devink saw nothing. Damn it, where are they? He cursed again, realizing that the situation was extremely unfavorable for him. The current predicament left him in a passive position. Had the mercenary escaped? Devink was uncertain. He suspected the unseen foe was lying in wait in some corner. However, he did not wish to remain passive. If possible, he preferred to seize the initiative. Devink swiftly moved along the wall, concentrating all his attention on the sounds around him, but it seemed he heard nothing. He felt the enemy must be lurking somewhere, listening for his movements. Let's see how long you can remain composed, he thought, quietly picking up a stone from the ground and throwing it against a nearby metal cabinet. The loud clang reverberated throughout the room, followed by the sound of the stone hitting the floor, yet Devink heard nothing further. At that moment, apart from the howling winds in the desolate city, the world seemed muted, as if a fog had enveloped everyone's ears. Devink stealthily shifted his position, aiming his weapon in a different direction. At this juncture, he might need to take the first step. The sound of footsteps, though light, was jarring in the eerie silence, and then, unexpectedly, Devink halted. He He drew an empty magazine from his pouch and tossed it forward. Its weight and shape could easily be mistaken for a grenade. Without hesitation, Devink adopted a provocative firing stance. Bang, bang, bang. He fired 3 rounds, switching to a shotgun for a greater area of impact. However, he hit nothing. This is bad. Devink instinctively reacted, realizing that if his attack had missed, it would expose his position. And that meant buzz. The corner of Devink's eye caught a glimmer of a blade flashing toward him. Bang. Time. 2074 personnel, Jiangyu mission, reached the target location. Traversing the yellow zone by vehicle posed a formidable test to the cleanliness of the automobile. The vast expanse was besieged by furious sandstorms, as if nature itself roared incessantly, attempting to consume all foreign entities. In such an environment, hoping to maintain the pristine factory paint of a vehicle was akin to chasing an illusion, a nearly extravagant fantasy. Ordinary vehicles, regardless of their initial splendor, would soon succumb to the relentless onslaught of sand and dust, becoming unrecognizable. The paint would appear as if mercilessly eroded by time, leaving only a patchy undercoat, reminiscent of ancient battlefields, whispering tales of the past. Of course, if the vehicle's finish utilized advanced metal spray technology, it might endure the harsh conditions with a stubborn glimmer, standing out as a rare sight in the yellow zone. As for fully armored vehicles, they undoubtedly reigned supreme in this desolate land. Heavy armor and advanced propulsion systems enable these vehicles to remain steadfast and resolute, even amidst the most ferocious sandstorms in the yellow zone. However, such feats, though awe-inspiring, are seldom attempted lightly. After all, while the armored vehicles are sturdy enough to withstand the upheaval of wind and sand, the obscured visibility and indistinct direction within the storm render the ability to discern the road ahead and safely reach the destination an entirely different matter. This should be the place, Jiangyu murmured softly, her gaze fixed intently on the vehicle's projection. The immaculate screen displayed meticulously planned routes, clearly mapped like veins, guiding her through the chaotic sands that enveloped the surroundings. This technological marvel served as a beacon, leading her across the vast unknown of the sandy sea. Her fingertips glided gently along the edge of the screen, adjusting the trajectory. She understood that while reliance on technology could sometimes evoke unease, countless experiences had proven its reliability. The uniqueness of the environment imbued this reliance with an air of uncertainty. The surroundings were vast and desolate, devoid of reference points, with only monotonous, undulating dunes stretching endlessly to the horizon. Even as the projection map boldly indicated the vehicle's proximity to its intended target, a subtle disquiet lingered in her heart. The midday sun, typically blazing, was dulled by the rampaging sandstorm, casting the world beneath a heavy gray veil that devoured light and color. Grains of sand danced wildly in the wind, tracing elusive trajectories like an invisible barrier, severing the connection between her and her destination. Even with the vehicle's searchlights fully illuminated, they barely pierced the chaos, illuminating only a few meters ahead, while the rest remained shrouded in obscurity. Perhaps I should contact my husband first, Jiangyu thought. Though a ripple of anxiety stirred within her, it did not manifest as panic. Her trust in the navigation system stemmed from numerous successful validations. Even if there were occasional discrepancies, they would not lead her astray. Since she had followed the map to this point, her priority was to establish communication with Chen Shuxing, ensuring the seamless flow of information. In this world engulfed by sandstorms, communication became the vital link between their actions, more critical than any weapon. She swiftly summoned the communication interface, awaiting the channel to connect, her heartbeat quickening with the ticking of the seconds. Just then, a dull, abrupt thud shattered the surrounding silence. Though not particularly loud, the sound resonated sharply in the stillness, akin to a thunderclap in the dead of night, tightening her chest with unease. Jiangyu jolted from her reverie, her gaze sharpening as she peered through the frosty observation window. The vehicle's lights barely illuminated the desolate land outside, revealing a massive figure awkwardly colliding with the armored vehicle's sturdy frame. It was a carrion eater, its form grotesque and twisted, covered in mottled flesh and dried blood, with a pair of crimson eyes gleaming with greed and hunger in the darkness. Its claws glinted like sharp blades under the faint moonlight, capable of effortlessly shredding a human body. Yet, before this colossal armored vehicle, even such a ferocious carrion eater appeared powerless. Its impact, though forceful, left no more than a shallow scratch upon the vehicle's surface, as if it were a futile challenge against this steel behemoth. The armored vehicle stood resolute, akin to an unyielding fortress, immovable and steadfast. "They're still so clumsy," Jiang Yu mused, disregarding the carrion eater, hardly sparing it a second thought. After all, the protective capabilities of this armored vehicle could withstand heavy machine gun fire, rendering the claws of the carrion eater insignificant. Suddenly, a realization struck her. She had overlooked a crucial detail. Leaning closer to the observation window, she adjusted the searchlight's position, finally discerning the carrion eater's severed arm. The break was remarkably clean, indicative of a swift, sharp blade. As far as Jiang Yu knew, only one person could create such a wound in the yellow zone with mere blades. It seemed she was indeed nearing her husband's location. A sigh of relief washed over her, and a subtle curve formed at the corners of her mouth, her gaze softening with an imperceptible warmth. With her position confirmed, her focus began to shift, yet her vigilance remained undiminished. In this perilous wilderness, any lapse in attention could yield fatal consequences. Every nerve in her body was taut, akin to a tightly strung bow, poised to confront any potential threat. It was an instinctual combat readiness, intertwined with her survival instincts. Her eyes swept over the immense carrion eater, which loomed like a decaying tower amidst the ruins of a vanished city, exuding a nauseating odor with each step, as if heralding the approach of death. Jiang Yu understood that allowing this threat to roam freely was a grave irresponsibility towards both herself and Qin Shuxing. As a survivor in this barren expanse, she recognized, without words, that securing her safety was paramount in every action. A crisp sound broke the silence. Jiang Yu's fingers danced lightly over the control terminal, as if playing a silent symphony. Her deft maneuvers resembled a dance, harmonious and exquisitely precise. As she moved, the automated turret atop the armored vehicle quietly pivoted, its cold muzzle locking onto the carrion eater with pinpoint accuracy. This turret not only integrated a high-precision targeting system, but also boasted various functional modules, serving as Jiang Yu's invaluable ally in this apocalyptic world.